On the first night of Pei Yuzhi's journey into the narrative, intoxicated, he encountered his crush once more, only to discover that the object of his affections was in a relationship. Initially, he intended to wait for his crush to break up before pursuing him, yet he was taken aback by the crush's boyfriend, an exquisite and noble figure, haughty and disdainful, boasting an impressive physique that only intensified Pei Yuzhi's envy and frustration. Chapter 1. The first night in the story. In a lavish hotel room, illuminated by the bedside lamp, two figures were entwined on the bed. Various sounds echoed throughout the chamber. Pei Yuzhi felt as if he were losing his mind. How could such a splendid occurrence be real? Sweat beaded on his forehead as he struggled to open his eyes and discern the features of the man in his embrace. Yet, all he could perceive was the flush of the man's ears, his face buried against Pei Yuzhi's chest. Don't look." The man seemed utterly mortified, raising a hand to push Pei Yuzhi's face away. Pei Yuzhi breathed heavily, taking a deep breath to steady himself. He scolded himself for being so easily stirred by the husky timbre of the man's voice. "All right, I won't look, let me just steal a kiss." Pei Yuzhi lowered his head, gently covering the man's eyes with his hands. In the darkness, he managed to find the man's lips, fervently breaking through his defenses and engaging in a passionate exchange, swallowing the man's gasps of pleasure. The tranquility of the room was soon interrupted by the sound of heavy breathing. Suddenly, Pei Yuzhi opened his eyes to gaze at the ceiling, adorned with a celestial blue motif. Truly, this was a realm of wealth beyond his previous life. Yes, Pei Yuzhi had traversed into a story in his former life. He was a minor Siona privileged youth whose mother had passed away during his birth. His father, a contractor in a third-tier city, though remarried and starting a new family, had generously provided for Pei Yuzhi's upbringing. Having achieved a commendable score of 626 in the college entrance examination, Pei Yuzhi's father had jubilantly deposited 1,000,000 yuan into his educational fund. Alas, before he could indulge in this newfound fortune, he awoke in a narrative world. With a sigh, he turned over, the thin blanket slipping from his body, revealing his well-defined muscles and bronzed skin to the cool air. Pei Yuzhi possessed striking features: elongated eyes, deep black pupils, thick brows, and a chiseled jawline. At that moment, his expression was one of disillusionment, as if the remnants of the previous night's escapade clung to him like damp fabric. Last night's dream, or rather, the reality of his first night in this new world, was a blur caused by panic and excessive alcohol consumption. Amidst the revelry at a club gathering in a hot spring hotel, he had found himself entangled with a stranger. The experience was so exhilarating that it had lingered in his mind for nearly a month. Frustration gnawed at him despite his youth and vigor. He worried that with such vivid dreams, he might exhaust himself before even finding a suitable partner for his desires. As he pondered that night, a familiar heat rushed his head, and his fingers curled involuntarily, his heart tightening painfully, almost rendering him breathless. He realized he had indeed developed an infatuation for that man's physique. From across the vast pool in the hot spring hotel, he had caught a glimpse of the man's profile: short hair swept back, a perfectly sculpted face, and notably, a collar clasped tightly around his neck, adorned with a black star earring. In his intoxicated state, Pei Yuzhi had been captivated, observing the man as he conversed with someone nearby, only to leave in a huff. The memory of the man's retreat left Pei Yuzhi feeling despondent, leading him to drink more from a tray floating on the water surface. The recollections of the hotel room were hazy. He only remembered wanting to greet the man and exchange contact information, never imagining they would end up in his bed. He had removed the collar that had stirred his senses. Pei Yuzhi inhaled deeply, clenching his fists as he felt the collar's leather texture in his grasp, the sensation igniting a fire within him. "Damn it," he muttered darkly, swinging his legs off the bed, the sound of running water soon echoing from the bathroom. Dongsu University, nestled in the picturesque southern outskirts of Dongsu City, stood as a premier institution of higher learning. Following urban development, the area transformed into a university town, with several schools surrounding Dongsu University. The original protagonist of this narrative was a student at Dongsu University, a detail that pleased Pei Yuzhi significantly. With the university's admission score set at 665 this year, Pei Yuzhi, who had scored 626, felt a sense of pride swell within him. "Pei Xiao, are you going to check out the new students during military training?" one of the boys inquired. "Are you mad? It's scorching out there." By the way, Pei Xiao, do you still want to split the costs for the tennis club's outing? Several boys gazed intently at Pei Yuzhi, the center of their attention. Tennis was an expensive sport, with costs for rackets, balls, training venues, and hiring practice partners accumulating quickly. Coming from ordinary families, they found it challenging to cover even the basic expenses for the tennis club, and they had heard that Pei Yuzhi had yet to contribute to the outing, sparking murmurs of discontent among them. For them, it was a considerable sum, but for Pei Yuzhi, it was hardly more than the price of a new pair of shoes. However, since the outing, Pei Yuzhi had exhibited peculiar behavior. His broad shoulders and subtly defined muscles, coupled with a face that could incite envy, elevated his otherwise ordinary black and white attire to an elegant standard. Nonchalantly, Pei Yuzhi raised his eyes. If you want to split the costs, you can just ask the team leader directly. The boy who had spoken first immediately displayed a look of chagrin, while the others glared at him, feeling he had overstepped. Quickly, he forced a smile, awkwardly shifting the conversation. Pei Xiao, weren't you curious about who booked the other hot spring pool during the outing? Pei Yuzhi straightened slightly. Who? It's from our school's fine arts department. They visit that hot spring hotel annually for sketching and inspiration. But only those who follow Hu Qiao get to go. He covers their expenses. Pei Yuzhi frowned. Who is Hu Qiao? Whoa, look. Hu Qiao is here at the Institute of Computer Science. He's even more handsome in person than in photos. I thought they used filters. The boys forgot Pei Yuzhi's question, all eagerly turning their attention to the window. Pei Yuzhi also stood to follow their gaze. Outside the large glass window stood a tall tree, beneath which were two young men, one tall and one short. The taller man, around 1.83 meters, had the physique of someone who had trained broad shoulders and a narrow waist, a strikingly proportioned figure. Pei Yuzhi caught a glimpse of him but was quickly drawn to the shorter boy beside him. The petite figure barely reached the taller man's shoulder, with light brown hair, fair skin, and an exquisitely handsome face. Most notably, he wore a black collar around his neck and a black star earring in his ear. Pei Yuzhi's heart raced, his throat dry, and his voice lost. It was him, did you see? It's Hu Qiao and his boyfriend. That short one isn't from our school, right? Indeed, the shorter one is Hu Qiao's boyfriend, named Bai Shi. It was mentioned in the forum that he is a second-year student at the neighboring Academy of Fine Arts. Bai Shi, so that is his name. Before Pei Yuzhi could revel in this revelation, a deluge of cold water extinguished his fleeting joy. Boyfriend. He had spent the night with a man who was already in a relationship. Grinding his teeth, he cast a cold, penetrating gaze toward Hu Qiao, who had his back turned to him. At this moment, Pei Yuzhi felt no shame in being the other man instead. A surge of impulse to cast his rival into the mountains surged within him. When would these two part ways? Chapter 2. Eavesdropping on grievances. Hu Qiao, a local from Modu, aged 21, standing at 183 centimeters, studying sculpture at Dongsu University, currently in his third year. I inquired with a few second-generation heirs from Modu, and there's no notable figure by the name of Hua. In the illustrious Hu family, he's probably just a lad from a moderately affluent family. The nightlife in Dongsu City was vibrant, and Pei Yuzhi had arranged to meet a few of his former friends for drinks. The purpose, of course, was Bai Shi. When he first enrolled, he caused quite a stir at school, with countless admirers, both male and female. His demeanor is rather aloof, and he has few friends. No one knows his sexual orientation. Who would have thought that before the semester even began, he would suddenly bring a boy to a team-building event at the academy? Rumor has it they openly shared a roomch. They must have already slept together. Thud. Pei Yuzhi impatiently set his glass down on the table. I'm not pursuing Hu Qiao. Can we stop talking about him? The blonde-haired youth, Cheng Yun, smirked ambiguously. Isn't this about knowing your adversary? Bai Shi is a new student in the Chinese painting department at our neighboring Dongsu Academy of Arts, also a local. Dongsu Academy is renowned for its low acceptance rate and high tuition, but he hails from an ordinary family, so Hu Qiao's wealth might be a consideration for Bai Shi. Cheng Yun, why are you flaunting someone else's prestige? Pei Xiao stands at 188 centimeters, has an 8-pack, is handsome, and is wealthier than Hu Qiao. If only Pei Xiao had met Bai Shi earlier, Hu Qiao would be a non-issue. Hey, are you two alright? Looking for a fight? I'm merely deducing based on logic. Besides, Hu Qiao is quite popular in the gay community. He's the aloof, celibate type. Next time let Pei Xiao compete with him in that regard. As the conversation grew increasingly absurd, Pei Yuzhi stood up, exasperated. You all carry on today's on me. I'm stepping out for a smoke. Exiting the private room, he found the corridor relatively quiet, walking toward its end, his footsteps muffled by the carpet. The restroom sign drew nearer, and Pei Yuzhi lowered his gaze to retrieve a cigarette from his pocket. Smoking was a habit he had picked up in his previous life during his rebellious phase in middle school, when his biological father and stepmother's son was born. His father had joyously hosted an extravagant banquet, announcing the transfer of a 10% stake in the family business to his younger son. Who would have guessed that such a celebration would lead to a withdrawal of financial support? Without funds, Pei Yuzhi quickly learned his place blood relation mattered little when wealth was the true kinship. Later, he found his way back to the right path and gained admission to the best high school in the area, prompting his father to buy him a district property next to the school. Celebrating his achievement, these were but a means to an end for Pei Yuzhi. Though he excelled academically, he occasionally indulged in smoking, never quite managing to quit entirely. Snap! The golden sparks ignited, and Pei Yuzhi leaned down to ignite the cigarette. As the white smoke spiraled upward, he furrowed his brow and inhaled deeply. When he raised his gaze again, he spotted a man standing at the urinal in the restroom, his back turned toward him. Pei Yuzhi raised an eyebrow, finding it quite the coincidence. Just moments ago, his companions had jested about comparing sizes with Huiqiao, and now he encountered him here. Sauntering over with a nonchalant swagger, Pei Yuzhi bit down on his cigarette, positioning himself leisurely at the adjacent urinal. There he was, yet it seemed he had the upper hand. The man's competitive spirit was peculiar, and in that moment, Pei Yuzhi's recent frustrations dissipated. He felt that he might just succeed in snatching Bai Shi from Huiqiao's grasp. The sound of water splashing echoed nearby as Huiqiao frowned, adjusting his attire. Just one more second, and Huiqiao's fist would find its mark against his face. He quickly rinsed his hands at the sink and exited the restroom. Pei Yuzhi leaned against the restroom doorframe, watching as Huiqiao entered a private room. He wondered if Bai Shi was there too. As he pondered, the quiet private room door swung open once more. Pei Yuzhi's eyes brightened at it was Bai Shi, that night. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX consumed by desire. Hello, you must be Senior Pei, right? Bai Shi from the neighboring art school's fine arts department. I've played tennis with Team Leader Shi before and hope to exercise with you in the future. Team Leader Shi was the captain of the tennis club and also Pei Yuzhi's direct senior. Bai Shi was not particularly tall, standing at around 175 centimeters, and he stood shyly before Pei Yuzhi, black earrings glinting under the light. Before him stood a figure of great renown at Dongsu University. It was said that the Pei family had made their fortune in real estate in Dongsu City, even selling the land on which Dongsu University was built. Not to mention that in recent years, the Pei family had thrived in the new energy sector, amassing considerable wealth. Bai Shi gazed at the towering figure before him, filled with excitement. He had long heard tales of Pei Yuzhi's striking looks, his lavish generosity, and his active role in the student council. Most importantly, Pei Yuzhi favored petite and adorable types. Bai Shi's heart raced, a flush creeping onto his cheeks. If only he could connect with Pei Yuzhi, his university life would surely brighten. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, deliberately gazing at Pei Yuzhi with a tender expression. As for Pei Yuzhi, the image of a strong, powerful man, equally matched in bed, seemed so at odds with the delicate, cute persona he now encountered. It left him feeling somewhat disjointed. Yet he found himself accepting this contrast. With this thought, a smile graced his lips as he softly replied, "Of course, I too look forward to exercising with you, Junior." The emphasis he placed on the word exercise sent a jolt of nervousness through Bai Shi, causing his legs to nearly buckle. Pei Yuzhi exuded a charming, roguish allure that perfectly struck a chord with his preferences, if only. "TCH, Junior, is that guy behind you looking for you?" Bai Shi abruptly turned, panic flashing across his face, and there was Huiqiao approaching them. Huiqiao was also quite handsome, yet distinct from Pei Yuzhi he exuded a quiet, cold, and ascetic aura. These were the qualities that initially attracted Bai Shi to Huiqiao, but now they had become liabilities. Silence was stifling, rendering Bai Zi's every wish and desire unacknowledged. Coldness translated to indifference toward his boyfriend, devoid of warmth or affection. As for his ascetic demeanor, Bai Shi mused that perhaps Hu Qiao was impotent or simply disinterested in sex. Hu Qiao narrowed his eyes, meeting Pei Yuzhi's provocative gaze. The atmosphere grew tense between the two equally tall and robust men. Hu Qiao's gaze flitted like a cloud, briefly resting on Pei Yuzhi's face before dispassionately dropping to Bai Shi. Everyone was waiting for you. When we arrived, we need to change venues now, so as not to keep everyone waiting any longer. His voice was clear, cold, and deep, oddly familiar, yet tinged with a hint of seduction. Pei Yuzhi, who was being seductive, Bai Shi felt slighted by Hu Qiao's demeanor, his eyes flashing with embarrassment and anger. I already said, Zhang Hui informed me to arrive at 7:30, which is why I came at this time. Reluctant to be misunderstood by Pei Yuzhi, Bai Shi's face flushed as he attempted to clarify. Hu Qiao remained unfazed, simply stating, the group notified everyone at 7, and the message was sent 3 times. Bai Shi felt utterly humiliated, pushing Hu Qiao aside as he turned and dashed back to the private room. Pei Yuzhi watched with a pang of sympathy. How could Hu Qiao treat Bai Shi like that? Would Bai Shi really stay in this relationship until the new year? Tch, what a bother. But at least I must endure until after the new year before they part ways. Pei Yuzhi stared in disbelief as Hu Qiao's lips remained sealed, yet he still heard Hu Qiao's voice. After the book's aftereffects, though delayed, have finally arrived? You. Hu Qiao seemed to have just realized that Pei Yuzhi had not yet departed. He cast a blank expression in her direction, and upon meeting his gaze, Pei Yuzhi found herself momentarily speechless. Damn. I forgot what I wanted to say. 30 points for the top, 20 points for the pants, 10 points for the shoes, -5 points for smoking, clumsy oaf, rustic. A heart devoid of warmth, a scornful appraisal, and an unhesitating retreat. And there stood Pei Yuzhi, having been humiliated. Chapter 3. Confrontation. Who has the audacity to provoke Pei Xiao's displeasure? Go, summon the manager for inquiries. Indeed, we must identify this fool today. We shall deal with him. Hearing such melodramatic declarations, Pei Yuzhi's face flushed with anger and embarrassment. Grinding his teeth, he retorted, Are you all so afraid that others won't recognize your dullness? The group of young men exchanged bewildered glances before long. A young man entered cautiously, leaning in to whisper a few words into Cheng Yun's ear. The others signaled discreetly, and Cheng Yun chuckled, shaking his head. He couldn't possibly disclose the embarrassing fact that his crush and boyfriend had come to sing together. Pei Xiao, would you like another drink? I saved a fine bottle of wine from last month for us to share. Pei Yuzhi could no longer sit still. You all drink, I shall take my leave. His footsteps came to an abrupt halt as he froze in place, a strange look crossing his face. Who are you referring to? Xie Jinchuan, of course. What's wrong with you, Pei Xiao? Xie Jinchuan, the protagonist in the overbearing Hua, madly in love. He hails from a prestigious lineage, and at the mere age of 22, he has already become the master of the Hua family in Dongsu. Having endured a remarkable journey, Xie Jinchuan inherited vast enterprises following the untimely demise of the Hua family's heir, restoring the family's former glory. Having traversed into this narrative for a month, Pei Yuzhi had sensed something amiss, and now he understood why. He had thought himself merely a peripheral character in this tale, yet it was not the case. Pei Yuzhi, once a childhood friend of the protagonist Xie Jinchuan, had fallen victim to the narrative, perishing young for competing over a man. If Cheng Yun had not mentioned it, the plot had remained shrouded in mystery. In the original text, both Xie Jinchuan and Pei Yuzhi encountered a man named Su Su, both falling for him at first sight. As a mere supporting character, Pei Yuzhi could hardly compete with Xie Jinchuan. Especially after the heir of the Hua family passed away, Xie Jinchuan's status as the biological son of the Hua family head was revealed, instantly elevating his standing. With a mere flick of his finger, he could crush the lesser affluent Pei Yuzhi. Pei Yuzhi, who once believed his current father to be exceedingly wealthy, found his emotions quite complex. Gazing somberly out the car window at the streets, he pondered that the hastily penned conclusion of the book must not dictate his fate. Suddenly, an intriguing sight caught his attention, prompting him to exclaim, "Stop the car." The driver pulled over, and Pei Yuzhi alighted. Not far off, Bai Shi and Hu Qiao stood facing each other, with Bai Shi's voice audible from a distance. Bai Shi was feeling downcast. He was only a year younger than Hu Qiao, and had not even met the undergraduate admission line during his first year of college. After a year of repeating, he had reluctantly convinced his parents to let him pursue the arts. Upon arriving at Dongsu Academy of Fine Arts, he truly understood the harsh reality. Ordinary families could hardly afford to support an art student. It was then that he discovered his high school classmate Hu Qiao was just next door at Dongsu University. Bai Shi only knew that Hu Qiao's family was affluent, but the specifics of their business remained a mystery to the entire high school. He had pursued Hu Qiao with all his might, striving to make his presence known, yet Hu Qiao seemed oblivious, treating him as if he were transparent. However, just as the previous semester was nearing its end, Hu Qiao suddenly asked Bai Shi if he would be his boyfriend. Bai Shi was ecstatic, nodding fervently without him needing to say a word. Hu Qiao had cleared his outstanding tuition fees. Of course, Hu Qiao had his demands. While they were dating, Bai Shi was not to display any intimate gestures towards him. Hu Qiao, regardless of the circumstances, "You are my boyfriend, why do you always treat me so harshly in front of them? They do not respect me." Bai Shi felt utterly wronged, to which Hu Qiao replied in an even tone, "I mentioned that everyone at today's gathering is from Dongsu University. If you feel uncomfortable, you need not attend." Saying this, he casually pulled out his phone and said, "I'll transfer you some money, go buy something." Bai Shi felt insulted. "Hu Qiao, you don't actually like me, do you? Why would you want me to be your boyfriend?" Hu Qiao paused, lifting his gaze to meet Bai Shi's. "What dissatisfaction do you harbor? Last time, I wore that ridiculous collar and earrings you requested, and this time, I brought you to the gathering as you wished." Hu Qiao's countenance was cold yet handsome, his elongated eyes devoid of emotion. His gaze towards Bai Shi bore an air of impatience, akin to that of a pet who had misbehaved. Bai Shi's face flushed crimson. Indeed, every time Hu Qiao grew weary of his antics, he would transfer him money 10,000, 20,000, 50,000. With such funds, Bai Shi could afford luxurious electronics and trendy designer items. Yet, human desires are insatiable. If Hu Qiao's boyfriend, who had yet to share a bed with him, could receive such sums, what would he obtain if he held a more significant place in Hu Qiao's heart? A house? A car? It was not merely about money. Bai Shi did not wish to teach art to children at a training institution after graduation. He yearned to ensnare Hu Qiao, lost in thought. Bai Shi managed a strained smile. "Sorry, Hu Qiao, I am not." "Bai Shi, are you alright? Do you need assistance?" The sudden male voice caused Hu Qiao to frown slightly. "Senior Pei?" Bai Shi exclaimed in surprise, flustered. "You finished singing so quickly? How did you end up here?" Pei Yuzhi raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "I noticed a certain young beauty seemed to be in distress. Do you require my help?" The dim light illuminated Pei Yuzhi's face, accentuating his deep-set eyes and strikingly handsome features, giving him an air of playful arrogance. Receiving praise from the renowned and dashing campus heartthrob of Dongsu University left Bai Shi feeling parched with urgency. Was it merely his imagination? Why did it seem as if Pei Yuzhi held some interest in him? No, Hu Qiao was still present. Bai Shi's ears turned crimson as he hurriedly averted his gaze. "Hu Qiao, this is it. Seems you have other matters to attend to. I won't need to transfer you any money." Hu Qiao appeared to have resolved some internal conflict, adding, "Please refrain from coming to school to find me. I will be very busy once classes resume." Bai Shi stood agape. "Wait, when did he say he didn't want money?" "Hu Qiao, let me explain." "Hey." Pei Yuzhi, unable to tolerate Hu Qiao's nonchalant demeanor, stepped closer to him, bypassing Bai Shi. "Are you even a man? Is throwing money at someone to belittle them your idea of respect? If you don't cherish him, plenty of others will." Bai Shi was stunned. What was Pei Yuzhi rambling on about? He quickly interjected, "Senior Pei, you've misunderstood. Hu Qiao didn't mean it that way." Pei Yuzhi fixed a challenging gaze on Hu Qiao. "You truly are not a man. You need Bai Shi to speak on your behalf." However, damn, this guy was quite handsome. Pei Yuzhi licked his upper palate, mentally cursing himself. Few could hold Hu Qiao's cold gaze without flinching, often causing his alluring eyes to go unnoticed. At this moment, a beam of light fell on Hu Qiao's forehead, allowing Pei Yuzhi to spot a small mole there. Moreover, it wasn't a black mole, it was red. Despite Hu Qiao possessing some muscle, his eyes and that mole were unexpectedly delicate. He was so entranced that he failed to notice how close he had moved to Hu Qiao, creating an oddly charged atmosphere. Hu Qiao's eyelashes fluttered slightly, taking a step back. He averted his gaze, coolly addressing Bai Shi. "The trouble you caused, resolve it yourself." Just then, his phone vibrated. He glanced at it nonchalantly before turning sharply and striding away. With a resolute demeanor, He left behind nothing but an impatient and venomous remark, granting not a single glance to Pei Yuzhi. Ugh, this bumpkin dares to imitate the hero saving the beauty. It is truly an eyesore. Pei Yuzhi's pupils trembled in shock. Qiao treated Pei Yuzhi as if he were a virus, and yet the most perplexing question remained: what exactly rendered him so uncouth? His shoes cost several thousand a pair. How could he possibly be worth merely 10 points? Ah, it is you, Qiao, who exudes an air of sophistication with your sarcastic demeanor. On the first night of Pei Yuzhi's journey into the novel, he found himself rather inebriated, and upon encountering his crush again, he discovered that the object of his affection had a boyfriend. Initially, he intended to wait for his crush to break up before making his move. However, the boyfriend turned out to be exceptionally handsome, hailing from a wealthy background, with an air of superiority and a physique that boasted an impressive 8-pack. All while casting disdainful glances at Pei Yuzhi. Pei Yuzhi felt his fists clench, consumed by jealousy and frustration, particularly as he overheard the other man's internal monologue belittling him. Chapter 1. The first night in the novel. In an opulent hotel room, illuminated by the bedside lamp, 2 figures lay entwined on the bed. The room was filled with a cacophony of sounds. Pei Yuzhi was on the verge of madness. How could such a delightful occurrence transpire? Sweat beaded on his forehead as he struggled to open his eyes and discern the appearance of the man nestled in his embrace. All he could perceive was the blush creeping up the man's ears, his face buried within Pei Yuzhi's chest. Don't look," the man murmured, seemingly overwhelmed with shyness, as he raised a hand to push Pei Yuzhi's face away. Pei Yuzhi let out a heavy breath and inhaled deeply. He felt utterly pathetic, so easily stirred by the other's rough voice. "All right, I won't look. Just let me steal a kiss." He lowered his head, his hands gently covering the man's eyes. In the darkness, he accurately found the man's lips, forcefully parting them and engaging in a passionate embrace, devouring the enticing sounds of their shared breaths. The tranquil atmosphere was interrupted by a sudden noise. Pei Yuzhi abruptly opened his eyes to gaze at the ceiling above him, which was adorned with a blue starry sky. What wealth! His current father was far more affluent than his previous one. Yes, Pei Yuzhi had traversed into a novel, in his past life. He was a minor wealthy heir. His mother had passed away during childbirth, and his father, engaged in construction projects in a third-tier city, had remarried and had more children. However, he remained rather generous towards Pei Yuzhi. Pei Yuzhi had excelled academically, scoring 626 points on the college entrance examination, prompting his father to generously deposit 1 million into his education fund. Alas, he hadn't even begun to spend it before awakening in this chaotic world. Annoyed by the current state of affairs, he rubbed his head and turned to lie down again. The thin blanket slipped from his body, revealing his well-defined muscles and bronze skin to the cool air. Pei Yuzhi possessed striking features: elongated eyes, deep black pupils, thick eyebrows, and a sharply defined jawline. At this moment, his expression was devoid of emotion, exuding a sense of world-weariness, as if the damp fabric clinging to him was but a mere irritation. That it wasn't quite a dream. On the first night he entered this new world, overwhelmed with panic, he had consumed several drinks at a social gathering in a hot spring hotel and had found himself entangled with a stranger. The experience was so exhilarating that it lingered in his thoughts, haunting him for nearly a month. His frustration stemmed from the fact that, despite his youth and vigor, such repeated dreams left him anxious about the potential consequences of his encounters before he had even found a suitable partner for his romantic pursuits. He reminisced about that night. Familiar heat surged to his head, causing his fingers to involuntarily curl and his heart to constrict painfully, nearly robbing him of breath. He realized he had indeed developed feelings for that man. For his body, at least. In the hot spring hotel, across the vast pool, he had caught a glimpse of the man's profile through the thin veil of steam. His short hair was slicked back, and his profile was exquisite, but what captivated Pei Yuzhi the most was the collar tightly clasped around the man's neck, complemented by a black, star-shaped earring dangling from his earlobe. In his drunken stupor, Pei Yuzhi had watched intently as the man conversed with someone nearby, only to later depart in a huff. After the man's silhouette vanished, Pei Yuzhi felt a pang of longing and, spotting a tray floating on the surface of the hot spring, proceeded to drink again. The memories grew hazy, but he remembered only desiring to greet the man and exchange contact information, never anticipating they would end up in his bed. He had used his mouth and hands to remove that collar that had so tantalizingly stimulated his senses. Pei Yuzhi inhaled deeply, clenching his fists as the collar rested in his grasp, its leather texture pressing painfully against his palm, a discomfort that only fueled his frustration. Damn it, with a scowl, he rolled out of bed, and soon the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Dongsu University, situated in the southern suburbs of Dongsu City, is a prestigious institution renowned for its comprehensive academic offerings. In recent years, the government had transformed the suburbs into a university town, with Dongsu University at its heart, surrounded by several other schools. The original protagonist was indeed a student at Dongsu University, a fact that delighted Pei Yuzhi. After all, the university's admission score this year was 665, and Pei Yuzhi, with his 626, was filled with pride. Pei Xiao, are you going to check out the new students' military training? Are you crazy? It's scorching hot. By the way, Pei Xiao, should we split the expenses for the last tennis club outing? Several boys fixed their eager gazes on Pei Yuzhi, who was the center of attention. Tennis is an expensive sport, requiring funds for rackets, balls, training venues, and even hiring practice partners. Coming from average families, they found it challenging to manage the daily expenses of the tennis club, and they had been murmuring about Pei Yuzhi's reluctance to sponsor the recent outing. To Pei Yuzhi, the amount they considered substantial was hardly more than the cost of a pair of shoes. Yet, since the outing, Pei Yuzhi had begun to exhibit peculiar behavior. His robust shoulders and subtly defined muscles, paired with his strikingly handsome face, rendered even the ordinary black and white outfit he wore appear exceptionally sophisticated. Pei Yuzhi nonchalantly raised his eyes. If you want to split it, just ask the team leader for the payment. The boy speaking immediately displayed a look of frustration, while the other shot him glares, deeming him overly meddlesome. He quickly chuckled awkwardly and shifted the topic. Pei Xiao, don't you want to know who booked the other hot spring pool during our outing? Pei Yuzhi straightened slightly, intrigued. Who? It's the art students from our school. They visit that hot spring hotel for sketching every early autumn, but only those who are close to Huiqiao get to go, as he covers their expenses. Pei Yuzhi furrowed his brows. Who is Huiqiao? Damn, look. Huiqiao is here at the Institute of Computer Science. He's even more handsome in person than in photos. I thought they used filters. Instantly, the boys forgot Pei Yuzhi's question, all eagerly turning to look. Pei Yuzhi also stood to follow their gaze. Outside the large glass window stood a tall tree. Beneath it were two young men, one tall, one short. The taller man, approximately 1.83 meters, was clearly athletic, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, boasting an impressive physique. Pei Yuzhi's attention was drawn to the smaller boy beside him. He barely reached the taller man's shoulder, with light brown short hair, fair skin, and a strikingly handsome face, his profile exquisitely defined. More importantly, he wore a black collar around his neck and a black star earring in his ear. Pei Yuzhi's ears rang, his mouth dry, rendering him speechless as he swallowed hard. It was him. Did you see? It's Huiqiao and his boyfriend. That short one isn't from our school, is he? Yes, the short one is Huiqiao's boyfriend, named Bai Shi. It was written in the forum that he is a sophomore student at the nearby Academy of Fine Arts. Bai Shi, so that is his name. Pei Yuzhi had yet to rejoice when a bucket of cold water was poured over him. Boyfriend? He had spent the night with a man who was already taken? Grinding his teeth, he cast a cold, piercing glance at Huiqiao, who had his back turned to him. At this moment, Pei Yuzhi felt no shame in being a third party. Instead, he was overwhelmed with an urge to cast his rival into the wilderness. When would these two break up? Chapter 2. Listening to the voices of discontent, Huiqiao, a local from Magic City, aged 21, standing at 183 centimeters, studying sculpture at Dongsu University, now in his third year. I asked a few second-generation rich kids from Magic City, and none of them knew a person from the famous Her family, so he must just come from a family with a little money. The night in Dongsu City was vibrant, and Pei Yuzhi had gathered a few old friends for drinks. The purpose, of course, was Bai Shi. When he first entered the school, he caused quite a stir, attracting countless admirers, both male and female. He is rather aloof, with few friends, and no one knows his sexual orientation. Who would have thought that before the semester began, he suddenly brought a male student to a team-building event at the academy, and they reportedly shared a room openly. They must have already slept together. Thud. Pei Yuzhi impatiently placed his glass on the table. In not pursuing Hu Qiao, can we drop the subject? The blonde lad, Cheng Yun, smirked ambiguously. Isn't this knowing your enemy and knowing yourself? Bai Shi is a freshman at our neighboring Dongsu Academy of Arts, studying traditional Chinese painting, also from Magic City. The academy is known for its high tuition fees and low acceptance rates, but he comes from an ordinary family. Hu Qiao's wealth might be a consideration for Bai Shi. Cheng Yun, why are you boasting about someone else? Pei Xiao is 188 centimeters tall, has 8-pack abs, is handsome, and richer than Hu Qiao. It's just that Pei Xiao met Bai Shi too late, otherwise, what would Hu Qiao even be? Hey, are you guys looking for trouble? I'm just making logical deductions. Besides, Hu Qiao is quite popular in the gay scene, known for his cool, aloof demeanor. Next time let Pei Xiao compete with him. The conversation grew increasingly absurd, and Pei Yuzhi stood up in irritation. You guys keep drinking today, I'm treating. I'll step out for a smoke. Stepping out of the private room, the corridor was relatively quiet, and Pei Yuzhi walked towards the end, treading on the carpet. The restroom sign drew nearer, and Pei Yuzhi lowered his gaze to retrieve a cigarette from his pocket. Smoking was a habit he picked up in his previous life, a rebellious phase during middle school when his biological father and stepmother had a child. His father had jubilantly hosted a lavish banquet at the city's most luxurious hotel, announcing that he would transfer 10 of his company's shares to the newborn. Little did he know, this would lead to a cut in his allowance. Once he ran out of money, Pei Yuzhi quickly became more obedient. His biological father meant nothing to him. Wealth was his true father. Later, he realized his mistakes and enrolled in the best high school locally, which pleased his father enough to buy him a property near the school. These were also Pei Yuzhi's goals. However, aside from his studies, he intermittently smoked without fully quitting. Click, the golden spark ignited, and Pei Yuzhi leaned down to light his cigarette, the white smoke curling up as he frowned and took a drag. When he looked up again, he spotted a man standing at the urinal in the restroom, facing away from him. Pei Yuzhi raised an eyebrow, thinking it quite a coincidence. Those guys had just mentioned comparing sizes with Hu Qiao, and now he encountered him. Pei Yuzhi swaggered over, cigarette clamped between his teeth, hand resting on his waist, and leisurely stood beside Hu Qiao at another urinal. He saw it. Hey, it seemed he had the upper hand. Men's competitive spirits were peculiar. Pei Yuzhi's recent gloom dissipated, and he felt he could successfully snatch Bai Shi away from Hu Qiao in the next moment. The sound of running water came from nearby as Hu Qiao furrowed his brow, adjusting his clothing. Another second longer, and Hu Qiao's fist would be crashing into his face. He quickly rinsed his hands at the sink and exited the restroom. Pei Yuzhi leaned against the restroom doorframe, watching Hu Qiao enter a private room. He wondered if Bai Shi was also inside. Just then, the quiet door of the private room opened again. Pei Yuzhi's eyes brightened. It was Bai Shi. That night, XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX consumed by desire. Hello, you must be Senior Pei, right? I am from the art department of the neighboring academy. My name is Bai Shi. I've played tennis with Team Leadership before and hope to exercise with you in the future. Team Leadership was the captain of the tennis club and also Pei Yuzhi's direct senior. Bai Shi was not particularly tall, around 175 centimeters, standing shyly before Pei Yuzhi, his black earrings glinting under the light. The man before him was a prominent figure at Dongsu University. It was said that the Pei family had ventured into real estate in Dongsu City, even selling the land that Dongsu University occupied, not to mention their lucrative investments in the new energy sector in recent years. Bai Shi gazed at the illustrious man before him, feeling a surge of excitement. He had long heard of Pei Yuzhi's exceptional handsomeness, his generous nature, and his involvement in the student council. Most importantly, Pei Yuzhi had a penchant for petite and adorable boys. Bai Shi's heart raced, his cheeks tinged with crimson. If only he could have some connection with Pei Yuzhi, his university life would surely be much more enjoyable. His eyes sparkled with longing as he intentionally gazed into Pei Yuzhi's. As for Pei Yuzhi, the impression of a strong, equally matched man in bed now seemed at odds with this delicate and charming demeanor outside of it. He felt a certain dissonance. However, this contrast was something Pei Yuzhi could accept. With that thought, a smile crept upon his lips as he softly replied, "Of course, I look forward to exercising with you, Junior." The word exercise was emphasized slightly, causing Bai Zai's heart to race, his legs nearly weakening. Pei Yuzhi was so suave, with a charmingly rebellious demeanor, perfectly hitting his type if it weren't for him. "TCH Jr., is that guy behind you looking for you?" Bai Shi abruptly turned his head, flustered, and indeed, Hu Qiao was walking towards them. Hu Qiao was also handsome, but in a different way from Pei Yuzhi, cold, and ascetic. These were the very traits that initially attracted Bai Shi to Hu Qiao, but now they had become flaws. Silence was unproductive. Bai Shi felt no interest from him whatsoever. His cold demeanor offered no warmth or care for his boyfriend. As for his asceticism, Bai Shi mused that Hu Qiao might even be impotent or disinterested in intimacy. Hu Qiao narrowed his eyes, locking onto Pei Yuzhi's provocative gaze. The atmosphere grew tense between two equally tall and robust men. Hu Qiao's gaze drifted like a cloud, briefly glancing at Pei Yuzhi before disinterestedly looking down at Bai Shi. "The others are waiting for you. We need to switch locations and not keep everyone waiting." His voice was crisp, cold, and low, somehow both familiar and laced with an undercurrent of suggestiveness. Pei Yuzhi, who's being suggestive, Bai Shi felt embarrassed and furious at Hu Qiao's dismissal. "I already said, Zhang Hui told me to arrive at 7:30, so I came at this time." Not wanting to be misunderstood by Pei Yuzhi, Bai Shi's face reddened as he explained again. Hu Qiao remained unresponsive, merely stating the group notification was for 7 o'clock, and it was announced 3 times. Bai Shi had no face to look at Pei Yuzhi in embarrassment and anger. He pushed past Hu Qiao and dashed back to the private room. Pei Yuzhi watched, his heart aching. Was Hu Qiao treating Bai Shi this way? Why hadn't Bai Shi broken up with him yet? Tisich, troublesome, but at least they should wait until after the new year to break up. Pei Yuzhi stared as Hu Qiao's lips were sealed like a shell, yet he still heard Hu Qiao speak. The aftereffects of traversing into a book may arrive belatedly, yet they inevitably manifest. It appeared that Hu Qiao had just realized that Pei Yuzhi had not yet departed. With an expression devoid of emotion, he cast his gaze toward Pei Yuzhi, who found himself at a loss for words upon meeting those eyes. "Damn. I forgot what I wanted to say. Shirt 30 points, pants 20 points, shoes 10 points, smoking deducts 5 points, a foolish giant, rustic." A voice of indifference, a scornful appraisal, and the unhesitating silhouette of someone turning away. Then there was Pei Yuzhi, who had just been humiliated. Chapter 3. Confrontation. Who dares to provoke young Master Pei's displeasure? Go. Summon the manager for an inquiry. Indeed, let us see who lacks discernment. They shall pay for this affront. Upon hearing such juvenile banter, Pei Yuzhi's face flushed with anger and embarrassment. He ground his teeth and retorted, "Are you so afraid that others don't realize how unsophisticated you all are?" A few young men exchanged bewildered glances. Before long, a young boy gently pushed the door open and whispered a few words into Cheng Yun's ear. The others exchanged glances and Cheng Yun chuckled, shaking his head. He wouldn't dare speak of such an embarrassing matter as his crush and boyfriend coming to sing. "Young Master Pei, would you care for another drink? I left a fine bottle of wine here last month. Shall we share it?" Pei Yuzhi could not sit still any longer. "You all drink, I shall take my leave." Pei Yuzhi's footsteps came to an abrupt halt as he paused and asked, somewhat perplexed, "Who are you referring to?" "Xie Jinchuan, of course." "What's wrong with you, young Master Pei?" Xie Jinchuan, the protagonist of the overbearing Hua, madly in love. He hails from a noble lineage, with a pure bloodline, and at the tender age of 22, he has already become the master of the Hua family of Dongzhou. He has undergone extraordinary experiences after the heir of the Hua family in Huagua passed away prematurely. Xie Jinchuan inherited the vast estate, restoring the Hua family to its former glory. Having traversed into this narrative for a month, Pei Yuzhi felt a lingering sense of disquiet. Now he understood why. Initially believing himself merely a peripheral character in this tale, he was soon to discover otherwise. Pei Yuzhi was a childhood friend of the protagonist Xie Jinchuan, who met an untimely demise for competing with the protagonist for affection. Had Cheng Yun not mentioned it earlier, the plot of the book would have remained shrouded in mystery. In the original narrative, Xie Jinchuan and Pei Yuzhi encounter a man named Su Su, both instantly enamored with him. As a mere background character, Pei Yuzhi naturally could not compete with Xie Jinchuan. Especially after the heir of the Hua family in the Magic City passed away, Xie Jinchuan was revealed to be the biological son of the Hua family patriarch. His status suddenly became highly sought after. With a mere flick of his finger, he could extinguish the likes of Pei Yuzhi, hailing from a modest background. Pei Yuzhi, who had thought his current father was exceptionally wealthy, felt a tangle of emotions. He gazed solemnly out of the car window, contemplating that the hasty conclusion of the book could not dictate his destined fate. Suddenly, something outside captured his attention, prompting him to exclaim, "Stop the car." The driver pulled over, and Pei Yuzhi stepped out. Not far away, Bai Shi stood face to face with Hu Qiao, and he could faintly hear Bai Shi's voice. Bai Shi was feeling dejected. He was only a year younger than Hu Qiao and had failed to meet the undergraduate standard during his first attempt at the college entrance examination. After a year of repeating, he reluctantly convinced his parents to let him pursue the arts. Upon arriving at Dongsu Academy of Fine Arts, he truly understood the adage that ordinary families cannot afford to support art students. It was then he discovered that his high school peer Hu Qiao was attending the nearby Dongsu University. Bai Shi only knew that Hu Qiao's family was affluent. No one in high school knew the specifics of their business. He exerted considerable effort to chase after Hu Qiao, seeking to establish his presence, yet Hu Qiao remained indifferent, treating him as if he were invisible. However, just as the last semester was nearing its conclusion, Hu Qiao abruptly asked Bai Shi if he would consider being his boyfriend. Bai Shi was elated, nodding fervently without him even speaking. Hu Qiao had settled his outstanding tuition fees. Of course, Hu Qiao had his demands. During their relationship, he was not to display any intimate gestures toward Hu Qiao. "Hu Qiao, regardless of the circumstances, you are my boyfriend. Why do you always treat me so harshly in front of them? They do not respect me." Bai Shi felt deeply wronged, and Hu Qiao replied in a flat tone, "I mentioned that everyone at today's gathering is from Dongsu University. If you feel uncomfortable, you need not attend." As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and nonchalantly said, "I'll transfer you some money. Go buy something." Bai Shi felt insulted. "Hu Qiao, you don't truly like me, do you? Why do you want me as your boyfriend?" Hu Qiao paused, raising his gaze to meet Bai Shi's. "What are you dissatisfied with? Last time, I wore that ridiculous collar and earrings as you requested, and this time, I brought you to the gathering as you asked." Hu Qiao had a cold, handsome demeanor, his narrow eyes always devoid of emotion. His glance toward Bai Shi resembled that of a weary master regarding a disobedient pet. Instantly, Bai Shi's face flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, every time Hu Qiao grew impatient with him, he would send a monetary transfer. 10,000, 20,000, 50, 000. With such funds, Bai Shi could afford expensive electronics and trendy luxury items. Yet, humans are never satisfied. If Hu Qiao's boyfriend, who had never shared a bed with him, could receive such lavish sums, what could he acquire if he held a more significant place in Hu Qiao's heart? A house? A car? It extended beyond mere finances. Bai Shi did not wish to spend his post-graduation days teaching children to paint at a training center. He needed to ensnare Hu Qiao. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Bai Shi managed a strained smile and said, "I'm sorry, Hu Qiao, I am not." "Bai Shi, are you alright? Do you need assistance?" The sudden male voice prompted Hu Qiao to furrow his brow. "Senior Pei?" Bai Shi was taken aback, both surprised and flattered. "You finished singing so quickly? How did you end up here?" Pei Yuzhi raised an eyebrow with a knowing smile. "I noticed that a certain young beauty seemed to be in distress. Would you like my assistance?" Dappled light fell upon Pei Yuzhi's face, accentuating his deep-set eyes and strikingly handsome features, exuding an air of nonchalance. Receiving praise from the renowned and charming campus idol of Dongsu University left Bai Shi feeling parched and anxious. Was it merely his illusion? Why did he feel that Pei Yuzhi held an interest in him? No. Hu Qiao was still present. Bai Shi's ears flushed crimson as he hurriedly averted his gaze. "Hu Qiao, this is... It seems you have other matters to attend to and do not require my financial assistance," Hu Qiao remarked as though settling a concern. "Please do not seek me at school for a while. I will be quite busy when the semester resumes." Bai Shi stood in stunned silence. "Wait, when did he say he didn't want money?" "Hu Qiao, let me explain." "Hey." Pei Yuzhi, unable to tolerate Hu Qiao's indifferent demeanor, stepped past Bai Shi to approach Hu Qiao. "Are you not a man? Is it your intent to demean others with money? If you do not cherish him, many others will." Bai Shi was taken aback. What was Pei Yuzhi rambling about? He quickly interjected, "Senior Pei, you misunderstand. Hu Qiao did not mean it that way." Pei Yuzhi locked eyes with Hu Qiao, challenging him. "You truly are not a man. You need Bai Shi to explain for you." Yet, damn, This guy was rather handsome. Pei Yuzhi licked his upper palate, mentally cursing fiercely. Few could withstand Huiqiao's icy demeanor and maintain eye contact, often overlooking the allure of his peach blossom eyes. At that moment, a beam of light fell upon Huiqiao's forehead, allowing Pei Yuzhi to see a small mole beneath his hairline. Moreover, it was not a black mole, it was red. How amusing! Huiqiao had a bit of muscle, yet his eyes and that mole appeared rather delicate. He was captivated, entirely oblivious to how close he had drawn to Huiqiao, the atmosphere becoming somewhat peculiar. Huiqiao blinked and stepped back. With an indifferent glance away from Bai Shi, he said, "The trouble you caused, you shall resolve." As he spoke, his phone buzzed. He casually glanced at it before turning and striding away. The figure turned away resolutely, leaving behind a voice tinged with impatience and venomous disdain, offering not even a glance more to Pei Yuzhi. This rustic fellow dares to emulate the hero saving the beauty. It's truly an eyesore. Pei Yuzhi's pupils trembled with shock. Huiqiao treated Pei Yuzhi as if he were a virus, but more importantly, what exactly made him so unrefined? The shoes he wore were worth tens of thousands per pair. Why did they only merit a score of 10? Look at you, Huiqiao, so ostentatious, sarcastically flamboyant. Chapter 4. Confrontation at the swimming pool. The tension between Pei Yuzhi from the School of Computer Science and Huiqiao from the Academy of Fine Arts is palpable. These two seemingly unrelated individuals, aside from their striking good looks, have never been known to interact during their first 2 years of college. Rumor has it that Pei Yuzhi has developed an interest in Huiqiao's boyfriend. Is that even true? Both are considered prime catches in their social circles. One can only wonder what kind of man has captured their attention. There he is, a delicate-looking young man with a charming demeanor. Your tone seems rather envious. Doesn't he? Isn't he quite handsome? I'm not envious at all. It turns out that Bai Shi's background has been uncovered. He and Huiqiao are both from Shanghai and even attend the same university. Upon arriving at Dongsu City in their freshman year, Bai Shi began to pursue Huiqiao incessantly. Huiqiao must have felt pity for him to agree to a relationship. TSK. A financially struggling art student whose tuition is funded by loans. Who would have thought he could transform himself so dramatically this semester? In contrast, Huiqiao from the Academy of Fine Arts, aside from his striking looks, is quite affluent. During his freshman year, he lived off campus and drove a luxury sports car worth millions to class. At Dongsu University, he attracts the attention of many admirers. Speaking of Bai Shi, it is indeed disheartening. A mere pretty boy has not only captured Huiqiao's heart, but is now also flirting with Pei Yuzhi. Pei Yuzhi has recently joined the swimming club, clearly aiming to get closer to Huiqiao. Swimming? Wasn't it the club president who personally invited him during their freshman year? Didn't he claim the school's pool was filthy? TSK, who knows? By the time I received the news, the swimming club had already reached full capacity. Pei Yuzhi attended a couple of sessions, but found the place overcrowded. The air was thick with jealousy among a few individuals. Compared to Huiqiao's aloof demeanor, Pei Yuzhi appeared more approachable. Previously, they could watch him without concern, but now, Pei Yuzhi's unusual interest in a taken man has caught them off guard. Hey, check the group chat. Bai Shi has gone to the swimming pool to find Huiqiao. I heard Huiqiao retreat ends today, and he has just stepped out. Let us go take a look. With nothing else to do on a weekend afternoon, a group of young men and women rushed toward the swimming pool after seeing the messages in the group chat. Although they are all prestigious students of Dongsu University, even the academically inclined ones who spent a tedious summer break are curious about the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Pei Yuzhi languidly reclined on a lounge chair, scrolling through his phone. During his last encounter with Bai Shi, he had successfully added him on WeChat. He recalled that Bai Shi had a boyfriend and did not wish to appear too forward, as he did not want Bai Shi to think of him as a man of poor character. Thus, for the past week, he had only engaged in subtle small talk with Bai Shi. Furthermore, he often sensed that Bai Shi's thoughts differed from his own, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward. Pei Yuzhi sighed, contemplating whether a man's love and desire truly could be so distinct. He glanced at the entrance, wondering if Huiqiao would arrive today. After being humiliated by Huiqiao, who had called him uncouth, Pei Yuzhi was determined to confront him. If his attire was considered tacky, then he would show that he could do without pretenses. He refused to believe that Huiqiao could have a better physique than him. However, to his dismay, Huiqiao had not shown up at the swimming club for an entire week. As the saying goes, enthusiasm can wane. And that was exactly how he felt at this moment. Huiqiao, you better never show up again after making me wait for so long. Just then, a voice nearby broke his thoughts. Hey, did you see? Huiqiao is almost here. Pei Yuzhi's eyelids flickered, and he abruptly sat up from the lounge chair. Hey, is that Bai Shi over there? He hadn't come all week. Today must be for his boyfriend. Unbeknownst to him, his expression had grown cold. His heart constricted with unacknowledged emotions. Was he upset that Bai Shi was with his boyfriend? Or was he frustrated that Huiqiao had made him wait so long? only to arrive with someone else? Sure enough, within moments, two figures entered the swimming pool, one tall and the other short. Pei Yuzhi's competitive spirit surged. His gaze fixated on the well-built man exuding an air of cool composure. Hu Qiao had a fresh haircut, his short hair accentuating the sharpness of his features. His expression was calm, occasionally frowning as he tilted his head to listen to the person beside him. His strikingly beautiful visage captivated those in the swimming pool for several seconds. Not to mention, as he entered the pool and shed his shirt, his toned muscles glistened, fluid and graceful, reminiscent of an elegant predator preparing to pounce. Suppressed gasps filled the air as Pei Yuzhi's gaze trailed from Hu Qiao's chiseled chest down to his defined abs. Somehow, Pei Yuzhi felt his throat tighten, and he shifted uncomfortably, letting out an impatient snort. It was just 8-pack abs, he had them too. Rising to his feet, he flexed his own abdominal muscles, which were immediately well-defined, and he nodded in satisfaction. What about below? He raised his eyebrows in pride, recalling the competition they had previously. He had won, after all. However, Pei Yuzhi's triumphant smile quickly faltered, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. Damn, how could he still remember the flaws on Hu Qiao's body? He shook his head in frustration, but when he looked again, Hu Qiao had already entered the water. Bai Shi stood at the pool's edge, his expression faltering. After their last disagreement, Bai Shi contacted Hu Qiao for an entire week, and the promised money from Hu Qiao had never materialized. Thankfully, the wealthy young man he had flirted with at the hot springs had become infatuated with him, treating him well with meals and shopping. However, he was not as direct with his money as Hu Qiao had been. Bai Shi? Pei Yuzhi smiled as he approached. Here for a swim? Bai Shi turned to him, his eyes flickering with surprise. Having heard rumors about Pei Yuzhi and Hu Qiao's discord, he had initially been skeptical. But Pei Yuzhi's persistent messages throughout the week had piqued his curiosity. Bai Shi's gaze shifted, and he offered Pei Yuzhi an endearing smile. Senior Pei, I came with Hu Qiao. As expected, upon hearing this, Pei Yuzhi's smile faltered, his expression darkening slightly. Bai Shi's heart raced, his breath quickening. Suddenly, a splash erupted from the pool near their feet, sending water flying. Pei Yuzhi blinked, glancing down at the pool. Water droplets cascaded down Hu Qiao's body, washing away his aloofness and rendering him momentarily dazed. Yet, this daze lasted less than 2 seconds. Hu Qiao wiped his face with his hand, then propelled himself out of the pool with powerful strokes, resembling a magnificent creature emerging from the depths of the ocean. Pei Yuzhi was momentarily taken aback by his vivid imagination. He averted his gaze, frowning in silence. The droplets that splashed onto him seemed to carry Hu Qiao's essence, sliding down from his forehead, across his nose, dampening his cheeks, and ultimately landing at the corner of his lips. It was hot, burning, a forbidden sensation igniting within him, leaving half of Pei Yuzhi's face flushed and speechless. Bai Shi immediately followed Hu Qiao as he emerged from the water. Hu Qiao casually listened to Bai Shi, his gaze occasionally drifting toward Pei Yuzhi. Pei Yuzhi's body, though not heavily endowed with hair, displayed a healthy complexion that was attractive in its own right. After lingering on him for a moment, Hu Qiao's gaze drifted away nonchalantly. Bai Shi's face turned crimson as he quickly explained, "No. It's not what you think between me and Senior Pei." Pei Yuzhi interjected, "Hu Qiao, why do you keep making things difficult for Bai Shi? I came here looking for you. He has nothing to do with this." Bai Shi? Hu Qiao paused in the midst of drying his hair. Turning to Pei Yuzhi, "Looking for me? I don't know you. What do you want from me?" Pei Yuzhi rolled his eyes. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Pei Yuzhi, and I indeed harbor feelings for Bai Shi. I intend to compete with you fairly." Hu Qiao casually remarked, "You don't stand a chance." Bai Shi is enamored with wealth and the Hu surname, particularly drawn to the affluent second generation from Dongsu City, who would never cast a glance in your direction. Pei Yuzhi felt a rush of blood to his head and swiftly stepped forward, confronting Hu Qiao. "Who are you to call anyone uncouth?" Two men clad only in swim trunks exuded an overwhelming aura of masculinity, their muscles brushing against one another, their gazes locked in an electrifying standoff. Hu Qiao, shorter than Pei Yuzhi, had to tilt his chin upward, a perspective that irked him. "How did you gain admission to Dongsu University?" "Bai Shi is conversing with me." "What gives you the right to compete with me?" "You'll have to wait until I lose interest." Suddenly, Hu Qiao's expression darkened. "Damn. This uncouth fellow has crossed the line." Chapter 5. Complimented by his wife, Pei Yuzhi's pupils dilated in shock. His reaction was even more pronounced than Hu Qiao's. He instinctively recoiled, but the wet ground, soaked from Hu Qiao's ascent, betrayed him. He lost his footing, tumbling backward. He caught a glimpse of Hu Qiao's handsome, yet expressionless face, which now bore a hint of disdain. Fueled by indignation, Pei Yuzhi reached out impulsively and ensnared Hu Qiao's neck. Caught off guard, Hu Qiao's face pressed against Pei Yuzhi's shoulder. It was finally Hu Qiao's turn to change his demeanor. The events unfolded rapidly. The sound of 2 splashes resonated within the swimming facility as the 2 figures plunged into the pool. The 2 men, standing at 188 and 183 centimeters, crashed into the water, splashing a large pool of water that struck Bai Shi's face, leaving him momentarily stunned. Beneath the surface, Xiao shoved Pei Yuzhi away, forcefully kicking him, but the water's resistance rendered Pei Yuzhi unaffected. He held his breath, flashing Xiao a triumphant grin. Xiao shot him a fleeting glance, his eyes dark, and propelled himself upward. The muffled sounds beneath the water surged around him as Xiao resurfaced, his face a stormy visage. Apologies. Pei Yuzhi's teasing voice rang out amidst the splashing sound. Bai Shi bit his lip, cautiously observing Xiao's expression and then glancing at Pei Yuzhi. To his surprise, Pei Yuzhi was fixated on Xiao, seemingly awaiting his reaction. Bai Shi felt a mix of astonishment and apprehension. Did Pei Yuzhi truly have feelings for him? The audacity to provoke Xiao in public was unexpected. His mind raced, and he gently reassured Pei Yuzhi, I know you didn't mean it. As long as you both are fine, Xiao won't mind. Xiao halted his actions, turning to Bai Shi with a chilling gaze. Bai Shi instantly recognized his mistake. Xiao was notoriously indifferent. Aside from being his boyfriend and occasionally providing financial support, he showed little concern for Bai Shi's affairs. Even when Bai Shi engaged in activities Xiao disapproved of, he would merely frown and dismiss him with a curt remark. Seeing Xiao display such overt irritation and frustration was a rare occurrence for Bai Shi. Who are you to speak on my behalf? How dare you presume I wouldn't mind? Bai Shi's apprehensions were confirmed. Xiao's blunt words fell upon him like ice, while the onlookers' gazes burned into him like a searing flame. The juxtaposition of emotions rendered Bai Shi pale, his lips trembling as he struggled to articulate a response. Pei Yuzhi caught sight of Bai Shi's pitying expression and smirked. Xiao, why are you making things difficult for Bai Shi? Who is he? Is he not your boyfriend? If you intend to break up with Bai Shi, then I shall pursue him. Having just taken a jab at Xiao, Pei Yuzhi felt elated. He turned to Bai Shi, speaking gently, do not fear. It is not your fault. Xiao's expression darkened further, his gaze fixated on Pei Yuzhi. Emerging from the water, Pei Yuzhi was drenched, water pooling at his feet, his black hair clinging to his scalp, a triumphant smile illuminating his deep-set eyes, mirroring his expression beneath the water. Xiao's eyes flickered as he approached Pei Yuzhi. Pei Yuzhi straightened his back, subtly flexing his well-defined abdominal muscles. He arched an eyebrow at Xiao. What do you want? Xiao, suppressing his anger, turned to Bai Shi. It's all right. I was the one who misspoke earlier. Don't take it to heart. Suddenly, Xiao revealed a smile, catching Pei Yuzhi off guard, a wave of anxiety washing over him. It's even now. Xiao's lips curled into a nonchalant smirk as he forcefully pushed Pei Yuzhi away and swiftly retreated. With a malicious grin, Xiao and Bai Shi's incredulous expression grew distant. I initially intended to dispose of Bai Shi quickly. It appears that he remains here, so that I can witness this uncouth young master in action. With a splash, Pei Yuzhi found himself momentarily deafened. As he blinked underwater, still dazed, he surfaced, only to find several boys frantically attempting to pull him from the pool. Pei Yuzhi wiped the water from his face, glancing towards the entrance, where Xiao's figure vanished behind the door. The incident at the swimming facility swiftly spread throughout the College of Engineering and the Academy of Fine Arts. Two men vying for the affection of another man were far more captivating than any melodramatic television show. Pei Yuzhi had completely forgotten his original intention of competing with Xiao in physique at the swimming facility. Although he had initially dragged Xiao into the water intentionally, the second push from Xiao infuriated him. However, he would not stoop so low as to seek trouble with Xiao at the Academy of Fine Arts. Such behavior would reflect poorly on him. To maintain his dignity, he could only silently harbor his frustrations for a week. Fortunately, daily conversations with Bai Shi alleviated his discomfort. In this world, Pei Yuzhi's chosen field of study mirrored that of his previous life, making it relatively easy for him to adapt. As Friday approached, Pei Yuzhi contemplated whether to inquire about Bai Shi's weekend plans, pondering a chance encounter. Just then, Cheng Yun's call came through. Xia Xiao, Xia Jinchuan, the protagonist of this world, the illegitimate son of the Hu family, who inherited a vast empire after the legitimate heir's untimely demise. Pei Yuzhi's expression turned frosty. What time? 8:30, Pei Xiao. May I bring along the wine you left here last time? Do as you wish. After hanging up, Pei Yuzhi clicked his tongue. His role as a supporting character was about to unfold. The ostentatiously wrapped royal blue Rolls-Royce awaited him at the exit, the driver smilingly waving. Pei Yuzhi inhaled deeply, closing his eyes momentarily. A few days after his arrival, he had lost a game to his childhood friends, who exacted a punishment of changing his father's vehicle's wrap to a garish color. After much deliberation, he settled on the eye-catching royal blue, and the punishment stipulated that he must have the chauffeur drive him in that car for the next month. Unintentionally, he had become a spectacle at the school gate. With an impassive expression, Pei Yuzhi approached the royal blue Rolls-Royce. Young master. The driver greeted him with a smile beside the car door. Suddenly, Pei Yuzhi heard a voice laced with unfiltered disdain and mockery. Ha! Pei Yuzhi swiftly turned to see a similar royal blue phantom parked nearby. Xiao, in a sleek silver-black vehicle, exuded elegance and sophistication as he brushed past Pei Yuzhi, stopping beside the silver-black phantom. Pei Yuzhi pressed his lips together, feeling as if his toes were digging into the earth. How unfortunate he was to be the subject of Hu Qiao's ridicule. Without a doubt, Hu Qiao would be internally mocking Pei Yuzhi as an uncouth fool.
Damn.
Was he destined to only hear Hu Qiao's meaningless jests? Why could he not hear Hu Qiao's genuine thoughts? For instance, what was the password? Was he impotent? How long could he last? It would at least provide him a moment of amusement. The phantom in sapphire blue is rather appealing. It is rare for this young heir to display a sense of aesthetic that is not garish. Pei Yuzhi. Am I deaf? You've been praised by your wife. Why aren't you smiling? Chapter 6. The protagonist S entranced the silver black and sapphire phantoms entered a parking lot one after the other. This place is located in the bustling commercial street of East Sioux City Center, where the signage of Shang is exceptionally bright and upscale against the night sky. Pei Yuzhi and Hu Qiao exited the vehicle together and walked inside. It seemed as if they were holding their breath as they stepped through the door side by side. Pei Yuzhi bumped his shoulder against Hu Qiao, causing Hu Qiao to pause momentarily, while Pei Yuzhi stepped in ahead of him. A smile played at the corners of Pei Yuzhi's mouth, and he could hear Hu Qiao's silent complaints behind him. Immature. Hey, Pei Yuzhi. He suddenly halted. Hu Qiao, you finally arrived. I've missed you so much. A bright male voice cut through Pei Yuzhi's words as a fair-skinned young man approached from the corridor. Taller and more handsome than Bai Shi, with hair dyed a grandmotherly gray, dressed entirely in luxury brands, exuding an air of trendy sophistication. Clearly a young master from a well-off family. Pei Yuzhi narrowed his eyes as he watched him stride towards Hu Qiao, lifting himself onto his toes to wrap his arm around Hu Qiao's neck. To Pei Yuzhi's astonishment, a smile appeared on Hu Qiao's typically cold face. Not a smirk or mockery, but a genuine expression of warmth and indulgence. Get lost, how annoying. He's suitable. Hu Qiao, you're driving me crazy. What do you mean he is suitable? Am I not suitable? I've known you for so long. He tucked his phone away, sending a photo of the two of them with their arms around each other to Bai Shi, scoffing as he followed in the direction Hu Qiao had taken. Caught between two boats, he awaited the day when Hu Qiao would break up with Bai Shi. The private room was spacious, yet rather empty, with only 3 sets of sofas surrounding a coffee table. However, Cheng Yun mentioned that today's gathering would attract no less than a dozen other youngsters joining in for fun. This meant the rest would have to stand. Pei Yuzhi sat down on the central sofa without any psychological burden, listening to the two young masters who had arrived early engage in conversation. He occasionally chimed in, his fingers unconsciously scrolling through the screen, his thoughts entirely immersed in the original storyline. Pei Yuzhi, the sole heir of the Pei family, involved in new energy development in East Sioux, has been friends with the protagonist Xie Jinchuan since they were 3 years old. However, due to the emergence of a man, the two became enemies, leading to numerous business conflicts between the Pei and Xie families. Shortly after Xie Jinchuan was recognized by the Hu family in the magical city, the Pei family went bankrupt. Ultimately, Pei Yuzhi faced the consequences and met his demise in a frigid winter. Hey, Xie Xiao has arrived quickly. Pei Yuzhi lazily lifted his gaze, just as the door was pushed open. Unlike the dramatic entrance of protagonists in television dramas, these two appeared rather unremarkably at the door. A handsome man, a bewildered companion, and a foolish friend laughing heartily. Haha, Pei Xiao looked stunned. Cheng Yun teased, resembling someone who had never seen the world before. That one is Xie Xiao's boyfriend. Cheng Yun, are you done? I told you, Su and I are just friends. The speaker was none other than the protagonist Xie Jinchuan, and beside him was the protagonist's love interest, Su. Yuzhi, how was your summer vacation? Xie Jinchuan settled onto the sofa beside Pei Yuzhi with a smile. This is Su. He helped me when my wallet was stolen in Paris. Su, who had been rejected in their romantic relationship, appeared somewhat anxious. After a brief hesitation, he sat beside Xie Jinchuan. Hello, Yuzhi, I'm Su. It's a pleasure to meet you. As Su spoke for the first time, Pei Yuzhi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, while Xie Jinchuan subtly pressed his lips together. I'm not accustomed to unfamiliar people calling me by my name, Pei Yuzhi replied lazily. Just call me Pei Xiao, like Cheng Yun. Su's face instantly flushed crimson, his dog-like eyes shimmering with moisture as he hurriedly said, I'm sorry, Pei Xiao, I was too familiar. Xie Jinchuan, initially displeased with Su's casual address of Pei Yuzhi, felt a twinge of annoyance as he noticed Su's pleading gaze directed at him. With a half-smile, he glanced at Pei Yuzhi and remarked, Oh, Pei Xiao seems a bit out of sorts today, caring about names. Pei Yuzhi chuckled, swirling his glass. I'm merely observing that you two seem to be getting quite close. If your future boyfriend is so casually calling me by name, I fear you might become jealous and retaliate against me. He spoke the storyline with nonchalance, prompting laughter from those around him. Su's face turned beet red, and he couldn't help but glance at Pei Yuzhi again. He and Xie Jinchuan were entirely different types. Xie Jinchuan was noble and elegant, every gesture resembling that of a refined young master, while Pei Yuzhi was extroverted and unrestrained. Pei Yuzhi's striking brows arched, his gaze languid yet indifferent. a subtle smile gracing his lips as he manipulated the transparent glass cup with his long fingers, the veins on the back of his hand faintly visible, exuding an inexplicable allure. Realizing his thoughts, Su immediately lowered his gaze, flushing at his ears. What was happening to him? That he found himself entranced by this flamboyant playboy? Yet, he possessed the arrogance of privilege, being the sole heir of the Pei family, with the family backing him in all endeavors, unlike Xie Jinchuan, who faced difficulty with his two half-brothers within the Xie family. He cast a sympathetic glance at Xie Jinchuan. In contrast, Xie Jinchuan was taken aback by Pei Yuzhi's unexpected jest. He chuckled softly. I must have misjudged you. It seems you're in quite high spirits today. At that moment, the door to the private room was pushed open from the outside. A server wheeled in a small cart laden with an array of exquisite alcoholic beverages. Enough of the reminiscing. Let us drink. The first meeting with the protagonists went exceedingly smoothly, contrary to Pei Yuzhi's concerns about being manipulated by the plot. He felt no affection towards Su, nor was there any forced notion of instant attraction. His icy fingers curled into his palm, and he clasped the glass, the condensation from the ice melding with his grasp. He rose to his feet. Although the room appeared lively, at his movement, all eyes, be it Xie Jinchuan, Su, or Cheng Yun, turned towards him. Pei Yuzhi announced, I'm stepping outside for a smoke. Closing the door behind him, he locked away the scent of alcohol and revelry, pulling out a lighter and toying with it in his hand. After enjoying a few moments of solitude on the balcony, Xie Jinchuan followed him out. He handed Pei Yuzhi a cigarette. I heard from Cheng Yun that you went racing over the summer and totaled a car? Be careful, or your father might cut off your allowance. Pei Yuzhi glanced at the cigarette, casually accepting it. I am the only heir of the Pei family. If my father cuts off my allowance, I still have my grandfather and my grandpa. You know, I'm not afraid of him. Xie Jinchuan's gaze deepened momentarily. He concealed his eyes, feeling an uncontrollable surge of jealousy towards Pei Yuzhi. Yet, recalling what he had inadvertently learned, he was instantly soothed. What difference did it make how powerful the Pei family was in Isu City? Their meager enterprises could not even compare to a mere finger of the Heir family in the magical city. At that moment, Xie Jinchuan was already aware of Pei Yuzhi's status as an illegitimate child of the Heir family. Out of the corner of his eye, Xie Jinchuan straightened, his gaze fixed intently in a particular direction. Pei Yuzhi furrowed his brow, following his line of sight. It was Huiqiao, once again with the young man from earlier, emerging from another room with their arms slung over each other. Not far away, Su Jiang nudged Huiqiao, curiously asking, Isn't that tall and handsome guy the one who came with you earlier? Yes, looking at you, do you know him? Huiqiao lazily lifted his eyelids, observing the two men standing on the balcony, the backdrop of the dark night sky contrasting sharply with the bright corridor, as if they existed in entirely different realms. Su Jiang's eyes widened. Oh, you really do know him? Huiqiao, look, he's coming over. Chapter 7. Adding friends. Huiqiao was somewhat impatient in handling Pei Yuzhi. Due to his status, no one dared to approach him so recklessly before coming to Isu. The moment he frowned, those who could read the room would discreetly vanish. After arriving in Isu, his insistence on keeping his distance from others similarly deterred most individuals with ulterior motives. Only someone as thick-skinned and audacious as Pei Yuzhi dared to provoke him. Naturally, sparring verbally and orchestrating minor setbacks to drag him into the swimming pool were trifles that Huiqiao deemed inconsequential. He was far too occupied to genuinely invest his thoughts in such mundane matters. What truly irked him was the peculiar, oddly familiar aura that emanated from Pei Yuzhi. On that fateful night at the Hot Spring Hotel, Huiqiao had inadvertently consumed someone else's drink, igniting a feverish desire within him that compelled him to pull a man into his room. To his surprise, he found himself overpowered. Pei Yuzhi bore an uncanny resemblance to the man who had subdued him, in stature, physique, and even the hair around his navel. Each time Huiqiao encountered Pei Yuzhi, memories of that night resurfaced, swirling in his mind like a chaotic tempest, leaving him with an inexplicable tingling at the base of his spine. Mingled with feelings of annoyance and embarrassment, the undeniable fact that he had been overpowered by a man was something he intended to carry to his grave. Thus, at the crack of dawn, he fled the Hot Spring Hotel in a panic, swearing never to return and vowing to obliterate any recollection of that night. Moreover, if it were indeed Pei Yuzhi who had shared his bed that evening, he could not allow Pei Yuzhi to discover this truth. Huiqiao could hardly fathom the pride Pei Yuzhi would take in such knowledge. Damn that fool Pei Yuzhi. Why does he keep lingering around? Just seeing him irritates me. Before Pei Yuzhi could even approach, he caught wind of Huiqiao's exasperated thoughts. His eyes widened in disbelief. Had he said anything at all? He was merely passing by. At that moment, Huiqiao coldly circumvented Pei Yuzhi and strode away. Pei Yuzhi was seething with frustration, gritting his teeth as he glared at Huiqiao's retreating figure. How could there be such an infuriating man? While characters in novels often had golden fingers, he found himself in a far less favorable position. He realized that whenever Huiqiao's mind wandered elsewhere, Pei Yuzhi was completely unheard. Only when Huiqiao thought of Pei Yuzhi could he be heard, and those thoughts were far from pleasant. It was maddening. Xie Jinchuan observed Pei Yuzhi's expression thoughtfully. He had just crushed the cigarette he had offered. Tobacco falling to the ground. Do you know that person? He asked casually. Did he offend you? Should Cheng Yun teach him a lesson? Pei Yuzhi's anger was momentarily stymied. He composed himself with a cold smile. It's not an offense. I simply have my eyes on his boyfriend. It's natural for rivals to feel envious when they meet. Xie Jinchuan paused, taken aback by this unexpected reason. And you? You were staring at him for a while, hiding around the corner until he left. Did he offend you too? Pei Yuzhi's gaze bore into Xie Jinchuan's, a flicker of scrutiny passing through his eyes. Xie Jinchuan felt a pang of anxiety. But by the time he looked back, Pei Yuzhi had resumed his angry demeanor, as if the previous question had been merely an offhand remark. Xie Jinchuan frowned, feeling uneasy. Soon he dismissed the thought. His connection with the Ho family was known only to his mother and the head of the Ho family. Until he received a clear promise from the latter, he could not allow anyone else to discover it. You're mistaken. I don't know that person, Xie Jinchuan said naturally, lowering his gaze to his phone. Cheng Yun and the others are getting anxious. Shall we go in together? Have fun, Pei Yuzhi replied wearily, waving his hand dismissively as he headed out. Make sure to finish all the drinks Cheng Yun brought. Xie Jinchuan stood still, the smile fading from his face. He had recently returned from a trip to Modu, where he had learned many things. The heir of the Ho family was currently in East Su. Could he be that man? After all, Xie Jinchuan felt an inexplicable resemblance between that man and the head of the Ho family. As the car headlights illuminated the parking lot before plunging it back into darkness, Xie Jinchuan turned and re-entered the private room. The myriad thoughts swirling in his mind were of no concern to Pei Yuzhi. He was fully aware that it was Bai Shi who had turned his world upside down that night. Yet, in dreams, he was powerless to take control. Ho Qiao's impassive face, tinged with a blush of embarrassment, haunted him. His once proud gaze lay shattered by Pei Yuzhi's influence. In addition to this, Pei Yuzhi had unleashed all the pent-up frustration from being humiliated by Ho Qiao. Suddenly, the shrill sound of an alarm clock jolted Pei Yuzhi awake. He blinked at the familiar starry ceiling, transitioning from alertness to annoyance in mere seconds. Burying his head in the covers, he groaned. Damn it. I was so close to hearing that scoundrel, Ho Qiao, beg for mercy. Sir, are you awake? Your father is already waiting for you in the garden. Pei Yuzhi abruptly threw off the covers and called out, I know. After a swift shower, he dashed to the garden, still damp from the steam. His father was a remarkably competent and strict man, and he had no desire to clash with the wealthy magnate. Dad, it's Saturday. Why are you looking for me so early? The Pei family's back garden was beautifully maintained, lush and vibrant, with automatic sprinklers currently watering the flowers, which bloomed in vivid hues. The head of the Pei family was quite pleased with the son. After totaling a car during the summer vacation, Pei Yuzhi had been subdued for several weeks, though he concealed this fact well. Your mother's classmate's son is also studying at East Su University. He needs some materials that require approval before import. We happen to have them at the company. His mother reached out to me, and since you're both young, add him on WeChat and take him to the company to choose. I've already briefed Secretary Wang. The old man handed him a slip of paper with the WeChat ID. Add him. I need to fly to London to pick up your mother shortly. Having lost his mother at a young age, Pei Yuzhi shifted in his seat. All right, I'll handle it. His father warned him. Even if you can't become friends with him, don't offend him, understand? Pei Yuzhi raised an eyebrow. Rest assured. It seemed the other party was wealthier than the Pei family. Pei Yuzhi preferred not to dawdle when handling matters. In front of his father, he swiftly searched for the string of letters and numbers, casually typing a few words and sending them. I'm the son of Pei Xinyan. The old man's face darkened immediately. You little rascal. You dare to call your father by his full name? Pei Yuzhi tucked away his phone with a grin. I just didn't want him to reject my request. Meanwhile, in a spacious flat in East Su, Su Jiang was still half asleep when Ho Qiao yanked him from the guest room. Dad, can you please let me sleep? I'm exhausted. No, Ho Qiao replied coldly. As my childhood friend, you must witness my relationship with Bai Shi. How else can I convince those people in Modu? Hurry up and get ready. Today you're coming with me on a date with Bai Shi. Ugh. You're my real father. Ho Qiao ignored his lamentations, casually scrolling through his phone. He noticed a new friend request on WeChat. Currently, he was at an impasse with his father and wished to avoid using the Ho family's resources. He could only seek out mixed clay in East Su. Pei Xinyan had no business dealings with the Ho family. He was merely the husband of his mother's college classmate. As Ho Qiao's thoughts drifted to the surname Pei, he suddenly remembered Pei Yuzhi and paused, decisively pressing the green button. Hey bro, my dad asked me to take you to the company to choose materials. When are you free? TSK. Such an air of arrogance. Pei Yuzhi imagined that the person before him must be a proud young master, not very old, likely mistaking him for a servant from his own family. Although Hu Qiao often remarked inwardly that Pei Yuzhi was merely a local country bumpkin, the economic and anime cultural industries in Dongsu City were indeed well regarded in the country. As Pei Yuzhi alighted from the vehicle, he found himself amidst a bustling crowd, his gaze drawn to the enormous banner overhead, the 35th Global Anime Circulation Exhibition. His mother, an adept in traditional Chinese painting since childhood, although unrelated to comics, had harbored a keen interest in the anime industry during her youth. Coming from a wealthy background, Pei's mother had procured funds from the family and, despite stringent regulations, exerted great effort to acquire various approvals and connections, ultimately leading to the broadcast of China's first animated series on television. As her career flourished, she willingly relinquished a portion of her shares to the Dongsu government, resulting in her name often overshadowing Pei's fathers in the media during those years. Observing the thriving scene before him, Pei Yuzhi's expression remained placid. Such a status and wealth of the Pei family paled in comparison to even a single finger of the Heir family in the magical city. Utter nonsense. Achoo. Hu Qiao frowned as he sneezed. Is everything all right? The climate in Dongsu is rather dreadful, isn't it? In the morning, one could almost wear a cotton coat. Yet at this hour, I am sweating profusely. Who can endure this? I told you before we left. You dressed too warmly. Hu Qiao remarked, raising his eyes to a certain direction amidst the throng of people, variously attired youths bustling about, each in eccentric outfits. Yet none as conspicuous as the man in a white shirt by the roadside. TSK, still in black and white pants, how unsophisticated. Let us go. Bai Shi will arrive shortly. Remember to take photos and post them on Moments. I want the watch I'm gifting Bai Shi in the frame. No one should be blocked. Understood, understood. But are you certain that Bai Shi, your pretend boyfriend, won't he refuse to break up later? Hu Qiao frowned in confusion. He wouldn't he dare. The compensation I provide is quite generous. Su Jiang hesitated for a moment and blinked, asking, you didn't tell him this is merely a ruse to act as your boyfriend, did you? Hu Qiao replied matter-of-factly, Bai Shi is aware. Su Jiang, he looked speechless, fully aware of his childhood friend's tendency to remain silent when he could. He could guarantee that Bai Shi had no clue. Pei Yuzhi received word from others that Bai Shi would be attending the anime exhibition today. This was entirely reasonable, given the flourishing anime industry in Dongsu City. Numerous universities offered related programs. With the internet's advancement, announcements for various anime exhibitions and art shows were typically disseminated a month or two in advance. Art students in Dongsu City often attended large exhibitions, hoping to catch the eye of small companies seeking amateur artists. The remuneration for such gigs was quite substantial for students. Pei Yuzhi contemplated perhaps introducing Bai Shi to some side gigs, as his family was facing difficulties. Soon, a wave of annoyance washed over him. The foremost task was still to devise a way for Bai Shi and Hu Qiao to part ways. Pei Yuzhi had inadvertently spent a night at a hot spring hotel with Bai Shi and, observing Bai Shi's demeanor, he understood that he likely had no recollection of that evening. Of course, it was also possible that Bai Shi, despite having a boyfriend, had spent the night with another man. Although accidental, it was enough to instill fear. Hence, Bai Shi pretended not to remember Pei Yuzhi at all. Regardless of the circumstances, Bai Shi must surely be suffering internally. The thought of this caused Pei Yuzhi to feel pity for him. Thus, at first, he did not wish to intervene, hoping Bai Shi would end things with Hu Qiao on his own. Little did he expect to hear Hu Qiao's inner thoughts, though he only caught a few snippets. It was evident that Hu Qiao's spoken words were in alignment with his true feelings, all revealing an unmasked indifference towards Bai Shi. That scoundrel Hu Qiao, going to clubs with that pretty boy, and Bai Shi, upon seeing this, forced a smile, declaring that Hu Qiao was merely friends with the other. TSK. Bai Shi's infatuation with him had completely consumed his sense of self. He believed such nonsense. His tone dripped with a hint of bitterness. Ding. A message arrived on WeChat. Bai Shi had reached the Western restaurant on the 8th floor. It turned out he was not there for the exhibition but rather for a date. It was evident who the date was with, and Pei Yuzhi ground his teeth, stowing away his phone. Surrounded by many, Pei Yuzhi's tall stature made him stand out among the crowd of cosplayers. As he raised his head to locate the elevator, several pairs of eyes brightened, eager to approach him. However, Pei Yuzhi's striking appearance often instilled a sense of trepidation and anxiety in others. Many who were accustomed to boasting online would timidly avert their gaze in reality, their faces flushed. Thus, the saying goes, the brave are the first to savor the world. A boy, adorned with blue hair, pure black pupils, exquisite makeup, and a minuscule skirt that revealed his long, slender legs, approached, asking for his contact information. Pei Yuzhi was momentarily taken aback, quickly shaking his head. I'm sorry, please excuse me, I must get through. The boy, his expression brimming with distress and his voice sweetly plaintive, implored, Brother, I'm a student from Dongsu Academy of Fine Arts. I truly wish to get to know you. Your physique is perfect for modeling. I offer generous compensation, 500 for an hour. What do you say? Please, just add me. The man before him was tall, clad in white and black pants that seemed of decent quality, but appeared rather ordinary. Finding someone who could offer 500 an hour for modeling services was likely feasible. As expected, the man pondered for a moment before pulling out his phone. What's your name? What's your major and year? I'll note it down. Finally boarding the elevator, Pei Yuzhi exhaled in relief. Those individuals were somewhat intimidating. After adding WeChat, several followed him, calling out for him as brother. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling a bit apprehensive. Had it not been for the earlier boy being from the same school as Bai Shi, he would have been reluctant to add him. Brother, I'm Sun Yuling, like the line from when the mountains have no ridges and the heavens and earth unite. Only then dare I part from you. Hee hee. Quite the eyesore. Pei Yuzhi twitched his eyelid, promptly muting this Yuling on WeChat. He might need his assistance in pursuing a romantic interest later, so he would endure it for now. The elevator soon reached the 8th floor, where the atmosphere was markedly quieter. The floor was adorned with a pristine carpet, and faint sounds of clinking glasses and soft music floated from afar as Pei Yuzhi walked in that direction. Just as he neared the entrance, a slender figure emerged from within. Pei Xiao? What a coincidence! Pei Yuzhi paused slightly, recognizing Su Su. Indeed, what a coincidence to encounter the protagonist in such a place. Clad in a white uniform, with his shirt tucked into his pants, he accentuated a waist so slender it could barely be grasped, with legs that were both delicate and straight. Pei Yuzhi idly mused that the author of this book likely had never tasted fine grains. Such a gaunt physique could be praised to the heavens, yet it paled in comparison to his wife, who possessed true allure. Hey, Huqiao, why aren't you leaving? Pei Yuzhi turned to see Huqiao face to face with that pretty boy. His gaze flicked over Huqiao, and Su Jiang, startled, inadvertently loosened his grip on Huqiao's wrist. Who is this man? His gaze is quite terrifying. Huqiao shot a glance at Su Jiang before brushing past Pei Yuzhi. In that fleeting moment, Pei Yuzhi caught a whiff of the refreshing sea salt scent of Huqiao's shampoo. His eyelashes fluttered, and soon, Huqiao's inner voice arrived, albeit belatedly. This waiter is of the same type as Bai Shi. Pei Yuzhi's taste is rather mundane. Knowing he was unlikely to utter anything commendable, Pei Yuzhi still found this statement absurd. Had Huqiao lost his sight to equate Su Su with Bai Shi was undeniably exceptional. Chapter 9, a rival richer than him due to the anime exhibition. This restaurant, though pricey, was still bustling with patrons. Pei Yuzhi, in a sudden whim, sought to secure a table for a meal, which proved to be quite a task. Chyn rushed over, panting, "How did you think of coming here to eat, young Master Pi? The owner is a classmate of my sister's. Come on, there are seats inside." Pei Yuzhi was somewhat surprised to find Chyn of some use, casually inquiring, "Have you eaten? Shall we go together?" Without hesitation, Chyn, with a smile, replied, "Not yet." Although he had already made plans with others for lunch, none were as significant as Pei Yuzhi. Following closely behind him, Chyn stole a few glances, sensing that Pei Yuzhi seemed somewhat different. During the summer vacation, when his newly acquired sports car had just arrived, Pei Yuzhi had somehow learned about it and insisted on accompanying him for a drive in Nanshan. That drive ended with Pei Yuzhi's car crashing. Fortunately, the safety measures were effective, and although the car was declared a total loss, Pei Yuzhi emerged unscathed. Had anything happened to the sole heir of the Pi family, Chyn would undoubtedly have faced the wrath of his own family as retribution. Thus, after the incident, Chyn felt a lingering sense of unease. For over a month, he had refrained from inviting Pei Yuzhi out alone, fearing that with more people around, Pei Yuzhi would forget to ask about him. Upon sitting down, Pei Yuzhi's gaze casually swept the surroundings. Soon, he spotted Huqiao seated in the middle, flanked by a dandy on his left and Bix on his right. A smirk tugged at his lips as he thought, what a master at serving others' needs. Ah, Xia Xiao? He has entered the company and is busy these days. Pei Yuzhi shifted his gaze back to Chyn. Why are you so anxious? In the original narrative, Chyn had considerably more screen time than Pei Yuzhi. Although the Chyn family possessed some assets, they paled in comparison to the Xia family, let alone the Pi family. Chyn had always been regarded as a junior by Xie Inchu and Pei Yuzhi, both of whom treated him as a subordinate. Furthermore, Chyn harbored peculiar feelings for Xie Inchu and was fiercely loyal to him. The narrative indicated that the root cause of the Pi family's decline was Chyn's deception, convincing Pei Yuzhi to sell his shares in the Pi family, which led to a confrontation with Pix New York N. The latter's rage resulted in a stroke, providing the Xia family with the opportunity to successfully absorb the Pi family. As a pawn in Chyn's schemes against Xie Inchu N, one would expect him to have a bright future once Xie Inchu N inherited the Heir family, yet in reality, Chyn's fate was far from favorable. Chyn, slightly flustered, hurriedly replied, No, haha, I just mentioned Xia Xiao suddenly. I haven't been with him much lately. Pei Yuzhi met his gaze, his tone flat. I thought you were feeling down because Xie Inchu and got together with Su Su. Chyn's pupils constricted, his face turning pale with an overwhelming sense of terror, as if Pei Yuzhi's words were a monstrous flood. Pei Yuzhi raised an eyebrow and lazily smiled. My apologies for guessing correctly. His tone carried none of the malicious intent that might be expected. Rather, it bore the playful spirit reminiscent of pranks during adolescence. Chyn's heart raced, forcing a smile, yet he remained silent. How did Pei know about his feelings for Xie Jie in Chu En? By the way, you still don't know what Xie Jie in Chu En is doing in the Magic City, do you? Pi Xiao, please don't joke with me. I consider you, Xie Xiao, and myself to be good friends, but good friends can't know everything, right? Ching you may still be able to maintain your friendship with Xie Jie in Chu En, but that may not be the case in the future. Piyzh smiled. Xie Jie in Chu En's mother was once the mistress of the Heir family head before she married. Can you guess why Xie Jie in Chu En and the two older brothers of the Xie family resemble each other so little? Suddenly, a loud noise erupted in the once quiet and elegant restaurant, startling the patrons, who turned their attention to the source of the commotion. A young man with bleached hair, clad in trendy attire and adorned with jangling jewelry, exuded an intimidating presence. Ching Xiao, are you alright? Do you feel unwell? Do you need to be taken to the hospital? The manager and two male servers hurried over, cautiously observing Ching's expression. Piyzh's gaze met Huichio's briefly before shifting away. No need to fuss, I was just joking with my friend. Perhaps he got too excited and startled the customers. Please send a dessert to every table on the house. I will settle the bill. Upon hearing this, the manager smiled at Piyzh. Of course, Pi Xiao, please enjoy your meal with Ching Xiao. After they left, Piyzh leaned back in his chair, hands clasped on his lap. Aren't you going to sit down? Pi Xiao. I'll pretend I didn't hear what you just said. Neither the Hui family, nor the Xie family, nor the Pi family were to be trifled with. The Ching family relied on the Xie family for business. Knowing these secrets was tantamount to courting death. Piyzh reassured him. Don't be so tense. As my friend, I will certainly not betray you. On the contrary, I am assisting you. The Hui family has a legitimate heir, and with him around, Xie Jie in Chu En is merely an illegitimate child with no prospects. After much preamble, he finally reached the crux of the matter. Now, can we discuss it? You have been searching for someone for Xie Jie in Chu En for quite some time. Have you found any leads? Where is that heir hiding now? Ching's fingers trembled slightly, finally realizing that today's meal was a trap. He could not fathom why such secrets would be discussed in such a loud and chaotic place. Two guests, your meal is ready. A gentle voice interrupted, revealing Su Su, who was cautiously setting a plate on the table. Ching involuntarily closed his eyes. Piyzh smiled at Su Su. Aren't you off work yet? Why not join us? I can call Jathan Chu and over. Su Su, taken aback by Piyzh's sudden amiability, blushed and waved her hands. No. Yes, busy. You and Ching and enjoy your meal. Piyzh did not insist. Alright then, I want to take up your time. Let us gather another day. With her cheeks flushed, Su Su departed, leaving the atmosphere quiet once more. Ching forced a smile. Pi Xiao. I am quite taken aback by your performance. Given Su Su and Xie Jie in Chu En's relationship, it was likely that any unusual occurrences during their meal would soon reach Xie Jie in Chu En's ears. Piyzh was employing his methods to compel Ching to make a choice. You mentioned we are friends. I am helping you. Do you know what kind of identity the person you are investigating holds? The Hui family can easily crush the Ching family with a mere flick of their fingers. Everyone in the Magic City pretends not to know what that young master is up to in the East Su, yet you are recklessly exposing him. Ching clenched his fingers, already believing Piyzh's words. Several thoughts violently tugged at his nerves, while Piyzh, not pressing him, took the opportunity to observe Bix interacting with Huichio. After an indeterminate amount of time, Ching finally spoke. The person Xie Xiao asked me to investigate is a junior in the sculpture department at East Su University named Huichio. I just found out before coming here and hadn't had the chance to inform Xie Xiao. Piyzh froze, his gaze shifting from above Huichio's head to Ching. His tone light, he asked. You said the young master of the Hui family is called Huichio? A junior in the sculpture department at East Su University, Huichio? Ching nodded, his expression disheartened. Yes, he is the Huichio you intend to compete with for a boyfriend. I truly had no idea he was the young master of the Hui family. I merely thought there was some conflict between him and Xie Xiao. I hope the Hui family does not discover my investigation.
Damn.
Piyzh's lips twitched slightly. Well, how fortunate for you. Your rival is wealthier than you. Chapter 10. Don't let your rival die. In stark contrast to the tense atmosphere at Piyzh's table, the dynamic between Huichio and Bix was markedly harmonious. Xing, having finally completed the 9-square grid, eagerly posted it on social media. He set his phone down. Alright, now we can eat. Bix, wearing a genuine smile, asked, X Xiao, I noticed you enjoy the coffee here. Would you like me to refill your cup? The bitter Americano was hardly to his liking. He had only consumed it to stay awake. However, Su Jiang smiled and said, Oh, Bai Shi, your character is truly admirable. Has Huichiao's cold demeanor often left you feeling neglected? Bai Shi stole a glance at Huichiao, blushing as he pressed his lips together and replied, It's fine. I understand that Huichiao's personality is like this. He doesn't genuinely intend to be indifferent towards me. He cast a furtive look at Hu Qiao, feeling a sense of worry for him. It was evident that Bai Shi did not perceive him as Hu Qiao's fake boyfriend, and he received gifts with an adorable shyness. As for his friend, he seemed to have his own calculations, likely concerned that if he clarified the pretense to Bai Shi, it would backfire and reveal their ruse. Su Jiang let out a faint sigh, genuinely doubting that Hu Qiao would ever part ways with Bai Shi. Hu Qiao, oblivious to their conversation, remained fixated on his phone. Moments later, a mutual friend commented on Bai Shi's post, "I'm always at your service. Just call me if you need anything, young master." Hu Qiao was taken aback by the unexpected enthusiasm of Aunt Sun's son. His gaze lingered on the phrase young master. Feeling perplexed, hadn't his mother mentioned that Aunt Sun's son was of the same age as him? Why did it seem as though the other party regarded him as a child? Lost in thought, Hu Qiao received a message on WeChat. Several photos arrived in quick succession, filling the chat history. It was unfathomable for someone like Bai Shi to genuinely like Hu Qiao. Well, it would be more accurate to say that Bai Shi was fond of the money associated with Hu Qiao. He had seen through him long ago, which was why he dared to choose him as his faux boyfriend. After their arrangement concluded, Bai Shi would immediately take the money and leave. Should he dare to cause trouble, Hu Qiao would undoubtedly have his ways to make Bai Shi regret it. Bai Shi caught a glimpse of Hu Qiao's smile and felt an inexplicable tremor in his heart. Ever since he began to approach Hu Qiao, he had always thought that Hu Qiao's aloofness stemmed from seeing through him. But how could that be? If Hu Qiao were aware of his clandestine dealings, how could he suppress his anger and act as if he hadn't noticed? He could not believe that a man would remain unfazed after being cheated on. Thus, there was only one possibility. Hu Qiao did not care about him, and consequently, he would not investigate what he had been up to behind his back. This was also the reason why Bai Shi dared to continue associating with that wealthy second-generation heir. His gaze drifted to the seven-figure watch beside him, his eyes glinting with greed. Regardless of the circumstances, Hu Qiao was indeed quite generous. Pei Yuzhi and Cheng Yun exited the restaurant, their expressions far from pleasant. Particularly Pei Yuzhi, who was nearly suffocated by frustration. That scoundrel Hu Qiao turned out to be someone of significant standing, heir of the Hu family in the Magic City. His father is the family head Hu Qiqing, and his mother hails from the prestigious Cui family in the imperial capital. The Hu and Cui families united in marriage, producing this one son. However, when this prodigy was just 22, a devastating news struck. He perished in a distant land. The Cui family was heartbroken, tirelessly searching for the culprit behind the Hu family's heir's downfall, until 3 years later, they discovered a person named Cheng Yun, who reportedly harbored resentment after competing for a boyfriend with the Hu family's heir while studying in Dongsu, leading him to harbor murderous intent. Pei Yuzhi pressed his temples, feeling as if he might faint. Hu Qiao's name had never appeared in the original plot, so Pei Yuzhi overlooked the fact that the Hu and Hu Qiao and the Hu family of the Magic City were one and the same. The author had killed off Hu Qiao merely to pave the way for the protagonist, showing a lack of creativity even in the cause of death. Cheng Yun competing with Hu Qiao for Bai Shi? What a joke. Setting aside the fact that Cheng Yun was enamored with Xie Jinchuan, did this timid individual dare to commit murder? This matter was undoubtedly tied to Xie Jinchuan. Earlier, he had deliberately said so much to Cheng Yun, hoping he could grasp the situation. Hu Qiao could not die. If he did, Xie Jinchuan would rightfully assume the position of the male lead, basking in the protagonist's halo. And the Pei family, along with Pei Yuzhi, would undoubtedly face dire times. Damn, what kind of life am I living? Having to keep an eye on my rival to ensure he doesn't meet his end? Young master, do you have any instructions? Should I alter the route? Pei Yuzhi paused, lowering his arms to glance ahead. I'm fine. Just have Uncle Sun drop me off at school. The driver nodded and added, Young master. Assistant Tian called me earlier, stating he needs to discuss the imported materials with you in person. Pei Yuzhi recalled that he had a message from Assistant Tian on his phone. Understood. Assistant Tian had messaged on WeChat that a new batch of imported clay had arrived, but its adhesive properties differed from the previous batch, urging prompt usage. He was unsure when Pei would arrive at the company to choose. His conversation with Sean, he had been left hanging 3 hours prior. I'm always at your service. Just call me if you need anything, young master. Pei Yuzhi clicked his tongue in impatience. These young masters were truly bothersome. What were they all doing rushing to Dongsu, causing him trouble? This time, Pei Yuzhi did not hold back and directly screen-grabbed his chat with Assistant Tian to send to Sean He. He then personally dialed Assistant Tian, instructing him to keep those materials safe. If the latter truly did not go, it would be too late once the deadline passed. As he observed the few seconds of voice message sent by Sean He, Pei Yuzhi raised an eyebrow and pressed play. The environment in the recording was noisy, but a deep, husky male voice cut through like a refreshing stream, inexplicably making Pei Yuzhi feel a tingling sensation in his ears. The other party did not send anything further, and Pei Yuzhi tucked his phone away. At 3 o'clock on Saturday afternoon, there was a tennis match between Dongsu University and the neighboring sports institute. Pei Yuzhi had been pursued by the tennis club president for quite some time before finally agreeing to participate. Junior, you must win at least one game this time. I've already arranged with the neighboring art school that if we win, we'll have a social gathering with their dance department. Just think of it as for the happiness of our club members. You must crush them today, understand? Pei Yuzhi's hand, adorned with a wristband, paused as he lifted his gaze to meet his. The club president's expression stiffened slightly. Well, dear best. If you had told me earlier that it was for this, I wouldn't have come today. The club president smiled cheerfully, but inwardly cursed, knowing full well that this was the very reason he had said it at the last minute. After all, he had managed to trick him into coming. With an ambiguous glint in his eyes, the club president remarked, the art school has not only dancers but also art students. Bai Shi is a tennis enthusiast. If you play well, he is bound to see it. Perhaps he will show up today. Pei Yuzhi remained non-committal. He noticed Bai Shi had posted on social media, and that scoundrel Hu Qiao had gifted him a watch, likely planning a date for the afternoon. Lost in thought, the club president exclaimed in delight, look, speak of the devil, Bai Shi has truly arrived. Pei Yuzhi's heart skipped a beat as he turned to look. Just in time, he locked eyes with Bai Shi, who seemed momentarily stunned before breaking into a smile. Pei Yuzhi couldn't help but smile back. How delightful that Hu Qiao wasn't he with Bai Shi. Chapter 11. Stealing hearts. Playing tennis is a sport that requires immense physical stamina. Pei Yuzhi had not played in a long time due to his preparations for the college entrance examination. The original owner of this body not only enjoyed tennis but also swimming and basketball, showcasing excellent physical endurance. Like those around him, his heart raced with the sound of the ball hitting the court and the cheers from the audience. Pei Yuzhi was extraordinarily handsome. After winning another point, the spectators erupted into cheers, screaming encouragement. Pei Yuzhi stood still, casually lifting his shirt to wipe the sweat from his face. Senior Pei's abs are so handsome. Bai Shi also caught a fleeting glimpse of the abs hidden beneath the fabric, rising and falling rhythmically with Pei Yuzhi's breath. Bai Shi couldn't help but swallow hard. To Bai Shi, Pei Yuzhi exuded a raw, enticing sexuality. His physique was incomparable to any man Bai Shi had ever been with. Those wealthy second-generation heirs, corrupted by indulgence, had become soft and useless at such a young age. Bai Shi felt a haze of desire. Perhaps he shouldn't linger with those empty-headed playboys any longer. Pei Yuzhi was wealthy, fit, and showed a hint of interest in him. He should invest more effort into winning Pei Yuzhi over. As his thoughts wandered, Bai Shi suddenly halted, realizing Pei Yuzhi was looking in his direction. Upon noticing Bai Shi's gaze, the spirited Pei Yuzhi elegantly raised his hand and waved in Bai Shi's direction. Bai Shi's heart momentarily halted. How could Pei Yuzhi be so bold and direct? Almost everyone's attention on the field was fixated on Bai Shi, filled with intrigue, jealousy, admiration, scrutiny, and speculation about his relationship with Pei Yuzhi. Bai Shi thought to himself, he has always been discreet, and whenever involved with two men, he takes utmost care to avoid drawing attention that might expose his romantic entanglements. Yet today, he was overwhelmed by the admiration of the crowd. To be favored by such an exceptional man, one who seemed unattainable, was an exhilarating experience, a satisfaction he had never felt with Hu Qiao. In a moment of impulsive warmth, Bai Shi met Pei Yuzhi's gaze and offered him a shy yet excited smile. This scene was faithfully captured, and soon various videos and photos circulated across several school forums and groups. Likewise, Hu Qiao bore witness to it. In the heart of the city, a luxurious manor surrounded by century-old trees belonged to the Heir family. At 8 p.m., servants bustled in and out of the banquet hall, delivering meals as the head of the Heir family was hosting guests. Hu Qiao sat nonchalantly beside Hu Qiqing, his mother across from him, both sharing a striking resemblance and an equally cold demeanor. In contrast, the head of the Heir family wore a warm smile as he engaged enthusiastically with their guests. A family of three who brought along a girl of similar age to Hu Qiao. The girl, poised and graceful, occasionally directed a friendly smile toward him. The dinner concluded before 9 p.m., and fatigued, Mrs. Hu excused herself to rest, prompting the guests to take their leave. As soon as they departed, the smile faded from Hu Qiqing's face. Mrs. Hu, seemingly oblivious, turned to Hu Qiao and said, "Come to my room. I have something to discuss with you." Hu Qiqing barely had time to react before Mrs. Hu and Hu Qiao ascended to the second floor. On the second floor, after entering the room, Hu Qiao turned around only to receive a sharp slap to the face. He paused momentarily in the darkness, his head bowed. Mrs. Hu's beautiful, delicate face was contorted with extreme anger and fear. "How many times have I told you not to investigate the past?" Hu Qiao straightened up and calmly replied, "Rest assured, I intend to heed your advice. You have a point. As the person involved, if you are indifferent to his illegitimate child and the money you give him in secret, why should I care?" Mrs. Hu scoffed. "Don't try to provoke me with words. You're correct. I truly don't care. Moreover, I've told you that you are a Hua, the sole heir of both the Hua and Cui families. An insignificant illegitimate child isn't even worthy of carrying your shoes. The more you value him, the more he will think himself significant. In reality, he is merely an ant that you could crush with a mere flick of your finger." Hu Qiao remained silent, his gaze lowered. Mrs. Hua, observing the flush on his cheeks, felt a pang of sympathy but stifled it. Hu Qiao's smile did not reach his eyes. "Mother, you are mistaken." Hu Qiqing and the old man believe I abandoned them for my studies in sculpture. Now, if I were to date another man, they would view me as a hopeless, aimless wastrel. Mrs. Hu's lips quivered. What purpose does that serve? It will only complicate your future endeavors in taking over the Hu family. After spending less than 20 minutes upstairs, Hu Qiao's car departed from the manor. In the study, Hu Qiqing remarked, watching the retreating car lights, he knows? Chen Fu. That foolish woman dared to bring Xie Jinchuan to the city to seek him out. Such utter foolishness. Hu Qiqing frowned. Cease cooperation with the Xie family and inform her to behave herself. Understood, Mr. Hua. On the way to the airport, the car was enveloped in silence. After a long evening of dealing with his parents, Hu Qiao felt a pounding in his temples. He was unaware of the commotion that had transpired at school. Yet his phone had vibrated incessantly in his pocket. Irritated, he pulled it out, taken aback by the multitude of notifications. A few minutes later, the events of the night became clear. Pei Yuzhi, with his flamboyant charm, ostentatiously exposing his abs while flashing a broad smile at Bai Shi. Hu Qiao's expression darkened as he replayed the video, only for it to autoplay again. This cycle continued until a singular thought consumed him. Pei Yuzhi was deliberately flaunting his intentions to provoke him, attempting to encroach upon his territory. Soon, the phone grew hot against his thigh. TSK. Hu Qiao, vexed, ground his teeth and tossed the phone onto the seat. Ever since he began attending university in Dongsu, every meeting with his parents had left him feeling despondent for an extended period. Yet today, unbeknownst to him, a spark of excitement glimmered in his eyes, akin to a long-dormant beast discovering a fresh and delectable prey. After watching Bai Shi enter the Dongsu Academy of Fine Arts, Pei Yuzhi suddenly sneezed. Young master, the autumn night is chilly. You should get in the car. All right. He had yet to change out of his short sleeves and shorts, which indeed felt cold. Once in the car, the driver promptly set off, and Pei Yuzhi leaned back in his seat, relishing the events of the evening. On the way, he had fortuitously told Bai Shi that he was willing to wait until Bai Shi ended his current relationship before pursuing him. Bai Shi did not refuse. Pei Yuzhi's excitement surged as he eagerly anticipated Hu Qiao's reaction to being usurped. He chuckled. Surely, Hu Qiao would curse him internally. TSK, however, the more Hu Qiao protested, the more vulnerable he would become, and the more Pei Yuzhi would revel in it. Yet, the perfection of the day abruptly halted as dreams took hold. Pei Yuzhi found himself dreaming of Hu Qiao in a fantastical embrace, a large question mark hovering above his head. Chapter 12. Pei Yuzhi felt as though he had slipped into a peculiar state. The figure in his arms seemed crafted by heaven itself, perfectly aligning with his desires. This moment stretched out, the darkened room thick with a lingering, intimate atmosphere, when an exquisitely stunning face suddenly appeared. Pei Yuzhi's pupils constricted as he stammered. Hu Qiao? Hu Qiao lazily half-closed his eyes, hearing the call, lifting his eyelids to glance at Pei Yuzhi, and then offered him a faint smile. The sound of Pei Yuzhi's heart pounding resonated in his ears. It was indeed Hu Qiao, yet he appeared more docile than Pei Yuzhi had ever known him. Darling, kiss me. Pei Yuzhi's eyes widened in disbelief. Hu Qiao called him darling. His ears reddened as his breath grew heavier. In the light of Hu Qiao's expectant gaze, he leaned in for a kiss. The next morning, Pei Yuzhi adeptly rolled out of bed and took a shower. The servants of the Pei household noted that their young master seemed somewhat off today. Typically, he rose in the morning with a low demeanor, as if the world owed him a fortune. However, today was different. The young master emerged from his room, revitalized, his eyes sparkling as though he had stumbled upon a treasure worth billions. In the kitchen, the servants had already set out breakfast. After taking a few bites, the butler approached to inform him that a guest had arrived. Pei Yuzhi was somewhat surprised. Who is it? Here to see my parents? Is there an appointment? It was still early on a weekend morning, and he could not recall anyone visiting. The butler replied, It is your friend, young Master Chungyun. Pei Yuzhi paused, then said, Let him come in and prepare an extra breakfast for him. Yes, young master. As Pei Yuzhi popped a crab roe bun into his mouth, he speculated why Chungyun was so eager to see him, most likely due to Hu Qiao. Upon recalling Hu Qiao, Pei Yuzhi's expression faltered. He felt a twinge of discomfort as he lifted his cup. The servant nearby tensed, about to speak, when Pei Yuzhi suddenly choked, spitting out the contents of his mouth. Cough, cough, cough. I apologize, young master, but the black coffee has yet to be mixed with milk. Are you alright? The servant is nearly in tears. The young master dislikes black coffee, finding it too bitter, yet enjoys it with milk. Thus, every day, the kitchen prepares coffee extract to be blended with fresh milk when the young master descends. Today, the young master arrived 10 minutes earlier than usual, and the fresh milk had not yet been added. When Chungyun entered the dining room, he witnessed Pei Yuzhi coughing, his face flushed, while several servants rushed to bring him water and towels. Once Pei Yuzhi's coughing subsided, Chungyun inquired with concern, Are you alright? Pei Yuzhi waved his hand dismissively. Did you come to see me so early for something? Chungyun's expression darkened as he glanced around. It's about that matter. He hesitated, reaching up to touch his short black hair. I wanted to change my mood. You didn't tell Xie Jinchuan about Hu Qiao, Pei Yuzhi stated with certainty. Since he chose not to involve himself in such affairs, there was no need to dwell on it. Chongyun lifted his eyelids to look at him, speaking awkwardly. Actually, this isn't my fault. Pei Yuzhi frowned. What are you talking about? Minutes later, Pei Yuzhi finally understood the reason for Chongyun's vague visit so early in the morning. At the beginning of the semester, didn't he want to find out about the guests at the other pool of the hot spring hotel? I discovered it was Huiqiao then. I must say, this isn't my fault. Later, I had someone inquire in the Magic City. And it's no wonder that the young master of the Heir family is so hard to read. The first time I used the name Huiqiao to inquire, no prominent figures in the Magic City knew him. Later, Xia Jinchuan advised me to start my investigation from the Magic City. The Heir family's son didn't carry the Heir surname in his youth. It took quite a while to learn that he was indeed Huiqiao. Isn't it a coincidence? 2 investigations, both leading to Huiqiao. Pei Yuzhi maintained a stoic expression. Chongyun shrugged. I'm sorry, Pei Xiao. I didn't expect things to align so perfectly. The most astonishing part occurred last night. Pei Yuzhi openly flirted with Bai Shimei, practically confirming that his investigation into Huiqiao was indeed due to Bai Shimei. Truthfully, this turn of events relieved some of Chongyun's anxiety. If Xia Jinchuan were truly an illegitimate son of the Heir family, his intention behind investigating the heir could not be deemed benevolent. It was better to let Huiqiao believe that these matters were instigated by Pei Yuzhi. Men who often steal love understand that secretly investigating a rival is quite common. Moreover, Chongyun had already informed Pei Yuzhi the previous morning that Huiqiao was the heir of the Heir family in the Magic City. That very night, Pei Yuzhi provocatively taunted Huiqiao, clearly indicating that he did not mind defending him. Chongyun had not slept well the previous night and rushed to the Pei residence early in the morning to explain to Pei Yuzhi that avoiding conflict with Huiqiao was wise. But he also did not want Pei Yuzhi to misunderstand. After listening, Pei Yuzhi weakly waved his hand. I'm truly a scapegoat. Chongyun quickly replied, Pei Xiao, I think you should let go of things with Bai Shimei. After all, he's just Huiqiao, a mere man, not worth it. Pei Yuzhi paused, seemingly lost in thought, and his dark eyes revealed a peculiar glint. A smirk crept onto his lips, conveying a strange sense of satisfaction as he lightly clicked his tongue. That cannot be counted. Chapter 13. A double insult? In the southern suburbs of East Sioux City, there lies an obscure auto repair shop, distanced from the city center, yet thriving in business. Its location is pivotal, serving as a necessary route into the winding mountain roads of the southern suburbs. After 11 p.m., it becomes a hotspot for young masters indulging in street racing, which is the primary reason for its success. Although these young masters can be troublesome and demanding, they are renowned for their lavish spending. As long as the mechanics adjust the racing parameters according to their wishes, repair costs are never delayed, and in most cases, they even receive tips. Around 9 a.m., as the auto repair shop opened, the mechanics appeared lethargic. Some regulars had come to race the night before, keeping the staff busy until dawn. The owner, a burly man with a small mustache named Shin, has an extensive network. Both customers and employees show him respect, referring to him as Brother Shin. Brother Shin, that rare car in the workshop is beyond repair, but many of its parts can still be utilized. Should we replace them in the other 2 cars? However, who could have anticipated that the car belonging to the young Master Pei would lose control and crash into Shin? That rare car in the workshop was totaled by young Master Pei. In a state of shock, the young master transferred 5 million to Shin, although that wrecked vehicle was worth at most 500,000. The mechanics were astounded by the young master's generosity. Yet Brother Shin, having received such a sum, seemed to lose focus. After scolding the staff, the matter quickly faded from discussion. However, the wrecked car remained in the workshop, taking up space. Frowning, Brother Shin took a deep drag from a cigarette. The white smoke obscured his expression, prompting the assistant manager to feel that the boss's demeanor was peculiar, almost fearful. Don't touch it yet. I have other plans. Manager Pang, your client has arrived, an apprentice's voice called from outside. And the assistant manager quickly relayed the message to Brother Shin before hurrying away. He had recently become acquainted with a wealthy young master who had asked for help in modifying a new car, and they had arranged to meet today. As he crossed the workshop, Manager Pang spotted a familiar figure in the courtyard, instantly brightening as he jogged over. Mr. Hui, you've arrived. Is this the car you wish to modify? Manager Pang's voice held a note of surprise. He knew Mr. Hui was affluent, but hadn't he expected him to bring a Cullinan for modification? Huiqiao removed his sunglasses and casually placed them on the car's roof. Indeed. This is the one. Manager Pang looked at the brand new Cullinan, feeling a dryness in his mouth. The original protection on the Cullinan is already excellent. What modifications do you require? Huiqiao replied indifferently, bulletproofing and reinforcement. I will prepare the materials myself. And I shall pay you 3 times the market rate for the modification. Manager Pang was perplexed. Bulletproof? Isn't it illegal in Hua country? He quickly caught on. All right. We'll keep the car here. Once the materials are ready, we'll have the craftsmen start working. Just then, a screech of tires echoed from outside as a car pulled in. Huiqiao turned to look, his brow furrowing slightly before he turned away. The golden sports car glared in the sunlight. Somehow, Huiqiao was reminded of Pei Yuzhi's deep blue phantom. With a screech, the sports car came to an abrupt halt beside Hu Qiao's Cullinan. Hu Qiao raised an eyebrow, noting that the sports car's nose jutted out approximately 20 centimeters ahead of the Cullinan's. Oh, Pei Xiao, Qing Xiao, why didn't you call ahead before coming? Please come in and sit for a while, Brother Shin is here today. The sports car's door swung open and Pei Yuzhi emerged, ignoring Manager Pang, and instead focusing on Hu Qiao. We've been seeing quite a bit of each other lately, haven't we, Hu Qiao? Pei Yuzhi's tone was light, his smile holding a meaning that Hu Qiao could not decipher. Feeling uncomfortable under Pei Yuzhi's gaze, Hu Qiao retorted coldly, I arrived first. Did you follow me? Pei Yuzhi was momentarily taken aback, then scoffed. Am I so unwell that I would follow you? Indeed. One must be quite ill to provoke me over a man like Bai Shimei so openly and foolishly. With an air of aloofness. How could he utter such vulgar words? Pei Yuzhi widened his eyes, realizing he had come to know a bit more about Hu Qiao. Yet he thought, what does Hu Qiao want from me? Visions of secret entanglements that would require censorship flickered through his mind. Ultimately, who was pursuing whom would soon become evident. Pei Yuzhi's triumphant smile soon faltered. What is wrong with me? What am I thinking? Ah, what a fool I am. Pei Yuzhi's expression was overly animated, causing Hu Qiao to click his tongue in disdain, uninterested in engaging further. Cheng Yun, meanwhile, curled up beside them, only feeling relief once Hu Qiao and Manager Pang entered the office. In a moment of serendipity, I found myself startled by an unexpected encounter with him. As he wiped the cold sweat from his brow, he stammered, Pei Xiao, perhaps we should come back another time. That wrecked car is nothing worth seeing. However, Pei Yuzhi had no intention of departing at this juncture. The book subtly hinted at the tragic demise of the Hu family's heir in a car accident followed by an explosion. Yet, the vehicles driven by Hu Qiao were all extravagant luxury cars, and the likelihood of a fuel tank explosion following a collision of such caliber was exceedingly rare. As for this auto repair shop, Cheng Yun and Pei Yuzhi were regular patrons, and it seemed too coincidental that Hu Qiao would also be here to modify his vehicle. There must be a connection. Contemplating this, he replied calmly, no, I must personally inspect that scrapped vehicle. I suspect foul play. Cheng Yun's face turned ashen, and he hastily clarified, Pei Xiao, it wasn't me. I didn't intend to participate in the race that night. I had actually declined your invitation. His words trailed off as he recalled that it was on that very night that Xie Jinchuan had video called Pei Yuzhi across time zones and explicitly informed him that Cheng Yun's new car had arrived and was ready for testing. Pei Yuzhi shot him a sidelong glance, saying, if I were to suspect you, I wouldn't have brought you along today. Outside the workshop, Cheng Yun's expression was one of deep concern as he pondered. Was that the car Pei Yuzhi had crashed? Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts, tightening his heart. Hu Qiao cast a cool glance in his direction, asking, it's you. Isn't it? Did you have someone investigate me and report back to Pei Yuzhi? What did you find out? In the brief moment Cheng Yun turned, a cold sweat broke out on his back. Hu Xiao, Hu Qiao interrupted impatiently. Hu Xiao truly had an imposing demeanor, fierce with his boyfriend and equally harsh with my people. No wonder she claimed she would consider me if she remained single in the future. A flippant tone emerged from the workshop, causing Cheng Yun to internally scream. Pei Yuzhi clearly knew how to stoke the flames. Hu Qiao narrowed his eyes slightly. Pei Yuzhi possessed a peculiar quality that incessantly provoked him, as if every casual remark could ignite his irritation. Hu Qiao began to question whether his recent insomnia was affecting his temperament, rendering him easily agitated. But upon reflection, he realized his sleep quality was excellent. Therefore, it must be Pei Yuzhi's absurdity. He nonchalantly remarked, I do have a commanding presence. I am not only fierce with your people, but could also easily dispose of you. The moment the words left his lips, the small space fell into an abrupt silence. Pei Yuzhi blinked in disbelief, wondering if he had misheard. Had Hu Qiao openly cursed at him this time, rather than feeling anger? Pei Yuzhi regarded Hu Qiao with a perplexed expression. Was he truly that significant to Hu Qiao? This distinguished young master, cursing at him? Hu Qiao met his unguarded expression with a sense of bewilderment. Does this scoundrel have a masochistic tendency, finding pleasure in being insulted? Chapter 14. Mad Dog. After a brief exchange at the auto repair shop, they ultimately arrived at a stalemate. As the intermediary between Pei Yuzhi and Hu Qiao, Cheng Yun keenly noted that both wore expressions akin to having swallowed something distasteful. As they refrained from direct confrontation, he felt a sense of relief. If only Hu Qiao could completely forget the information he had gathered about Cheng Yun and never bring it to mind again. As they departed the repair shop with Cheng Yun driving, he occasionally glanced back at Pei Yuzhi, who had concealed his once brazen demeanor in front of Hu Qiao. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, Cheng Yun wondered whether Pei Yuzhi had uncovered something within the wrecked vehicle. Could the accident truly be linked to Xie Jinchuan? As if biting into a sour jujube, Cheng Yun felt his eyes welling up. After all, this was a man he had admired since his first stirrings of affection, yet now he found himself being manipulated by the very person he cherished. If anything were to happen to Pei Yuzhi during the race, Cheng Yun would be held entirely culpable. What was Xie Jinchuan's true intention? He bore no animosity toward Pei Yuzhi, having grown up alongside him. Why would he seek to harm him? Pei Yuzhi was equally preoccupied with these thoughts.
TSK.
The cold curve of his lips betrayed his disdain. What a heartless author to choose Xie Jinchuan, a man so petty, consumed by jealousy and malice, as the protagonist. Both were sons of the Hu family. Yet Xie Jinchuan's pettiness paled in comparison to Hu Qiao's. As he mulled over this, Pei Yuzhi's phone vibrated. He casually opened WeChat, only to find a message from someone named Qi Chong. Pei Yuzhi's expression momentarily turned blank. What did it mean that his application did not meet the requirements?
Huh, right?
Who is the president of the swimming club? Oh, he recalled, it was Hu Qiao.
Damn.
I misjudged you, Hu Qiao. How petty can you be? Even more so than Xie Jinchuan. This infuriated me. Chen Yun, startled by a sudden outburst, quickly inquired, Pei Xiao, what's wrong? What has Hu Qiao done now? Pei Yuzhi was on the verge of a breakdown. Just as he had secretly thought that Hu Qiao was more magnanimous than Xie Jinchuan, he was slapped in the face. Pei Yuzhi was utterly enraged and filled with impotent fury. He intended to confront Hu Qiao directly to ascertain what aspect of his club application was deemed non-compliant. Chen Yun dared not ask further questions and swiftly changed direction towards Dongsu University. The third swimming facility at Dongsu University was bustling with activity. This venue was completed a year ago, reportedly funded by an anonymous alumnus who donated a substantial sum to construct a swimming facility on a vacant plot at the university's corner. This alumnus specifically intended it for the swimming club's activities. Of course, aside from the regular hours allocated for the swimming club, other students at Dongsu University were also permitted to use the facility. Every Friday and weekend marked the club's designated activity time. Today, the venue was particularly crowded, as many had heard the news that the swimming club's president, Hu Qiao, would be present. Indeed, by 2 o'clock, Hu Qiao had already arrived at the third swimming facility. Though this time, his boyfriend did not accompany him. After swimming a few laps, Hu Qiao pulled himself onto the shore. Qi Chong, grinning, handed him a towel, saying, President, you're in great form today. Having just finished an intense workout, Hu Qiao was breathing heavily, his toned muscles rippling, the water glistening on his skin, making him appear utterly alluring. The lack of oxygen made his defined muscles appear even more pronounced, and the potent aura of hormones made Qi Chong feel somewhat parched. Ever since Hu Qiao became the president of the swimming club, Qi Chong had devoted most of his time to club activities, assisting Hu Qiao with membership applications, managing club finances, organizing events, and participating in competitions between universities. As president, Hu Qiao focused solely on recruitment and swimming, while the vice president, Qi Chong, handled all the mundane affairs. Both being from the fine arts department, their camaraderie was closer than with others. Of course, this was merely Qi Chong's assumption. Hu Qiao was highly perceptive to the gazes of others and, with an impatient flick of his eyelids, glanced at Qi Chong. Do you want to lose your eyes? His icy gaze made Qi Chong's earlier fantasies dissipate in an instant. Haha, no. I was just admiring how well your muscles have developed. This was, in fact, the truth. Hu Qiao's major was sculpture, and he often spent days at the studio and classroom. Swimming was one of his favorite sports, as it engaged all his muscle groups while enhancing his endurance and strength. At his young age, Hu Qiao had low body fat, and his muscles were both sleek and aesthetically pleasing. With his short hair, a casual swipe left it mostly dry, and he tossed the towel into Qi Chong's arms, remarking coldly, What's the matter? Is the club running low on funds?
No.
We still have some surplus from last semester, and we can last for a few more months. Moreover, the club has secured 2 sponsorships, so funds are sufficient. It's just that Pei Yuzhi, Hu Qiao's fingers curled slightly as he turned to look. The corner of Hu Qiao's mouth twitched. So why bring him up now? Qi Chong, I heard from people in the club about the incident between you two last Friday. Damn. And then there's yesterday's tennis match. The whole East Su University is buzzing about it. That scoundrel is brazenly encroaching on your territory. What a disgrace. The rapid breaths induced by intense swimming had just begun to steady. At this moment, whether it was due to Qi Chong's incessant chatter or the underlying implications in his words, Hu Qiao felt a nagging tension in his eardrums and a tightness on his scalp. He inhaled deeply, interrupting Qi Chong's tirade. Qi Chong, can you please get to the point? Qi Chong's tone turned serious. I firmly messaged Pei Yuzhi, demanding he leave the swimming club. Rest assured, I will not allow him to disturb you, the president. Hu Qiao's eyelids twitched, a sense of foreboding washed over him. He ignored Pei Yuzhi, who was approaching with a domineering and unreasonable demeanor. How could this fool Qi Chong be so assertive with Pei Yuzhi? A sudden loud noise erupted within the swimming pool. Hu Qiao abruptly turned his head and saw Pei Yuzhi, whom he had just encountered at the repair shop, emanating a cold, dark aura as he approached. His gaze was so intense it felt as though it could devour Hu Qiao whole. Hu Qiao's throat inexplicably felt dry. Damn, Pei Yuzhi resembled a rabid dog. Chapter 15. Is it disgusting? A few minutes ago, Cheng Yun hurriedly followed behind Pei Yuzhi. Pei Xiao, you're contemplating causing trouble for Hu Qiao, are you? I think it's unnecessary. We could perfectly coexist without interference. What do you think? It took 25 minutes to drive from the suburbs to East Su University. Surely, the fire ignited by Huiqiao must have cooled by now. What was so special about that man named Bai Shi? In Chungyun's view, he was merely filled with desire, petty calculations, and a greed he thought he concealed well. Moreover, given Huiqiao's personality, it was evident he could not maintain a lengthy relationship with Bai Shi. Pei Xiao, as a man, you should understand that the more you compete with Huiqiao, the more he might intensify his efforts. Pei Yuzhi suddenly halted, causing Chungyun's breath to pause momentarily. Are you suggesting that I should wait idly until Huiqiao loses interest and discards Bai Shi so I can swoop in? His tone was flat, and his expression remained inscrutable. However, Chungyun sensed a dangerous undertone. Pei Yuzhi exuded an aura that suggested he might explode with rage at any moment. Chungyun pressed his lips together, replying earnestly. Pei Xiao, what I mean is that male animals possess territorial instincts. Your active provocation of Huiqiao, especially concerning matters of the heart, will only heighten his regard for Bai Shi, igniting his competitive spirit and causing more trouble. Damn, he truly was treading on thin ice. Men in love seem to have an IQ of 0, stealing partners and coveting other spouses. Shouldn't such actions be conducted discreetly? Chungyun found it bewildering what Pei Yuzhi was up to. Pei Yuzhi's eyes flickered momentarily, then he averted his gaze, stating, I am fully aware of my actions. After saying this, he strode directly into the swimming pool. Chungyun took a deep breath and reluctantly followed. Entering the swimming pool turned out to be far simpler than Pei Yuzhi had anticipated. The access card that Qi Chong mentioned was completely unnecessary. Two members of the swimming club recognized Pei Yuzhi and cheerfully swiped their cards for him, allowing him to walk straight into the pool area. A loud splash resonated as Pei Yuzhi precisely zeroed in on Huiqiao, who was emerging from the water. Even though it was not his first time witnessing this, Pei Yuzhi was still momentarily dazzled. He recalled the sensation of Huiqiao's skin beneath the water, smooth, taut, and cool from being submerged. Pei Yuzhi's fingers curled in irritation. How is it that days had passed, yet that repulsive feeling still lingered on his skin? Chungyun fell behind, and by the time he entered the swimming pool, he had no access card. After anxiously waiting for 2 minutes, he finally followed others inside. In his eagerness to see Pei Yuzhi, he failed to notice the water on the floor and slipped, crashing to the ground with a thud. Pei Yuzhi, who was assessing Huiqiao's physique with a peculiar expression, jumped at the sudden noise. He glanced down at Chungyun, who was groaning on the floor, then raised his head, feigning ignorance. As for Huiqiao, Pei Yuzhi pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth. He felt remarkably calm, convinced he could have a proper conversation with Huiqiao. Ah, Pei Shuedi, what brings you here at this hour? Qi Chong, noticing Pei Yuzhi's pale face, spoke in a gentle, ingratiating manner. Soon after, an impatient TSK echoed from behind him, seemingly questioning whether this was the firm approach Qi Chong had mentioned in getting Pei Yuzhi to leave. Qi Chong, appearing oblivious, smiled at Pei Yuzhi. Though he stood slightly over 6 feet tall, he felt an unusual pressure facing Pei Yuzhi. He had heard of this handsome, wealthy second-generation student from the Department of Mathematics, known for his erratic temperament and disdain for anything impoverished or club-related. Yet, Pei Yuzhi seldom sought out conflicts with classmates, so when he learned about Pei Yuzhi's discord with Huiqiao, he immediately sided with Huiqiao, sending Pei Yuzhi a message demanding he withdraw from the club. Ridiculous. Beyond the swimming club, Huiqiao and he shared the same department and major. Huiqiao often shared materials he didn't need with others. Qi Chong had no idea how much money he had saved because of this. No matter how impressive Pei Yuzhi was, he could never surpass his wealthy benefactor. Qi Chong, I'm not here to deal with you. Pei Yuzhi shot him a glance, then turned his attention back to Huiqiao, asking with a hint of a smile. Huiqiao, you mentioned my application to join the club was non-compliant. I wonder what exactly is lacking? Qi Chong's face turned ashen.
Damn.
Huiqiao frowned at the frozen Qi Chong. So it turns out that borrowing my name to exert pressure was indeed Qi Chong's idea to force Pei Yuzhi out of the swimming club. Pei Yuzhi was momentarily taken aback by Huiqiao's unspoken thoughts. What did this mean? Huiqiao didn't want him to leave the club? It was Qi Chong who acted on his own? However, Huiqiao cast a disdainful glance at Pei Yuzhi, his dark pupils revealing an uncommon arrogance. I am the president of the swimming club. If I say your application is non-compliant, then it is non-compliant. Who do you think you are to demand an explanation from me? Hiss. A low intake of breath rippled through the crowd. Every member of the swimming club was well aware of Huiqiao's character. Even the new recruits who had just joined knew that the president was busy, aloof, and indifferent to most matters. He usually immersed himself in the arts department, sculpting, and when the pressure mounted, he would come to swim a few laps. He hardly bothered with club affairs. He simply funded the club, and the excellent benefits it enjoyed were largely due to Huiqiao's support. He had no time to bully others. As long as he wasn't disturbed while swimming, he wouldn't bat an eye even if aliens wanted to join the swimming club. Pei Yuzhi must be quite a character to provoke Huiqiao to this extent. Clearly, a man's intense possessiveness over his partner is an untouchable boundary. Huiqiao must be deeply in love with his boyfriend. After Huiqiao finished speaking, he languidly met Pei Yuzhi's gaze. Satisfied with the rigidity on Pei Yuzhi's face, he thought, this annoying pest keeps coming around. This time, I'll humiliate him publicly. If he still persists, that would truly be pathetic. Damn, the difficulties I faced with this project are undoubtedly because of this pest. Just then, Hu Xiao's pupils constricted. He stood his ground, watching Pei Yuzhi approach. Just like last time, Pei Yuzhi was dressed, while Hu Xiao was clad only in swim trunks. Pei Yuzhi, unfazed, looked down at Hu Xiao, suddenly displaying a smile tinged with malice. Hu Xiao furrowed his brow. Pei Yuzhi, with a carefree demeanor, spoke up. The president has a point. However, regardless of the swimming club's independence, it ultimately falls under the jurisdiction of the student council. Coincidentally, on my way here, I just accepted Senior Chen's invitation to run for the position of student council president. Hu Xiao's expression turned flat. He stood there, his figure sleek and glistening, with a stray droplet of water clinging to his collarbone, inexplicably capturing Pei Yuzhi's attention. Compelled by an impulse, Pei Yuzhi reached out, lightly tapping that droplet. Hu Xiao's face suddenly shifted, and he swiftly swatted Pei Yuzhi's arm away, exclaiming, "What the hell is wrong with you?" Pei Yuzhi narrowed his eyes, a deeper smile forming on his lips. Watching Hu Xiao's mood swing is rather amusing. Chapter 16, Hu Xiao, a person you wouldn't understand even if told. The atmosphere in the swimming hall abruptly shifted. Nearby club members, witnessing Pei Yuzhi's gesture, instantly changed their expressions and surrounded him. Pei Yuzhi raised an eyebrow and declared, "Calm down, I was just joking with Hu Xiao. Pei Yuzhi, you can talk, but don't go around touching people. The president may have a good temper, but the rest of us do not," one member warned. "If the president says you don't meet the requirements, then you don't. If you keep acting up, don't blame us for being rude." A few tall and muscular members blocked Hu Xiao's path. Pei Yuzhi recognized two of them from the sports department, both swimmers. Previously, Qi Chong had mentioned that the third swimming hall was new, with a pool designed to meet international competition standards, and these two were part of the swimming club. The two towering figures stood imposingly before Pei Yuzhi, their muscular arms creating an undeniable sense of pressure. "Feng Yang, Xiao Tai, step aside," Hu Xiao commanded, refusing to let them shield him. Upon hearing Hu Xiao's voice, the two immediately shrank back, obediently parting ways. At that moment, Cheng Yun arrived, slightly late. He had felt dizzy from the earlier fall and managed to smile towards Hu Xiao, saying, "Sorry, Pei Xiao is quite fond of the swimming club's atmosphere." So when he suddenly heard about the application being invalid, he became a bit agitated. "We're all friends here, haha, let's grab a meal and sing together sometime."
It's on me.
One of the tall members rolled his eyes and scoffed, as if anyone's starving. "Besides, I've heard rumors that the water in our third hall is dirty."
I still remember that.
Cheng Yun's smile faltered as he raised his eyes, only to be met with a provocative grin from the large member. "Feng Yang, be quiet." Hu Xiao lightly chastised, his tone indifferent. Yet, beneath his calm exterior, he felt an overwhelming irritation. The spot where Pei Yuzhi had touched him burned, and he longed to dive into the water and scrub at it relentlessly. However, all eyes were focused intently on him and Pei Yuzhi, forcing Hu Xiao to suppress the peculiar sensation at his neck. "This matter isn't over. I will find an opportunity to break his damn fingers." Upon hearing Hu Xiao's seething thoughts, Pei Yuzhi felt a surge of satisfaction. "I'll have Qi Chong get your swimming hall access card. You needn't come here anymore." After saying this, Hu Xiao turned to Qi Chong. Qi Chong, wiping the sweat from his brow, replied, "Yes, I'll get it." Pei Yuzhi merely huffed, turned, and walked away. "Wow, Pei Yuzhi is quite arrogant, isn't he? Comes from a wealthy family. I hear he's an only child, so of course he can be so brazen. I heard his father sold the land for Dongsu University. Come on, are you stupid? He's in the computer science department. That SA program you can only enter with high scores. It's ridiculously competitive. Questioning the merit of the computer science department is akin to slapping everyone at Dongsu University in the face." The speaker immediately fell silent, feeling sheepish. Hu Xiao, growing impatient, commanded, "All right, everyone clear out. Qi Chong, handle your own mess." Qi Chong begrudgingly agreed. Once outside the swimming hall, Cheng Yun let out a long sigh. Pei Yuzhi glanced at him and remarked, "Is it really that serious? You look terrified." Cheng Yun replied weakly, "How could it not be? That is someone from the Hu family in Magic City, and Hu Xiao already knows I looked into him. If he holds a grudge, I won't be safe." Pei Yuzhi chuckled. "Don't worry, Hu Xiao isn't that petty." Cheng Yun asked, "How do you know?" Pei Yuzhi smirked, recalling how he unintentionally provoked Hu Xiao earlier. Hu Xiao had merely threatened to snap his fingers. He's a person you wouldn't understand, even if told. "Let us go." Pei Yuzhi, uninterested in further explanation, walked briskly towards the school gate. Cheng Yun stood still, observing Pei Yuzhi's retreating figure, finding him increasingly perplexing. Initially, he had arrived in a furious state, seemingly ready to tear Hu Xiao apart. Yet now, the matter of withdrawing from the club appeared to have no room for negotiation. And he had even been humiliated by Hu Xiao, leaving him with nothing to gain. Yet somehow, Pei Yuzhi appeared to have emerged from it all with an unexpected advantage. Shaking his head, he found it hard to comprehend. Upon arriving home, Pei Yuzhi received a phone call from Manager Pang of the auto repair shop. He informed Pei Yuzhi that an apprentice had accidentally tripped the power switch at noon, causing the crane to drop, utterly demolishing a scrap car. Pei Yuzhi sneered. What a coincidence. It was perfectly fine when I visited this morning, and now this happens in the afternoon. Manager Pang, sounding anxious over the phone, said, Pei Xiao. I truly apologize. How about we help you dispose of this pile of scrap? Throw it away, but make sure to pass a message to Xin Xinlei. This matter is noted. Pei Yuzhi replied. After hanging up, Pei Yuzhi tossed his phone onto the bed. Initially, these were merely his suspicions, but after visiting the auto repair shop, Xin Xinlei had indeed shown signs of guilt by destroying that scrap car. It was certain now, the accident from a few days prior had been orchestrated by Xie Jinchuan. This plot was indeed insane. The author had made a law-abiding character the main protagonist. In any case, Hu Qiao absolutely could not die.
Ding.
In the quiet bedroom, the phone chimed again. When Pei Yuzhi glanced over, his eyes lit up upon seeing a message from Shan He, the proud and commanding young master. Shan He, is 4:30 tomorrow afternoon good for you? Pei Yuzhi considered his class schedule. Monday was packed, and he couldn't leave until after 4:20. I'll be free after 5 o'clock. He set down his phone and was about to head into the bathroom when his phone lit up again. He glanced down and suddenly brightened at the sight of a message from Bai Shi. Monday. For both office workers and students, it's universally a dreadful day. At 4:40 p.m., numerous cars were parked outside the west gate of Dongsu Academy of Fine Arts, with one particularly eye-catching silver McLaren. Many individuals entering and exiting the campus were discreetly observing the car and the young man standing beneath a tree beside it. Through several phone screens, red dots flashed, indicating video recordings. The young man was notably tall with long legs, presenting an impressive physique. The tree's drooping branches partially obscured his face, revealing only his sharp jawline and thin lips. His slender neck was bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun filtering through the leaves, casting an ethereal glow around him. At that moment, a blushing boy rushed out of Dongsu Academy. The black five-pointed star earrings dangling from his ears sparkled brightly. Simultaneously, Assistant Tian welcomed Hu Qiao into the company with a smile. Mr. Hu, welcome to the company. The young master has already informed me of the materials you need, and I have prepared everything for you. Please take a look at the quality, and if it meets your needs, I can arrange for someone to deliver it. Hu Qiao nodded, saying, Thank you. Let us go see it directly. Assistant Tian, feeling anxious since Pei Yuzhi had suddenly become unavailable, felt relieved upon realizing Hu Qiao was not difficult to please. All right, please use this elevator. Assistant Tian pressed the button for the 6th floor, and as the elevator doors slowly closed, Hu Qiao's phone buzzed. He received a photo, a report from his boyfriend, who had mentioned he would be staying in the studio to catch up on assignments. At this moment, Pei Yuzhi, who intends to compete fairly with Xian Yan, is at the entrance of the Academy of Fine Arts, engaging in intimate exchanges. He certainly knows how to stir trouble. Hu Qiao typed, I will warn him. Mr. Hu, we have arrived. Please follow this way. Hu Qiao locked his screen casually and followed Assistant Tian out of the elevator. Chapter 17 by Shi. Feeling entirely different from that night, expressed her embarrassment. I apologize for troubling you, senior, but I need your company to select a tennis racket. Not at all. I have no plans this evening, he replied. A shy smile graced Bai Shi's lips. I was never fond of sports as a child, nor did I have the chance to learn tennis systematically. If you see how poorly I play, please do not mock me. Pei Yuzhi thought her smile was captivating, and an inexplicable joy filled his heart. Would you like me to teach you? He offered. Bai Shi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Is that possible? Would it trouble you too much? Pei Yuzhi shook his head. Not at all. However, the light in Bai Shi's eyes dimmed. But perhaps it's best to refrain. There is already some misunderstanding between you and Hu Qiao. Wouldn't you want to complicate your relationship further? Pei Yuzhi halted momentarily, a surge of impulse swelling within him, yearning to confront the events of that night at the Hot Spring Hotel and discern whom Bai Shi would choose. As Bai Shi took a few steps, noticing that he had not followed, she turned around. The bright and luxurious shopping mall softened her features under the gentle overhead lights, starkly contrasting with her appearance that night. Measured meticulously by Pei Yuzhi's fingers in the shadows, Pei Yuzhi felt a moment of disorientation. Did that night truly exist, or was it merely a dream of his? Why then did Bai Shi appear so different from that evening? Bai Shi tilted her head in confusion. Senior? What's wrong? She stood beside him now, and after his split with Hu Qiao, they would have ample opportunities and time to create more beautiful moments together. It's nothing. Let us head to the 4th floor. There's a sports store there with decent rackets, he suggested. All right, she replied. The impulsive feelings receded like the tide, and the inexplicable sense of loss began to dissipate, overshadowed by the presence of the shy and lovely Bai Shi. By the way, senior, wasn't that our first meeting? Bai Shi's tone carried a hint of subtle inquiry. Hu Qiao had been exceedingly busy these past few days, and during his absence, Bai Shi avoided troubling him, mindful that irritating Hu Qiao would directly affect her finances. With the time freed up, Bai Shi invested more in cultivating relationships with other men, dating, and so forth. Now, besides Hu Qiao, Pei Yuzhi was her foremost interest. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, cheeks flushed, and her voice shy. My memory isn't great. You've been so kind to me. And I always worry I might forget something. Senior, have we met somewhere before? Pei Yuzhi's expression grew peculiar, and Bai Shi's heart sank. Had they truly met? When and where? Surely he hadn't spent time with anyone else besides Hu Qiao. Pei Yuzhi raised his eyelids, speaking softly. A month ago, we indeed crossed paths at the Hot Spring Hotel in Xishan. Bai Shi's pupils constricted, and a ringing echoed in her ears. The Xishan Hot Spring Hotel. She had gone there with Hu Qiao for a team-building event. That night, she had been determined to sleep with Hu Qiao and had secretly added some stimulating substances to their drinks. To her misfortune, she became entangled with a wealthy second-generation heir instead. She had believed herself fortunate, as Hu Qiao left early the next day and noticed nothing amiss. What had Pei Yuzhi seen that night? Bai Shi's hands curled tightly, her lips trembling, struggling to find her voice. Pei Yuzhi's gaze remained fixed on her, missing no expression. Seeing her eyes darting around, panic visible on her face, he realized the truth. Bai Shi's recollection of that night was not as pleasant as he had imagined. Disappointment washed over Pei Yuzhi in an instant. This conversation, where one wished to avoid the truth while the other regretted having asked, was interrupted by the arrival of the elevator. Not far from the elevator stood an upscale men's clothing store, shimmering with light as a man's gaze followed the ascending elevator. Jin Chuan, what are you looking at? Have you run into a friend? Su Su emerged from the store, her expression puzzled. A faint blush crept onto Su Su's face. No need. The clothes here are far too expensive, and I cannot accept your generosity. Jin Chuan's demeanor softened as he gently ruffled her hair, casually inquiring, don't be so polite with me. By the way, you mentioned encountering Yuzhi and Cheng Yun at the restaurant where you worked part-time. Did you overhear their conversation? Jin Chuan appeared thoughtful, while Su Su became somewhat anxious. What's the matter, Jin Chuan? Is it because I called Pei Xiao's name last time that he is still upset? Should I apologize more formally? Jin Chuan did not carry the airs of a wealthy heir and never displayed superiority in front of Su Su. However, Pei Yuzhi was different, having only seen him twice. Su Su felt that Pei Yuzhi regarded him coldly, as if observing him from a lofty position. This made Su Su somewhat uncomfortable, as he believed Pei Yuzhi should be more cordial. Jin Chuan chuckled, don't worry. However, if you're truly concerned, perhaps you should have lunch with Yuzhi. He is just upstairs. Su Su felt a flicker of panic, but Jin Chuan had already turned away, dialing a number, leaving Su Su bewildered at the sudden arrangement to dine with Pei Yuzhi. After Hu Qiao got into the car, they slowly merged onto the main road, Assistant Tian's figure diminishing in the distance. Inside the car, the driver's steady voice broke the silence. Young Master Hu, we just received word that Jin Chuan and Bai Shi are dining at Jiehua Building, accompanied by Pei Yuzhi and Su Su. Hu Qiao's eyelids abruptly lifted. Chapter 18. Get away from me. Don't touch me. The 7th floor of Jiehua Building houses several fine dining establishments. After selecting a racket,
Pei Yuzhi chose un restaurant serving local cuisine.
the dishes were conventional, neither excessively flavorful nor spicy. Senior, is it inappropriate for me to remain here while you dine with friends? On the 4th floor, Pei Yuzhi helped him select 4 rackets, wristbands, and even tennis shoes. Once the staff packaged the items, they would be delivered directly to Bai Shi's school. He hadn't intended to spend Pei Yuzhi's money today, as the rackets weren't particularly expensive. However, when the staff presented the bill, Bai Shi's eyes widened in shock. One racket cost over 10,000, and together with the wristbands and shoes, the total approached 60,000. Bai Shi could never justify such an expense for rackets, as she was not genuinely interested. She merely chose tennis to get closer to some wealthy heirs. Consequently, her hand could not reach for her card, and luckily, Pei Yuzhi was oblivious, casually paying while taking a phone call. As Bai Shi exhaled in relief, she pretended not to notice the item's value. Witnessing Pei Yuzhi's lavishness only solidified her resolve to win him over. Once Pei Yuzhi was ensnared, she would feign a breakup with Hu Qiao, igniting a sense of guilt in Pei Yuzhi, and then sleep with him. Contemplating that day, Bai Shi felt a flutter in her heart, a tingling sensation at her tailbone. As she gazed at Pei Yuzhi with a glimmer of desire and allure, starkly contrasting her usual innocence and charm. Pei Yuzhi's fingers twitched slightly, a smile escaping him as he averted his gaze, reasoning that it was merely a meal with friends, without such complexities. As they spoke, a melodious, deep male voice drifted from a distance. Bai Shi curiously looked over, spotting a handsome young man accompanied by a beautiful boy approaching. Upon seeing Su Su, a sense of crisis surged within her. This man bore a resemblance to her. The 4 of them gathered at a table, and the atmosphere felt somewhat peculiar. Jin Chuan smiled and turned to Bai Shi. And who might this be? I don't believe we've met before. Those who can associate with Pei Yuzhi are undoubtedly adorned in exquisite attire, certainly indicative of some affluent young gentleman. Jin Chuan raised an eyebrow, a teasing glint in his eyes as he met Pei Yuzhi's gaze, seemingly having deduced Bai Shi's identity. Pei Yuzhi languidly remarked, "What's with that expression? You can enjoy sweet dates with Su Su, yet I cannot dine with friends?" Su Su's eyelashes fluttered. and a blush crept to his ears as he lowered his gaze to the dark liquid in his coffee cup. Pei Yuzhi relished in teasing their relationship, but Xie Jinchuan would always respond with earnestness. True to form, Xie Jinchuan countered, "Stop making jokes about Su Su. He and I are just good buddies." A flicker of understanding and mockery flashed in Bai Shi's eyes. Noticing his gaze, Su Su instinctively clenched his fingers. After exchanging a few words, Xie Jinchuan shifted the topic to inquire about Pei Yuzhi's trip to the auto repair shop with Qingyun. Pei Yuzhi found it amusing. Xie Jinchuan was still rather inexperienced. Compared to the character who had seized Hu Qiao's position and basked in the glow of the protagonist's halo, he seemed rather feeble. In this light, the pampered young master of the Hor family, upon Pei Yuzhi brushing against his collarbone, merely wished to twist Pei Yuzhi's hand, which was remarkably gentle of him. A sudden smile graced Pei Yuzhi's lips, his cold, piercing eyes softening. His eyelashes lowered, the corners of his eyes lifting, as if recalling an exceedingly delightful thought. While conversing, Pei Yuzhi momentarily lost his focus, and Xie Jinchuan concealed the oddity in his gaze. News had spread like wildfire at Dongsu University about Pei Yuzhi's jealousy over a man, with the object of contention being none other than Bai Shi. How was it that Bai Shi sat right next to Pei Yuzhi, while he appeared so distracted? With Xie Jinchuan and Pei Yuzhi silent, Bai Shi found himself with nothing to say to Su Su. He glanced around boredly. It was his first visit to this restaurant. In his freshman year, he had come to Jiehua for shopping with classmates and had once dined on the 7th floor, but they had never dared to enter this establishment, as the average spending was a 4-digit sum beyond the means of ordinary students. Contemplating the plethora of photos he could post on social media, a smile curved at the corners of Bai Shi's eyes. Suddenly, his expression turned pale as his eyes widened in shock. Su Su was the first to notice his change and quickly asked, "Bai Shi, are you alright? You look unwell." "Oh, Hu Qiao has arrived." He truly had a fateful connection with Hu Qiao. Just as he thought of him, Hu Qiao appeared before him. Simultaneously, Bai Shi's phone buzzed. "Senior, sorry. I need to step out for a moment." Before Bai Shi could fully rise, a hand pressed down on his shoulder. "Senior, you stay put, I'll go." Pei Yuzhi observed the flashing name of Hu Qiao with a hint of amused curiosity. In the corridor, Hu Qiao stared at the unanswered call, his expression devoid of emotion. Just a moment ago, he must have been seen by the 4 individuals at the table. Today, Hu Qiao looked different from the Hu Qiao Pei Yuzhi had known. He must have come from a formal occasion, clad in a crisp white shirt with buttons fastened just below his throat, the hem neatly tucked into black dress pants. His flat abdomen, long, straight legs, and well-rounded backside were all striking. "So, here to find Bai Shi? Want to join us for a seat?" "Hu Qiao, you wouldn't be so petty, would you? It's just a meal with Bai Shi." Hu Qiao secretly rolled his eyes. The beta set. Who cares about such an idiot? Pei Yuzhi responded, "Oh, so you choose to ignore him, merely cursing him inwardly, I see. And what else with the sudden mention of fish?" Suddenly, Pei Yuzhi's pupils dilated slightly as a thought struck him. Could it be that Hu Qiao was referring to Xie Jinchuan as the fish? Had Hu Qiao known all along that Xie Jinchuan was his father's illegitimate son? He swallowed hard, just as Hu Qiao looked up, catching sight of the movement in Pei Yuzhi's throat. Certain memories flashed, and Hu Qiao's fingers clenched tightly as he turned to leave. "Hey, Hu Qiao. I'm talking to you. Why are you running away?" Without a second thought, Pei Yuzhi pursued him, grabbing his arm. "Get off me. Don't touch me." The sharp sound of his voice coincided with the crisp slap of flesh. The sting from Hu Qiao's forceful dismissal left Pei Yuzhi seething. "Have you lost your mind?" "Hu Qiao?" Hu Qiao, with a dark expression, glared at him warily, as if Pei Yuzhi were something vile. That look rendered Pei Yuzhi speechless, unable to voice anything further. In a fit of anger, Pei Yuzhi failed to hear Hu Qiao's thoughts. Hu Qiao departed swiftly, disappearing around the corner of the corridor. As the elevator descended slowly, the smooth mirrored walls reflected the occupants within. A young man in a white shirt hung his head, seemingly engrossed in something, the line of his neck forming a delicate yet fragile curve, prominently displaying a visible vein. Upon closer inspection, the vein extended to the back of his ear, which was flushed crimson, resembling a flower blooming within the pristine white of winter's snow. Chapter 19. The mountains and rivers are Hu Qiao really? Was it just a light touch on his shoulder? What a petty man. The red imprint left by Hu Qiao's strike was starkly visible on Pei Yuzhi's hand. He glared at the spot where Hu Qiao had vanished for a lengthy moment. "Senior, are you alright? Where's Hu Qiao?" Bai Shi, who had followed out in a flurry, anxiously scanned the vicinity, but Hu Qiao was nowhere to be found. Pei Yuzhi pressed his lips together, speaking somewhat awkwardly. He left. Bai Shi, not at all dim-witted, understood perfectly well that Hu Qiao had departed. The pressing question was what Hu Qiao was doing here in the first place. Bai Shi said, "Senior, you stay with your friends. When Hu Qiao is quiet, it means he's very angry. I'll go explain things to him." Pei Yuzhi opened his mouth, only to watch Bai Shi hurriedly leave. It seemed the reason he hadn't heard Hu Qiao's thoughts earlier was due to his deep-seated anger. Bai Shi indeed understood him well. The acidic undertone in his words was impossible to conceal. How petty. It was quite unfortunate that Pei Yuzhi didn't even get to enjoy a meal with Bai Shi. He felt a twinge of irritation. However, he couldn't leave now. The main characters awaited him in the restaurant. He hesitated for a few seconds. Just as he was about to step inside, his phone rang. Hello?
Dad.
Don't call me Dad. I'm not your father. Pei Yuzhi. Are you out of your mind? How did I instruct you before leaving? As soon as the call connected, Pei Xinyan unleashed a torrent of words that nearly deafened Pei Yuzhi. Reluctantly, Pei Yuzhi had to pull the phone slightly away. Yet Pei Xinyan's voice remained loud and clear even from a distance. I entrusted you with the matter regarding Aunt Chui's son, and you dare to go against my wishes? Are you trying to drive me to an early grave? What's so critical that you must occupy this half hour? Dear, please speak to our son calmly. Why be so harsh? Harsh? Just look at what he has done. The gentle and warm voice of a woman interjected, soothing Pei Xinyan, whose rapid breathing soon steadied. Pei Yuzhi couldn't help but curl his lips. What a henpecked husband. Humph. If it weren't for your mother stopping me today, I would have let you have it. Darling. You must apologize to Cui Qiao for this incident, alright? Being called darling made Pei Yuzhi's ears flush uncontrollably. He murmured, I understand, Mom. I'm over 20. Please don't call me darling anymore. I got it, Mom. Humph. Don't be so gentle with him. Let me talk to him. Pei Xinyan took the phone back. Also, one more thing. Uncle Chong will be coming over this evening to retrieve something from my study safe. It's wrapped in a cardboard bag. I'll have him contact you, and you need to hand it to him personally. Pei Yuzhi's eyelids twitched slightly. Uncle Chong? Chong Feng Yuan? Now, darling. No need to be rude. Your Uncle Chong is a junior from my and Aunt Chui's university days. Even though he works for Aunt Chui's company. He is still your elder, you know? Like a thunderbolt striking Pei Yuzhi's mind, he trembled slightly, barely grasping the words that followed from Madame Pei. Following the stroke of Pei Xinyan, Pei Yuzhi floundered aimlessly, akin to a headless fly. Chong Feng Yuan, as a friend of Pei's mother, was trusted by both her and Pei Yuzhi. Meanwhile, Pei Xinyan had turned traitor, becoming an accomplice in the Xie family's insidious encroachment upon the Pei family's wealth. Madame Pei, along with Aunt Chui, had a junior from their academic days. Aunt Chui's son was named Cui Qiao. The imported materials required by the other party consisted of mixed clay, a vital component for sculpture students. Cui Qiao and Hu Qiao shared only their surnames. When Cheng Yun first investigated Hu Qiao, he found no link between him and the Hu family, as Hu Qiao had taken his mother's surname in his youth. It turned out that the Shanha he had chatted with on WeChat was indeed Hu Qiao. The plot, previously overlooked, interconnected due to Chong Fingyuan's appearance. Pei Yuzhi shivered, reaffirming, Mother, did Aunt Chui's son change his name?
You man Kui Kiao.
The master who cast his fortune for him mentioned that he could adopt his father's surname upon reaching adulthood, which means he is now called Hu Qiao. Oh, dear. I have mistakenly called him by the wrong name several times. Listening to his mother's mildly exasperated voice, Pei Yuzhi involuntarily closed his eyes. Soon, he spoke in a hoarse voice, Dad, Mom, I understand now. I will apologize to Hu Qiao later. As for Uncle Chong coming over to collect something, let him call me. Madame Pei had not seen her son for quite some time, and due to the matter involving Hu Qiao and Aunt Chui, she engaged in a few more words with Pei Yuzhi. He patiently listened, hanging up only after several minutes. Uncles and aunts still care for you so much, treating you like a child, a slightly mocking voice chimed from behind. Pei Yuzhi smirked and turned. They are merely overthinking. If I don't endure their nagging, I fear I won't find peace tonight. Xie Jinchuan, let us go. The food is getting cold. Let us eat first. Pei Yuzhi casually inquired. Cheng Yun mentioned, you have joined the company? How is the collaboration with Yuan Chun progressing? Is your father planning to involve you? Pei Yuzhi clicked his tongue. Chairman Xie personally discussing cooperation guarantees its success, but my mother seems to know one of Yuan Chuan's shareholders. We might meet up. Xie Jinchuan's eyes brightened. Who? Pei Yuzhi frowned and thought, I forgot their name. It's not important, but such a person exists. Pei Yuzhi was slowly brushing him off while confirming one thing. The chairman of Yuan Chun was indeed Chong Feng Yuan, whom he did not know, at least not yet. Upon returning to the Pei residence, the front yard and the first floor were illuminated. Pei Yuzhi noticed an unfamiliar black car parked in the yard. Deducing that Chong Feng Yuan had arrived, he remained in the car, absent-mindedly tapping on his phone, lost in thought. Mere moments ago, Pei Yuzhi had apologized to Shanha, expressing his regret for standing him up. Finally, his phone lit up. Shanha, the clay has been obtained. Assistant Tian is quite professional. You need not be polite. The glow of the screen illuminated Pei Yuzhi's face, revealing a faint smile. How intriguing. Hu Qiao remains unaware of my identity. Chapter 20 Hu Qiao. Awake. Is there something you need? Like discovering a hidden treasure, Pei Yuzhi fell into a state of extreme joy and exhilaration. He opened Shanha's Moments, where the latter had posted a seemingly ordinary photo yesterday. It depicted an unfinished sculpture, presumably awaiting the arrival of mixed clay before further work could commence. Pei Yuzhi scrutinized the photo inch by inch, eventually exiting the Moments with a sense of satisfaction. A thought flitted through his mind. Does this constitute spying on a rival? Knock, knock. The sound of tapping on glass interrupted Pei Yuzhi's reverie. He turned to see two individuals standing by the car, seemingly engaged in conversation. Through the car door, their words were somewhat muffled. Chang Fengyuan was a handsome man. Had Madame Pei not mentioned that he was only a couple of years younger than her and Aunt Cui, Pei Yuzhi would have never guessed he was already in his 40s. Young Master Pei, good evening. I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. He wore silver-rimmed glasses, his eyes long and narrow, smiling even before speaking. Standing at around 6 feet tall, his black suit accentuated his lean physique. He exuded a charm that was absent in younger men. Uncle Chang, no need for such courtesy. It's quite all right, Pei Yuzhi replied, concealing his subtle scrutiny and nodding slightly. A flicker of surprise crossed Chang Fengyuan's eyes. In his memory, Pei Yuzhi was a spoiled young master who seldom regarded him with direct attention during their previous encounters. He was somewhat taken aback and hurriedly said, "Young Master Pei, shall we proceed to collect it now?" The two walked in, one after the other, with Pei Yuzhi moving at a leisurely pace. As they approached the entrance, he casually asked, "My mother mentioned you used to look after Huiqiao while he studied at Dongsu. Is that correct?" Chang Fengyuan's eyelid twitched. That young master was attending university at Dongsu, hardly allowing anyone from Modu to approach, let alone associating with his parents' old friends. Why did Pei Yuzhi seem so familiar with Huiqiao? Or was it that Huiqiao intended to foster good relations with the Pei family? Was there some potential business collaboration? If there was indeed a business arrangement, he would need to reassess the Pei family's standing. Pei Yuzhi glanced at him sideways. No need to overthink. We merely exchanged a few words. He attends the same university as I do.
Is that so?
Pei Yuzhi laughed. That's for the best. I had a minor disagreement with Huiqiao at school, so Uncle Chang, please keep this from my parents. Chang Fengyuan found this rather absurd. This sole heir of the Pei family always gave him an odd impression, as if he were testing him, yet how could that be? After waiting outside Pei Xinyan's study for several minutes, Pei Yuzhi emerged with a brown paper bag, handing it to Chang Fengyuan, who thanked him with a smile before taking his leave. The black sedan quickly departed from the front yard, and Pei Yuzhi opened his phone's photo album. On the white A4 paper, a line of black words read, Tanhai Bay Water Area Phase 1 Development Plan. Party A was Yuanchun Company, while Party B was, of course, the Pei Group. Chang Fengyuan was indeed bold and meticulous. He was simultaneously negotiating with both the Pei and Xie families without raising any suspicion. The discoveries of recent days felt like peeling away layers of mist, gradually revealing the outlines of the supporting characters within the narrative. Regarding the identity of the person behind Chang Fengyuan, Pei Yuzhi had several conjectures. This individual lay embedded within the Pei family, like a ticking time bomb. Yet from Madame Pei's attitude towards Chang Fengyuan, it seemed she had an unwavering trust in him, even more so than in Huiqiao's mother for Modu. Pei Yuzhi needed to deliberate further. After clarifying these matters, he picked up his phone, promptly messaging Bai Shi. A smile involuntarily graced Pei Yuzhi's face. No need for formality. We indeed must reschedule a meal, but this one is on me, considering you missed dinner tonight. Bai Shi, tonight's incident is entirely my fault, senior. You must let me treat you. In a dormitory at Dongsu Academy of Fine Arts, Bai Shi appeared displeased, his expression cold as he finished sending a message to Pei Yuzhi before delving into his chat history with Huiqiao. It was still the message he had sent 2 hours earlier.
Ding.
A mocking and resentful expression flickered across Bai Shi's face. How could Huiqiao possibly make things difficult for him? Perhaps one day, should Huiqiao catch him with another man in bed, he would coldly warn him. You caused the trouble. Now resolve it yourself. Bai Shi bit his lip as he typed. Bai Shi, Huiqiao has that indifferent demeanor. I know he likes me. He respects my relationship status, but sometimes his way of expressing concern is quite different from others. Senior, please don't be angry with him, alright? Gazing at the words in the dialogue box, Bai Shi's eyes shimmered. He could not allow a man to acquire things too easily. He needed to make Pei Yuzhi jealous. The more jealousy there was, the more Pei Yuzhi would come to appreciate Bai Shi's significance. When Bai Shi eventually cast aside Huiqiao and fell into Pei Yuzhi's embrace, Pei Yuzhi would finally attain the satisfaction he longed for. With a hint of jealousy, Pei Yuzhi sat in the dimly lit bedroom of the second floor of the Pei residence. The feeble light obscured the nuances of his expression as he read the message sent by Bai Shi, a wave of sourness washing over him. He couldn't fathom what kind of enchantment Huiqiao had cast upon Bai Shi. Cold and aloof, the eldest son had a plethora of flaws. From his petty jealousy to his obsessive cleanliness that forbade any contact. With a sigh, he exited his chat with Bai Shi and opened the conversation with Huiqiao. The scant few messages revealed a palpable distance between them. For reasons unknown, Pei Yuzhi's fingers danced over the screen, sending a message to Huiqiao. As the words disappeared from the screen, he realized he had been holding his breath. What am I thinking? Why did I ask if he was asleep? Frustrated, he tossed his phone aside, the solitary glow extinguished, yet his eyes continued to glimmer in the darkness.
Ding.
He turned abruptly. Huiqiao, not asleep. What's up? Chapter 21. Pei Yuzhi on Tuesday at 8 in the morning, Pei Yuzhi entered the classroom, yawning. His classmates had reserved a seat for him, and he slumped into it. Too weary to lift his head. Pei Xiao, where did you go with Bai Shi last night? You look exhausted, a classmate asked, amusement dancing in his eyes. Pei Yuzhi paused, lifting his head slightly from his arm.
What?
Is my business being broadcasted in the group again? Of course. News has spread like wildfire at Dongsu Academy, claiming a handsome gentleman picked up Bai Shi in a brand new McLaren, and that gentleman is not her boyfriend. Pei Yuzhi felt a pang of recognition. He had suspected it was him all along, and when the photo surfaced, it indeed turned out to be him. His classmates found his demeanor peculiar, noting the dark circles under his eyes and his overall disheveled appearance, indicating he had indeed engaged in something intense the previous night. As a man, it was difficult not to boast about such an encounter. So what transpired between Pei Yuzhi and Bai Shi? Surely, one night wouldn't lead to disdain, would it? The class continued, and Pei Yuzhi was roused from his stupor by the vibration of his phone in his pocket. The last remnants of sleep vanished in an instant, replaced by a rush of anxiety. Yes, he had indeed been jolted by the overwhelming embarrassment of it all. How could Hu Qiao misinterpret his innocent inquiry about sleep? Such words were reserved for flirtation before slumber. Surely, Hu Qiao understood this? Exasperated, Pei Yuzhi glanced at his assistant Tian, fingers tapping furiously on his phone. I sent that message by mistake, I'll clarify with him. By the way, you didn't mention my name to him, did you? Tian replied. I haven't discussed personal matters regarding the young master with Mr. Hua. Pei Yuzhi responded, in the future, if he inquires about me, do not disclose anything, and inform me immediately. Understood, young master. After concluding the conversation, he was left with the unavoidable presence of Hu Qiao. With a blank expression, Pei Yuzhi typed hurriedly and locked his phone screen after sending the message. What an unfortunate day it was. Meanwhile, in another building at Dongsu University, Hu Qiao's hands were coated in clay. Due to material issues, he had paused for a few days and now, looking at his half-finished work, dissatisfaction loomed over him. Zhonglin remarked, I didn't want to bring this up, but when we visited the Hot Spring Hotel, the juniors saw Bai Shi entangled with a man. At that time you were quite fond of Bai Shi, and I didn't want to stir the pot. However, I recently learned that the tennis club was also at the Hot Spring Hotel that day, and if that man was Pei Yuzhi, they must have known each other for quite some time. Hu Qiao's arm faltered mid-motion. They had shared a dormitory in their freshman year. And although Hu Qiao did not reside there, he had developed a closer rapport with Zhonglin than with others. Hu Qiao, I really can't understand your feelings. If you like Bai Shi, why are you so indifferent to Pei Yuzhi's blatant attempts to woo her? And, if you don't care for her, why tolerate Pei Yuzhi's antics? As the pieces fell into place, Hu Qiao felt a flicker of realization. The memories of that night spent with Pei Yuzhi flooded back. His rolling Adam's apple and toned physique were what Hu Qiao found most appealing. Zhonglin continued, alright, let us just leave him be. Hu Qiao spent the morning in a daze. Observing Hu Qiao's work deteriorating, Zhonglin forcibly pulled him away. When Hu Qiao finally checked his phone, 3 unread messages awaited him, including one from his mother and another from Bai Shi. Faced with his mother, Hu Qiao felt irritation. Confronted with Bai Shi, he felt disgust. Did you call, Tian? The message I sent was intended for someone I like. I mistakenly sent it to you. I apologize for the misunderstanding.
So, it was a mistake.
No wonder. Their relationship hadn't developed to the point of casual inquiries about daily life. This message had been sent 3 hours prior. Hu Qiao had sent a message last night, and even if he hadn't seen it in the morning,
he should have by now.
He did not wish to be entangled with Hu Qiao. Just then, the chat box displayed the notification. I can't believe it. Asking if you're asleep? Such intimate words are clearly meant for someone you fancy. Do you genuinely not understand? Hu Qiao was bewildered. What had transpired? Soon, another message chimed in. In the cafeteria, Pei Yuzhi glared intensely at his phone, nearly boring a hole through the screen. Hu Qiao. Pei Yuzhi exclaimed, damn it. In the second-floor cafeteria of Dongsu University, the exclamation echoed. Hu Qiao, nonchalantly putting his phone away, glanced over, only to lock eyes with Pei Yuzhi, whose frustration was palpable. The surrounding noise and people seemed to vanish. After a few seconds, or perhaps longer, both Pei Yuzhi and Hu Qiao averted their gazes, their expressions darkening. Chapter 22, A Public Disgrace. The second cafeteria, situated at the heart of Dongsu University, is frequented by students from the School of Computer Science, the School of Arts, and the School of Humanities, often bustling with activity. Pei Yuzhi had not been one to frequent the cafeteria, yet today he lacked the energy to venture beyond the campus. Pei Xiao, it's Hu Qiao, a classmate whispered, as if they were exchanging secret codes. Another classmate chuckled. Is he afraid Hu Qiao will confront him? After all, Pei Yuzhi brazenly tried to woo Hu Qiao's interest yesterday. Pei Yuzhi recalled the message from Bai Shi. Hu Qiao expressed his concern differently than others. With a subtle smile, he reassured, don't worry, Hu Qiao won tea, true to his word. Hu Qiao sat down at a table far from Pei Yuzhi after procuring his meal. As luck would have it, just after leaving the cafeteria, Pei Yuzhi spotted Hu Qiao a short distance ahead and pivoted to follow him. His classmates called out, Hey, Pei Xiao, where are you going? That side is the art school over here. Zhonglin's expression shifted slightly. What the hell, is Pei Yuzhi coming for you? What does he want? Hu Qiao ground his teeth, filled with loathing for Pei Yuzhi. That bastard dares to approach. breaking his hands would be too lenient. Only by utterly incapacitating him could my resentment be sated. Pei Yuzhi abruptly halted his steps. Ah, such venomous thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, his eyes shone like a ravenous beast, having spotted a tender creature straying into its territory. The beast assessed its prey, contemplating where to sink its teeth first before devouring it whole. To Huiqiao, this expression appeared as a blatant provocation. Huiqiao was acutely aware that Pei Yuzhi's intentions were not rooted in the events of that night at the Hot Spring Hotel, but rather in the previous day's outing with Bai Shi. This realization fueled Huiqiao's anger. He longed to break Pei Yuzhi's legs and trample him underfoot in humiliation. Little did he know that Pei Yuzhi heard every malicious thought that crossed his mind. When he suddenly learned that the man from that night was Pei Yuzhi and encountered him unprepared, Huiqiao's heart was thrown into turmoil. Yet he was no ordinary person, and his fleeting agitation dissipated as swiftly as it arose. Meanwhile, Pei Yuzhi seemed to relish the moment. Hearing Huiqiao vent his frustration and hurl threats provided him with a sense of relief. The discomfort from mistakenly messaging Huiqiao vanished. After all, he had no idea he was dealing with him. He fixed his gaze on Huiqiao. Is it really necessary for you to avoid me so? Zhonglin's expression soured. Pei Yuzhi, enough is enough. We're from the same school. Don't go too far. Huiqiao frowned, stating, I have nothing to discuss with you. If you wish to talk about your relationship with Bai Shi, I can give you a definitive answer right now. Pei Yuzhi paused. What definitive answer? Huiqiao's expression turned cold as he took out his phone to make a call. The cafeteria was crowded, and within 2 minutes, a crowd had gathered to witness the unfolding drama. The phone was on speaker, and after 2 beeps, a gentle male voice came through. Huiqiao, are you out of class? Is there something you need?
It was Bai Shi.
Pei Yuzhi's smile faltered as his gaze fixed intensely on Huiqiao's face. He seemed to comprehend Huiqiao's intentions. Huiqiao maintained a calm demeanor as he addressed Pei Yuzhi. I previously respected your freedom to choose friends, but now, Pei Yuzhi has intruded upon my life. You have a choice. Either cease being my boyfriend or cut all ties with Pei Yuzhi from today onward. Pei Yuzhi's pupils dilated in shock. Those around them leaned in, whispering in hushed tones, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. These two were renowned figures from the School of Computer Science and the Academy of Fine Arts, equally matched in height, looks, and even wealth. Pei Yuzhi was audacious and domineering, while Huiqiao exuded an aloof indifference. The spectators could hardly believe Bai Shi was being publicly judged by Huiqiao. It seemed a delicate balance was about to shatter. Bai Shi's tone turned anxious. Huiqiao, you've misunderstood. Pei Yuzhi and I are just friends. He approached me yesterday about some tennis matters. Please don't misconstrue this. Huiqiao observed Pei Yuzhi's darkening expression and thought, this fool. Does he genuinely believe Bai Shi is an innocent flower? His judgment must be clouded. With a sense of satisfaction, Huiqiao retorted, you needn't say more. I'm affording you one chance. If you choose to maintain your friendship with Pei Yuzhi today, our relationship ends here, just as we agreed initially. I want to make it difficult for you. The choice is yours. The line fell silent. Pei Yuzhi's heart trembled, a foreboding feeling creeping in.
Bai Shi interjet, who owe you?
What are you saying? Of course, I choose you. You are my boyfriend, and I know you care about me and don't want me getting too close to other men. I'll block Pei Yuzhi right away, I promise. Both Pei Yuzhi and Huiqiao froze at his words. Huiqiao was speechless, thinking to himself, Bai Shi isn't merely thick-skinned, he is utterly shameless. Claiming I care for him. Pei Yuzhi inhaled deeply, having lost all sense of dignity in that moment. Huiqiao hung up on Bai Shi, lifting his gaze defiantly. You heard that. My boyfriend intends to block you. As the scion of the Pei family, I hope you can refrain from further embarrassing yourself by pursuing my boyfriend. Afterward, Huiqiao, still unsatisfied, mentally added, Bai Shi and Pei Yuzhi are a perfect match. One despicable and the other foolish. If I didn't still need Bai Shi, I would write them both off right now. Pei Yuzhi felt the world around him darken as those who had gathered recorded every detail of the unfolding drama. A collective anticipation stirred. The gossip mill at Dongsu University would soon be buzzing. The illustrious Pei Yuzhi had finally met his match. Having provoked Huiqiao multiple times at the swimming pool, Huiqiao had endured. Once in the tennis hall, he made advances towards Huiqiao's boyfriend, and Huiqiao had still let it slide. But now, openly courting trouble and flaunting his defiance before Huiqiao, Huiqiao could no longer remain passive. The backlash from Huiqiao was sure to be painful, and many observers expected Pei Yuzhi to retaliate physically. Huiqiao narrowed his eyes. You. Pei Yuzhi glared back. Are you finished? When did I say I wanted to discuss Bai Shi? Huiqiao replied, aside from Bai Shi, I have nothing further to discuss with you. Pei Yuzhi smirked and took a step closer, causing onlookers to gasp, fearing he might strike. To their surprise, Pei Yuzhi merely leaned in, whispering close to Huiqiao's ear. Huiqiao, standing at a height of 183 meters, with a well-proportioned physique, had often been a subject of admiration at Dongsu University. His long legs drew compliments from many admirers. Yet, standing before Pei Yuzhi, whose height barely reached his nose, he felt an inexplicable vulnerability. Some girls blushed at the sight of these two striking figures together, feeling an odd sense of thrill. The tension between these two exceptional individuals, one flamboyant and the other indifferent, created a strange yet potent sexual tension. Pei Yuzhi's gaze fell upon Huiqiao's neck. Noticing the tension in his demeanor, a prominent vein throbbed just below Pei Yuzhi's line of sight. If he shifted slightly to the left, his nose would brush against that vein. Before he could move, he caught a glimpse of Huiqiao's Adam's apple constricting subtly. Pei Yuzhi's pupils dilated momentarily before he suppressed the strange impulse brewing within him. "Are you interested in Xie Jinchuan?" he inquired, his breath brushing against Huiqiao's skin, igniting an unexpected warmth. Pei Yuzhi quickly straightened up, stepping back with agility. The intense aura he had projected faded, while Huiqiao clenched his fists, his expression clouded with wariness and disdain. He mused inwardly, "Pei Yuzhi, what wild thoughts are swirling in your head? If you're not writing fiction, you're wasting your talent." With that thought, Pei Yuzhi retorted, "Whatever you're imagining, it's not as you think. Let us find a private place to talk." Huiqiao scoffed, "There's no need." Those nearby couldn't hear Pei Yuzhi's words, but Huiqiao's expression spoke volumes. Yet another instance of Pei Yuzhi stirring up trouble. The atmosphere grew tense once more. Zhonglin tugged at Huiqiao's arm, whispering, "Let us go." Huiqiao turned his gaze away, only to realize the crowd had swelled, with many attempting to discreetly put their phones away as he looked their way. A sinking feeling enveloped him. His once tranquil university life had been thoroughly disrupted by Pei Yuzhi. Huiqiao took a deep breath, yet could not quell the agitation boiling within him. He lifted his eyelids to glance at Pei Yuzhi, internally gritting his teeth, thinking, "That scoundrel Pei Yuzhi truly deserves a beating. I shall eventually make him pay for this." The remaining thought of how to avenge the grievance of the suppressed hot spring hotel was one he felt too ashamed to voice, even in his mind. Soon, Zhonglin and Huiqiao navigated through the crowd and departed, while Pei Yuzhi, wearing an odd expression, refrained from stopping them.
Pei Xiao.
"Let us take our leave as well." A classmate behind tugged at Pei Yuzhi, likely sensing that he had once again become the center of attention. Pei Yuzhi turned to him and asked, "Who do you think is stronger, me or Huiqiao?"
Huh, what?
Pei Yuzhi raised an eyebrow. The weariness that had previously enveloped him vanished, and his dark eyes sparkled with an alarming brightness. "What I meant was the food at the second cafeteria is quite good. We should return there next time." The classmate stared at him in disbelief, utterly perplexed by the turn of events. As they walked a few steps toward the School of Computer Science, Pei Yuzhi suddenly halted, pulling out his phone to check WeChat, where he indeed found an unread message from Baishi. "Apologies, Senior Pei. Due to certain circumstances, I must delete your WeChat. How much was the racket you bought for me last time? Please tell me a price, and I will transfer the money to you. I am truly sorry, Senior." Upon seeing Baishi's pitiful state, Huiqiao felt a pang of sympathy. An ordinary student like him, working part-time to pay tuition. How could he possibly afford a few thousand yuan for a racket? He replied calmly, "The racket was purchased because I brought you to buy it. I have stated before that it was a gift. My matter with Huiqiao has nothing to do with you. There is no need for you to pay. Keep the item." "Senior Pei, is your quarrel with Huiqiao because of me?" "It is entirely my fault. I should have communicated better with Huiqiao. But he is overly sensitive regarding my friendships, and now he is taking it out on you." Pei Yuzhi wore a peculiar expression. Baishi claimed that Huiqiao cared for him, yet Huiqiao's inner thoughts suggested otherwise. Their relationship seemed so strangely convoluted. This notion briefly flickered in his mind before swiftly dissipating. Pei Yuzhi had no intention of accepting money for the racket. Baishi's insistence eventually faded into silence. As for the deletion of their friendship, it remained unresolved, perhaps forgotten by Baishi. However, students from Dongsu University and Dongsu Academy were aware of one thing. Pei Yuzhi from the School of Computer Science attempted to steal Huiqiao's thunder, but was publicly humiliated by him. The evening's heat and rhythm pulsated continuously. Even on the second floor, one could not escape the lingering scent of smoke and alcohol. Pei Yuzhi sat alone in a booth, while Chung Yun and several others gathered near the railing to watch the performances below. "Pei Xiao, a heartbreak shouldn't have you sulking alone with a drink, right?" "Indeed. Tonight's heartbreak drink is essential." "I see Baishi is not much of a catch. Quite petty indeed. Does Pei Xiao prefer that type of delicate flower? Should I ask the manager to bring a few up?" "Forget it. I doubt Pei Xiao would be interested." "Hey, look, isn't that Su Su? The one who was with Xie Xiao last time?" "Indeed, look at that outfit. Is he working here? Wow, this one is impressive, with Xie Xiao's backing. Why does he need to work? Is he addicted to acting?" These wealthy young masters were exceedingly wary of strangers attempting to infiltrate their circles. Even though Xie Jinchuan exhibited a unique disposition towards Su Su, behind the scenes, they regarded Su Su merely as a leech clinging to Xie Jinchuan. "Look, the man below must be Huiqiao, right? How dare he come here? Chung Xiao. Why not have someone toss him out and capture a few videos to share in every group at Dongsu University, just to embarrass him? What do you say, Pei Xiao?" Several of them eagerly looked to Pei Yuzhi. Without lifting his eyelids, Pei Yuzhi replied, "If you are so idle, you might as well go down and dance naked," providing a surprise for the customers at Chung Yun's establishment. The group was momentarily taken aback. Chungyun scoffed, even alcohol cannot silence your chatter. As the brief interlude passed, the atmosphere grew lively once more, and Pei Yuzhi, seemingly restless, rose to descend the stairs. Chungyun stood by the railing, his gaze fixed on the stairway. As anticipated, Pei Yuzhi soon came into view, scanning the area. Chungyun raised an eyebrow, glancing toward the west side of the main stage, where Hu Qiao sat with two young men in the best booth. They appeared familiar, likely students from Dongsu University. Yet, at that moment, Chungyun felt a conflicting sense of certainty about the situation. Pei Yuzhi, as Chungyun had surmised, swiftly pinpointed Hu Qiao's location and made his way over. Suddenly, Chungyun's pupils constricted. Just a step away from Hu Qiao's booth, Su, dressed in a white shirt with a black Windsor knot, unexpectedly stumbled and fell into Pei Yuzhi's arms. Caught off guard, Pei Yuzhi instinctively wrapped his arm around Su's waist. The combination of his tall stature and her delicate frame created an unexpectedly harmonious tableau. Items from the tray scattered across the floor, drawing the attention of those nearby, including the trio in the booth, with Hu Qiao. What an unexpected turn of events. Chungyun's eyes lit up, fixated on the scene below. Chapter 24, a fated encounter 10 minutes earlier, Hu Qiao and Zhonglin, along with Yu Bo, had arrived at this newly opened establishment. The three were from the same department and dormitory. While Zhonglin and Yu Bo were not as affluent as Hu Qiao, they were by no means lacking in resources. This venue was a recent discovery by Yu Bo, who had been here for a week to work part-time as a waiter. Yu Bo, robust and with a simple demeanor, began chattering incessantly before they could even sit down. Naturally, he spoke of his newfound muse. Recently, he had become infatuated, spending nearly 100,000 here over the week. I already checked. Su is working today. Just wait until you see my new muse. A glance is sufficient. If I weren't so irritated by your incessant rambling, I would have been asleep in bed by now. Zhonglin replied, clearly disinterested in the bustling atmosphere. Yu Bo chuckled, when you meet Su, help me figure out how to pursue him. Zhonglin ignored him and turned to Hu Qiao. Why not invite Bai Shi to join us? Hu Qiao did not lift his head. He has matters to attend to. Zhonglin scoffed. A second-rate art student from a mediocre university, his tuition was once your responsibility. Yet he seems busier than you now. Hu Qiao replied coolly, Zhonglin, you appear to harbor quite a prejudice against Bai Shi. Zhonglin did not respond. Perhaps? I just dislike seeing friends being deceived. Hu Qiao raised his phone, and Zhonglin lifted his glass in acknowledgement. Yu Bo, bewildered, asked, what do you mean? Bai Shi tricked Hu Qiao? Aren't you two in love? That's none of your business. Focus on your muse, Zhonglin retorted. Speaking of trickery, I do have a favor to ask of you. Hu Qiao handed his phone to Zhonglin. Could you lend me a few professionals from your father's company? I need someone skilled in bidding. You can take my new Pagani for a spin. The screen displayed a man of indeterminate age, appearing to be in his 30s. Wearing glasses and sporting a subtle smile, handsome and astute. Who is this? My mother's former secretary. Zhonglin paused for a moment. This man looks like a cunning fox. Deceiving him might be quite a challenge. Hu Qiao's lips curled into a cold smile. No matter, it's merely for amusement. His true intention lay elsewhere, targeting Chang Fengyuan, whose recent overreach had become rather bothersome. Just then Yu Bo exclaimed, Su has arrived. Hu Qiao and Zhonglin instinctively ceased their conversation. A young man in a white uniform emerged amidst the throng of dancers, like a refreshing stream. Hu Qiao's gaze shifted, and he recalled having seen this individual 3 times before. The first time was when Hu Qiao dined with Su and Bai Shi, where Su served. The second time was when Hu Qiao deliberately appeared before Xie Jinchuan, who shared a table with Su. Today marked the third encounter. His eyes revealed a flicker of interest. This young man resembled Bai Shi, embodying the type that Pei Yuzhi would undoubtedly favor. However, the last time he had seen Su, it was Xie Jinchuan who was drawing closer to him. TSK, Pei Yuzhi certainly has a peculiar taste. Only enamored with men who are already taken? Bai Shi, and now Su? Yu Bo was eager to leave the booth, and upon seeing him, Su appeared somewhat flustered, her cheeks flushed as she exchanged hurried words with him. Zhonglin turned to Hu Qiao, commenting on the young man's appealing appearance. No wonder Yu Bo is so infatuated, showering him with gifts. Hu Qiao chuckled, Yu Bo simple-minded. His type has always remained unchanged, quite steadfast. Zhonglin nearly choked on his drink, exclaiming, you mean Yu Bo's simple-mindedness is commendable? Indeed. The seemingly honest and earnest Yu Bo was a seasoned player in the realm of romance, subscribing to the philosophy that pleasure should be seized in the moment and that wealth equates to affection. Hu Qiao shifted his intrigued gaze toward Yu Bo and Su. At this moment, he found himself feeling a sense of regret. He wished Pei Yuzhi were present to witness how another man he coveted was being pursued.
Damn.
Pei Yuzhi is here too? Hu Qiao's fingers twitched suddenly, and he raised his gaze. The man, towering above the crowd with an air of arrogance, met Hu Qiao's eyes and suddenly smiled, a smile that stirred a sense of chaos within Hu Qiao. It seemed to silently declare, look, I've set my sights on you again. Hu Qiao's heart raced. He could not comprehend why every encounter with Pei Yuzhi left him feeling so breathless. Yet he was acutely aware that each meeting with Pei Yuzhi never boded well.
Bang.
No one saw how it transpired. Pei Yuzhi approached like an unyielding wolf. His gaze fixated on Ho Qiao as he moved toward their booth. Just as he was about to stand before Ho Qiao, a soft figure collided into his embrace. His reflexes were quicker than his thoughts. With a swift motion, he wrapped his long arm around a delicate waist that felt as fragile as a flower stem. "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to." A familiar voice, tinged with a sob, came from his arms. Pei Yuzhi's temples throbbed. Without thinking, he glanced toward Ho Qiao. He found Ho Qiao shrouded in the booth's shadow, rendering his expression unreadable. Pei Yuzhi swallowed awkwardly, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt wash over him. "Is it you, Pei Xiao?" Su Su looked up through tear-filled eyes, her delicate chin trembling helplessly. The flush of her cheeks accentuating the moisture in her gaze that made her utterly endearing. Any normal man would likely feel compelled to soothe her in this vulnerable state. The person who had intentionally pushed Su Su was long gone. And even the patrons who had hoped to take advantage of the situation were sobered by Pei Yuzhi's dark countenance.
Thank you, Pei Xiao.
Su Su seemed oblivious to his aloof demeanor. As she spoke, tears brimmed in her eyes, causing her lashes to droop as they fell like pearls strung on a broken thread. Pei Yuzhi glanced down indifferently. "If it weren't for you catching me, I would have fallen," Su Su continued. Yu Bo, now realizing the situation, hurried over. "Su Su, are you alright? I didn't expect those people to suddenly crowd in. I couldn't reach you in time." Su Su murmured, "Thank you, kind sir." Yu Bo, flustered, replied, "Hey, I'm Yu Bo. The last time I was here, I ordered your drink. You don't remember me? Sir, I need to clean this area. Please step aside." A cleaning staff approached to tidy up the remnants on the ground. Yu Bo Zhonglin, unable to bear it any longer, came over to pull him away, smiling at Pei Yuzhi. "What a coincidence. I didn't expect you to have so many admirers." Yu Bo, like a radar on high alert, turned towards Pei Yuzhi. Su Su, feeling somewhat anxious, blushed and interjected, "Sir, you misunderstand. My relationship with Pei Xiao is not that kind." Zhonglin chuckled, forcefully leading the dazed Yu Bo away. Su Su's fingers tangled nervously. She cautiously peered at Pei Yuzhi. "Pei Xiao, where will you be sitting? May I bring you a drink shortly?" Pei Yuzhi replied, "I didn't realize it was you. I merely assisted you. No need for thanks." The plot unfolded unexpectedly. Pei Yuzhi, cast as a mere supporting character, encountered the protagonist and lent him aid. The protagonist, feeling grateful, continuously extended goodwill towards Pei Yuzhi. Yet Pei Yuzhi misconstrued this kindness as affection, further igniting his infatuation with the protagonist. This became the catalyst for Xie Jinchuan's jealousy, and the seeds of discord between Pei Yuzhi and Xie Jinchuan were sown. However, Pei Yuzhi had undergone a transformation. He had no time to concern himself with the illogical narrative. Without a glance at Su Su's shocked and hurt expression, he pivoted to the left. For Ho Qiao had finally emerged from the booth. Simultaneously, the door swung open, and a cacophony of mixed sounds flooded Xie Jinchuan's ears. "Young Master Xie, you've arrived. Su Su is in the back. Let me escort you." "Where is Pei Yuzhi?" Chapter 25. Entanglement on the path to the restroom. Numerous inebriated patrons lingered. Pei Yuzhi nimbly sidestepped the entangled couples. Since the incident outside the cafeteria, he and Ho Qiao had not crossed paths for days. Pei Yuzhi had indeed intended to discuss Xie Jinchuan with Ho Qiao, despite the awkwardness in their relationship due to Bai Shi. He didn't mind being the one to reach out. Yet, Ho Qiao had been avoiding him as if he were a plague. TSK. No matter how far Ho Qiao tried to evade him, fate had them crossing paths once again. Turning the corner and pushing open the door, the restroom was considerably quieter than the bustling corridor outside. Pei Yuzhi suddenly recalled that he had first heard Ho Qiao's inner thoughts in a restroom. That day, he had been taunted by a group of rascals about comparing himself to Ho Qiao. Later, standing shoulder to shoulder with Ho Qiao, he had foolishly looked down to compare their sizes. The image that had lingered in his mind resurfaced at the most inopportune moment. Perhaps it was the overwhelming resemblance to the previous encounter that rendered Pei Yuzhi momentarily dazed. It was then that Ho Qiao turned around. "Pei Yuzhi, have you lost your mind?"
"What?"
Pei Yuzhi replied, bewildered, just as Ho Qiao approached him and suddenly kicked his knee.
"Ouch!"
Pei Yuzhi's right leg buckled, causing him to kneel, the pain jolting him back to reality. All remnants of intoxication and the nebulous sentiments dissipated. Ho Qiao towered over him, glaring down. "Pei Yuzhi, do you think I'm being too lenient with you? This scoundrel dares to look? I ought to gouge his eyes out." Pei Yuzhi felt as if he had been scalded. He suddenly realized that he had been staring at Ho Qiao during his moment of distraction. His expression must have been peculiar, or else Ho Qiao wouldn't have been provoked into action. His throat felt dry as he lifted his gaze. He had always looked down at Ho Qiao, yet this time he found himself at a disadvantage, caught off guard by Ho Qiao's kick. However, in verbal exchanges, Pei Yuzhi never found himself at a loss. Ho Qiao's kick lacked force. He remained half kneeling, chuckling softly, "My apologies, I saw something I shouldn't have."
Bang.
A fist connected with Pei Yuzhi's face, and he let out a muffled groan as a cool hand grasped his chin, lifting his gaze to meet Ho Qiao's furious eyes. To Pei Yuzhi's surprise, he smiled. Ho Qiao's instincts flared. The next moment, he felt a powerful arm encircle his waist, and he stumbled forward, colliding against Pei Yuzhi. Yuzhi? Is that you here? A voice suddenly called out from outside the restroom. Suddenly looked up, while Pei Yuzhi slightly raised an eyebrow. Using his legs to stand up, inadvertently pulling up with him. Startled, immediately struggled, wanting to break free. Pei Yuzhi's grip tightened, his tone languid. Don't be so loud. Xie Jinchuan will hear you. Whether he hears or not is none of my concern. Let me go, Pei Yuzhi.
Sure.
Pei Yuzhi glanced back, one arm securing the struggling while his other hand pressed against mouth. Stared in disbelief, as Pei Yuzhi was uncomfortably close, lowering his gaze to say, Don't be afraid. I didn't just wet myself. Even if I haven't washed my hands, I'm still clean. A rush of heat surged to his head, his body tensed. In mere seconds, Pei Yuzhi dragged him into the cramped restroom stall. The two tall and robust men filled the confined space, seemingly occupying every inch. Moments later, voices emerged from outside. Xie Jinchuan conversed with another man. For reasons unknown, felt a wave of tension wash over him. And he desperately wished to avoid being seen pinned against the dilapidated restroom wall by another man. Pei Yuzhi's hand pressed over his mouth, while his body was firmly restrained, leaving him immobile. Yet, Pei Yuzhi appeared unfazed, even amused. The light was obscured by his presence, revealing only his dark, glimmering eyes. Stole a glance before irritably averting his gaze. What the hell? This bastard keeps provoking me.
Damn.
If it weren't for not wanting to embarrass myself in front of Xie Jinchuan, I'd kick him to pieces. The chilling thoughts echoed in Pei Yuzhi's ears.
Indeed.
As had mentioned, why did he have such vitality directed at? An awkward silence lingered in the stall. It was uncertain how long it lasted before the voices outside faded away. Paused his breathing for a moment, and Pei Yuzhi, with a sudden insight, released his grip on's mouth. In the next instant, he pressed down on's leg, preventing a vulnerable area from being compromised. Pei Yuzhi, are you a dog? How dare you? Swung a fist at him, but Pei Yuzhi quickly blocked it. Frustrated, raised his other hand and struck Pei Yuzhi in the stomach. Pei Yuzhi grunted. Feeling the turmoil in his belly, the alcohol he had consumed earlier nearly surged back up. You're too ruthless. We're both men. What's the big deal? If there's a reaction, it's because I'm strong. Pei Yuzhi looked incredulously at who had just slapped him and now struck his stomach as if he were the one being unreasonable. Finally managing to suppress his anger, found his ire reignited by Pei Yuzhi's words. Without a second thought, he swung again, but this time Pei Yuzhi was prepared, swiftly capturing his arms and pinning them behind his back. A thud echoed in the still restroom as back collided with the door. I was trying to warn you about Xie Jinchuan and you're still not done, are you? Pei Yuzhi's voice oozed with mischief. Do you know what crossing the line means? As he spoke, the door creaked, as eyes widened in anger, glaring at Pei Yuzhi. Does Pei Yuzhi have a mood disorder? How dare he engage in such disgraceful behavior in public? Damn, if someone sees me being pinned by a man, I'll never show my face again. Pei Yuzhi, upon hearing his thoughts, felt a surge of satisfaction. So was such a prideful person. He smirked lazily, leaning closer to his ear to whisper, Keep it down, listen. Someone else is coming. The warm breath brushed against the ear, making him shiver. Pei Yuzhi noticed the skin beneath him reddening, covered with goosebumps. Being so close to another man, especially one as vigorous as Pei Yuzhi, left feeling parched. His neck tingled, as if electrified. Damn it, if no one stops him, I'm going to be embarrassed. Chapter 26, he is doing a good deed. Embarrassed? In what way? Despite being his rival, Pei Yuzhi felt an undeniable thrill at his discomfort. He admitted he was not a good person. He had known had a boyfriend yet still harbored feelings for him. In this scenario, he felt exhilarated to have the upper hand over his rival, his hands trembling with excitement. But so what? After realizing he was a dying cannon fodder character in the story, he pondered whether being a good person would exempt him from the plot's wrath. He needed to save his own life by adhering to the storyline. If and were truly in love, that would be one thing. But the sentiments had expressed didn't seem to reflect any genuine feelings for. He was currently doing a good deed, helping escape from a false relationship. After a moment of self-praise, Pei Yuzhi's grip only tightened. Gazing at his flushed face, he teased in a low voice, Young master is indeed impetuous. Yu's eyes gleamed with venom, feeling utterly hopeless at having his reactions exposed by Pei Yuzhi. Moreover, Pei Yuzhi's lewdness only broadened his horizons. There were people outside. Yet this bastard dared to make a scene. The tragedy of men is apparent, as exemplified by his current predicament. He silently cursed Pei Yuzhi's shamelessness, yet could not control his nervous breaths. Meanwhile, Pei Yuzhi ignored inner curses, reveling in the thrill of manipulating his emotions. The atmosphere in the small stall grew increasingly intimate, as seemed entranced, his struggles weakening, his neck bowing down, breaths drawing nearer to Pei Yuzhi's exposed neck and chest. Outside, Laughter and banter echoed, fading once more, and suddenly, opened his eyes and bit Pei Yuzhi's neck fiercely.
Ah!
Pei Yuzhi cried out in pain, the chaotic emotions dissipating instantly. The sharp pain at his neck compelled him to loosen his grip, and in that moment, thrust him away. The muted sound of the collision echoed in the quiet restroom. Pei Yuzhi clutched his neck, casting a dark glare at. Pei Yuzhi, are you in there? A voice from outside suddenly called, bringing the tense atmosphere between the two men to a halt. Pei Yuzhi's expression shifted, followed by a wave of frustration. He had intended to discuss Xie Jinchuan with, but upon seeing him, he couldn't resist the urge to tease, thus delaying the matter. What kind of expression does this lustful dog have? Is he blaming me? Ha! When people are rendered speechless, it leads to a loss of words. Being seen by that bastard outside is better than being humiliated by Pei Yuzhi. You're finished.
Pei Yuzhi
Abruptly turned and twisted the restroom stall door open. Just as he was about to push it open, a strong force yanked him back, spinning him around and pulling him tightly into an embrace. Pei Yuzhi? The door swung open in front of Xie Jinchuan, who blinked in confusion, only catching a glimpse of Pei Yuzhi's back and the man struggling in his arms. Xie Jinchuan had been searching for Pei Yuzhi, as the bar manager informed him of Pei Yuzhi's presence, and several acquaintances mentioned was also in the bar. He had searched everywhere but could not find them.
Now.
Pei Yuzhi stood, his collar open, forcefully pinning a man against the wall, just like all the men and women lost in lust in the bar.
Xie Jinchuan.
Haven't you seen enough? Pei Yuzhi's impatient voice jolted Xie Jinchuan from his reverie, and the unmistakable bite mark on his neck made Xie Jinchuan's pupils contract in shock. He chuckled, stepping back and closing the door. Sorry, please continue. Without hesitation, Xie Jinchuan walked away. Pei Yuzhi has a fondness for delicate and charming men like Bai Shi and Su Su. He would never entertain the notion of a relationship with Hu Qiao. Moreover, someone as proud and lofty as Hu Qiao would never allow himself to be overshadowed by another man. A few minutes later, Xie Jinchuan encountered Pei Yuzhi again. The collar of Pei Yuzhi's shirt and the expression on his face suggested a displeasure akin to having a pleasant moment abruptly interrupted. Xie Jinchuan slightly parted his lips, pondering how, after merely a summer break, Pei Yuzhi, typically indifferent towards romantic matters, seemed transformed. Furthermore, he was vying for a man with Hu Qiao. Was this mere coincidence, or was there something more beneath the surface? However, Hu Qiao's identity was a well-guarded secret in the Magic City. Xie Jinchuan had expended considerable effort to uncover Hu Qiao's background, even attracting the attention of influential figures in the city. Reflecting on the potential withdrawal of investments from the Magic City and the worry and fear etched on his mother's face, Xie Jinchuan was unable to contain his inner turmoil. The mere quest to discover the rightful heir of the Hor family had led him to receive such a humiliating warning from the head of the Hor family, which only fueled his resentment towards Hu Qiao. After all, he too was a son of the Hor family, in pursuit of Su Su. Pei Yuzhi took a seat beside Xie Jinchuan. To his surprise, Xie Jinchuan discerned an undercurrent of dissatisfaction in his demeanor. He chuckled, raising his chin slightly. Have you already found someone more to your taste? TSK, the competition is fierce. Have you lost interest in Bai Shi? Pei Yuzhi brushed his fingers against where Hu Qiao had bitten him, sneering, sharp-tongued and still unbroken. Why are you so eager to seek me out? Xie Jinchuan replied. It's nothing much. Since you no longer seem interested in Bai Shi, I thought it best to remain silent. Pei Yuzhi clicked his tongue. I detest those who speak only half the truth. Besides, when did I lose interest in Bai Shi? Xie Jinchuan raised an eyebrow. What about just now? Pei Yuzhi shrugged indifferently, just having some fun. Xie Jinchuan nodded in understanding. Bai Shi's boyfriend, Hu Qiao, carries quite the reputation. I merely wish to advise you to avoid antagonizing him too severely. Pei Yuzhi paused, lifting his eyelids to gaze at him. What reputation? Xie Jinchuan continued. Remember the Yuan-chun you mentioned? The chairman of Yuan-chun is surnamed Chong, and Hu Qiao knows him. He didn't explicitly state that Chong Feng Yuan treated Hu Qiao with utmost respect. Rather, his vague insinuation was intended to lead Pei Yuzhi to misunderstand. As anticipated, Pei Yuzhi scoffed. It's merely a small Yuan-chun. Even if Hu Qiao knows someone named Chong, so what? Does he truly believe himself to be of great importance? Xie Jinchuan's eyes flickered with concern as he said, Yuzhi, you know your father's temperament. Don't invite trouble. It's just a man, after all. He.s. not worth the bother. Hu Qiao is proud. Just endure it. Pei Yuzhi suddenly flung his cup aside, exclaiming in anger, endure him? Who does he think he is? No one in Dongsu City can make me swallow this kind of humiliation. Xie Jinchuan nonchalantly remarked. You don't truly intend to teach him a lesson, do you? Pei Yuzhi laughed derisively. Last time, when Sheng Yun and I went to get the car repaired, we encountered Hu Qiao at the garage at the foot of the mountain road. Xie Jinchuan's heart skipped a beat at the mention of the garage. You're not close with that guy named Shin from there, are you? Perhaps you could ask him to cut the brake lines on Hu Qiao's car. Pei Yuzhi finished speaking with a smirk. What do you think? At most, like last time, it would just wreck a car. Consider it a lesson for him. Chapter 27. A casual inquiry. No obligation to respond. Xie Jinchuan descended from the second floor with a cold expression. Cheng Yun, upon seeing him, promptly extinguished his cigarette and straightened up to greet him. However, Xie Jinchuan appeared oblivious, passing by without even lifting his eyelids. Cheng Yun's smile froze in awkwardness. After a while, gazing at the tightly shut door, the corners of his mouth fell. "TSK, trouble, make way." Frustrated, Cheng Yun turned to vent his irritation at the obliviousness of others, only to meet a pair of vaguely familiar eyes. Zhonglin's smile did not reach his eyes. "Oh. It's Cheng Deshao from the Physical Education Department. What a coincidence." Cheng Yun recognized this person from 2 previous encounters. They belonged to different departments. One in physical education and the other in art, both deemed the most lackluster of Dongsu University. However, the physical education department had more boys while the art department had more girls, leading to frequent social events between the two. Before the conflict between Pei Yuzhi and Hu Qiao, Cheng Yun's only interaction with Zhonglin had been at one such social gathering. Yet they had never spoken, merely acknowledging each other's existence. The second encounter was outside the cafeteria, during the standoff between Pei Yuzhi and Hu Qiao. Cheng Yun recalled Zhonglin's close ties with Hu Qiao, which made him feel rather inconvenienced. He took a step aside without uttering a word, his indifferent demeanor causing Zhonglin to grind his teeth in frustration. What a joke. A greeting is a show of respect, and yet he ignores me.
Zhonglin.
Let us go. Hu Qiao called out from behind. Cheng Yun straightened slightly, forcing a smile. What a coincidence, Hu Qiao. Why didn't you give me a heads up before coming here? I'll tell the front desk to charge your bill to me next time. Hu Qiao replied frostily. What? Do I look like someone who lacks money? Cheng Yun quickly responded, of course not. You're not short on funds. But since we're all from the same school, it wouldn't be right to take your money. Zhonglin added sarcastically, I thought you were deaf just now. Cheng Yun froze instantly. Hu Qiao shot Zhonglin a glance. Let us go. The car is here. He ignored Cheng Yun further, while Zhonglin, still seething, bared his teeth at Cheng Yun as he passed. Cheng Yun thought back to the last time at the swimming pool when that big guy bared his teeth at him. Now Zhonglin, this little potato, was doing the same. How amusing. Cheng Yun felt a wave of discontent. His affection for Xie Jinchuan had always felt effortless, but today, being deliberately ignored by Xie Jinchuan ignited a fire within him. After smoking 2 cigarettes at the entrance, Pei Yuzhi finally emerged. Did you run into Xie Jinchuan? Yes. His face was quite sour.
What did you say to him?
Cheng Yun asked tentatively. Pei Yuzhi sneered. I intentionally stirred the pot a bit. Cheng Yun paused. Pei Yuzhi continued nonchalantly. Cheng Yun, if you're considering switching sides now, it might be too late. The incident from my car accident isn't over. If you don't want to take the blame for Xie Jinchuan, then make something happen with Shen. Cheng Yun took a deep breath, saying, whatever you say. Young Master Pei. Today's encounters with Hu Qiao and Xie Jinchuan were not part of Pei Yuzhi's original plan. However, the timing was quite fortuitous. Especially since when he and Xie Jinchuan were conversing in the room, Hu Qiao was standing right outside, eavesdropping. Remembering Hu Qiao's vague thoughts he had overheard, Pei Yuzhi felt a smile tug at his lips. The outwardly cold and distant Hu Qiao was, in fact, a fragile soul, merely adept at throwing retorts. With the window halfway down, the autumn night breeze brought a chill, gradually dissipating his restlessness. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, frowning as he muttered to himself. Hu Qiao's embarrassment means he has some reaction, right? TSK, we're both men. Why put on a show? Moreover, back then, Hu Qiao had clearly attempted to bend away, and Pei Yuzhi had felt it. Indeed, Hu Qiao was far from being sexually indifferent. He responded intensely to any teasing. So had he slept with Bai Shi or not? It was unclear what exactly he was vexed about. Pei Yuzhi coldly raised the window, plunging the car into darkness. Hu Qiao lingered in the bathroom longer than usual. After an unknown period, he emerged, his eyes somewhat glazed over, accompanied by steam. He lightly dried his hair, tossing the towel into the nearby laundry basket and lazily picked up his phone. Just as he was about to exit WeChat, he noticed a message from someone he hadn't contacted in a long time. I hope I'm not disturbing your sleep. The message had been sent 20 minutes prior. And Hu Qiao frowned. Why was this person asking such a question again? Just as he was about to dismiss it, another message came through. Seemingly knowing he was online. My mom and your mom were classmates. We should be about the same age, right? Haha, by the way, have you got a boyfriend yet? Hu Qiao furrowed his brow, pondering whether Aunt Sun's son might have some intellectual deficiencies. My mother and your mother were classmates. We should be about the same age, right? Haha, buddy, have you found a girlfriend yet? Hu Qiao typed, I have a boyfriend. Is there something you need? Oh, nothing in particular. Hu Qiao muttered to himself. He tossed his phone aside and opened his computer, feeling a surge of fresh inspiration for his work. The tranquil atmosphere was perfect for his revisions. After an hour of concentration, Hu Qiao stretched his neck, yawned, and collapsed onto his bed. As a matter of habit, he groggily turned on his screen before sleeping. A notification appeared, a message that had been sent an hour prior. The room was dark, illuminated only by the faint glow of his phone screen, which highlighted Hu Qiao's inscrutable expression. Soon, the sole source of light vanished. Hu Qiao yawned again, disregarding the eccentricity of the message, and drifted into a deep slumber. In the Pei family manor, only one window emitted light. In the pitch-black night, a gentle ambience pervaded. Pei Yuzhi sat cross-legged on his bed, motionless, while his phone lay lifeless.
Ha.
What a joke. I can tell he is still a virgin. He resisted the discomfort in his legs and reclined backward, finally sighing and closing his eyes. Calculating it all, he realized he had once again triumphed. He was certainly not the one who had lost his virginity. Chapter 28. A new investigation. As autumn swept into Dongsu City overnight, students returned from a brief holiday, their spirits notably low, especially considering that the next extended break would not come until the new year. Pei Yuzhi had settled into a life with both parents, and his time was now consumed by accompanying his mother rather than indulging in nightlife with wayward peers. Mrs. Sun, Pei Yuzhi's mother, appeared remarkably youthful, seemingly in her 30s. While shopping together, people occasionally mistook Pei Yuzhi for his mother's boyfriend. Mrs. Sun beamed with delight and secretly ordered a sports car for her son. Your Aunt Chui's son also has a penchant for cars. You both share similar interests and can thus bond more. Mom, please don't meddle in young people's affairs.
How can you speak to your mother like that?
Honey, why are you so harsh with our son? Pei Yuzhi chuckled. Mom, Huiqiao is notoriously aloof at school. He studies art, while I'm in the sciences. We have no common ground. Mrs. Sun's brow furrowed slightly with concern. Your Aunt Chui mentioned that Huiqiao is indeed cold. He grew up at his maternal grandparents' home, estranged from both parents. Later, he insisted on pursuing sculpture against his father's wishes, leading to a strained father-son relationship. Pei Yuzhi dismissed the notion that Huiqiao's demeanor had anything to do with him, feeling no inclination to placate him. Darling, just help your mother out. Try to keep in touch with Huiqiao, will you? Your father mentioned you've added him on WeChat. Pei Yuzhi absent-mindedly fiddled with his coffee cup. Mom, we're the same age, both in our 20s. He doesn't need me as a friend. Besides, he is surrounded by plenty of people. That fellow named Su Jiang and the short one named Zhong Lin look at Huiqiao with such inappropriate glances. Pei Yuzhi internally scoffed at Huiqiao, who claimed to prefer boys like Bai Shi and Su Su. Wasn't he, Huiqiao, also one of them? Mrs. Sun, unaware of her son's sudden change in mood, continued. You should think of it as helping your mother. After the new year, you'll join the family business, and maintaining relationships is essential, especially since the Pei family's dealings with the Hui family will only increase. Mr. Pei, not one to indulge his son, tapped the table and said, as your mother suggested, the family's business will eventually be yours to manage. It's crucial to establish a good rapport with Huiqiao. Mrs. Sun chided. Why must you be so mercenary? Children should befriend those with whom they connect, not for business reasons. Pei Yuzhi suddenly inquired, Dad, are you referring to the Tan Shui Bay development project? Is Yuan Chun part of Chongfeng Yuan or the Hui family's assets? Mr. Pei frowned. Where did you hear that? Did you eavesdrop when Chongfeng Yuan came to our house for documents? Pei Yuzhi exaggeratedly reported to Mrs. Sun. Mom, look at Dad, such harsh words. How can he accuse me of eavesdropping? Mrs. Sun shot Mr. Pei a disapproving look. Of course, if the Pei family's affairs will fall to our son, he has every right to know. It's not eavesdropping. Mrs. Sun then chuckled. After the new year, you'll join your father in the company. Also, regard your connection with Huiqiao as assisting your mother, all right? Pei Yuzhi departed hastily, waving his hand without affirming or denying. Once he left, Mrs. Sun's smile faded. Mr. Pei patted her hand. I understand your desire to assist Chui Xianyue and her son, but the Hui family has grown too powerful in recent years. The Chui family is currently biding their time, and we must not act hastily. Ultimately, we will take over the Tan Shui Bay project, ensuring that Chui Xianyue's situation remains manageable. Mrs. Sun leaned against him with a soft sigh. The Hui family is vindictive, for our sake and our son's. We must ensure Huiqiao is not marginalized by them. Mr. Pei smiled. All right, aren't you meeting your friends for afternoon tea? You should change. His wife, possessing a kind nature and devoid of ulterior motives, never doubted her best friend from college, Chui Xianyue. However, Mr. Pei knew that Huiqiao was not merely the indifferent second-generation heir he appeared to be, and Chui Xianyue had her own agenda. Having involved himself in the Tan Shui Bay project, Mr. Pei had already been exceedingly accommodating. The fact that Pei Yuzhi and Huiqiao did not get along suited him just fine, as it would prevent deeper entanglements with the Hui family, which could lead to unnecessary complications. Pei Yuzhi indeed had classes that afternoon. When he parked his car at the west gate of Dongsu University, he spotted a familiar figure. Bai Shi? What are you doing here? Don't you have classes today? Pei Yuzhi's eyes flickered. He had been so busy lately that he hadn't seen Bai Shi in weeks. Senior Pei? Long time no see. Bai Shi appeared equally surprised, wearing a loose long hoodie that hung loosely, accentuating his delicate collarbone. Without a choker around his neck, his small face was further emphasized by the oversized garment. He still wore the black star-studded earrings that Pei Yuzhi recognized. Pei Yuzhi's gaze lingered on them for a moment, suddenly recalling something. In the restroom, he had been quite close to Huiqiao and distinctly saw that Huiqiao had a prominent ear piercing as well. It was evident that Huiqiao also had a fondness for earrings, though Pei Yuzhi had never seen him wear any. Senior Pei? Bai Shi asked, somewhat awkwardly. We plan to watch a movie together today.
Oh.
Pei Yuzhi pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth. You seem to be getting along better with him. Bai Shi opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Pei Yuzhi averted his gaze, saying, well, I'll head in first. As Pei Yuzhi hesitated, he asked, why would you think that? Last time when they mentioned the hot spring hotel, did you see Bai Shi? Hu Xiao's stern voice echoed behind them. Bai Shi jolted, turning around in a hurry. Hu Xiao. Oh no, did Hu Xiao overhear? Pei Yuzhi frowned at Bai Shi, who suddenly looked pale, and glanced at Hu Xiao. Hu Xiao's fingers clenched tightly, his icy gaze fixed on Bai Shi. Finished chatting? Time to leave. Pei Yuzhi interjected, hey. Bai Shi and I just happened to run into each other at the entrance. Hu Xiao abruptly turned to Pei Yuzhi. How dare Bai Shi bring up the hot spring hotel incident again? If he hadn't thrown the photos in my face, he wouldn't be so shameless. And as for Pei Yuzhi, he'll eventually see Bai Shi's disgrace. Hu Xiao's eyes brimmed with cold fury, and Pei Yuzhi was momentarily taken aback. What was this wealthy heir's sudden outburst about? And what photos? Was it possible that Hu Xiao had leveraged that night's incident with Bai Shi as a means of control, thus forcing Bai Shi to stay close to him? Bai Shi, like a frightened quail, climbed into a car behind Hu Xiao. Pei Yuzhi stood there, watching the vehicle disappear from view, before finally dialing a number. Hello. Uncle's son, it's me. I need your help with something, but please don't let my parents know. It's still about the hot spring hotel incident. I heard that the hotel's surveillance footage has been erased. Please see if there's any other way. Chapter 29. Calculations inside the quiet car. Bai Shi fidgeted restlessly. He was uncertain about how much Hu Xiao had overheard. With a soft click, the partition between the back seat and the front slowly raised, revealing Hu Xiao, whose anger had dissipated, speaking coldly. Bai Shi, have you misplaced your role? Bai Shi immediately replied softly, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have continued speaking with Pei Yuzhi. I didn't realize you cared for me so much. Shut up, Hu Xiao retorted, feeling nauseous. I thought by the time I helped you with your tuition of 100,000, you would understand that our relationship is merely a transaction based on money. Like a beast constricting his heart, Bai Shi's pupils dilated as his lips trembled, rendering him speechless. Hu Xiao slightly turned his head, his tone flat and devoid of emotion. During your so-called pursuit of me, you maintained relationships with 3 other men simultaneously. Even after we began dating, you did not sever ties with them. How foolish do you think I am? You couldn't even keep this from me? Hu Xiao.
Please listen to me.
It's not as you think. My relationships with them are not what you imagine. I was misguided, my family is poor, and I lacked the means to pay tuition. I have no feelings for them. Bai Shi trembled, his eyes red and brimming with tears. He resembled a pitiful little rabbit, and had Pei Yuzhi been present, he might have softened. Thinking of Pei Yuzhi again, Hu Xiao inhaled deeply, annoyance evident in his voice. Bai Shi, you're crying pathetically. Hu Xiao, I truly like you. Please don't think of me as dirty. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Hu Xiao impatiently interrupted. Save those words for Pei Yuzhi. However, until our romantic relationship concludes, there's no place for your sobbing. The sounds of weeping abruptly ceased in the back seat. Noticing Bai Shi had finally calmed, Hu Xiao turned his gaze to the window. That night at the hot spring hotel, although he had promptly removed the surveillance footage, it was possible someone had witnessed his liaison with Pei Yuzhi. Bai Shi was one of the most likely candidates. However, Bai Shi had yet to connect the dots. Given that he had also consumed the drugged wine that night, the potential interactions between Pei Yuzhi and Bai Shi were difficult to fathom. A new winery had opened on the outskirts of Dongsu City, accompanied by an expansive golf course. Adjacent to the golf course stood a castle-like structure, lavishly decorated, with the soft strains of a violin resonating in the air. Young, tall servers pushed carts laden with expensive wines into the castle, their red velvet tablecloths draping elegantly over the bottles. Such costly wines were beyond his means to replace if anything were to happen. Yet the more he contemplated, the more unexpected events seemed to arise. As he traversed the long corridor, a sudden commotion erupted to his right, stirring a sense of foreboding within him. He had always had a share of misfortune, often pulled into trouble at work or blamed for broken items by customers. For instance, during his last part-time job, a customer had deliberately pushed him, causing him to drop a tray of wine. Yet the manager had coldly demanded compensation. Had it not been for Pei Yuzhi arriving late and casually intervening, he might have been burdened with a hefty fine. Lost in thought of Pei Yuzhi, Su momentarily dazed, and in that brief lapse, someone emerged from a corner, colliding with the cart and him.
Crash.
His heart felt numb as Su stood frozen in shock. Wines worth tens of thousands shattered, soaking the red velvet cloth in dark crimson. The sound of glass shattering mingled with the continuous flow of violin music from the castle. The servers around him cast wary glances, instinctively distancing themselves, as if fearing contamination from him. The person who collided with Su turned with annoyance. Are you blind? Standing in the way. But as his gaze fell upon Su's face, his murky eyes suddenly sparkled. Ah, it's you again, Su. What a coincidence. Young Master Foam, this kid is new. Don't mind him. President Lung is waiting for you upstairs. Shall I take you up? The newcomer was Su's superior, who usually carried an air of arrogance, but now wore a flattering smile for young Master Feng. The boy in Feng's arms shot Su Su a wary glare, nudging him. Young Master Feng, let us hurry up and go. What's there to discuss with this filthy server? Yes, young Master Feng, don't worry. I'll fire him right away. If you're still unsatisfied, I'll have him apologize to you. Su Su shuddered, abruptly looking up. Manager Liu? He clearly bumped into me. Manager Liu glared fiercely at him. Shut up. You have no place to speak here. Breaking so many bottles. Even selling you wouldn't cover the costs. How dare you provoke young Master Feng? What's a few bottles of wine? I could afford to compensate, young Master Feng remarked, suddenly reaching out to touch Su Su's chin. Startled, Su Su stumbled back, stepping on broken glass, a shard piercing his shoe. He cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground, despair flashing through his mind as he feared further injuries from the fall. Suddenly, a familiar force wrapped around his waist, effortlessly lifting him up. Su Su blinked, and in the next moment, he found himself safely on the clean ground, away from the glass shards. Feng-san, why are you still acting like this? Once Su Su was set down, the warm, solid arms released him, and a lazy, impatient voice filled the air. Indeed, it was him. A wave of inexplicable bitterness surged within Su Su as he saw Pei Yuzhi. The feelings of grievance and tears rushed forth, causing him to hastily lower his gaze. The playful expression vanished from young Master Feng's face as he awkwardly stammered, Pei Xiao, you're here. Apologies for the commotion. Manager Liu wiped the sweat from his brow, hesitating to respond. He eyed Pei Yuzhi and Su Su with suspicion. This kid looks decent. What's his connection with Pei Xiao? Pei Yuzhi, noticing the scrutiny, disdainfully turned his head. What kind of establishment is Lung Go running? And who are you to make a fool of yourself? And who gave you permission to look at him like that? Do you not value your eyes? Su Su is under Xie Jinchuan's care. Feng-san, do you intend to steal from him? His audacity was remarkable. Su Su's body trembled as he looked up. Tears flowing more freely, Pei Xiao, I'm not. Pei Yuzhi ignored him, impatiently addressing young Master Feng. Clean up this mess and hurry upstairs. With that, he brushed past Su Su, striding forward. Young Master Feng forced a smile towards Su Su. I apologize. The previous incident was a misunderstanding. Manager Liu. Charge those wines to my account. Yes. The farcical scene ended swiftly, and the expressions of onlookers shifted from amusement to reverence. Su Su had witnessed such expressions before. Previously, at the restaurant where he worked part-time, a similar situation had occurred. Xie Jinchuan had looked down from the second floor after Su Su was humiliated, prompting the manager to come to his aid. The employees and patrons had worn those same expressions. Enduring the pain in his foot, Su Su shuffled a couple of steps aside, involuntarily glancing toward the spot where Pei Yuzhi had vanished. Manager Liu, smiling at Su Su, said, those wines are now on young Master Feng's tab. Su Su, why didn't you mention your connection with young Master Xie earlier? Well, it's of no importance. You've sustained an injury. Young Master Xie will arrive shortly. You should head to the infirmary for treatment. Soon. The place fell silent, and the stains and remnants of wine were swiftly cleaned away, as if nothing had ever occurred. The two stood not far from Su Su, watching for an indeterminate amount of time. Su Su blinked through his tear-filled eyes and murmured, Bai Shi? Bai Shi tugged at his lips, yet his eyes were filled with an icy disdain. The young woman feigned innocence, deliberately enticing Pei Yuzhi. Moments ago, she had pretended to faint into his arms, prompting him to wrap his arms around her waist, a sight that did not escape Bai Shi's notice. The expression on Bai Shi's face pierced Su Su's pride, causing her to hastily avert her gaze, only to collide with the eyes of another man. This man exuded an air of nobility, aloofness, and striking handsomeness. Su Su had encountered him previously during an embarrassing moment, and later saw him emerge from the restroom just ahead of Pei Yuzhi, disheveled and with an ambiguous aura. Let us go, the man said nonchalantly, his gaze sweeping over Su Su with a hint of disdain, as if she were something unsavory. An overwhelming sense of shame threatened to engulf Su Su. The emotions she had been suppressing suddenly erupted. Pei Xiao is a good person. He simply disapproves of others mistreating me. He is helping me, just as he did before. The corridor fell silent after her desperate outburst. On the third floor, in a certain room, Pei Yuzhi sneezed violently, startled by the chill in the air. Pei Xiao. How did it feel to be the hero saving the damsel in distress just now? TCH, Pei Yuzhi smirked. What kind of hero am I in connection to Xie Jinchuan? He swirled his drink, lowering his gaze to conceal the schemes brewing in his eyes. Chapter 30. Ignoring the owner of the winery, Lung Aoyan, was a few years older than Pei Yuzhi. It was said that he had been a troublesome child, causing a ruckus at home every year until he turned 18. All to change his name. Yet, the name remained unchanged, as the patriarch of the Lung family insisted it brought prosperity to both Lung Aoyan and the family. Coincidentally, since his birth, the Lung family's business had flourished, establishing them as leaders in Dongsu City. Over time, Lung Aoyan grew disillusioned with the idea of changing his name and developed aspirations to establish his own identity apart from the family. much to the ire of his nearly 80-year-old grandfather, who often berated him for his perceived ingratitude. The Lung family had an indirect kinship with the Sun family. Thus Lung Outyen shared a closer bond with Pei Yuzhi than most. Did you help someone downstairs just now? I heard it was Xie Jinchuan's people? Lung Outyen, with his long hair tied back in a ponytail and a formidable scar running down his cheek, regarded Pei Yuzhi with a mix of curiosity and amusement. Pei Yuzhi shrugged. I happened to cross paths with them. That foam san is quite the nuisance, always unable to control himself. I couldn't stand watching him cause trouble here. Lung Outyen shot him a skeptical glance. It's rare to see you so obedient. Speak up. Is there something you need from me? Pei Yuzhi chuckled. You see through everything. Lung Outyen took a drag from his cigarette, squinting slightly. Is it related to Xie Jinchuan? Pei Yuzhi straightened, surprised by Lung Outyen's insight. You're not the type to help others out of the goodness of your heart, Lung Outyen remarked coolly. Pei Yuzhi, ever clever, often disguised his ulterior motives by performing good deeds to lower others' defenses. Help me look into something, he urged. What is it? What is the relationship between Chang Fengyuan of Yuanchun Group and Xie Jinchuan's mother? Lung Outyen's eyes widened in disbelief. Pei Yuzhi understood the implications. Chang Fengyuan was attempting to ingratiate himself with both the Xie and Pei families, even dragging Lung Outyen into his schemes. He had correctly surmised that Lung Outyen was eager to prove himself, using the Tan Shui Bay project as bait. He wouldn't have promised you the Tan Shui Bay project, would he? Damn it. Lung Outyen quickly grasped Pei Yuzhi's intentions for being there that day. His gaze sharpened. You must know that Chang Fengyuan is your mother's junior. Pei Yuzhi reclined on the sofa, his voice icy. I know that why I'm curious about his connection to Xie Jinchuan's mother. Lung Outyen quickly finished his cigarette, filling the room with smoke. The atmosphere grew tense, and others dared not approach, especially Feng San, who was now trembling with fear. Soon after, Lung Outyen and Pei Yuzhi exited the room together. Feng San let out a sigh of relief and discreetly called Xie Jinchuan to explain the earlier incident. Meanwhile, when Hu Qiao and Bai Shi arrived at the room, they found it already occupied. A warm and elegant middle-aged man greeted them with sincere enthusiasm. Young master, it's been a while. You've grown taller. Uncle Chang, Bai Shi observed as Hu Qiao shed his previous cold demeanor, smiling with a twinkle in his eyes. The man, Chang Fengyuan, subtly scrutinized Bai Shi, his eyes flickering with intrigue. Hu Qiao casually replied, This is my boyfriend from Dongsu. Bai Shi felt a twinge of alarm at Hu Qiao's dismissive introduction. Chang Fengyuan was not surprised by Hu Qiao's behavior. The two men bypassed Bai Shi to converse, forcing him to take a deep breath to suppress his growing resentment. Before their arrival, Hu Qiao had transferred him 50,000, instructing him to endure. His composure pleased both Hu Qiao and Chang Fengyuan, especially the latter, who was astonished that this privileged young master would choose a partner of such dubious character to defy his father. Behind his glasses, a glimmer of mischief crossed Chang Fengyuan's eyes, quickly replaced by his usual calm. Their conversation drifted into topics Bai Shi could not comprehend. When a waiter wheeled in a cart of food, Bai Shi seized the opportunity to step outside for phone call. The opulence of the castle exceeded his imagination. His earlier nerves had prevented him from appreciating his surroundings. Taking a gentle breath, he inhaled the luxurious scent of an exquisite perfume. The music wafting through the air came from a performance by a top-tier musician in the grand hall below. He realized that by aligning himself with Hu Qiao, he could transform his life and step into this lavish upper society. Just then, he caught a faint murmur of voices nearby. Bai Shi's gaze flickered. Turning towards the closed door, Pei Yuzhi was surprised to see Su Su again in the castle, still clad in her white shirt and black suit. The only difference being her shoes, now white sneakers that clashed with her attire. What are you still doing here? Pei Yuzhi inquired, puzzled. He had deliberately exposed Su Su's connection to Xie Jinchuan, expecting his associates to escort her away promptly. Considering Xie Jinchuan's apparent concern for Su Su, she should have been taken by him already. Pei Xiao, thank you for earlier. I must finish work until midnight, Su Su replied, her face slightly flushed. It's rather secluded here, and I cannot leave on my own. I have to wait for the shuttle to the city at midnight. Pei Yuzhi's expression soured. Had he known that Xie Jinchuan was still indifferent about Su Su, he would have refrained from his ill-timed act of chivalry. The once useful pawn had become a liability, and Pei Yuzhi's patience with Su Su plummeted. He turned away, dismissing her entirely. Su Su had bowed, caught a glimpse of Pei Yuzhi about to leave and, startled, grasped his sleeve. Pei Xiao, please wait a moment. Not far around the corner, Bai Shi's round eyes narrowed with envy, transforming into crescent moons as he bit his lip.
Glorin et sununtaias audacios gripon Pei Yutashi.
He was acutely aware of Pei Yuzhi's interest in her. Especially since Pei Yuzhi seemed to harbor some misunderstanding about the incident at the Hot Spring Hotel, Bai Shi was determined to uncover the truth. Hu Qiao was merely a stepping stone into the upper class. Perhaps soon enough, Hu Qiao would tire of him. Bai Shi needed only to endure a little longer until Hu Qiao initiated the breakup. He suddenly turned around, a shadow blocking his path. Overwhelmed by fear, he let out a short, sharp scream. Pei Yuzhi was about to brush aside Su Su's hand when he heard the scream and turned his head. Clad in a strikingly fitted light purple casual suit that clung to his well-defined muscles, he stood there, a shimmering necklace adorning his chest, perfectly complementing his exposed pectorals. Pei Yuzhi's lips parted, a peculiar sensation blooming within him. To his surprise, Hu wore no shirt beneath his jacket, opting for a daringly bare appearance. Though they were not far apart, the overhead lights illuminated him, yet Pei Yuzhi could not discern the expression on that indifferent, ascetic face. Perhaps disdain? Disgust? A smirk tugged at his lips, his dark eyes gleaming with mischief. It was highly likely that Hu was cursing him in his mind. After all, his mere presence seemed to irritate Hu. Reacting faster than thought, he yanked his sleeve from Su's grasp and strode purposefully towards Hu. Bai Shi immediately nodded in agreement. The two of them walked forward, closer and closer, as Pei Yuzhi raised an eyebrow, anticipating the verbal onslaught from the aloof young master, who spoke as if bound by a spell, yet was relentless in his internal monologue against him. Why would Su Jiang suddenly come to Dongsu? The forecast predicts rain and a drop in temperature. I wonder if he brought enough clothes. Pei Yuzhi halted in disbelief as Hu brushed past him. Yet, Hu maintained his brisk pace, seemingly glancing at Su, whose hand remained awkwardly suspended in the air. Su was an important supporting character, or rather, a catalyst for emotions. Pei Yuzhi, feeling quite audacious, realized that when his wife ignored him, he would behave himself. Chapter 31. No longer willing to wait, Lung Outyen was swift in his actions. After the conversation at the castle concluded, he immediately arranged for reliable individuals to search for information on Chang Fengyuan. However, the progress was not smooth. The records Lung Outyen uncovered about Chang Fengyuan were nearly identical to what Pei Yuzhi already knew. As for his connection to Xie Jinchuan's mother, Chen Fu, it resembled two unrelated parallel lines. Pei Yuzhi felt no disappointment upon learning this outcome. What are your plans moving forward? The Tanshui Bay Water Area Development Project is about to officially commence bidding. I plan to accompany Chang Fengyuan for some leisure. Having left the castle, it was already past 10 in the evening. Pei Yuzhi sat in the back seat, pressing his fingers to his temples, quietly reviewing the events of the past few days. The narrative provided scant details about Xie Jinchuan's rise to power, relying entirely on Pei Yuzhi's independent research. Chang Fengyuan was currently the only individual connected to the Xie family, the Pei family, and the Hui family of Modu. Pursuing him would be a prudent decision. After soothing himself once more, Pei Yuzhi lazily opened his eyes. His phone lay quietly beside him, silent and still. Bai Shi seemed to have been entirely tamed by Hu, as Pei Yuzhi had not been in contact with him for quite some time. In that tranquil night, Pei Yuzhi found himself yearning for Bai Shi. Bai Shi was the first person he encountered upon entering this narrative, the first with whom he shared a deep connection, and the one he had fallen for at first sight. His expression softened as he browsed through Bai Shi's moments. Bai Shi's life appeared vibrant, filled with numerous leisure activities, field trips, team-building events, and frequent visits to upscale venues. In those photographs, there was no hint of Hu presence. The extravagance and indulgence were everywhere, yet they bore Hui's name, like a frog in boiling water. It was evident that even if Bai Shi was merely an inexperienced student, even the most seasoned individuals in society would likely fall into this luxurious trap. Bai Shi's friends could only be viewed for a month, and upon finishing, Pei Yuzhi exited with a sense of dissatisfaction. Just as he contemplated entering a particular group, his finger hesitated, shifting direction. To his surprise, there was no white bar in Hui's moments. Calculating the timeline, Pei Yuzhi realized that Hu had posted on that very day, precisely the day after their last meeting at the castle. 2 photos were shared. The backdrop was a studio, where Su Jiang flashed a bright smile, his eyes squinting into slits, with an unfinished sculpture behind him, Hui's creation. The second photo featured Hu, hands covered in clay, posing alongside Su Jiang. Pei Yuzhi found himself momentarily entranced. This seemed to be the first time he had seen Hu smile. Lost in thought, he exited the moments and opened the chat with Hu, typing, "Is the boy in your moments someone you fancy?"
He hit send.
The previous conversation lingered, where Pei Yuzhi had posed a rather foolish question. His gaze flitted over the messages before drifting away. Out of sight, out of mind. Only a few minutes passed before his phone remained unusually quiet. Soon after, he received a long-awaited phone call. "Hello? Uncle Sun, have you found anything?" "Pei Xiao, indeed, I have uncovered some information. The Hot Spring Hotel was established by a foreigner years ago, and it's generally inaccessible to ordinary individuals. I managed to connect with someone through a friend." Uncle Sun took a breath and got straight to the point. The surveillance footage was taken by Hu, and the hotel has no backups. I've reviewed all the guests who checked in that day, but no one knows what transpired. There were 2 young individuals who left for abroad shortly after, and I am trying to contact them. Thank you for your hard work. Pei Yuzhi hung up the phone, the chat with Hu still open on his screen. "Why are you so concerned about this? Did Aunt Sun ask you to inquire?" Pei Yuzhi's eyes flickered as he typed, "Yes, my mother heard you have a boyfriend. They are always overly concerned about our affairs. I apologize if I was too direct earlier." Hu replied, Pei Yuzhi ground his teeth in frustration. Jabbing at the screen, "I apologize for offending someone you fancy. It wasn't until Pei Yuzhi returned home that he received another WeChat message from Huiqiao. Huiqiao, not someone I fancy, but you indeed offended me. I don't believe our relationship is close enough to discuss such matters. Truly a proud young master. At this point, if he pressed further, Huiqiao might begin to question his identity. It was better to keep this account concealed for the time being. Pei Yuzhi opened the chat with Bai Shi. Typing, he sent, I want to clarify what happened that night. Perhaps he could extract some information from Bai Shi, such as what Huiqiao was wary of and why he had taken the surveillance footage. Moreover, he wished to disentangle himself from the murky relationship he shared with both Huiqiao and Bai Shi. He yearned for Bai Shi to be completely free from the illusion of dating Huiqiao. He no longer wished to wait. Chapter 32. Unaware of one's affection? Leaves rustled to the ground with the autumn breeze, and beneath the trees, banners for the autumn sports meeting fluttered. The many scholars at Dongsu University were generally uninterested in such activities. However, participation in the sports meeting granted extra credit, and achieving a commendable ranking could yield even more credits, potentially influencing scholarship allocations. This incentivized some individuals to enthusiastically sign up. Pei Yuzhi had no need for a scholarship. His regular studies and revision sufficed for him to handle the final exams, thus he felt no inclination towards the sports meeting. Conversely, Cheng Yun, as a member of the physical education department, relished the opportunity to showcase his talents during every sports meeting. This time, he had signed up for the 3,000 meters, long jump and high jump. He felt as if he were being torn apart, playing multiple roles at once. I'm about to lose my mind with the student council. I've already signed up for 3 events, and they still want me to enter the shot put. Damn it, I'll just smash them with the shot put. Cheng Yun fumed, filled with resentment. He was a basketball prodigy who had entered Dongsu University, yet long-distance running, high jumping, and long jumping were not his forte. Pei Yuzhi casually remarked, can't you just focus on your credits in the physical education department? If you finish in the top 3 for everything, you won't have to take cultural courses for the midterms. Cheng Yun replied, disgruntled, this year the rules have changed.
Why?
Isn't it because of Huiqiao? Last semester, he only attended classes for 2 months at most. However, due to his sculptural works winning accolades in domestic universities, which provided him with enough credits to cover his finals, some individuals raised objections. Consequently, the examinations for the physical education and fine arts departments were forcibly adjusted to include a cultural studies component. Pei Yuzhi raised an eyebrow, wondering if Huiqiao participated in this sports meet. Swimming, Cheng Yun replied, his expression shifting subtly. Pei Xiao, Bai Shi is out sketching and painting. If you can't reach Huiqiao, you likely won't be able to contact him either. Su has been looking for you at school these past few days. Pei Yuzhi's gaze instantly turned icy. Cheng Yun awkwardly fell silent. Could you refrain from being cunning in my presence? It's quite foolish to be so transparent. Pei Yuzhi's tone was impatient, yet suddenly enlightened. He sent a message to Bai Shi, intending to confront him directly about the hot spring hotel incident. Little did he know. At that moment, Bai Shi was already in a picturesque town, immersed in the autumn scenery. Pei Yuzhi felt a pent-up frustration, feeling quite uncomfortable as he kept running into Su. It turned out it was all Cheng Yun's fault. Dealing with Su had become a headache for Pei Yuzhi. Pei Xiao, I also think Su might know something about Xie Jinchuan. Why not have a chat with him to make things easier? Cheng Yun said. Do you think I can't guess your intentions? Are you out of your mind pushing Su towards me?
Haha, how could that be?
Su spoke sincerely, expressing that you've helped him several times, and he has always wanted to thank you, but he couldn't reach you. As his part-time employer, I'm merely lending a hand. Move aside. You're blocking the way. A sudden voice made Cheng Yun feel as if he had been saved. He suppressed his joy and looked towards Pei Yuzhi's back. It's the short potato. Zhonglin said nonchalantly, you're blocking the way, gentlemen. They stood at the entrance of a staircase, 2 robust tall figures completely obstructing the descent. Huiqiao, what a coincidence. Cheng Yun called out to Huiqiao, who was behind Zhonglin, as he stepped past him. Zhonglin momentarily halted in his breath. Huiqiao nodded at him, step aside. Cheng Yun quickly moved aside, and as Zhonglin brushed past him, he made a sound of disdain. Cheng Yun paused slightly, casting a glance at a certain rounded head. Indeed, quite short. Huiqiao was remarkably quiet, silently following Cheng Yun down the stairs. As he passed by Pei Yuzhi, the latter suddenly stepped forward, blocking Huiqiao's path. I knew he wouldn't simply play nice. An exasperated inner voice echoed, causing Pei Yuzhi to chuckle unexpectedly. Upon hearing the laugh, Huiqiao's expression turned more exasperated. He raised his gaze, coolly regarding Pei Yuzhi move aside. It turned out his irises were a dark gray, with large black pupils, thin eyelids, and long lashes that curled disdainfully at the corners. His skin was smooth and flawless, nearly devoid of pores. Pei Yuzhi's bright black eyes sparkled with mirth, his tone laced with amusement. If I don't move, are you going to kick me again? Before he could finish, Huiqiao had already kicked him, just as he had before, without holding back. The familiar pain instinctively made Pei Yuzhi bend forward. Their positions instantly swapped, reminiscent of their previous encounter in the restroom. Huiqiao stood, looking down at Pei Yuzhi, who was hunched over. This fool better not dare touch me again, I could easily kick him down the stairs. Pei Yuzhi. Hu Qiao unceremoniously bumped Pei Yuzhi's shoulder as he continued down. Zhong Lin and Chungyun watched in astonishment, completely at a loss as to what was transpiring between the two. Pei Xiao, aside from Bai Shi, you have no other grievances with Hu Qiao, right? Chungyun asked cautiously.
Pei Yuzhi stood upright. No.
No? Chungyun's tone was somewhat peculiar. Then, Hu Qiao is merely your rival in love. Isn't it a bit excessive to target him so? Pei Yuzhi paused, giving him a sidelong glance. Excessive in what way? Chungyun chuckled, maintaining his restraint. Perhaps too invested? Not merely too invested. If he didn't know that Pei Yuzhi wasn't fond of Hu Qiao's type, he might have thought Pei Yuzhi's persistent targeting of Hu Qiao was an attempt to draw attention. It resembled the behavior of a childish boy trying to attract the attention of a girl he fancied. Soon he shivered at the thought. Impossible, utterly impossible. Hu Qiao and Pei Yuzhi, no matter how one considered it, seemed entirely incompatible. Chungyun, do your best to cast aside the rubbish in your mind, or I will assist in discarding it for you. Chungyun immediately composed his expression. Shall we go for a meal? TSK, Pei Yuzhi asked nonchalantly. Is the registration for swimming still open? Chungyun. He seriously suspected Pei Yuzhi held some other grudge against Hu Qiao. It couldn't possibly be that Pei Yuzhi had developed feelings for Hu Qiao without realizing it, right? Haha, this isn't a movie or novel. That's utterly impossible. 20 minutes later, just in time for the final day, Pei Yuzhi found the student council of the School of Computer Science and signed himself up. The third swimming pool had been requisitioned for the sports meet. The negotiated outcome was that students who registered for the autumn sports meet could train during the pool's open hours until the sports meet concluded. With a splash, as he moved, water cascaded from him onto the shore. He gasped for breath and shook his head. Suddenly, a shadow appeared before him, and his hand holding the towel froze. What a coincidence, President Hua. Pei Yuzhi's gaze fixated intently on the waterlogged Hu Qiao. His damp brown skin was particularly enticing. Pei Yuzhi lingered for a couple of seconds, feeling a twinge in his gums, and turned his gaze elsewhere. Hu Qiao inhaled deeply, speaking coldly. You registered for the sports meet. Pei Yuzhi's eyes rose to meet his glistening ones, breaking into a wide smile. Indeed, freestyle, President Hua. We will be competing in the same pool. That flamboyant smile again. Hu Qiao's eyes appeared scorched for a moment. He frowned and lowered his gaze, snorting softly. Let us see if you can reach the semi-finals first. Every encounter with Pei Yuzhi meant endless trouble. Hu Qiao ground his teeth, thinking, I sent Bai Shi to training to avoid having Pei Yuzhi hovering around me. This fool clearly knows where Bai Shi is, and it's less than an hour by high-speed train. Why doesn't he just follow? Damn, he constantly seeks to be in my presence. Pei Yuzhi was momentarily taken aback. To find Bai Shi, he hadn't considered that. For reasons he couldn't articulate, Pei Yuzhi felt it was odd to actively seek out Bai Shi when he wasn't with Hu Qiao. Yet stranger still was Hu Qiao's willingness to let his rival seek out his boyfriend. Clearly, something was amiss in the relationship between him and Bai Shi. It must be connected to that incident at the Hot Spring Hotel. Pei Yuzhi took a step forward, which startled Hu Qiao, who instinctively lifted his foot to kick, only to forget about the waterlogged floor beneath him.
Bang!
The third swimming pool erupted in a cacophony once more. At the edge of another pool, Chi Chong sharply turned his head, witnessing a massive splash hitting the shore, and suddenly felt his scalp tingle.
Ah!
Could it be that Pei Yuzhi, that great troublemaker, has returned? Chapter 33, Falling for Hu Qiao, I'm a dog. The occurrence was abrupt. A sudden silence enveloped his ears, and beneath the water, Hu Qiao's face momentarily displayed a blank and bewildered expression, especially since he found himself facing a wall of flesh. His pupils dilated as he realized he had been embraced by the foolish Pei Yuzhi. He immediately began to struggle. Pei Yuzhi, feeling a pang in his abdomen from Hu Qiao's movements, nearly lost the breath he was holding and reluctantly released Hu Qiao. At that moment, a voice called out from above, and through the rippling water, Pei Yuzhi saw it was Chi Chong.
Puff!
Hu Qiao, with a dark expression, grabbed the ladder to pull himself out of the water. Chi Chong, in a panic, exclaimed, Damn, are you okay? You scared me just now. Did you and Pei Yuzhi get into it again?
Puff!
Another splash reverberated, instantly freezing Chi Chong's expression. He glanced past Hu Qiao towards Pei Yuzhi, smiling as he said, Pei, you're here. Pei Yuzhi, still dressed in short sleeves and long pants, stepped out of the water, feeling the fabric clinging uncomfortably to his skin. He lacked the patience to comprehend Chi Chong's intentions, bending down to retrieve his bag. While his feet followed Hu Qiao toward the shower area, Chi Chong swallowed hard, his gaze conflicted for a moment before he chose not to follow. Hu Qiao was no fool. Let them create a ruckus. Perhaps it would settle down once it escalated. The swimming pool was crowded, and the commotion here arose suddenly and dissipated just as quickly, soon fading from everyone's attention. In contrast to the lively arena, the shower area was relatively empty, as it was just opening time. Pei Yuzhi swiftly shed his damp clothes, carelessly tossing the dry ones into a nearby locker, leaving only his undergarments as he ventured inside. The school's shower area was partitioned but lacked doors, so Pei Yuzhi headed toward the only source of water sound. Turning a corner, he was suddenly taken aback. Under the nearest shower head stood a man with his back to him, rinsing his hair, one arm propped against the wall, his neck naturally arched. Pei Yuzhi felt the air in the shower room grow thin. Perhaps sensing a gaze upon him, Huiqiao's body stiffened. The sensation of thin air intensified as Pei Yuzhi rolled his throat and casually lifted his eyelids, locking eyes with Huiqiao, whose expression was seething with anger and menace. He pondered aimlessly. Was Huiqiao truly angry? Huiqiao's chest heaved as he inwardly cursed, "I will surely gouge out Pei Yuzhi's eyes." Pei Yuzhi raised an eyebrow, unfazed by his malediction, and, under Huiqiao's watchful gaze, nonchalantly began to lower his undergarments. Huiqiao's anger momentarily faltered as Pei Yuzhi swaggered further inside, unabashedly making a provocative gesture toward him. The expression on Pei Yuzhi's face was clear to Huiqiao. "Look, I am more of a man than you." Huiqiao felt as though he could scarcely breathe, grinding his teeth as he turned off the faucet and stepped outside. From the moment he took his first step, that searing, relentless gaze clung to him, particularly fixated on his backside. Just as he was about to exit the shower room, a cheeky whistle rang out amidst the cascading water sounds. Huiqiao paused for half a second before turning to leave. His clothes and phone, which he had left in the locker, were mysteriously absent. Pei Yuzhi immediately thought of Huiqiao. He cast his eyes around the empty corners, realizing there were no surveillance cameras. Initially, Pei Yuzhi mockingly laughed at Huiqiao. "TSK, so petty, causing me to fall into the water. I wasn't even angry for just looking at you, and yet you resort to such childish pranks." 10 minutes later, in the eerily quiet changing room, the bear Pei Yuzhi cursed vehemently, "Damn it, where is everyone?" 20 minutes later, a man, holding a mop to cover his private parts as if caught in an affair, peeked nervously around the changing room door. This scene was faithfully recorded on someone's phone. With a dark expression, Pei Yuzhi was rescued from the swimming pool by Cheng Yun, his temper about to explode. "My phone has location tracking, check where it is." "That bastard, Huiqiao must have thrown it." "Pei Xiao, what exactly are you competing with Huiqiao for?" "It's just a trivial swimming competition. Why participate at all?" "The third swimming pool is Huiqiao's territory." "Cheng Yun, are you out of your mind? I didn't do anything today. It was Huiqiao who fell into the water, and I kindly tried to help him, but he dragged me in, and now he has thrown my clothes and phone," putting up a cleaning sign at the door. "I can't believe this." Cheng Yun looked exasperated. "Huiqiao doesn't like you. Just let it go." "If he doesn't like me, then I certainly don't like him." Pei Yuzhi's eyes turned green with fury, especially when a girl happened to pass by the changing room door, looking at him with an expression that screamed pervert. Pei Yuzhi still vividly remembered. Huiqiao's pettiness explained his reticence. He harbored a heart full of malice, afraid that speaking too much would reveal his true nature. "What's the matter? Why are you staring?" Cheng Yun asked, noticing Pei Yuzhi's intense gaze. Pei Yuzhi clamped his mouth shut, turning his cold eyes toward him. "Just drive your car. Stop asking unnecessary questions." Cheng Yun chuckled. "Pei Xiao, your back and forth with Huiqiao seems a bit off. It almost feels like you're rivals in love. What if in a few days, you two end up in a love triangle? Me fall for Huiqiao?" Pei Yuzhi huffed. "What terrible luck. If I fell for Huiqiao, I'd be a dog." Cheng Yun smirked. "Pei Yuzhi, you better not be. I don't want to associate with a dog."
Ding. Ding ding.
Cheng Yun glanced at the phone on the stand, noticing a string of notifications from the school group, feeling an ominous premonition. Chapter 34. Daytime Dreams? Ha ha ha. Pei Yuzhi is going to make me laugh to death. He actually waited in there for 20 minutes before daring to come out. Zhonglin had been laughing all day. Pei Yuzhi had recently made quite the spectacle at school, stealing Huiqiao's boyfriend, openly provoking him, and ultimately running to Huiqiao's frequent hangout, becoming an exhibitionist. Of course, everyone wasn't foolish. They could tell Pei Yuzhi had been set up. Moreover, he hadn't exposed anything inappropriate. So most people viewed the situation more as entertainment than mockery. However, Zhonglin genuinely found it amusing. He was a sports underachiever, disinterested in athletic events. Yet Pei Yuzhi's incident generated too much discussion. Many knew about his good relationship with Huiqiao and subtly tried to glean information. Zhonglin, having finished laughing, turned to Huiqiao. "Should we warn him?" "No need," Huiqiao replied nonchalantly. After all, Pei Yuzhi was a local. Zhonglin raised an eyebrow, realizing the truth. Even a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Besides, this time Huiqiao had also vented his frustrations. "By the way, my people are already in place. Chang Fengyuan's new project has commenced, and they will soon start bidding. They are mingling among the staff, so they won to be noticed. Don't underestimate Chang Fengyuan." Huiqiao's expression remained serious. He had reaped countless benefits over the years using the names of the Hua and Cui families. Even I cannot guess what he intends to do this time. Zhonglin was puzzled. "Does your mother truly not know?" Chang Fengyuan's rise could be attributed to Huiqiao's mother's efforts. However, when Huiqiao went to Dongsu for university 2 years ago, he specifically reminded his mother not to disclose his identity to outsiders. The first name that came to mind in the realm of outsiders was Chang Fengyuan. Hu Qiao chuckled. Who knows? Chang Fengyuan seems wholeheartedly dedicated to serving my mother, but I have traced several large transfers to his foreign accounts. Upon further investigation, those funds ultimately led to a man named Chen Jianli. Chen Jianli, age 53, has a sister named Chen Fu. 22 years ago, she married into the prestigious Xie family in Dongsu as a second wife and gave birth to a son, Xie Jinchuan, that same year. All these coincidences made Hu Qiao feel as if he were watching a grand play unfold. He swirled his drink, a colder glint in his eyes. Hu Qiao hadn't anticipated that the unintentional shield, Bai Shi, would serve such a purpose. By provoking Pei Yuzhi to seek trouble with him, it worked out. The more Pei Yuzhi acted recklessly, the more others, including those in Magic City and Chang Fengyuan, would think of him as a reckless wastrel, indulging only in pleasure. After all, both his mother and father were in their prime, naturally not wishing for their disobedient son to be too competent. Zhong Lin, unnoticed by Hu Qiao, raised his glass to his lips, his eyelids subtly lifting. What are you looking at? Nothing. Ahem, do you want something to eat? The dinner here seems quite good. Zhong Lin's gaze faltered for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. Hu Qiao casually gazed ahead, where colorful lights twinkled in a dreamy haze. He was somewhat puzzled. What made you think to come here again? Zhong Lin's family primarily engaged in the entertainment industry. In the earlier years, when policies were not stringent, the Zhong family engaged in large-scale entertainment ventures, basking in glory for a time. However, those enterprises have now become relics of the past. Yet Zhong Lin retains an intrinsic fascination for such endeavors. This time, they return to the same venue as before, primarily due to its proximity to Dongsu University. Accessible without the need for a vehicle, merely crossing 2 streets will suffice. A secondary reason is that aside from Cheng Yun being one of the proprietors, the decor and ambience here resonate with Zhong Lin's preferences. They had reserved a spot on the 2nd floor today, while Yu Bo had already dashed downstairs, serendipitously encountering a charming young man. The chatter here is notably more subdued than on the 1st floor. Zhong Lin, for some inexplicable reason, refrains from expressing his fondness for this place, as admitting to such would be akin to acknowledging Cheng Yun as a person. He casually remarks that it is conveniently close and that the higher prices here deter those with dubious intentions from seeking business. Hu Qiao inquires.
Who has you both set his sights on this time?
Is it still that fellow? What was his name? Su? I heard he pursued someone all the way to our university. Pursuing someone? That would be Pei Yuzhi. I caught a brief mention from Yu Bo about how Su is working various jobs and Pei Yuzhi has aided him several times, with talk of expressing gratitude. But whether his gratitude is genuine or merely a pretext for flirtation remains uncertain. Hu Qiao's fingers paused momentarily, as memories of a scene he thought he had long forgotten resurface. The day he witnessed Pei Yuzhi gallantly rescuing Su, lifting him to avoid stepping on shards of glass, while Su grasped Pei Yuzhi's sleeve, looking both sorrowful and enamored. This image lingers vividly in Hu Qiao's mind, refusing to fade. He instinctively furrows his brow, feeling an odd sensation. Pei Yuzhi, with his flamboyant personality, shows no regard for others, operating outside the bounds of convention. Su's repeated appearances in Pei Yuzhi's life certainly indicate his tacit approval. One might fear that before Bai Shi's breakup, Pei Yuzhi may have already developed feelings for Su. Hu Qiao, are you alright? You seem a bit off, Zhong Lin expresses with concern. Hu Qiao takes a sip of his drink, maintaining his usual tone. The music is rather loud. Zhong Lin turns to assess the noise level, which seems unchanged from earlier. Suddenly, a raucous cheer erupts from downstairs, followed by a cacophony of voices calling out a name. Zhong Lin pauses, his eyes lighting up with interest and anticipation. The performance is about to begin, featuring an array of exceptionally fit male models. Cheng Yun's aesthetic preferences are unmistakable. While not overtly stated, the numerous elements suggest as much. For instance, the daily musical performances showcase performers with chiseled abs, long legs, and appealing visages, easily captivating the younger crowd. Zhong Lin is among them. He glances at Hu Qiao, who appears disinterested, and feels a sense of relief. Indeed, Hu Qiao seems to prefer the petite and adorable type. Much like Bai Shi, Zhong Lin rises and strides toward the center of the venue, while Hu Qiao leisurely swirls his drink. The music and cheers are deafening, yet strangely induce a sense of drowsiness. In a daze, Hu Qiao finds himself in a corridor that is somewhat familiar, yet not entirely so, the passage leading to the guest rooms of a hot spring hotel. He had let his guard down, never anticipating that Bai Shi would dare to drug him. A vigorous young man, having never been naive, recognizes the signs of something amiss and the burning heat coursing through him, prompting him to push Bai Shi away and seek a safe haven to resolve this predicament. Yet, he lacks the strength to do so, leaning against the doorframe as he hears the sound of a key card being swiped nearby. Hu Qiao's lips move in silent urgency. Bai Shi is too sordid. Memories of him entangled with various men flash through Hu Qiao's mind, nearly making him retch. Hey, are you alright? A stranger's voice jolts Hu Qiao from his reverie. He feels utterly weak, unable even to lift his head. He catches a glimpse of a tall figure before him, clad in a bathrobe from the hotel, exposing a broad, muscular chest.
It is not Bai Shi.
Help me, call someone. Hu Qiao's voice falters as a cool finger grips his chin, tilting his head upward. Blinding light floods his vision, and he blinks in confusion, meeting a pair of intense, desirous eyes. His heart races. Hu Qiao recalls having seen those eyes through a misty haze while traversing the path to the bathing area, ordinary black irises, focused and predatory.
As if zeroing in on prey.
This gaze unnerves him, prompting him to avert his eyes. Yet, the chill at his chin ignites a fire within him, stirring an unfamiliar excitement. Hu Qiao's throat feels parched. As he is compelled to lift his chin, he instinctively moistens his lips with his tongue. The grip tightens painfully, and he stares at the unfamiliar man before him, who provocatively murmurs, "Come in." Hu Qiao's eyes snap open, the sounds of screaming and music persist. Tension courses through his body as he fixates on the ceiling, his lips parting slightly, and his throat constricting with rapid breaths. It was merely a dream. An encounter that has passed, just a night spent with him. Hu Qiao, you enjoyed it as well? There's no loss, so don't panic. A soft voice, like thunder, echoes in Hu Qiao's ears, causing him to sit upright in alarm, scanning his surroundings warily. On the sofa beside him, just one seat away, looms a dark figure. Hu Qiao's heart races, as familiar eyes lock onto his. Trembling, he stutters, "Pei Yuzhi?" The shadow stirs, revealing a handsome yet intimidating face emerging from the darkness. Young Master Hu, so excited. Did you have a delightful dream? Chapter 35, a lack of moral boundaries. Pei Yuzhi's expression darkens as he fixates on Hu Qiao. What does it mean, just a night spent with him? What does it mean you enjoyed it, no loss? This implies that Hu Qiao has indeed shared a night with someone else and found it pleasurable. Was it Bai Shi? It doesn't seem like him. It must be someone else. Could it be Su Jiang? The sensation strikes him like a dull blow, both peculiar and novel. Thus, Hu Qiao's earlier anxious demeanor, his slightly parted lips, and his rapid breaths suggest he has indeed dreamt of something intimate. Young Master Hu, this is a public space. Isn't it rather inappropriate to be so animated here? Pei Yuzhi's tone drips with sarcasm, his gaze shamelessly descending, landing on the concealed area beneath the shadows. The heat of his scrutiny causes Hu Qiao to feel scorched, prompting him to leap to his feet. Pei Yuzhi reacts faster, and before Hu Qiao can steady himself, a powerful force propels him back onto the sofa, with Pei Yuzhi's striking face hovering just inches above him. Pei Yuzhi, are you insane? Let me go. Let go? You plead, and I might consider it. Pei Yuzhi laughs, his hands firmly gripping Hu Qiao's arms, his legs pinning him down. Hu Qiao gasps for air, struggling futilely against Pei Yuzhi's hold. Pei Yuzhi's gaze surveys Hu Qiao's reddening cheeks, his cold eyes, and the rapid rise and fall of his chest, as if he is scrutinizing a defenseless prey and snared in his trap. Young Master Hu, you discarded my clothing so carelessly. Surely you anticipated that I would seek retribution. How careless of you to find yourself alone. Pei Yuzhi speaks leisurely, even freeing one hand to grip Hu Qiao's chin tightly. Hu Qiao's eyelashes flutter violently. This action was all too familiar, so much so that he had just dreamt of it mere moments ago. It was as if he had been startled, and for the first time, emotions flickered visibly in his cold, indifferent eyes, panic, embarrassment, and perhaps fear. The atmosphere between the two young men grew increasingly tense. Naturally, the man at a disadvantage gasped for breath, as though he were on the verge of suffocation. Pei Yuzhi lifted Hu Qiao's chin, gazing into his dark gray eyes. Why does he not prefer men like Su and Bai Shi? Or is he simply a man driven by lust, like that Hu Qiao? Pei Yuzhi suddenly spoke. The fervor and tenderness of that night were starkly different from the oppressive presence of the man before him now. He abruptly turned his head away, gritting his teeth tightly. Pei Yuzhi took a deep breath, struggling to recall something, and spoke each word deliberately. Last time you discarded my clothes and phone. Do you have anything to say? Hu Qiao raised his eyes, looking coldly at Pei Yuzhi. Do you truly have feelings for Bai Shi? Or are you merely using his name to get closer to me? Pei Yuzhi experienced a moment of blankness in his mind, hesitantly asking, what are you talking about? Hu Qiao relinquished a struggle. Pei Yuzhi's brute strength was astonishing. I mean, you can't possibly like me, can you? Hu Qiao's dark gray eyes sparkled with a strange light. After all those times you tried to get close to me, are you sure you like Bai Shi and not me? Pei Yuzhi opened his mouth, as if he had heard the most absurd statement. The last time he heard such words, they were uttered by Cheng Yun, an utterly ridiculous claim of loving a rival in love.
Huh.
A profound sense of incredulity spread across his face. He scoffed. Are you out of your mind? Hu Qiao, at some point, managed to move. He slowly lifted his waist. Pei Yuzhi's expression immediately darkened. Pei Yuzhi, your body and your words are inconsistent. Perhaps you should consult a urologist. With such vitality, you wouldn't be at risk of exhausting yourself at a young age, would you? Their positions instantly reversed. Pei Yuzhi, you are too tall, your muscles too thick, and your skin too coarse. If you wish to be with me, you ought to take better care of yourself. Perhaps I might consider bestowing my attention upon you. Are you out of your mind? You think you can be on top? Pei Yuzhi suddenly exerted force, gripping Huiqiao's chin tightly and repositioning his head to face him. Their proximity diminished once more, breaths mingling, as tension and danger coalesced. Pei Yuzhi knew he should release Huiqiao. He was misunderstood as having feelings for him, an embarrassing misapprehension akin to social death.
Yet,
The provocation and peculiar glint in Huiqiao's eyes prevented Pei Yuzhi from loosening his grip or diverting his gaze. Through gritted teeth, he articulated, "Huiqiao, you lie naked before me, and I wouldn't even blink. Spare me the theatrics." As soon as the words left his mouth, Huiqiao unexpectedly leaned closer to Pei Yuzhi. Pei Yuzhi's breath caught in his throat. It was as if he had been burned, causing him to instinctively retreat and release his hold on Huiqiao. As if in fear, his disheveled appearance unexpectedly pleased Huiqiao. Huiqiao chuckled softly. "Pei Yuzhi, what are you afraid of? Afraid that I might uncover your secrets? But this is no secret, is it? Young Master Pei." The slightly hoarse voice sent shivers down Pei Yuzhi's spine. "A lustful fool. How foolish of me to think highly of him." The disdainful voice echoed in his ears. For a moment, Pei Yuzhi could not discern which words were Huiqiao's inner thoughts and which were spoken aloud. However, if I had known young Master Pei was such a sensitive novice, I wouldn't have needed to go through such lengths. A mere tease by the poolside would suffice. "Huiqiao, do you think I wouldn't dare to act against you?" He coldly regarded Pei Yuzhi. "TSK, what could you possibly do to me? You claim to have feelings for Bai Shi, entangled with Su Su. Yet you remain entangled with me. Pei Yuzhi, what a messy, filthy affair this is." Pei Yuzhi's mind buzzed, his gaze fixed on Huiqiao's curled lips, which exuded disdain. Huiqiao suddenly sensed a hint of danger. His eyelids flickered, and before he could react, his arm was forcefully seized. A flash of blankness crossed Huiqiao's face. He never expected that the exposed Pei Yuzhi would dare to employ the same tactics again. Was he devoid of shame?
Huh.
Once again pinned down, the man's potent aura enveloped Huiqiao's mouth and nose like a toxin, nearly suffocating him. "I thought you were a mute, but it turns out you have quite the sharp tongue." This time, being restrained was different from before. Previously, Huiqiao had been seated, his head resting against the back of the sofa chair. Now he lay on the sofa, his entire upper body, no, his whole being, completely vulnerable. Pei Yuzhi's rigid body pressed against him, their noses almost touching, thighs brushing against one another. "You are correct. I am a man and you are a man. Are we not creatures driven by our lower halves? PSK, do you say all this to make me feel ashamed? You overestimate my moral standards. You may claim I lack morals. Young Master Hua, I've certainly seen your body. Tisk, in its unclad state, it is quite enticing. Is it so strange to see you react?" Pei Yuzhi's eyes glimmered with a peculiar excitement as he fixated on Huiqiao's shockingly widened eyes, his mind filled with a savage delight. His affection for Bai Shi had no bearing on his desire for Huiqiao. After all, Huiqiao's physique was quite to his liking. At some point, the music from the first floor ceased. The only sounds that remained were their rapid breaths, one filled with excitement, the other with anger. Huiqiao was taken aback by the unrestrained desire evident in Pei Yuzhi's eyes, causing his lips to tremble. Pei Yuzhi was soon captivated by Huiqiao's pitifully trembling lips. A familiar thirst surged in his throat. He wished to swallow, yet found himself devoid of moisture. Unconsciously, he lowered his head, their noses grazing, lips separated by only a whisper. Pei Yuzhi let out a soft sigh, leaning in. The soft, cool sensation made both their eyelashes tremble in unison. In the next moment, a scream and a sharp pain to Pei Yuzhi's had assailed him.
Ugh.
"Damn it, Huiqiao. Are you alright? Who the hell are you? Are you insane? Huiqiao. Huiqiao, be careful. I'll help you." Chapter 36. The bid. Pei Yuzhi clutched his forehead, glaring intensely at the suddenly appearing Su Jiang, his deep-set eyes filled with coldness. "This pretty boy again. Huiqiao, are you alright? Damn it, who is this? Do you want to die? How dare you bully Huiqiao? I'll make sure you regret this." Su Jiang was on the verge of madness. He had been running around Huagua for the past few days, and just after leaving Dongsu for a few days, some dog dared to press Huiqiao down. His usually cheerful demeanor was now overshadowed by a fierce glare directed at Pei Yuzhi. He was determined to find someone to take Pei Yuzhi down. "Su Jiang, I'm fine. Don't get worked up," Huiqiao gasped, grasping Su Jiang's arm. He had just bumped his head against Pei Yuzhi, and his head was still spinning. "Damn it. Could it be a concussion? Stop moving. Let me blow on it for you. Does it hurt? Is there anywhere else you feel uncomfortable? Breathe. Does it still hurt? Come on, I'll take you to the hospital." The two men were acting overly affectionate, like a couple, even needing to blow on it. Blow, blow, blow. Uncertain if it was his throbbing forehead or Su Jiang's voice that grated on his nerves, Pei Yuzhi suddenly kicked the coffee table with a dark expression. The table toppled with a loud crash, glass shattering into pieces. Su Jiang's obnoxious voice ceased abruptly. He quickly positioned himself behind Huiqiao, his expression wary as he looked at Pei Yuzhi. "Let me tell you, don't think you can do as you please in Dongsu. If you dare to take another step forward, I'll call the police immediately." Pei Yuzhi stood tall, his gaze heavily fixated on the man behind Su. At that moment, Huiqiao had his head lowered, obscuring his expression, his hand still raised, presumably in pain. The irritation and agitation that had surged within him ebbed away like receding tides. Taking a deep breath, Pei Yuzhi said nothing and turned to leave. Hu Qiao lifted his eyelids, staring intently at Pei Yuzhi's retreating figure, his lips barely parting as he exhaled softly. Pei Yuzhi walked briskly, brushing shoulders with a passerby as he descended the stairs. Zhonglin opened his mouth to speak, but upon catching a glimpse of Pei Yuzhi's seemingly frostbitten profile, he was taken aback. A foreboding sensation gripped his heart. His pupils constricted, trouble was brewing. The commotion had indeed stemmed from Hu Qiao. Pei Yuzhi halted momentarily at the sound of hurried footsteps ascending the stairs behind him, then strode away with purpose. Chang Yun stood anxiously at the foot of the staircase. Upon seeing Pei Yuzhi descend, he immediately scrutinized him. Apart from some wrinkles, his attire appeared relatively neat. However, a bruise marred his forehead as if struck by a heavy object, but otherwise, he seemed unscathed. Chang Yun breathed a subtle sigh of relief. Pei Xiao, you merely went upstairs to converse with Hu Qiao, yet why the ruckus? Pei Yuzhi continued towards the exit. Is your shabby establishment on the verge of closing? What a dreadful coffee table. Chang Yun retorted, that coffee table was nearly 6 figures at purchase. It's of fine quality. The manager hurried down from the second floor, witnessing Pei Yuzhi's departing silhouette, feeling a mixture of frustration and helplessness. Chang Yun's vision darkened. He finally understood the meaning of a villain crying foul first. He waved his hand wearily. Charge it to my account. The table is shattered, but no one was harmed, right? The manager quickly replied, no, thankfully not. The booth was reserved by a group of university students. I just inquired, and only one student was furious, shouting to report Pei Xiao for allegedly harassing his friend. Chang Yun raised his eyebrows, glancing towards the second floor, sneering, let them report it. It would be best to arrest the one who smashed my coffee table to bring him to his senses. The manager noted. The following day was Friday, the last working day. A brand new building adjacent to the Dongsu City TV station was bustling with activity. Men and women clad in sharp suits hurried inside. Several acrylic signs stood at the entrance. The first phase tender meeting for the Tanshui Bay Water Area Development Project. Beneath it read, location, Huai Hotel, 32nd floor. Pei Yuzhi removed his sunglasses and paused before the acrylic sign. Pei Xiao, why haven't you entered yet? A young and attractive woman rushed out from the revolving door. Pei Yuzhi raised an eyebrow at her name tag. Zhang Huan, manager of the Huai Hotel's room division. You're too kind. Unfortunately, the 32nd and 33rd floors were booked a month in advance for meetings and banquets. I apologize for the inconvenience. Perhaps you and your friends could use a slightly smaller restaurant nearby? Zhang Huan spoke nervously, recalling the call she received early that morning from the assistant of the company's grand manager, Qi Xijia, mentioning a guest wanting to host a meeting on the 33rd floor. The identity of the 20-something Pei Xiao was evident. Pei Yuzhi, sensing her fluster, casually remarked, no worries. Isn't there a terrace on the 33rd floor with a night view? Just prepare it with a few large umbrellas. Zhang Huan appeared startled. Pei Yuzhi paused. What? The terrace is booked too? Zhang Huan quickly replied, of course not. This way, please. Pei Yuzhi donned his sunglasses, once more, circumventing the crowd of formally dressed individuals and stepping into the elevator. At 10 a.m., the 32nd floor of the Huai Hotel was exceptionally quiet. 2 heavy wooden doors stood firmly closed, not a sound escaping from within. The tender for the Tanshui Bay Water Area Development Project had officially commenced. The corridor was filled with numerous staff members awaiting the tender, while a man in his 30s stood at the corner, his expression serious as he typed a message. Meanwhile, the central dining room on the 33rd floor had already become a hive of activity. Waitstaff methodically arranged various utensils, and as they departed, each cast a lingering glance towards the window corner. There sat a distinguished man, his hair cropped short, dressed in a thin black turtleneck. His head was slightly bowed, back straight, and jaw tightly clenched, seemingly grappling with a challenging issue on his phone. Several female servers, their cheeks tinged with color, stole glances at him, cautiously exchanging looks with one another. Suddenly, he glanced in their direction, causing them to momentarily hold their breath. Even from such a distance, his deep, indifferent eyes and expressionless face conveyed a chilling aura, his gaze seemingly aimlessly drifting. Abruptly, hurried footsteps echoed behind the female servers as a tall figure swept past them. Accompanying this was a man's delighted voice. Young Master Huer, everything is settled. The man in the corner slightly lifted the corners of his lips, akin to ice melting. On the 33rd floor terrace, the autumn breeze rustled, the sunshade above fluttering. Lung Outyen wore a smile, the scar at the corner of his eye twisting like a coiled serpent. I heard your tender participant had car trouble on the way and missed the bid. Which company won? An inconspicuous firm, their bid exceeding CI Group's base price by 100,000. Lung Outyen narrowed his eyes, taking a deep drag of his cigarette before continuing. When I came up, the elevator stopped at the 32nd floor, where I spotted the young master of the Hu family. TSK, Chang Fengyuan is truly the Hu family's lapdog. Pei Yuzhi's eyelid twitched. He had not anticipated that Lung Outyen was already aware of Hu Qiao's identity. A smile flickered across his face. Interesting. Chapter 37. Huiqiao, Pei Yuzhi, I invite you for a drink. The first phase of the Tanshui Bay Water Area Project tender primarily focused on foundational engineering, sand excavation, and earthworks. Xia Group, having originated in real estate, was well equipped to handle such projects. However, internal strife within Xia Group had escalated, allowing for a strategic opportunity to secure their bid-base price. Huiqiao stated, ensure all traces are wiped clean, particularly avoiding any connection to the Zhong family. Rest assured, everything has been taken care of, the young man replied, wiping the sweat from his forehead. However, Changzong is quite suspicious. With Xia Group failing to secure the bid and the other two local Dongsu enterprises absent today, it does seem peculiar. Huiqiao dismissed it casually. As long as it doesn't involve Zhonglin, I have no interest in the sordid affairs of Chang Fengyuan or other businessmen in Dongsu. The young man sighed in relief. Understood. Now I know what to do. After discussing business, the young man relayed some pressing matters concerning the Hor family in Modu. Upon hearing that the old master of the Hor family planned to grant shares to the grandson of the second branch, Huiqiao's mother, instead of opposing, had proposed fulfilling the Hor family's promise made before his birth, leading to a sudden change in her demeanor. Young master, I overheard this during last week's old residence dinner when I was delivering items to Huadong. The atmosphere was quite tense, so I didn't linger. I'm unaware of what transpired afterward, he explained, feeling somewhat awkward. Yes, young master. The young man quickly departed, leaving Huiqiao with furrowed brows, clearly troubled. Why had his mother suddenly raised the matter from years past? Over 20 years ago, when the Hor family faced financial troubles, the once flourishing Cui family came to their aid. The only reason they could offer billions in cash was that Huiqiao's mother had been pregnant out of wedlock at the time. Although there was no formal agreement signed, the two families had indeed discussed allocating 20 of the Hor family's original shares to the infant Huiqiao. However, shortly after Huiqiao's birth, the Cui family encountered their own misfortunes, causing his mother's confidence to wane, and the Hor family naturally did not broach the subject of transferring shares. Eventually, the Cui family slowly regained their footing, while the Hor family flourished rapidly. At that time, a few hundred million would not even suffice to acquire 0.02 of the original shares today. Thus, the promised 20 stake was only fulfilled to 12 due to various reasons. This 12 stake made Huiqiao the second largest shareholder of the Hui Group. His insatiably greedy father must have been up to something behind the scenes. A sound of a chair scraping against the floor stirred Huiqiao from his thoughts. He lifted his gaze, revealing an unexpected face before him. And a sense of urgency surged within him. He thought helplessly, why does he always linger, haunting my dreams and intruding upon my reality? Pei Yuzhi felt a tightness in his throat, his mind wandering with chaotic thoughts. Did Huiqiao also dream? What could he possibly dream about? Was it the same trivial matters that made him blush at the mere thought? Wait, in his dreams, he must be the one on top, right? The realization that he was the one being suppressed in Huiqiao's dreams unsettled him. Huiqiao paid no heed to the expression on his face. He glanced at the time and said coolly, Pei Yuzhi, you were the one who brought Guangli and Company to engage with Chang Fengyuan, weren't you? Huiqiao's sudden lift of his head prompted Pei Yuzhi to grind his teeth in response.
Ah.
I mentioned before that I wanted to discuss the relationship between Xia Jinchuan's mother and your father. Their connection is quite close.
TSK.
Your feigned affection for me is quite tiresome. Huiqiao parted his lips, asking, what exactly is it? Sensing the tension in Huiqiao's tone, Pei Yuzhi burst into laughter. Leaning back in his chair, he casually rested his right hand on the table, idly tracing the rim of his coffee cup, and said with an air of superiority, if you beg me, I might just tell you. Huiqiao's breath hitched. This dog truly is a handful. After cursing internally, he took a deep breath and articulated, fine. I beg you, go ahead. Pei Yuzhi replied, finally, you understand what it means to say one thing and do another. Two handsome rivals, their atmosphere charged with tension, reluctantly withdrew their prickly defenses, as if reaching a silent consensus. Pei Yuzhi's reluctance was palpable, feeling he had drawn the short straw. Why should Huiqiao, with no sincerity, utter a plea and expect him to divulge everything he had discovered? Yet, with a single word from the young master Pei, he found himself ensnared. Your father transfers some money to Chinfu through an overseas auction house every year. I know about it. It's a trivial amount. Huiqiao's heart raced. Pei Yuzhi's words inexplicably tied back to the information he had just received. No wonder she suddenly wants the Hui family to transfer the remaining 8 of shares to me. Xia Jinchuan's identity is not something to be proud of, especially with his uncle pressuring him. He would never voluntarily disclose it. So, Xia Jinchuan must have incited Chinfu after discovering his lineage and then approached me. Pei Yuzhi vaguely understood Huiqiao's train of thought. He realized they were likely discussing Huiqiao's parents. It dawned on him that in Huiqiao's heart, these two individuals were unworthy of being called mom and dad. Pei Yuzhi, I'll treat you to drinks tonight. How about going to Qingyun? If you have any news, I'm willing to pay for it. Huiqiao's tone was serious. Pei Yuzhi pondered this. Still going to Qingyun? TSK, isn't Huiqiao afraid they might clash? Chapter 38. Attracting attention, the manager wore a wooden smile as he finally escorted the two living Buddhas to a quiet booth on the second floor. As he turned, the smile instantly faded. What on earth is happening? Yesterday, they had slammed tables and nearly called the police, and today they were all smiles, drinking together. Is this what friendship among young people has become? With a blank expression, he descended the stairs and, just a few steps down, spotted a familiar figure by the bar. Looking considerably thinner. He quickened his pace, frowning. Su, why are you back at work so soon? Has your foot healed? Su stood upright and respectfully replied. The manager couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile. That's good. Your regulars have been asking about you. Go on, serve them well. Though Su often caused trouble, he could also sell more expensive drinks than others. After seeing the manager off, Su sighed in relief. Soon, a gentle and humble smile graced his face as he prepared to head into the venue. Having injured his foot recently, he was unable to work part-time, and his income had significantly decreased. Today, he was determined to make some good sales. Before leaving, Su inexplicably glanced towards the dimly lit stairs leading to the second floor. He had visited Dongsu University several times and had encountered Pei Yuzhi, but the latter had always seemed impatient with him. Chung Yun had said Pei Yuzhi was particularly different with him, but Su had not seen it at all. Yet, it was precisely this lack of attention that made Su more grateful to Pei Yuzhi. Pei Yuzhi had helped him several times without any ulterior motive. Instead, it was Su who had prejudged him, viewing him through the lens of a spoiled young master. Shaking his head, Su dismissed his thoughts and forced a smile as he joined the crowd. On the second floor, the coffee table that Pei Yuzhi had damaged the previous night had been restored to perfection, with no signs of the incident remaining. It was as if nothing had ever transpired. Pei Yuzhi casually surveyed his surroundings, his gaze flitting about, deliberately avoiding Hu Qiao, who sat directly across from him. A server approached, deftly placing drinks on the table. Should I call Su over? Hu Qiao casually remarked. Pei Yuzhi paused, finally locking eyes with Hu Qiao's dark gray ones. What do you want him for? Hu Qiao swirled his glass, the brown liquid shimmering, then averted his gaze, saying nonchalantly, inviting you for drinks is meant to be enjoyable. Doesn't he like you? And you've helped him a few times. So, I thought you might have some feelings for him. Am I mistaken? Considering Su's role as the main character and his clingy nature. A hint of irritation crept into Pei Yuzhi's voice. TSK, I merely helped him out of convenience. Do you mind? Hu Qiao's fingers tightened slightly, the ice in his glass clinking against the sides with a crisp sound. Then forget it. The atmosphere grew tense once more as the server set down the fruit platter and snacks before bowing out. After saying that, Pei Yuzhi felt a pang of discomfort. It was the first time he had sat across from Hu Qiao so calmly, without the usual tension. Yet, Pei Yuzhi felt as though he was sitting on pins and needles, restless and uneasy. Damn it, Chung Yun's establishment. What a shabby couch, so uncomfortable to sit on. Pei Yuzhi muttered irritably, shifting his position as he relaxed his tense leg. Hu Qiao raised his eyes slightly, taking in the scene, his thin lips pressing into a tight line. What are you looking at? Pei Yuzhi's tone was less than pleasant, his voice taut. Hu Qiao was vexed and cursed inwardly. Look at you, you shameless flirt. Pei Yuzhi's expression turned blank. Huh? What did you say? Flirt? Hu Qiao would dare to say something like that? No. What does Hu Qiao think of him? Pei Yuzhi abruptly stood up, darkly staring at Hu Qiao. Hu Qiao raised his brow in surprise. What? Not drinking anymore? This wine belongs to my friend. Give it a try. After you taste it, we can have a proper discussion about Qin Fu. He spoke earnestly, leaving Pei Yuzhi at a loss for words. Was he supposed to tell Hu Qiao that he could hear him calling him a flirt in his thoughts? Finally, he understood Hu Qiao as earlier comments about dreams. In those dreams, Pei Yuzhi must have been the one being dominated by Hu Qiao. Annoyed, he picked up a glass and downed half of it. The spicy liquid slid down his throat, failing to extinguish his agitation. He saw an opportunity to let Hu Qiao know who was truly in control. His complicated emotions were unbeknownst to Hu Qiao. Hu Qiao had grown somewhat accustomed to his unpredictable moods. I suspect Tong Fengyuan has something going on with Qin Fu, though I have no evidence to support this. After a moment of silence, Pei Yuzhi took the initiative to address the matter at hand. Hu Qiao's eyelids flickered. Chong Fengyuan and Qin Fu? Pei Yuzhi scoffed. Chong Fengyuan is your mother's junior from school, and Qin Fu is your father's mistress. Isn't that rather intriguing? Hu Qiao replied. You also claim to have no evidence. Pei Yuzhi asserted. It is merely a man's intuition. He could not reveal that his deductions were based on numerous plot inconsistencies, leading to the most rational conclusion. Chong Fengyuan's current success is owed to your mother. Yet he secretly engages in financial dealings with Qin Fu, unbeknownst to your father. Aside from their romantic entanglement, I cannot fathom his motivations. Hu Qiao's mother suddenly fell ill, rendering her unable to manage company affairs effectively. Thus, Chong Fengyuan acted as her proxy. The narrative gradually diminished Hu Qiao's mother's resistance, as Chong Fengyuan voted on her behalf in several crucial board meetings, either abstaining or being absent. His public neutrality, while covertly assisting, cannot be dismissed. You should know him better than I do. I suspect you have uncovered something. Otherwise, how could he seize the Yuan Chun contract under the pretense of a small company? Furthermore, You are the legitimate heir of the Heir family, while Chong Fengyuan, bluntly speaking, is merely a dog raised by the Heir family. What evidence do you require to deal with him? Hu Qiao's expression shifted slightly, a hint of vigilance creeping in. Xie Jinchuan is your childhood friend. You have known him since you were young. Why would you help me deal with him? Pei Yuzhi suddenly smiled. Last time at the auto repair shop. Did you not see that wrecked car? Hu Qiao's brow furrowed, a vague thought surfacing. Just as you surmise, Pei Yuzhi smirked. That bastard Xie Jinchuan wants to destroy me. Who would want a life-threatening childhood friend? At this point, Pei Yuzhi believed he had exhausted his patience. In the narrative, Hu Qiao dies in a car accident, and the vehicle involved had been modified at Brother Shin's auto shop. Whether or not it was Xie Jinchuan's doing remains an unsolvable mystery. However, thanks to Pei Yuzhi's reminder, he believed Hu Qiao would never touch that Cullinan scent for modification again. At the very least, it would save Hu Qiao's life. Without the Hu family's backing, Xie Jinchuan would lose his protagonist halo, and Pei Yuzhi and the Pei family would not meet a tragic end. Hu Qiao fell silent, seemingly contemplating the validity of Pei Yuzhi's words. Suddenly, the sound of light footsteps approached. Both men turned to see a slender male server slowly approaching. Pei Yuzhi instinctively glanced at Hu Qiao, who also looked over indifferently. TSK, he really knows how to attract attention. After 2 heroic rescues, Su Su is utterly smitten. Oh, I've seen it twice. I wonder how many more there are when I'm not looking. Perhaps he has already done what he needed to do. Well, he is rather flirtatious. If he could be infatuated with me yesterday, he could easily end up in bed with Su Su today. Su Su's heart is fluttering. She won't just refuse him, but will be overjoyed. Pei Yuzhi, impressive. In just 2 seconds, have you vented all your grievances from the past 2 days? I feel more aggrieved than Do-e. Chapter 39, today's events. Su Su's heart raced. He walked cautiously, clutching a tray of expensive wine he had meticulously prepared. He knew Pei Yuzhi was not in need of such trivial expenses, yet he still wished to treat him. Perhaps largely due to his own selfish desires to see him again. As he approached Pei Yuzhi with the wine, his raven-black lashes trembled slightly. Pei Yuzhi was looking in his direction. This thought made the wine bottles on the tray quiver slightly. Taking a deep breath, he became increasingly cautious with his steps, urging himself not to embarrass himself in front of Pei Yuzhi, silently motivating himself. Su Su broke out in a cold sweat over the short distance of merely a few meters. Young Master Pei, what a coincidence to encounter you here. I injured my foot a few days ago, and today is my first day back at work. Su Su's cheeks flushed crimson as he carefully placed the tray on the table. He half-squatted, lifting his gaze to Pei Yuzhi. The only difference being that he was much closer to Pei Yuzhi. As he placed the wine bottle down, his arm inadvertently brushed against Pei Yuzhi's. He gasped softly, his face reddening further, his eyelashes fluttering, and his eyes darting in a fluster. It was still daytime, the establishment not crowded, and devoid of raucous music or cheers. Hence, Su Su's quiet breaths felt piercingly loud, at least in Hu Qiao's ears. He was unaware of when he had leaned back against the sofa. His upper body shrouded in shadow, his left leg resting on the other, one hand holding a wine glass on his knee while the other idly tapped on the sofa. He appeared to be in good spirits. Pei Yuzhi diverted his gaze away from Hu Qiao, pondering that perhaps Hu Qiao was enjoying the show of his misfortune, which was why he seemed so cheerful. Young Master Pei, I know you have tasted many fine wines, but this bottle is one I specifically had the owner reserve for you. Would you care to try it? Su Su mustered the courage to move Pei Yuzhi's glass aside, then placed the wine he had poured back in its original position. The fingers that had been tapping lightly on the sofa lingered in midair for several seconds before they heavily fell back onto the sofa, never to rise again. As if losing interest in the amusement. Did I not tell you last time to refrain from seeking me out? Pei Yuzhi's tone was impatient. I helped you solely because you are Xie Jinchuan's favorite person. He paused, as if to clarify something, his tone heavy. I am not a hero, and you are not a beauty. Do not misinterpret my intentions. Su Su's flushed face suddenly drained of color, and tears welled in his beautiful eyes. He hesitantly lifted his gaze, Pei Yuzhi's impatience and irritation manifesting as a tangible blade that twisted painfully in his fragile pride. Young Master Pei, that is not my intention. I merely wish to thank you. The final word fell, and the tears that had been pent up in his eyes cascaded down. A wave of discomfort surged within Pei Yuzhi. He had intentionally assisted Su Su twice, only to exploit him. Su Su was the protagonist's love interest, and regardless of the circumstances, he would end up with the lead, Xie Jinchuan. If he could extend small favors to Su Su, it would render future inquiries about Xie Jinchuan much easier and more natural. However, he did not anticipate that Su Su seemed to harbor different feelings for him. To say they were different feelings is not entirely accurate. Pei Yuzhi was lucid enough to recognize the narrative's deception, just like the Pei Yuzhi within the story, who believed that Su Su and he were deeply in sync, otherwise, he would not have turned against Xie Jinchuan. These ambiguous emotions swirled in Pei Yuzhi's chest. What unsettled him further, aside from these feelings, was Hu Qiao, sitting opposite him, detached from everything, high and mighty, gazing down at Pei Yuzhi, misjudging him. Yes, Being misunderstood by a rival made Pei Yuzhi exceedingly uncomfortable. Do you think I lack your wine? With your salary, what kind of wine could you afford? Pei Yuzhi pushed the wine glass aside coldly. Or, did you use all the money Xie Jinchuan gave you to buy this wine? Su Su's eyes widened, and through the surging tears, Pei Yuzhi's figure became blurred. He shook his head, frantically explaining, I earned this myself, it's clean. A noise came from across the table, and Pei Yuzhi suddenly turned to look. Hu Qiao paused, saying, You two carry on. It felt as though he were watching an absurd, melodramatic idol drama. Leaving Hu Qiao feeling thoroughly uncomfortable, he leaned against the bathroom sink, slowly untangling the information provided by Pei Yuzhi. It seemed that Chang Fengyuan and Shen Fu might have once been in a romantic relationship. How could Hu Qiao have overlooked this? Like parting the mists. Hu Qiao organized the news and sent it out. There was nothing novel about it, merely a scenic image sent by Bai Shi, which Hu Qiao dismissed with indifference. If he could seize this opportunity to pressure his mother and acquire the remaining 8 of the shares, he would no longer need Bai Shi. Then he could observe whether Bai Shi or Su Su possessed the greater acumen to win Pei Yuzhi's favor. Sending a message to Bai Shi, he seemed so cheerful. All too cozy. Hu Qiao paused, suddenly catching a whiff of tobacco wafting through the air. Pei Yuzhi stood at the bathroom door, his eyes obscured by a veil of white smoke, rendering his emotions indecipherable. Hu Qiao tucked away his phone. Finished your conversation with Su Su? He inquired. You're quite adept at avoiding me. I had to down a drink on his behalf, which was quite difficult to swallow. In a dim corner on the first floor, 2 men exchanged glances, their expressions lightening as they observed Su Su descending the stairs with an empty tray. Their eyes sparkled with delight. Today's scheme had succeeded. Chapter 40. Traditional medicine. Pei Yuzhi felt a vague irritation, as if something was smoldering within him. It was somewhat warm, yet simultaneously agitating. Are you alright? Even Hu Qiao, seated opposite him, noticed Pei Yuzhi's unusual demeanor. I'm fine. Don't you think it's a bit warm? Pei Yuzhi snapped, glancing irritably at the ceiling, where the central air conditioning hummed nearby. Hu Qiao shook his head. Not warm. Never mind, I'll go find someone to adjust it. With that, he even let out a huff. Hu Qiao paused, a look of confusion crossing his face as he watched Pei Yuzhi's retreating figure. What was wrong with Pei Yuzhi? Not long after, a young server hurried upstairs. I understand, Hu Qiao replied, contemplating that he had no contact information for Pei Yuzhi. Hence there was no need to inquire further. Upon pushing open the door, the stillness of the atmosphere, mingled with the heat of the sun, struck Hu Qiao's face, intensifying the effect of the alcohol he had consumed. The faint sound of the door closing separated him from the din of the establishment. He had little tolerance for liquor, and typically, no one dared to press drinks upon him, but on rare occasions, he would indulge in a few sips. However, today, he had forgotten that he could abstain. To blend in at Huai Hotel, he donned a white shirt and suit like other office workers. While drinking, he felt it. But now the collar felt constricting against his throat, causing considerable discomfort. He unfastened 2 buttons, and as the noise from behind him surged again, Hu Qiao turned, only to be unexpectedly jostled by 2 individuals. Caught off guard, he stumbled slightly. The mingling sense of smoke and alcohol abruptly assaulted his senses.
Ugh.
Hu Qiao covered his mouth and darted towards a nearby tree. Damn it! Are you blind? Blocking the entrance? You nearly made me trip. Enough. Why argue with a drunk? Let us go. Don't stir up trouble. Bro. The guy surnamed Pei drank the spiked liquor. What is there to fear? We should just finish the drinks. Shut up. Hu Qiao's ears rang from the drunken banter. What kind of place was this, where one could speak so loudly, as if inviting attention to their actions? There's no one around. It's just a drunk vomiting. You're being overly cautious. The guy surnamed Pei is not someone to provoke. Don't create unnecessary trouble. Hurry up and leave. One man shoved the other towards the roadside, casting wary glances behind them. Soon they hailed a cab, oblivious to the fact that the drunken figure beside the tree had already risen. That cold, stern face bore no trace of inebriation. In the dimly lit booth, the lingering scent of alcohol mingled with the stale, unventilated air. Pei Yuzhi had his eyes closed, his expression agitated, breaths coming in quick succession. He had indeed fallen prey. When had it happened? Was it Hu Qiao's trick? No. The liquor he had consumed with Hu Qiao had been poured before his very eyes. Moments later, he slightly lifted his eyelids, the desire in his deep-set eyes unmistakable. He remembered. He was displeased by Hu Qiao's misunderstanding of his relationship with Su Su, and reluctantly, he had engaged with Su Su, drinking the liquor he poured, anxious to escape the booth and find Hu Qiao. He despondently closed his eyes once more. The name Su Su flashed in his mind, and a strange narrative unfolded within him. As the childhood friend of the protagonist, Xie Jinchuan, he found himself harboring possessive feelings for his best friend's boyfriend. Yet Pei Yuzhi knew that Su Su would never choose him. Driven by selfish desires, Pei Yuzhi concocted a malicious scheme involving traditional medicine to gain intimacy with Su Su, simultaneously framing Xie Jinchuan for the ensuing chaos. Su Su, tormented by emotional strife, reluctantly entered a relationship with Pei Yuzhi, while Xie Jinchuan suffered the pains of love. Enduring hardship, they both deserve to wallow in their own filth. Pei Yuzhi impatiently tugged at his collar, expending nearly all the strength he had left. Thud. His arms suddenly fell limp, the metal clattering against the wooden floor with a dull sound. Exhaling heavily, he cast his gaze down at the watch on his left wrist. It had been 20 minutes since he had left the booth, half supported, half dragged down by a server. At that time, he still had the strength to shake off the server. But soon his legs grew weak, and dizziness enveloped him, compelling him to groggily push open the nearest door. Just then, the door to the storage room suddenly creaked. Pei Yuzhi's heart raced. Had Huqiao noticed his absence and come searching for him? With a creak, the door opened, and a beam of light pierced the darkness of the storage room. A silhouette stood against the light, after enduring the oppressive darkness for what felt like an eternity. Pei Yuzhi painfully turned his head, closing his eyes to adapt to the brightness before slowly opening them. Hua, Pei Xiao, are you alright? How did you end up locked in here? The gentle yet anxious voice felt like the final straw breaking Pei Yuzhi's composure. Having been immersed in this narrative for months, he finally felt the full weight of its malice. Before Pei Yuzhi could fully contemplate his thoughts, Su Su had already crouched down, attempting to support him. A peculiar aroma lingered around Pei Yuzhi, and in an instant, his clear, rational gaze clouded. An uncontrollable desire made him swallow hard, as the concerned voice brushed tantalizingly against his heartstrings, an intoxicating mix of itchiness, numbness, and insatiable longing. You. Su Su felt the heat of Pei Yuzhi's breath on his ear, causing it to flush red. He gritted his teeth, striving to lift Pei Yuzhi. But their size difference proved insurmountable. After several futile attempts, Pei Yuzhi remained unmoving. Breathing heavily, the two men's labored breaths intertwined within the small storage room, quickly taking on a different flavor. In yet another failed attempt to assist him, Su Su's legs buckled, and he tumbled onto Pei Yuzhi. Both men let out muffled groans. Su Su could hear Pei Yuzhi's heart racing in his chest. One hand pressed against Pei Yuzhi's burning abdominal muscles. And as his fingers brushed that taut surface, Pei Yuzhi's well-defined abdomen tensed sharply. Su Su's mouth felt dry, his eyelashes trembling like butterflies poised for flight. Finally, summoning his courage, he raised his gaze. Pei Yuzhi's parched lips parted, helplessly moving. The sharp line of his jaw and the sensual prominence of his Adam's apple seemed strained, as if they were bowstrings on the verge of snapping. Yet Pei Yuzhi, who normally regarded him with disdain, now had his eyes tightly shut. Su Su inhaled sharply, the hesitance and unease in his gaze dissipating, replaced by burgeoning desire and ambition akin to bamboo sprouting from the earth. Pei Yuzhi had been affected by the medicine. He could help him. Staring at Pei Yuzhi, who was completely unguarded at that moment, Su Su could no longer contain herself. She trembled as she closed her eyes and leaned directly towards Pei Yuzhi's lips. Suddenly, like an incongruous figure from a solemn period drama, a modern individual with a godlike perspective appeared. A hand firmly gripped the back of Su Su's neck, causing her lips to retreat from his proximity. The pain made her eyes redden instantly, and she had to raise her hand to pry away the grip on her neck. Yet, her strength felt like that of an ant against an elephant. It was agonizing. Su Su blinked through her swollen eyes, as a lofty yet somewhat indifferent voice exploded in her ear. Are you confused? Don't you remember what I just said about not being overly sentimental? Ha! Come to save your husband. Chapter 41. The antidote. After Huqiao finished speaking, a thud resonated from the storage room. The hand gripping Su Su's neck tightened suddenly, causing her face to crash against the door. The violent impact left her dizzy, and the deadly grip only grew stronger, darkening her vision. At that moment, the veins in her neck became increasingly prominent. Even without constraining her throat, she felt as though she could scarcely breathe. It felt as if her lungs were about to explode. The metallic taste of blood surged from her chest into her throat, spreading within her mouth. It was unbearable. Was she close to death? Huqiao, why was he so cruel? She only wished to help Pei Yuzhi. On what grounds did Huqiao look down upon her so condescendingly? Huqiao, let me go. I am friends with young Master Pei. I just want to help him. Huqiao's lips curled slightly. His indifferent gaze finally moved away from Pei Yuzhi, who was being tortured by the drug, revealing a handsome face filled with longing. Say whatever you wish. However, today Pei Yuzhi was invited here for drinks by me. How dare you drug him under my watch? Do you think I'm blind? After speaking, Huqiao suddenly intensified his grip. Ugh. Su Su rolled her eyes, her face turning purple. Huqiao frowned slightly at the sight, loosening his grip and carelessly tossing her aside. A muffled sound and a series of harsh coughs followed. Huqiao didn't look back at Su Su. After a brief contemplation, he crouched down and gently patted Pei Yuzhi's face. Hey, Pei Yuzhi, how are you? Are you still awake? A distant voice pierced through layers of fog into the enclosed, quiet space. Pei Yuzhi struggled to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt as heavy as lead, and he exerted great effort to crack them open just a tiny sliver. The figure before him, backlit, was blurred, His eyes were vacant as he stared ahead, his lips moving. What did you drug him with? He asked, completely out of it. Hu Qiao turned to look at Su Su, who was coughing violently, her disbelief evident as she raised her head. Hu Qiao, I know you look down on me, but you cannot tarnish my character.
It wasn't me.
I like young Master Pei. I only wanted to help him. I would never harm him. TSK. Hu Qiao lowered himself, lifting Pei Yuzhi onto his shoulder. If it was you, evidence will reveal the truth. Su Su trembled as she watched Hu Qiao and Pei Yuzhi exit the storage room. Suddenly, Hu Qiao stopped. Su Su's heart raced. She immediately curled her body and covered her neck, retreating as if terrified of Hu Qiao. She lowered her head, not noticing the strange expression on Hu Qiao's face. Hu Qiao, please help me. I feel unwell. The hoarse male voice hooked Hu Qiao's heart like a sharp claw. Help me, I feel unwell. In that moment of distraction, the man slung over his shoulder began to writhe provocatively. As the effects of the alcohol kicked in, Hu Qiao closed his eyes, swallowed hard, and gritted his teeth. Behave yourself. His words came out through clenched teeth, and as he moved forward, his steps bore an imperceptible urgency and a sense of retreat.
Bang!
The car door slammed shut. Hu Qiao gasped for breath. To the nearest private hospital. Yes, sir. Carrying a nearly 1.9-meter tall man with a muscular build, even Hu Qiao found it somewhat taxing. Moreover, Pei Yuzhi was anything but compliant during this short journey. Suddenly, Hu Qiao pressed a button. The partition in the back seat rose immediately, transforming the rear into a closed space occupied by 2 adult men. Hu Qiao regretted his decision. The drugged Pei Yuzhi was now trying to claw at him. Damn it, Pei Yuzhi, do you think I'm giving you face? Get off me. As they exited the vehicle, Pei Yuzhi, who had felt heavy and weak, suddenly seemed revitalized. Hu Qiao exerted all his strength to pry Pei Yuzhi's arms apart, but they remained like an impenetrable iron barrel against his efforts. Within seconds, Hu Qiao was panting heavily, a cold sweat trickling down his back and neck. I feel unwell. Help me. The muffled sounds of discomfort brushed against Hu Qiao's bare neck and ear, sending an indescribable tingling sensation coursing down his spine. Hu Qiao let out a low groan, his waist suddenly feeling weak. Pei Yuzhi buried his head in Hu Qiao's neck, helplessly and slyly rubbing his lips against his skin. Hu Qiao, I feel unwell, I feel unwell. As his eyelids fluttered open, his clear, cold pupils sparkled with a bright light, silently entwining desire with Hu Qiao's reason. Suddenly, his pupils widened. Like a beast roused, Hu Qiao began to struggle violently. Let go. Pei Yuzhi, if you dare to touch me again, I swear I'll cut you. At that moment, Pei Yuzhi became the source of temptation, compelling Hu Qiao to succumb, pressing him against the seat with one hand firmly gripping Hu Qiao's abdomen. Hu Qiao's mind went blank as he curled his fingers tightly, desperately trying to avoid touching the hard contours of his subordinate's abs. Although he had done nothing, Pei Yuzhi was already moaning in pleasure. The coarse, satisfied sound flushed Hu Qiao's cheeks. His eyes remained cold, but did not maintain that demeanor for long. Soon, his pupils dilated, as if he could no longer bear it, and he shut his eyes tightly. With his face pressed against the seat, the ride was surprisingly smooth. Yet it gave Hu Qiao a sense of vertigo. As the sound of waves approached, Pei Yuzhi's voice grew nearer.
No.
Hu Qiao suddenly opened his eyes. You dare to open your eyes. A sigh echoed near his ear. Hu Qiao struggled to turn his eyes, only to find that at some point, Pei Yuzhi had leaned down, their faces mere inches apart. You. Pei Yuzhi suddenly gripped Hu Qiao's chin, causing Hu Qiao's voice to catch in his throat. It was just like last night. Pei Yuzhi leaned in to kiss him, yet this time it was different. Pei Yuzhi's kiss was fierce and unrelenting. Chapter 42. Pei Yuzhi. For heaven's sake, wake up. As the soft tip of Pei Yuzhi's tongue brushed against Hu Qiao's lips, he widened his eyes, staring at the face so close to him, his eyelashes fluttering. Pei Yuzhi's kiss was as fervent, domineering, and forceful as he himself was. Caught off guard, Hu Qiao found himself disarmed. The collision of their lips nearly drowned him in Pei Yuzhi's breath. Hu Qiao's breath hitched for a moment as a sharp sensation coursed through his body, igniting from their entangled lips. Pei Yuzhi kissed as if he had lost his mind, devoid of any tenderness, filled with a restless fervor. His hands mercilessly tore at Hu Qiao's shirt, buttons popping off as Hu Qiao felt a chill spread through him. Snap back to reality, he immediately pushed Pei Yuzhi away. Pei Yuzhi, for heaven's sake, wake up. I know you still have your senses. I am not Bai Shi. The hand pressing against Hu Qiao's lower back suddenly froze. Indeed, even under the influence of drugs, his mind only recalls Bai Shi. Hu Qiao gasped for breath. Yet the heat in his heart had already cooled. In the confined space of the back seat, only their anxious breaths remained, their expressions hidden in the shadows. Unable to articulate the tumult within, Hu Qiao wearily lowered his gaze, silently pondering. Why did I suddenly mention Bai Shi? That was quite awkward. He likely only momentarily lost focus upon hearing Bai Shi's name. At this point, he has probably forgotten. Even if he wakes up tomorrow, he will not recall. What was the point of my actions? After all, Whether it was drunken debauchery or a muddled state induced by herbal medicine, this was not my first experience. Suddenly, Hu Qiao's eyelids twitched heavily. A hand, resting on his lower back, suddenly ventured towards the buckle of his belt. The crisp sound of a snap echoed conspicuously in the quiet back seat. Hu Qiao bit his lip, his expression uncertain as he gazed at the hand unfastening his belt. After a moment, the sound of fabric rubbing against the leather seat filled the air. His black trousers were carelessly discarded at his feet, followed closely by a white hoodie that intimately covered the black suit pants beneath. Half an hour later, they arrived at the nearest private hospital. The driver, observing the tightly closed partition, wore a conflicted expression. He knocked twice. "Young master, we have arrived at the hospital." Yet, no sound emanated from the back seat. His eyes flickered, recalling the unnatural swaying of the vehicle while waiting at the traffic light. Moments later, the driver quietly opened the car door and exited. After smoking 3 cigarettes, a sound finally emerged from the car. The driver promptly extinguished the cigarette, but with his foot. "Young master, we have arrived at the hospital. Should I assist this gentleman?" A slight gap opened in the rear window, and Hu Qiao's hoarse voice emerged from within. The driver, a middle-aged man, felt an inexplicable itch in his ears upon hearing that voice. Yes. What are you doing?" Hu Qiao's voice, filled with a mix of shame and anger, abruptly halted as the window closed. The driver swallowed hard, his gaze momentarily flustered. He was no naive child and understood precisely what this entailed. Has the young master found another boyfriend? However, this one was entirely different from the previous artistic young man. The driver glanced at the quiet partition in the rear-view mirror, choosing to remain silent. The occupancy rate of the upscale apartment complex was low, and few cars occupied the garage. The driver, perceptive to the situation, parked the car and left on his own. In the dim space, no one noticed the unusual happenings in the corner. Hu Qiao stared vacantly, his chest rising and falling. While the instigator finally seemed to tire, falling into an unusual silence. He turned slightly, feeling a tickling sensation on his cheek. Pei Yuzhi's hair. This vehicle, it seemed, could no longer be driven. Not all hearts in the world are in sync. On the 17th floor, the corridor lights dimmed once more. Bai Shi stood before room 1701. Biting his lip, the doorbell rang again, yet there was still no response from within. Damn it! Frustrated, he ground his teeth and raised his hand once more.
Buzz, buzz.
As the doorbell rang, sounds echoed from the nearby elevator. Bai Shi paused, turning in surprise. As the corridor lights illuminated, he blinked at the figure emerging from the elevator. Hu Qiao? Is that you? His tone was soft, tinged with disbelief. Backlit, he could not clearly see the other S face. But this apartment had only 1 unit per floor, and one had to swipe a keycard to access the elevator. It must be Hu Qiao. Bai Shi felt a mix of absurdity and humiliation. Hu Qiao presented himself as aloof and detached, unless it was for the sake of pretense. He wouldn't even allow Bai Shi a touch. So, he was only indifferent to Bai Shi? After a grueling 4-hour bus ride from a small town to the high-speed rail station, followed by an hour on the train to Dongsu, Bai Shi, exhausted, found himself unable to hail a cab, forced to squeeze onto the subway like the less fortunate. Now, he felt as if the sky were collapsing around him. Just as he had dragged Pei Yuzhi from the elevator, a sharp, piercing shout reached Hu Qiao's ears. He lifted his eyelids, turning to evade the heated breath at his neck. The man clinging to him emitted a few uncomfortable sounds. Hu Qiao forced a smile. After getting out of the car, Pei Yuzhi had resumed that pitiful state. One arm draped over Hu Qiao's shoulder, his entire body leaned heavily against him. Yet this was easier than Hu Qiao carrying him. After all, after so much frivolity in the car, Hu Qiao's limbs felt weak. As for the sudden appearance of Bai Shi, Hu Qiao's mind momentarily blinked. Wasn't Bai Shi still sketching? He struggled to recall this trivial memory amidst the chaos. Who is he? Despite knowing he had no right to inquire, Bai Shi could not help but voice his thoughts. His expression was on the verge of tears, eyes filled with resentment as he glared at the shameless figure clinging to Hu Qiao. Upon catching sight of Hu Qiao's profile, Bai Shi's eyes widened as he exclaimed, Pei Yuzhi? Hu Qiao lazily lifted his gaze to meet him.
You may leave now.
Bai Shi stammered, glancing nervously between the two intimately intertwined men. You? Hu Qiao, how could you be with Pei Yuzhi? That is none of your concern. Hu Qiao dragged Pei Yuzhi towards the door of 1701. As they drew closer, Bai Shi caught a peculiar scent. The aroma of alcohol, smoke, and a thick, fishy odor flooded his senses. His pupils dilated in shock. Having encountered numerous men, Bai Shi instantly recognized the source of this scent. Did Hu Qiao and Pei Yuzhi sleep together?
How could that be?
Wasn't Pei Yuzhi fond of him? Bai Shi bit his lower lip, his gaze venomously fixed upon the two men pressing their fingerprints against the door. In that moment, he was at a loss over whom to feel jealous of. However, Pei Yuzhi cared for him. Hu Qiao and Pei Yuzhi were clearly incompatible. How could Pei Yuzhi possibly be drawn to him?
Ha!
It must be Hu Qiao who seduced Pei Yuzhi. Yes, Pei Yuzhi couldn't possibly have any relations with Hu Qiao, which was why he was so dazed, allowing Hu Qiao to manipulate him. In Bai Shi's mind, two extremes were battling. One urged him to rush to Hu Qiao and rescue Pei Yuzhi, while the other cautioned him to remain still and not provoke Hu Qiao. His feet felt as if they were weighed down by 1,000 pounds. Just as he hesitated, the sound of a door closing echoed, causing his eyelids to twitch. The door to 1701 shut right before his eyes. Where were Pei Yuzhi and Hu Qiao now? Chapter 43. The contract ends here. The door closed tightly behind him. Hu Qiao was perplexed as to why he felt a sense of relief. The man draped over him had quietly fallen asleep. He silently stared at Pei Yuzhi's prominent nose and the corner of his lip that had been bitten. After some time, he nonchalantly averted his gaze, tossing Pei Yuzhi onto the bed. Perhaps the fall had caused him some pain. As he let out a muffled groan, Hu Qiao took a deep breath and turned to enter the bathroom, where the sound of running water soon followed. Meanwhile, there were some rustling sounds from the bed, which quickly faded. When Pei Yuzhi awoke, daylight streamed in. His head throbbed, painfully, and he groaned as he pressed his palms against his forehead. Suddenly, a familiar yet strange voice pierced through the haze. "You're awake?" Pei Yuzhi's body stiffened, and he immediately opened his eyes. The ceiling above was not the familiar starry sky he knew, but a simple, plain ceiling. He glanced around, still clouded by remnants of sleep. "I don't know anyone from the School of Architecture. I had to ask Chi-Chong to cover for you during roll call in the 8 a.m. class. The doctor said the medication you took was just a common stimulant. It should be metabolized within a day. Hu Qiao, am I at your place?" Pei Yuzhi blinked, surveying the unfamiliar room. How much did he remember from yesterday? He wished to avoid any misunderstandings. Pei Yuzhi pressed his forehead, propping himself up on his elbows. "What medication?" Hu Qiao paused, feeling both relieved and subtly disappointed for reasons he could not articulate. He lowered his gaze and recounted the events of the previous night in a calm tone, omitting the chaos that had transpired in the car. "Right, it was Su, Pei Yuzhi recalled. The drink he gave me was tampered with." Hu Qiao let out a sigh of relief in his heart, thinking, it seems he truly does not remember what happened in the car. That is splendid. He failed to notice Pei Yuzhi's fingers, pressed against his brow, stiffened momentarily before quickly returning to their natural state. Pei Yuzhi exuded a refreshing aura, devoid of any stickiness or unpleasant odors, and donned unfamiliar attire. Hu Qiao averted his gaze and explained, "The doctor who examined you yesterday is someone I trust. He brought along 2 male assistants to help you bathe and change clothes, considering the overwhelming odor." Pei Yuzhi bit his lip and replied softly, "Thank you. No need." Hu Qiao reiterated, "I merely feared you might encounter trouble at the gathering I invited you to." The atmosphere grew exceedingly awkward as Hu Qiao stood up to leave, stating, "It's nearly noon. The hotel sent over a meal. Come eat." "No. I need to go find my phone with Qingyun first," Pei Yuzhi replied hastily. As he departed in a rush, Hu Qiao remained standing, snorting softly after a while. The daytime felt quite desolate, with the manager nervously explaining last night's events with a forced smile. Pei Yuzhi bellowed, "Shut up. Where's Qingyun? Tell him to come out and see me. Young Master Pei, about last night. Are you all right?" The sound of hurried footsteps descended from the second floor. A visibly anxious Qingyun rushed down, exclaiming, "How could such a big incident occur if I wasn't there last night? Are you all right? What about Su and you?" Pei Yuzhi suddenly lifted his foot and kicked Qingyun in the stomach. Qingyun let out a grunt and stumbled backward, nearly falling down the stairs. His tall frame shook the staircase with the unexpected force. "What are you doing?" Qingyun exclaimed in disbelief. "Qingyun, I told you that your self-importance makes you appear quite foolish." Pei Yuzhi coldly glared at him and continued, "My phone and the complete surveillance footage from last night." Qingyun's pupils contracted sharply as he swallowed dryly, hastily explaining, "Young Master Pei, you misunderstand. Last night's events have nothing to do with me. Qingyun, don't take kindness for granted." The manager stood by, trembling and afraid to breathe. Did young Master Hu not say that the drug was given by Su? Why did it seem from Pei Yuzhi's words that it was related to Qingyun? Cold sweat trickled down his back. He shouldn't have come out. Was this really something a mere employee should hear? Were Qingyun and Pei Yuzhi not close friends? Although that drink was served to me by Su, it occurred in your establishment. Qingyun, you cannot absolve yourself of responsibility. A fleeting look of shock and relief crossed Qingyun's eyes, which he quickly masked. "Rest assured, I will provide you with an explanation. I want to see who is causing trouble on my turf." Pei Yuzhi's phone lay in the cluttered storage room from last night, in a powered-off state. Once turned on, the screen displayed several messages and advertisement notifications. Pei Yuzhi directly entered WeChat, and upon seeing a particular message, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. His memory was intact. Upon realizing he had been ensnared, he immediately messaged Qingyun. Expressionless, he exited the chat with Qingyun. Apart from a few classmates inquiring about his absence from class, there was also a pinned message from Bai Shi. His finger hesitated slightly, a peculiar feeling brewing within him, as if he owed Bai Shi an apology. Senior Pei, are you feeling much better? I saw you outside Hu Xiao's house yesterday, appearing disoriented. Please do not misunderstand. I know you and Hu Xiao have nothing going on. I initially wanted to stay and care for you. Also, before I go on my sketching trip, is there something you wanted to discuss? Could it be regarding the incident at the Hot Spring Hotel before school resumed? Senior, actually, I have many questions about that night. My memory is somewhat muddled. When do you have time? Can we talk face to face? Bai Shi had sent the message to Pei Yuzhi over 3 hours ago. Yet, there was no response. Was Pei Yuzhi still not awake?
Ding.
His expression shifted abruptly as he glanced at the screen. It was actually Hu Xiao sending a picture. Bai Shi suddenly felt a wave of dread wash over him. He bit his lip and clicked to open it, the thumbnail image causing him to stand up abruptly. How could this be? Hu Xiao, it's been less than a week since the trip, and you're seeking a man as company? You do realize he is from the magic capital and may have connections to me. If my family sees this post, our agreement will be terminated. Simultaneously, his phone vibrated again. Bai Shi, pale-faced, collapsed back into his seat, staring blankly at WeChat. This time it was Pei Yuzhi. Tomorrow at noon, I will meet you at your school S West Gate. We need to discuss this in person.
Ah.
I'm almost finished with the draft. Chapter 44. The Alliance? The atmosphere in the Hor family's ancestral home was tense, mirroring the news he had received. Upon his arrival, all eyes were filled with vigilance and wariness, as though he were an adversary vying for treasure. Hu Xiao smirked coldly. Indeed, he was there to see something. The old man's personal butler apologetically informed Hu Xiao that the old man had been experiencing elevated blood pressure and, on the doctor's advice, would not be able to meet with him. Then let the old man rest well. Hu Xiao responded unusually amicably, turning to leave. The butler, momentarily taken aback, had prepared for a prolonged engagement with Hu Xiao, so the abruptness was unexpected. However, Butler Chi remembered to remind the old man. Hu Xiao paused at the staircase. Turning his head, the butler, now on high alert, tightened his stance and said, "Young master, please give your instructions." Hu Xiao chuckled, a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. Huashen was caught laundering money at a casino in America and has attracted the attention of a local tycoon. He might face extradition negotiations with Huagua. What? The butler, losing his composure and elegance, exclaimed in shock. The family doesn't he know yet? Hu Xiao turned back, feigning surprise. Causing trouble for the family was one thing, but provoking foreign criminal elements was decidedly not beneficial. The black car drove out of the gate, and through the glass, Hu Xiao glimpsed two figures standing by a window on the second floor of the old mansion. All right, let us discuss this face to face. At the same time, in the Pei family of Dongsu City, Mrs. Sun had recently found herself with a great deal of free time, often setting up her easel in the backyard and spending entire days there. Today, she received a phone call from a number in the magic capital. A smile crossing her face. Hello? Xian Yu, how nice of you to call me. On the other end was Hu Xiao's mother. As Pei Yuzhi prepared to leave home, he habitually stopped by the backyard to greet his mother. He had not yet approached when he overheard snippets of her conversation. Of course, I want my son to befriend Hu Xiao, but these two youngsters are busier than we elders. Pei Yuzhi stood silently in the corridor, listening for a moment.
Oh?
Hu Xiao is back in the magic capital? I haven't heard about a boyfriend. Do you need me to check on things for you? Pei Yuzhi's eyelids flickered as he listened to the conversation draw to a close, exchanging a few pleasantries. Mrs. Sun hung up the phone, only then noticing her eldest son standing behind her. She patted her chest and admonished, "Why do you stand there without speaking? You startled me." Pei Yuzhi walked in with a smile. "Mom, I saw you on the phone and didn't want to disturb you." Mrs. Sun recalled something and asked, "Is your Aunt Chui Hu Xiao's mother? By the way, you mentioned last time that Hu Xiao had a boyfriend. Is that true?" "Yes," Pei Yuzhi replied, sitting across from her and pouring her a cup of fruit tea, casually inquiring, "Does Aunt Chui want Hu Xiao to enter into an alliance? Does the Hu family still require such alliances?" The Hu family had been rather unsettled lately, and this time the alliance was linked to Hu Xiao's maternal grandfather's connections. Mrs. Sun furrowed her brow, pondering, what does Hu Xiao's boyfriend do in Dongsu City? Pei Yuzhi's finger paused momentarily. He gently stroked the warm cup's wall before responding, "I'm not too sure." As he departed from home, Pei Yuzhi felt unusually contemplative. Ding ding. His phone rang twice and looking down, he saw a WeChat message from Bai Shi. He parted his lips, feeling somewhat disinterested. He truly desired to clarify the events that transpired at the Hot Spring Hotel with Bai Shi directly and to encourage Bai Shi to sever ties with Hu Xiao. After all, Hu Xiao held no affection for Bai Shi and would inevitably wed the partner his family had arranged for him. Pei Yuzhi furrowed his brow tightly. After sending the message, he exited the chat window with Bai Shi, aimlessly scrolling through the screen, his gaze pausing momentarily when he spotted Hu Xiao lurking further down. At the western gate of the East Su Academy of Fine Arts, just before noon, a throng of students poured out of the school. Upon his arrival, Pei Yuzhi spotted Bai Shi standing under a lush tree, its leaves rustling in the wind, casting dappled light upon his earlobe, where a black star-shaped earring glimmered. Pei Yuzhi's gaze deepened as it traveled downward. Bai Shi wore a black choker, identical to one he had seen on that fateful night at the hot spring hotel. The frequent interactions between Bai Shi and Hu Qiao had thrown him off balance, leading him to a state of confusion. It was merely an illusion. He chuckled at himself for being irrational. In the car, he and Hu Qiao had indulged in traditional medicine and intoxication. Two impetuous young men engaging in casual intimacy was hardly unusual. The hazy memories prompted Pei Yuzhi to exhale softly, shaking his head to dispel the remnants of that night. It was impossible. Hu Qiao could not possibly be the man he had shared that night with. It had always been Bai Shi. With the last remnants of worry dissipated, Pei Yuzhi stepped out of the car. Bai Shi, spotting the luxurious car glinting in the sunlight, felt his heart race. When he saw the familiar figure emerge, a restrained yet joyful smile spread across his face. Senior Pei. Bai Shi instinctively moved towards Pei Yuzhi. I'm sorry for being late. Pei Yuzhi apologized. Bai Shi shook his head repeatedly. No, I arrived early because my class ended sooner. His complexion was not the typical pale white. Today, he had intentionally donned a subtle nude makeup look in anticipation of Pei Yuzhi's arrival. Pei Yuzhi's spirits lifted as he beheld Bai Shi's sparkling eyes and honey-hued, moist lips. I've made a reservation. Let us go. Among the students at the academy, Pei Yuzhi's stature was striking, and his face was well known, easily recognizable within various groups. Under the watchful eyes of many, they, one tall and one short, entered the luxurious vehicle. Hey Zhonglin, what are you looking at? Let us go. On the other side, Zhonglin turned away from the retreating car's tail. He pondered aloud. Did Bai Shi break up? Who? Bai Shi? Isn't his boyfriend from your department? Confused, Zhonglin frowned and texted Hu Qiao. Hu Qiao, preparing to board a flight, glanced at his buzzing phone. Zhonglin, did you really break up with Bai Shi? Pei Yuzhi is pursuing him right at the school gate. Sir, you may board now. Chairman Cui has arrived in Quan City. The meeting is scheduled for 2 p.m., accompanied by the head of the CF family. Yes, sir. Chapter 45. Bai Shi misidentifies the man from that night. The restaurant Pei Yuzhi had chosen was an upscale French establishment, boasting an elegant atmosphere and lavish decor. Had he not brought Bai Shi here, one might mistake this villa resembling a private residence in the bustling city for a mere restaurant.
Bai Shi.
Do you have any dietary restrictions?
No, senior.
This is my first time at such a place. Please order for me. Bai Shi's voice carried a hint of shyness and a touch of innocence. Pei Yuzhi handed the menu to a nearby waiter, instructing 2 set meals, replacing 1 steak with lamb chops, and please serve the wine I reserved earlier. Of course, Mr. Pei, the waiter replied respectfully before departing. My mother is quite fond of this chef. The set menu is tailored to her preferences. I hope it suits your taste. This restaurant is owned by your mother?
No.
Bai Shi's heart skipped a beat. I assumed. She enjoys collecting culinary delights. This chef was brought here through great effort on her part. She financed the restaurant, but does not partake in its management. Pei Yuzhi succinctly recounted the establishment's background from memory. Bai Shi's cheeks flushed slightly. If anyone else had spoken such words, he would have deemed them pompous. Yet, with Pei Yuzhi, there was no hint of arrogance. Were Pei Yuzhi aware of Bai Shi's thoughts, he might have laughed with cunning satisfaction. This was intentional, a typical act of a man seeking to impress someone he admired. Following Hu Qiao's declaration of their breakup, Bai Shi's heart felt barren, akin to a desolate thicket. In his bewilderment, he reached out to Pei Yuzhi without a second thought. Fortunately, Pei Yuzhi's demeanor remained unchanged from their previous encounters. Senior, I truly had no choice but to come here today. Bai Shi's gaze fell to the table as he spoke, his tones suddenly laden with sorrow. Pei Yuzhi frowned. What's wrong? Bai Shi curled his shoulders, speaking pitifully. Hu Qiao broke up with me. I have no idea what I did wrong. Reflecting on it, ever since our group outing to the hot spring hotel, he has been exceedingly cold towards me. His voice quavered as he spoke, tears threatening to spill. Pei Yuzhi's pupils dilated in shock.
So,
Hu Qiao was aware of that night's events. A chill ran down his spine as he realized the implication. Hu Qiao knew Bai Shi had spent the night with another man. Hence his coldness. Yet, Hu Qiao remained unaware that the man in question was Pei Yuzhi. Strangely, this realization caused Pei Yuzhi's heightened anxiety to plummet. He swallowed hard, an odd sensation washing over him, and he blurted out, I had no idea our encounter that night would cause you so much trouble. I should have been forthright with you upon meeting. Bai Shi abruptly met Pei Yuzhi's earnest gaze. What is it? Pei Yuzhi asked, puzzled. Bai Shi averted his eyes, once again staring down at the table, his calm exterior belying the tempest within. What did Pei Yuzhi mean by that night? Bai Shi's mouth felt parched, his mind a chaotic whirl of thoughts as he attempted to decipher Pei Yuzhi's words. Suddenly, a thought struck Bai Shi, causing his eyelids to flutter. A week prior, he had received a phone call from someone claiming that the surveillance footage from the hot spring hotel was missing. The caller, polite and inquiring, asked if he had seen a man approximately 190 centimeters tall in the corridor leading to rooms 105 to 115 after 9:30 p.m. That man, around 190 centimeters tall, must be Pei Yuzhi. Bai Shi's temples throbbed as he connected the dots of many peculiar, unexplained occurrences. Bai Shi, you look unwell. I apologize. I shouldn't have brought up that night. At the time, I was unaware you had a boyfriend and, having had a few drinks, I was rather rude.
I apologize for that.
Bai Shi thought to himself, so Pei Yuzhi had mistaken him for another man from that night. No wonder Pei Yuzhi had treated him so differently from the first encounter. He pondered whether to admit it or to clarify with Pei Yuzhi. It's fine. Acting on impulse, Bai Shi weakly yet resolutely acknowledged that he had indeed spent that night with Pei Yuzhi. His heart raced as he cautiously lifted his eyes to meet Pei Yuzhi's gaze, only to find Pei Yuzhi was already looking at him. Bai Shi had encountered many men, playing the innocent while being rather promiscuous. He had likely deceived countless wealthy heirs with his pure visage and earnest expressions. Yet now, confronted with Pei Yuzhi's handsome, earnest face, he felt a surge of jealousy towards the man who had truly shared a night with Pei Yuzhi. Fortunately, that man will no longer be in the picture. From this moment onward, Bai Shi is that man. You are now single. Would you consider me? Pei Yuzhi's tone was earnest. I understand that our first night together was rather frivolous, but I truly fell for you, at first sight. I wish to pursue you seriously. Please grant me an opportunity. Bai Shi's gaze flickered, her tone ambiguous. Senior, I just broke up with Hu Qiao, and I am not ready to dive into a new relationship yet. Pei Yuzhi, undeterred by her rejection, replied, You need not feel pressured. I will give you time until you are willing to accept me. At that moment, a waiter approached with their meals, prompting the two to pause their conversation. Exquisite dishes were laid before them, and the waiter carefully poured them each a glass of aperitif. The pale yellow liquid bubbled with effervescence, only to vanish shortly thereafter. Pei Yuzhi raised his glass with a smile, addressing Bai Shi. Congratulations on regaining your single status. Bai Shi pressed her lips together, her cheeks flushed. Senior, you jest. Beside them, a large glass window framed their view, adorned at the top with a rust-colored awning entwined with green vines and a few yellow flowers. The sunlight cast gentle shadows of the yellow blossoms upon the glass, creating a soft halo interspersed with deep shadows. That shadow belonged to Bai Shi's collar. Pei Yuzhi remarked, his voice low, Your collar is quite beautiful. This? Bai Shi gently touched her left hand to it, smiling slightly. I crafted this myself, from design to creation. It is one of a kind. I cherish it greatly, and wear it on significant occasions. He said this to convey to Pei Yuzhi how much he valued him. Unbeknownst to him, Pei Yuzhi's hand trembled unexpectedly, nearly spilling the contents of his glass. Senior? Are you alright? Bai Shi hurriedly set down her glass, flustered. Did I say something wrong? Pei Yuzhi frowned at his glass. It only contained a small amount of wine, unlikely to spill. It was he who had lost his composure, inadvertently startling Bai Shi. I am fine. I merely lost my grip. Pei Yuzhi suddenly lifted his eyes and smiled. No wonder it appeared so unique. It was indeed a singular collar. Bai Shi instinctively touched her neck. This collar was not truly unique. He had previously crafted two initial versions, one of which he had given to Hu Qiao to please him. Hu Qiao had reluctantly accepted it, perhaps for the sake of showing it off to his family. They had worn them together on a team-building day, but thereafter, Bai Shi's version remained unseen. His eyelids fluttered slightly. Was my inquiry too abrupt?
No, it wasn't he.
Bai Shi forced a smile, her expression somewhat pitiable. I skipped breakfast this morning, and I am feeling a bit faint. Pei Yuzhi paused, realizing it was his fault. Let us eat first. Their meal proceeded in silence, the two seated across from one another, yet their thoughts were worlds apart. Cheng Yun mentioned that the surveillance footage from that day had been successfully restored. The atmosphere was stifling, and Cheng Yun waited at the entrance. Cautiously approaching Pei Yuzhi, shall we head to the second floor, young Master Pei? Cheng Yun, if you dare to fool me again, I will not spare you. How could I? Cheng Yun forced a smile. Young Master Pei, given our relationship, how could I ever drug you? Ha, Cheng Yun, your romantic notions do not grant you immunity. Cheng Yun was immediately stumped. Upon entering the office, Pei Yuzhi's gaze fell upon the computer screen, where a paused image displayed himself and Hu Qiao seated in a booth, drinking together. Pei Yuzhi turned to Cheng Yun. Have you watched it all? Yes. Su opened a bottle of wine that he had stored at the bar. He left the bottle for about 20 seconds after opening it right here. Cheng Yun clicked on a file, revealing the surveillance footage from above the bar. Su was seen being called away, and shortly after, a pair of hands appeared in view. Cheng Yun explained carefully. I spoke to everyone who was working that day. None matched this person. He appears to be a habitual offender, as the cameras didn't capture his face. Pei Yuzhi had already deduced the connection. This individual was not affiliated with Su. Cheng Yun shook his head. It doesn't seem so. Pei Yuzhi smirked. It appears I misjudged Su. Cheng Yun added. You also misjudged me.
That day,
Pei Yuzhi had kicked him without holding back. Cheng Yun's ribs still ached from it. Yet he dared not complain, as he would be grateful if the incident could be resolved. Besides, with Hu Qiao present that day, Cheng Yun was relieved that the young master had come through unscathed. Otherwise, he feared that the anniversary of this day might be marked by tragedy. Young Master Pei, I owe much to Hu Qiao that day. Had he not sensed something was amiss and come to check, I truly feared. What were you afraid of? Su Su was quicker than Huiqiao. Isn't that what you wanted? If Su Su had truly acted recklessly, you wouldn't have to worry about him getting involved with Xie Jinchuan. Cheng Yun's face suddenly paled. Young Master Pei, I absolutely did not mean that. Pei Yuzhi lazily raised his hand to silence him. You cannot escape responsibility for this matter. If Su Su causes any more trouble, it will all fall on you. Cheng Yun begrudgingly replied, so I should thank Huiqiao then. Pei Yuzhi's fingers, poised above the table, hovered in the air as the computer screen displayed footage from outside the storage room. Huiqiao was seen at a doorway, bending down to grasp Su Su by the nape of his neck. Subsequently, Su Su, half kneeling, was effortlessly hoisted off the ground by Huiqiao's arm. The surveillance lacked audio, rendering their conversation inaudible. Huiqiao appeared impatient, forcefully slamming Su Su against the wall. Su Su as struggles gradually ceased, and Huiqiao released him, allowing Su Su to slide down slowly. Pei Yuzhi felt a wave of disorientation. What had he been doing at that moment? He recalled. He had been under the influence of the drug, feeling weak and unable to keep his eyes open. Suddenly, the footage showed Huiqiao carrying Pei Yuzhi, causing him to sit up straight in shock.
Damn.
Pei Yuzhi gasped, trembling as he inhaled deeply and closed his eyes. Cheng Yun, send this to my email and delete all backups from your end. Understood. The third swimming pool at Dongsu University remained lively. With the autumn sports meeting commencing next Monday, many came here for training. Pei Yuzhi performed several warm-up exercises by the poolside, his gaze aimlessly scanning the unfamiliar faces around him. He completed a couple more stretches before finally entering the water. After swimming a few laps, he emerged, drenched, and sat at the edge of the pool, fiddling with his phone. His relationship with Bai Shi had been progressing well. They occasionally met for meals and took walks together before lights out in the dormitory. As for pursuing a relationship with Bai Shi, Pei Yuzhi respected her wish for time to consider. He casually scrolled through his phone, his fingers seemingly possessing a will of their own, leading him to open Huiqiao's chat. Pondering over the timestamp of their last conversation, Pei Yuzhi began to type. After responding to a classmate's message, a new notification appeared at the top of the screen. It was the peculiar son of Aunt Sun, who often posed intrusive questions. Like a specter, he would suddenly appear, only to vanish just as quickly. Huiqiao had been away from Dongsu for a few days, and many matters had progressed smoothly, including the Hu family's agreement to grant him an 8 stake, which had seen new developments. Thus, he was in good spirits. TSK. I wonder what bizarre inquiry he has for me today. Sorry, not intentionally prying, but Aunt Chui called my mom, and I overheard something. Did you go to Magic City for a blind date? Are you planning to unite with the Xie family? Huiqiao's previously relaxed smile immediately faded. At that moment, a gentle voice floated from behind. Huiqiao, wait for me. Xie Linyuan jogged to catch up, panting heavily. Huiqiao, you walk too fast. I just grabbed my suitcase and couldn't see your shadow anymore.
Ding.
Xie Linyuan, curious, glanced at the flickering screen in front of him. Is that a classmate of yours? He glared at Huiqiao's back, feeling exasperated. This cold-hearted individual was truly unfriendly. There wasn't a person he, Xie Linyuan, couldn't handle. Huiqiao, wait for me. Uncle Hua and my dad said we should build a relationship, so slow down. Chapter 47. A look of indifference. 2 intriguing incidents unfolded at Dongsu University. Huiqiao from the Fine Arts Department had broken up with his boyfriend from another school, who promptly started dating Pei Yuzhi. Many had spotted Pei Yuzhi with Bai Shi several times at the university's entrance. These rumors reached Pei Yuzhi's ears, but he couldn't be bothered to explain as he was still waiting for Bai Shi's agreement. After attending the early class today, Pei Yuzhi followed the crowd to switch buildings. He was oblivious to the surrounding noise, casually gazing toward the left front. There, beside a small path lined with robust trees forming a shady canopy, lay the Fine Arts Department. Hey, look at that guy, he's so handsome. Indeed, he doesn't look like he's from our school. I've never seen him before. A few girls whispered excitedly. Pei Yuzhi followed their gaze. Isn't that Huiqiao beside that handsome guy? Is he with him? I always heard that the handsome guy is never short of companions, but this is too soon. Didn't he just break up with Bai Shi? Did you see that? The guy beside him is so clingy, practically glued to him, while Huiqiao remains expressionless. Alright, stop staring. That guy is decked out in luxury brands. His watch alone is worth at least 7 figures. Who knows, he might not just be a fling, he could be a marriage prospect. The girls left, dumbfounded.
Wow.
He even brought his potential marriage partner to school. Pei Yuzhi, are you coming or not? The seats at the back will be filled soon. I'm coming. He dismissed Huiqiao, whose taste was utterly lacking. The marriage prospect was scrawny and small. One slap could take him down. How ridiculous. Pei Yuzhi cursed under his breath, and his classmates looked at him oddly. You and Bai Shi are together now. Your feud with Huiqiao should be over, right? After all, Pei Yuzhi didn't lose anything. Bai Shi successfully broke up with Huiqiao, and Pei Yuzhi got what he wanted. Though they were Pei Yuzhi's friends, they had whispered about him behind his back, especially when he had pursued Bai Shi while still in a relationship. One classmate cautiously spoke in a hushed tone, glancing sideways. Pei Yuzhi stiffened. Xiao and the unfamiliar man were now close by. Please, Xiao, didn't he hear? Who told you I was with Bai Shi? The classmate was momentarily stunned and turned to look back. Xiao, and the man continued walking, not pausing. Pei Yuzhi's heart gradually settled. It seemed he truly hadn't heard. Pei Daza, could you be a bit more discreet? I think Xiao has a decent temper, but if someone were to provoke me like that, I would definitely retaliate. Oh, he has a good temper? Pei Yuzhi smirked, feeling a twinge of pain. He was utterly annoyed. Xiao was undoubtedly the most temperamental, with a twisted nature. That day in the car, while Pei Yuzhi had enjoyed himself, he had also suffered. His lip had been bitten, and the next day, the wound had turned into a mouth ulcer. That bastard Xiao definitely did it on purpose. Pei Yuzhi turned and shot Xiao a cold glare. But to his surprise, the pretty boy beside him suddenly turned his head. Pei Yuzhi was taken aback, unable to conceal his expression, as he saw the pretty boy affectionately wrap an arm around Xiao's. It seemed he was saying something to Xiao. Xiao did not push him away and continued walking into the adjacent building. Students flowed in and out, and a classmate who was running accidentally bumped into him, repeatedly apologizing before leaving. Pei Yuzhi stood still for a moment, then turned to leave in the opposite direction. How boring. At 11:30 a.m. Several cars were parked at the west gate of Dongsu University. Bai Shi leaned against a tree, slightly agitated. Pei Yuzhi seemed domineering and genuinely interested in him. Why? After Bai Shi had declined him a couple of times, was Pei Yuzhi so leisurely in pursuing him? Bai Shi felt a twinge of regret. Had he known, he wouldn't have pretended to be aloof in the restaurant. He should have directly accepted Pei Yuzhi's advances. Perhaps they would have already shared a bed. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became, leading to a dangerous thought. Maybe he should do as he did that night at the Hot Spring Hotel. Get Pei Yuzhi drunk first, and then sleep with him. Even if Pei Yuzhi found out later that the man that night wasn't him, he wouldn't be too angry. Suddenly, Bai Shi's pupils dilated. He straightened up, letting his hands fall slowly. It was Xiao. As he shifted his gaze, he clearly saw the face of the boy beside him. His skin was fair as cream, with large round eyes that made him appear adorable. His delicate nose and full red lips marked him as a strikingly handsome freshman. Bai Shi suddenly felt a pang of inferiority. Biting his lower lip, he instinctively tried to hide behind the tree. Bai Shi. A voice, not particularly soft, startled many at the entrance, especially Bai Shi. He froze, caught mid-motion of hiding. Looking quite odd. Have you been waiting long? I'm right here. Bai Shi had no choice but to slowly turn around. He saw Pei Yuzhi standing behind Xiao and the handsome boy, waving extravagantly to greet him. Bai Shi blinked, thinking Pei Yuzhi looked rather foolish at that moment. When Xia Linyuan heard Bai Shi's name, his radar immediately went off. He cautiously eyed the petite green tea clad in an oversized white shirt beneath the tree. Xiao. That's your ex-boyfriend? Not much to look at, his makeup is thicker than plaster. Xia Linyuan, mind your own business. Hey, Xiao. We're supposed to get married in the future, so try to avoid mingling with those dubious men. Oh, Huidaza is getting married? Upon seeing Pei Yuzhi's face, Xia Linyuan's anger suddenly dissipated. Who are you? A friend of Xiao? Pei Yuzhi's gaze fell on Xiao's face, from his cold eyes to his tightly pressed lips, and then to his neck. TSK, the mark left by his bite had long faded. His gaze was unrestrained. It was evident that Xiao's face had chilled, and even Xia Linyuan noticed something unusual. Senior. Bai Shi hurried over, speaking softly, not daring to look up at Xiao. You wanted to know who I am? Pei Yuzhi lazily draped an arm around Bai Shi's shoulder. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Bai Shi's boyfriend. Xiao paused, lifting his eyelids to glance at him, internally scoffing at Pei Yuzhi's seemingly pathetic demeanor. Had he known, he wouldn't have saved him in the car. Giving him an exhaust pipe might have sufficed as an antidote. Pei Yuzhi appeared somewhat befuddled. What does that have to do with the exhaust pipe? Finally encountering his beloved, yet she scolded him like a fool, and he couldn't comprehend. Hey, could I please get some free little gifts and 5-star reviews? Chapter 48. Bai Shi, will you be my boyfriend? Before Pei Yuzhi could ponder the relevance of the exhaust pipe, Xiao coldly interjected. Are you planning to block the way here and become the gossip of Dongsu University for the next month? The disdain in his eyes was well concealed, but not missed by Pei Yuzhi. Pei Yuzhi scoffed, his tone even icier. When have I ever been the gossip of Dongsu University? It's not because I'm blocking you. Bai Shi dared not breathe too loudly, stepping back a pace from Pei Yuzhi, who still had an arm around his shoulders. Though they were in a seemingly safe position, he felt anxious. The events of today had far exceeded his expectations. Although he harbored resentment towards Xiao for discarding him as one would refuse, he still dared not confront Xiao directly, particularly as he was unwilling to acknowledge the matter in his heart. The events of that fateful night at the Hot Spring Hotel were undoubtedly linked to Xiao. Senior. It's almost time for our reservation at the restaurant. Let us head out. Bai Shi gently tugged at Pei Yuzhi's sleeve and whispered, lifting her face to speak softly. Pei Yuzhi hesitated for a moment, gazing down at Bai Shi. His eyes were filled with pleading, and it dawned on him how awkward the situation was given Bai Shi's connection to Xiao. Xiao. It's also time for our reservation at the restaurant and cinema. Let us go, Xia Linyuan remarked with a hint of mockery, glancing down at Pei Yuzhi.
Hey.
Your taste is rather questionable, picking up the discarded trash that my husband rejected. Xia Linyuan, are you out of your mind? Speaking such nonsense? Both Hu Qiao and Pei Yuzhi retorted in unison. Xia Linyuan nonchalantly raised an eyebrow at Pei Yuzhi. I'm not talking nonsense. This person is Bai Shi. I've thoroughly investigated her background. I can send you the information for free if you add me on WeChat. Bai Shi's complexion turned pale. And when she met Xia Linyuan's gaze, filled with sheer malice, she instinctively shrank closer to Pei Yuzhi. Hu Qiao frowned, glancing impatiently at Xia Linyuan. Sensing Hu Qiao's displeasure, Xia Linyuan paused and immediately adopted a fawning smile towards him. Whether it was the pitiful Bai Shi, Xia Linyuan's sycophancy, or Hu Qiao's indulgence, a wave of indignation surged within Pei Yuzhi. With a dark expression, he stepped forward abruptly, causing Hu Qiao to tense and immediately pull Xia Linyuan behind him. Pei Yuzhi, don't go crazy here. Am I going crazy? Pei Yuzhi fixated on Hu Qiao, speaking coldly. Didn't you hear what he said? Bai Shi is still your ex-boyfriend. Even if you've broken up, you shouldn't allow such humiliation. Hu Qiao frowned. My relationship with Bai Shi is none of your concern. And Xia Linyuan's comments about Bai Shi are even less so. Every encounter with Pei Yuzhi brings endless troubles. Can't he and Bai Shi find a private corner to indulge themselves without repulsing me? Pei Yuzhi heard his unvoiced thoughts, a deafening roar in his ears. Was Hu Qiao truly bewitched by this Xia? It was Xia who had insulted Bai Shi, yet Hu Qiao was intent on defending him? Look at that insufferable hero saving the damsel pose. It was utterly irritating. Moreover, Xia referred to him as husband, and he did not object. When Xia wrapped an arm around him, he did not resist. Was he not completely ensnared? A bittersweet ache surged within Pei Yuzhi as he glared at Hu Qiao. As the atmosphere grew tense, Xia Linyuan, the young master, grew impatient. He pouted at Hu Qiao, darling, let us go, I'm hungry. The tension in Pei Yuzhi snapped, and he suddenly reached towards Hu Qiao from behind. Hu Qiao, ever vigilant, quickly raised a hand to block him. A dull thud echoed as Pei Yuzhi's arm was jolted back. Hu Qiao pushed Xia Linyuan back a step. Xia Linyuan, in a panic, grasped Hu Qiao's arm. Darling, are you alright? Hu Qiao, expressionless, shrugged off his hand. Xia Linyuan, feeling slighted, turned his frustration onto the loathsome man before him. How can you not recognize a good heart? Do I need to repeat myself several times? Pei Yuzhi's pupils constricted, and before he could act, Hu Qiao barked, Xia Linyuan, shut the hell up. Xia Linyuan froze. Hu Qiao, are you cursing at me? Tears quickly filled his round eyes. And with a blink, a cascade of tears streamed down his cheeks. Pei Yuzhi scoffed, Hu Qiao, I truly overestimated you. Can you still call yourself a man when you badmouth your ex-boyfriend behind his back? Mocked by Pei Yuzhi, Hu Qiao felt overwhelmed. He couldn't help but redirect his ire towards Xia Linyuan. That damned lunatic, causing me trouble. If he had simply ignored Pei Yuzhi and let him say a few words, the matter would have passed. As for Pei Yuzhi, his simmering anger inexplicably dissipated with Hu Qiao's reprimand towards Xia Linyuan. The speed of this shift surprised even him. In a state of agitation, Pei Yuzhi's expression turned peculiar. Bai Shi, standing aside, wished to vanish from the presence of Hu Qiao and Xia Linyuan. She tugged at Pei Yuzhi's sleeve. Senior, let us go. I don't want to stay here any longer. Hu Qiao's gaze fell, wandering over Bai Shi's fingers. Pei Yuzhi has always liked him. After a few flirtations from Bai Shi, he has probably already become her devoted follower. A wave of discomfort washed over Hu Qiao. The intimate contact he shared with Pei Yuzhi in the car that day had lodged itself in his throat like a fishbone. Had I known, I wouldn't have touched him that day. It felt so dirty. Lost in these thoughts, Hu Qiao unconsciously frowned at his palm. Pei Yuzhi's breath hitched momentarily. As Hu Qiao recalled the chaotic events of that day, he grew increasingly eager to leave. Before departing, Xia Linyuan glared at Pei Yuzhi with reddened eyes. You made me get scolded by Hu Qiao, just wait. With that, he angrily bumped into Bai Shi before chasing after Hu Qiao. Bai Shi let out a muffled grunt. Damn, that bastard. Bai Shi seized Pei Yuzhi's arm. Senior, I'm fine. From the looks of it, he must be from a wealthy family. Let us not offend him. Pei Yuzhi suppressed his breath, coldly observing as Hu Qiao and Xia Linyuan got into a car and drove away. Bai Shi let out a barely perceptible sigh of relief, though a glint of malice flickered in his lowered eyes. What was Xia Linyuan's true background? His words did not seem fabricated. Bai Shi raised his head, forcing a smile at Pei Yuzhi. Senior, thank you for protecting me earlier. What are you saying? That fool spoke too far. I couldn't just stand by and let him bully you. Senior, you are so kind to me. Bai Shi's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. Earlier, when you said I was your boyfriend, were you serious? Pei Yuzhi paused, his lips moving. Bai Shi's eyes turned red as he murmured, were you not serious? Of course I was serious. Pei Yuzhi set aside his unease and declared solemnly, Bai Shi, will you be my boyfriend? Chapter 49. The current The interior of the car was eerily quiet. As they failed to witness Huiqiao losing his temper, Xia Linyuan gradually relaxed. However, he still recalled Huiqiao's earlier rebuke, pouting and humming to himself, awaiting Huiqiao to notice his displeasure and come to console him. Little did he know, the car accelerated, veering away from the city and onto increasingly obscure roads, eventually merging onto the outer ring road. When Xia Linyuan casually glanced out the window, the fleeting airport road sign struck him like a bolt of lightning. He turned his head in disbelief. "Are you taking me to the airport?" Huiqiao replied coolly, "There's nothing to do in Dongsu. Your father has arranged for someone to meet you at the airport for direct boarding." Xia Linyuan shouted, "Huiqiao, what do you mean? Our families have already agreed that we're married. Is this because of that little vixen named Bai Shi?" Huiqiao, his head throbbing from the noise, replied, "Xia Linyuan, there's no possibility between us. I've tolerated you these days out of respect for your father and my uncle." Good, Huiqiao. "I know it's for Bai Shi. The moment I called you husband earlier, your expression shifted. You're afraid he might be jealous, aren't you?" Xia Linyuan wasn't foolish. He had deliberately called Huiqiao husband earlier. Although Huiqiao hadn't openly scolded him, his demeanor had instantly turned frigid. And he had subconsciously glanced at Bai Shi across from him. Isn't it just a sign of guilt? Huiqiao's gaze flickered, an icy glint within. Xia Linyuan. The union of the Xia and Hu families was proposed by them. I cannot agree to it. During your stay in Dongsu, I've already shown ample respect to your father. As the car halted at the terminal, several bodyguards surrounded Xia Linyuan, who, with a sullen face, was half pushed, half supported out of the vehicle. "Huiqiao, our matters are far from settled. Bai Shi, that wretched creature, dares to flaunt himself before me. I shall not let him go unpunished." After venting his fury, Xia Linyuan kicked the bodyguard beside him in frustration. The bodyguard stood motionless, further inciting Xia Linyuan's ire as he cursed, "You reek. Get away from me." His temper was notoriously spoiled, and the bodyguards, accustomed to his whims, waited until he had finished venting before expressionlessly ushering him inside. "Huiqiao, should I discover you meeting Bai Shi again, I will ensure he meets his demise." Xia Linyuan's voice echoed until the automatic glass door sealed shut, gradually fading away. Huiqiao blinked, his tense shoulders relaxing. The driver closed the car door. Leaning back against the seat, Huiqiao gazed out at the moving scenery, his expression listless as he pondered Xia Linyuan's words. Hearing Xia Linyuan call him husband outside the school gates had not repulsed him. Instead, it had filled him with panic. Had someone captured his reaction at that moment, he mused. His first instinct would have been to gauge Pei Yuzhi's expression. Yet a flicker of reason had ensnared him, halting his gaze mid-journey and sparing him from embarrassment. Pressing his fingers to his forehead, Huiqiao exhaled a heavy sigh. The recent days had been exhausting. Each encounter with Pei Yuzhi left him mentally strained and utterly drained. Yet there was a silver lining. Bai Shi, with his alluring and clingy demeanor, had captivated Pei Yuzhi's interest. Thus, Huiqiao reasoned, Pei Yuzhi should no longer frequently cross his path. This was indeed a blessing. Nevertheless, a heavy discomfort settled in Huiqiao's heart, akin to a massive stone pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. He pressed a palm against his chest, his expression inscrutable. What was happening to him? He felt strangely apathetic, despite today marking the first day of his official relationship with Bai Shi. He should be elated, having finally realized his long-held desire. The one who had captured his heart and enraptured him overnight had finally become his boyfriend. Suddenly, the phone rang. Pei Yuzhi glanced at the screen and accepted the call. A middle-aged man's voice filled the car. "Young Master Pei, I tracked down a student in America who was present that night. I found several possibly useful photos that had been deleted from his phone. I've sent them to your email." Pei Yuzhi replied coolly, "Understood." After the call ended, he clicked his tongue in irritation and signaled to turn into the campus of Dongsu University. A familiar black car caught his eye, and upon recognizing the license plate, his heart raced unexpectedly. He instinctively pressed his lips together, accelerating to catch up. The black vehicle soon halted at the entrance, and Huiqiao emerged. Pei Yuzhi quickly hit the brakes, unfastened his seatbelt, grabbed his phone, and exited the car.
"Hey."
Huiqiao. Pei Yuzhi jogged a few steps to close the distance. Huiqiao paused but ignored him, continuing to walk forward. Pei Yuzhi's expression darkened as he caught up, his tone accusatory. "Why are you running when you hear me calling? I'm not on medication today. Are you afraid of me?" Huiqiao hesitated, furrowing his brow as he turned to face Pei Yuzhi. "What do you want?" He was athletic, his skin sun-kissed rather than pale, with sharp features and a thin, impatient mouth. When he fixed his deep, cold gaze on Pei Yuzhi, the latter momentarily lost his words. Huiqiao's silence spoke volumes, and he internally chastised himself for Pei Yuzhi's audacity. Has Pei Yuzhi lost his mind? He is already involved with Bai Shi. Why is he still trying to play innocent? He should just go and book a room with Bai Shi instead of bothering me. Pei Yuzhi's pupils dilated slightly, his throat dry. What did Huiqiao mean by that? Why did it sound as if he was harboring some hidden feelings? Get lost if there's nothing else. Good dogs don't block the way. Huiqiao rolled his eyes in exasperation, sidestepping Pei Yuzhi as he moved on. Pei Yuzhi was taken aback, quickly stepping in front of Huiqiao again. Huiqiao glared at him in frustration. Are you out of your mind? I've broken up with Bai Shi. We have nothing between us. Can you please stop bothering me? Pei Yuzhi bristled at the term nothing. He was not some monstrous entity. Why did Hu Qiao find him so bothersome? He smirked, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. How can we have nothing? You helped me in the car. And I haven't properly thanked you yet. His gaze inexplicably lingered on the prominent veins running down Hu Qiao's neck. They stood out against his sun-kissed skin. Was Hu Qiao feeling anxious? Pei Yuzhi chuckled thoughtfully. It's not unusual for men to help each other. However, if it's with the ex of your current partner, it seems we're venturing into uncharted territory. Wouldn't you agree? Idiot. I should have bitten him that day, so he wouldn't have time to pester me now. At last, the crux of the matter was revealed. The ex of his current partner. It was a pleasure to meet you on this first day. Today marks the start of the school year. The update is a bit late, but I will strive to post in the morning from now on. Please leave a 5-star review and a little gift. I appreciate you all. Chapter 50. Do not delude yourself into thinking I like you. Hu Qiao maintained a stoic expression. Yet internally, he was seething with rage. He grit his teeth over the mention of biting off, causing Pei Yuzhi to instinctively flinch at the sudden chill running through his thighs. What on earth? Yet soon, hazy memories flooded his mind. That day in the car. He had looked down at Hu Qiao from his elevated seat. The heat rising made Pei Yuzhi's hair stand on end. He found himself unable to divert his gaze from the lower half of Hu Qiao's face. Hu Qiao quickly sensed Pei Yuzhi's intense scrutiny. Feeling as though the spot under Pei Yuzhi's gaze was ablaze, he instinctively lowered his head to evade Pei Yuzhi's stare, but Pei Yuzhi's eyes followed him relentlessly. An inexplicable restlessness and thirst filled Hu Qiao's heart, and he irritably lifted his gaze to glare at Pei Yuzhi. When their eyes met, Pei Yuzhi felt the fire within him intensify. Especially as they drew nearer, the tiny red mole at the corner of Hu Qiao's eye appeared vibrantly alive, exuding an air of defiance. Pei Yuzhi, what transpired that day is in the past. You had your traditional medicine while I drank, as you said. It was merely a matter between men. Now that you are with Bai Shi, do you not fear him getting jealous if you keep bringing up that day? Pei Yuzhi was momentarily taken aback by the implications. Sensing Hu Qiao's growing ire, he pressed further. I know you have feelings for him. As his ex, I am willing to endure the awkwardness for your sake. It would be best if we avoided each other moving forward. Even if we cross paths, let us treat each other as strangers to spare us both any embarrassment. Having voiced his thoughts in one breath, Hu Qiao lowered his gaze and attempted to walk past Pei Yuzhi again. However, Pei Yuzhi, without a moment's delay, moved to block him once more. Hu Qiao, exasperated, exclaimed, Are you seriously out of your mind? Pei Yuzhi chuckled nonchalantly, his eyes glued to Hu Qiao's face, finding him even more attractive when angry. I'm not insane. I'll show you my health report tomorrow. Hu Qiao, I have no time for your banter. Step aside. The two were exceedingly conspicuous along this route into the school, where passers-by, albeit not numerous, cast furtive glances in their direction. When will you be free? Let me take you out for a meal as a token of gratitude. No need. I don't require your meal. Get lost. Ugh, it's just a meal. Why are you being so difficult? Pei Yuzhi, do you actually like Bai Shi? Don't you think your incessant pursuit of me raises suspicions? Pei Yuzhi's smile faltered momentarily before re-emerging. Of course, I like Bai Shi. What others do is of no concern to me. Do not delude yourself into thinking I have feelings for you. Hu Qiao's expression darkened abruptly. Once the anger subsided, he regarded Pei Yuzhi with a blank stare, causing Pei Yuzhi to shift uncomfortably under the scrutiny. After standing in silence for nearly a minute, Pei Yuzhi was the first to avert his gaze, stepping aside awkwardly. Damn, had he actually been intimidated? Pei Yuzhi walked with a hint of displeasure, maintaining a distance neither too close nor too far behind Hu Qiao. At a fork in the path, Hu Qiao veered left while Pei Yuzhi took the right, thus parting ways. Later that evening, at an upscale club, Su Su cautiously carried a tray as she ascended to the second floor. Xiao Su. All the guests on the second floor are wealthy young masters. Once you deliver the drinks, you must leave promptly, the supervisor instructed gravely, to which Su Su responded softly. He possessed a refined demeanor, a rarity in such establishments, and many affluent young men were drawn to this type. Although the supervisor initially hesitated to keep Su Su, given the club's reputation for propriety and the trouble Su Su's distinctiveness might cause, she felt compelled to comply with the manager's wishes. As Su Su was under the direct care of young master Xie Jinchuan, with a silent sigh, she reiterated her instructions to Su Su. Throughout their journey, Su Su exhibited a humble disposition, gradually alleviating the supervisor's concerns. Upon reaching the entrance of room 8888, the supervisor whispered, If the guests wish for you to serve drinks, follow company protocol. If not, exit swiftly. Understood, Sister Foam, Su Su replied. As she pushed open the heavy door, the scent of alcohol enveloped her. Blinking to adjust to the dimness, she stepped inside. In the room, Xie Jinchuan wore a faint smile as he listened to the conversation beside him, the sudden influx of light from the doorway failing to disturb their gathering. The failed collaboration with the first phase of Tan Shui Bei was not entirely a misfortune. There would be future arrangements from Director Chang, ensuring the Xie family's preliminary efforts were not in vain. What will Director Xie do? Inquired Mr. Qin with a chuckle. Xie Jinchuan paused momentarily. The partnership with Tan Shui Bei was initially intended to be managed by him, but on the day of bidding, the leak of the base price allowed an obscure company to win with a humiliating bid exceeding Xie's base price by 100,000. This was a significant provocation not only to the Xie family but also to Xie Jinchuan personally. He had been preoccupied in recent days, searching for the traitor within the company. However, there were no procedural loopholes. The leak could have originated from either of his two stepbrothers or even his father. If it were his father, the situation would become exceedingly complex. Did his father simply wish to exclude him from the management of the Xie group? Or had he come to realize that Xie Jinchuan was not truly his son? A chime resonated from across the room, causing the tension within Xie Jinchuan to ease slightly. He lifted his gaze, only to lock eyes with Su Su, who appeared somewhat flustered. The last remnants of his gloom dissipated as he refrained from greeting her. Considering the presence of others, he took a glass from Su Su and raised it to Mr. Qin, their glasses clinking together. After discussing matters further, Mr. Qin bid farewell with a smile. Once he departed, Xie Jinchuan casually remarked, Su Su, why didn't you greet me? Are you upset? Su Su stood respectfully beside the coffee table and inquired, Young Master Xie, do you require my assistance? If not, I must return to my duties. The smile in Xie Jinchuan's eyes faltered slightly as he regarded her quietly. Su Su lowered her eyelids, maintaining her respectful stance without meeting his gaze or speaking. The only sound in the room was the soft music, creating an inexplicably tranquil atmosphere. After a prolonged silence, Xie Jinchuan chuckled softly. Are you blaming me, little Su Su? Rest assured, I shall ensure Hu Qiao pays for his bullying. Su Su's lips twitched as she looked up at Xie Jinchuan. It was you who arranged for Chungyun to hide, making him feign ignorance about Pei Yuzhi's matter, wasn't he it? Xie Jinchuan's smile abruptly vanished, his eyes narrowing as his tone grew cold. Little Su Su, who's been whispering in your ear? Chungyun? Su Su laughed in frustration, her lips quivering with disappointment. Have you ever considered that if Hu Qiao hadn't appeared, I would have been forced by Pei Yuzhi? Or do you find that scenario agreeable? Xie Jinchuan stood and walked around the coffee table, pulling Su Su into his embrace. Stop talking. It's my fault for not arriving in time to save you that day. Rest assured, I will not let Pei Yuzhi, Hu Qiao, or Chungyun off lightly. As he spoke, a sudden force pushed against him, and Su Su's face was filled with disappointment. The person who drugged Pei Yuzhi, although the surveillance didn't capture his face, has a scar on his left hand that I have seen before. The uncertainty on her face revealed to Xie Jinchuan that her suspicions were correct. He had indeed exploited her without remorse. Tears welled in Su Su's eyes, her heart heavy with fear. Thankfully, Hu Qiao had arrived in time that day. Otherwise, her proximity to Pei Yuzhi would have been uncovered by Xie Jinchuan. The warmth of his embrace enveloped Su Su, familiar tenderness surrounding her, yet her body remained stiff. Xie Jinchuan's tone was a mix of helplessness and gentleness as he softly reassured her, do not overthink. The person you mentioned has no connection to me. Must I lay bare my heart to show you how significant you are to me? Chapter 51, a formal introduction. Time passed unmeasured, and Su Su gently struggled. Xie Jinchuan released her, his deep laughter resonating in her ears. Have you stopped crying? If you continue, your eyes will swell. Su Su seemed slightly embarrassed. Her tone still taut, that incident truly has nothing to do with you? Xie Jinchuan sighed, of course not. Yuzhi is my friend. Why would I drug him? Especially involving you? Su Su bit her lower lip and asked, then why didn't you tell me earlier that this establishment belongs to you? Xie Jinchuan raised his hand and gently wiped away the lingering tears beneath her eyes. If I had told you sooner, would you still have come? Su Su recoiled slightly, her eyelashes trembling violently. Have you known all along that I misunderstood you? Why didn't you explain? Xie Jinchuan's gaze darkened as he let his finger glide from her cheek down to her lips, pausing there. Su Su's breath quickened inexplicably, her ears flushing. Xie Jinchuan's fingers delicately lifted her chin, causing Su Su to panic. In the next moment, her chin was gripped tightly, and his lips, tinged with a scent of alcohol, pressed against hers. A low, husky voice murmured where their lips met, we must allow our little Su Su to vent her frustrations, mustn't we? As the words fell, Su Su's lips were enveloped by Xie Jinchuan's fervent kiss. The tension within her heart finally eased. She thought that the incident in the storage room would finally be veiled, never to be mentioned again. Stop, Su Su weakly pushed against Xie Jinchuan, who gallantly paused. Did Hu Qiao trouble you that day? Su Su's breath hitched. The fear of being pinned against the wall by Hu Qiao made her tremble. Xie Jinchuan's voice turned icy. Did he trouble you? Did you get hurt? Su Su hastily replied, no, he was just concerned about Pei Yuzhi. Jinchuan, please don't confront them, because of me. Xie Jinchuan stared at her intently. All right. But little Su Su, can you help me with something? Su Su paused. What is it? Upon hearing his request, Su Su's pupils dilated slightly as she immediately thought of Xie Jinchuan's two stepbrothers. You know my brothers are quite displeased with my entry into the company. They are significantly older than I am, and my father must consider their opinions.
Shushu.
Could you ask your senior to look into the company that won the bid that day, particularly the contact person at Hawaii Hotel, and the details of the room reservation? Of course, it need not be overly confidential information. I wouldn't want to put your senior in a difficult position. After speaking, his deep gaze remained fixed on Su. The conflict between rationality and emotion surged within her, and after a moment of hesitation, she finally nodded. At 11 p.m., a sleek black luxury car departed from the narrow, grimy old neighborhood, its blinding headlights piercing the darkness as it merged onto the main road. The alternating light from the street lamps illuminated Xie Jinchuan's face, casting an enigmatic shadow. Hello, it's me. Behind the winning company. The primary investor is a medium-sized enterprise in Xiangqing, and the major shareholder of this enterprise is the local tycoon, the Zhong family. The other party spoke, and Xie Jinchuan's lips tightened into a straight line. After a moment, his voice carried a hint of irritation. The Xie family has never had any business dealings or enmity with the Zhong family in Xiangqing. Director Chang, you should consider whether the Zhong family is targeting you. After ending the call with Chang Fengyuan, Xie Jinchuan casually tossed his phone onto the back seat. Zhong family. Suddenly, Xie Jinchuan's eyelids twitched, and he quickly picked up his phone. Just as the ringing was about to cease, Cheng Yun finally answered. Mr. Xie, are you looking for me? Cheng Yun, I ask you, is there a friend of Hu Qiao's with the surname Zhong? Yes, Zhong Lin, like Hu Qiao. He is a student of sculpture at Dongsu University's Academy of Fine Arts. Beep, beep, beep. Cheng Yun, bewildered by the sudden disconnection, felt his breath quicken. Sweat trickled down his chin onto the screen, blurring Xie Jinchuan's name. Why would Xie Jinchuan inquire about Zhong Lin? After a moment of contemplation, Cheng Yun called Pei Yuzhi. Friday. The atmosphere in the Academy of Fine Arts was unusually vibrant. Renowned traditional Chinese painter Mr. Shen Qiu was coming to give a lecture. Hu Qiao and Zhong Lin had spent 3 days in a closed studio, finally submitting their assignments as required by the department. Exiting the building, Zhong Lin appeared dejected. Hu Qiao, engrossed in his phone, remarked, I have a brand new limited edition surfboard. I'll have someone deliver it to you tomorrow. He waved his hand towards the dormitory, oblivious to the fact that Hu Qiao's steps suddenly halted. Zhong Lin?
Huh?
What's wrong? Cough. The incident with the Yuan Chun group has been discovered. How will you explain it to your father? Hu Qiao's expression turned serious. Zhong Lin shrugged it off. He asked gone. Hu Qiao stood there, staring intently at his phone. The notification had been sent an hour ago, and prior messages inquired whether he and Xiao Linyuan were to be engaged. Hu Qiao felt a rare flush of embarrassment. In the third swimming pool, Pei Yuzhi's phone flickered. After a casual glance, he abruptly straightened up. Hu Qiao had resurfaced. Hu Qiao texted, Thank you for your message. When are you free for dinner? Let us get acquainted formally. Hu Qiao continued, I will not be engaged to Xiao Linyuan. His father is a friend of my uncle, and I must entertain him for a few days. Chapter 52, Disgusting. Pei Yuzhi read the 2 messages until they nearly lost their meaning.
Oh.
Do you want to treat me to dinner? Yesterday I wanted to treat you, and you insisted on being difficult. Now you wish to treat me? I'm not going. Qi Chong stepped out of the pool, noticing Pei Yuzhi's cold demeanor, which struck him as odd. Aren't you going to swim a few laps? What a bother. Qi Chong, breathing heavily, wiped the water from his head while looking around. Upon seeing someone enter the door, he muttered, What the hell? Why is Hu Qiao here?
Bang.
Who? Hu Qiao's here? The man beside him stood up abruptly, eyes fixed on the entrance, like a dog sensing prey. Qi Chong, with a blank expression, said, Master Pei, I'm about to graduate. Can I enjoy a peaceful campus life for a day? Pei Yuzhi didn't hear him at all. Hu Qiao, just inside the door, was focused on his phone and didn't glance in his direction. 2 unfamiliar faces approached Hu Qiao, engaging him in conversation. Pei Yuzhi's tone turned sour. So, he can converse easily with others, yet is difficult with me. Qi Chong took a deep breath and said, Master Pei. Although Hu Qiao has a cold demeanor, he is a normal person. Pei Yuzhi shot him a glance. Are you implying that I am not normal? Qi Chong forced a smile. Master Pei, every time you visit the 3rd swimming pool, I feel a sense of dread. I simply cannot fathom your ongoing conflict with Hu Qiao. You seem to confront him more than other men do when courting their wives. Pei Yuzhi's smile faded, and he fixed a cool gaze on Qi Chong. Qi Chong instantly stiffened. I'm just rambling, haha. Pei Yuzhi nonchalantly lifted his eyelids and scoffed. You know nothing. Who is courting whom is anyone's guess. TSK, a formal introduction? What a ridiculous flirtation. Fearing he might be too slow to escape, Qi Chong exchanged a few words with Pei Yuzhi before finding an excuse to leave in a hurry. These 2 lunatics could fight to the death. It was none of his business. Hu Qiao certainly wasn't there to pick a fight. After spending a few days in the studio, he felt utterly rusty. As he walked outside, stretching his body, Hu Qiao suddenly remembered something. What was the surname of Aunt Sun, his mother's college friend? What was her full name? Suddenly, a solid wall appeared in front of him, and Hu Qiao, startled, halted abruptly, but still collided with the other person. A familiar yet absurd sensation compelled Hu Qiao to lift his eyes. Indeed, Pei Yuzhi's infuriating face was right before him. Xiao was taken aback, unable to suppress his thoughts. Clearly, he has a handsome face, yet he engages in such lewd behavior. Look at that smile. It reeks of depravity, tarnishing a fine visage. Pei Yuzhi grinned. His gaze deepened, and his expression turned peculiar. This young master, who held himself in high regard, actually complimented him on his looks.
Well,
He must possess discerning taste. Though internally disdainful, Pei Yuzhi couldn't suppress the pride tugging at the corners of his mouth, making his expression appear even more peculiar. Xiao, speechless, remarked, "My eyes hurt. Why has your demeanor changed since dating Bai Shi?" Pei Yuzhi replied, no giggles.
Xiao.
Ignoring the warmth radiating from Pei Yuzhi's proximity, coldly stated, "Good dogs do not block the path." Pei Yuzhi ground his teeth and said, "Xiao, shall we swim a couple of laps and spar a bit?" Xiao's eyelashes trembled slightly. He was raised in privilege, though his parents were unkind. His uncle and grandfather adored him. Throughout his life, he had never suffered at the hands of anyone but his parents. Pei Yuzhi was the first to make him feel at a loss. Ever since he learned that Pei Yuzhi was the man who had spent the night with him at the hot spring hotel, Xiao subconsciously wished to sever all ties with Pei Yuzhi. It would be best if they never crossed paths again. After his family's affairs with Bai Shi concluded, Xiao promptly distanced himself from Bai Shi. Beyond his disdain for Bai Shi's demeanor, he primarily wished to avoid Pei Yuzhi, who frequently provoked him due to Bai Shi. However, things seldom went as planned. Pei Yuzhi was like an unyielding wild dog, his gaze fierce and focused, relentlessly locked on Xiao. Xiao didn't even need to make a move. Pei Yuzhi would close the distance himself. Once, twice, thoughts whirled in Xiao's mind, and he suddenly smiled. Pei Yuzhi was momentarily taken aback. This seemed to be the first genuine smile Xiao had shown him, devoid of mockery or derision. "What are you laughing at?" Pei Yuzhi's heart raced unexpectedly. Was he afraid of competing with me? Xiao's dark gray pupils still glimmered with mirth as he gently spoke. "We can compete. But how about we raise the stakes?" Pei Yuzhi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What stakes?" Xiao replied nonchalantly, "If I win, I would appreciate it if Master Pei would refrain from appearing before me again. Do we have a wager?" Pei Yuzhi. He was neither angry nor felt belittled. He merely found it curious. "You seem a bit afraid of me. Why do you keep saying you don't want me to appear before you?" "I won bite." Xiao, growing impatient with the banter, responded, "Are you going to bet or not?" Ridiculous. The more Xiao insisted on his absence, the more Pei Yuzhi felt compelled to appear. Would he let Xiao dictate everything? Xiao, he was momentarily speechless, utterly unprepared for Pei Yuzhi's unconventional response. Frustration brewed within him, and he unconsciously bit his lip. Pei Yuzhi's gaze lingered on Xiao's pristine teeth. Xiao, feeling as if he had been scorched, released his lip only to instinctively lick the spot he had bitten. Pei Yuzhi's breath hitched abruptly. Xiao is indeed sharp-tongued, yet he cannot bite. Standing opposite each other, Xiao observed Pei Yuzhi's breath quickening, his Adam's apple moving twice. The pent-up frustration within Xiao surged like a wildfire, and he averted his gaze. Thinking, Pei Yuzhi is aroused again. How could Bai Shi have failed to satisfy him? It felt as though a bucket of cold water had been dumped over him. Pei Yuzhi was taken aback by the suddenness of it all. As for Xiao, he felt a languid bitterness rise in his heart. Seething with anger, "I detest Bai Shi, and even more I loathe Pei Yuzhi. Troublesome. Filthy. Disgusting." Each disdainful thought echoed in his mind, colder than the previous splash of water. Pei Yuzhi stood frozen, watching Xiao walk away from him. After a while, as if snapping back to reality, he suddenly turned his head. Xiao was clearly visible, like an elegant mermaid plunging into the pool. Water splashed everywhere as the mermaid swam further away. At that moment, Pei Yuzhi felt incredibly aggrieved and shocked. Xiao found him repulsive. What was even more unbearable was that when he heard Xiao's disdainful thoughts, it felt as though his heart were being tightly gripped by a hand, causing him to gasp for breath. He looked down at his left chest in confusion. What was happening to him? It was over. He had fallen in love. Chapter 53. Would Xiao misunderstand that he likes him? At the beginning of the school year, the schedule was light and the sports facilities at Dongsi University were open for student use. The atmosphere in the swimming pool was lively. Pei Yuzhi pondered. He could not just leave like this. Thus, when Xiao emerged from the water after swimming 3,000 meters, the first thing he saw was Pei Yuzhi on the shore. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. Never had he encountered such a persistent person. With this dog around, I can't even take a shower in peace. After all, the last time he showered, Pei Yuzhi had watched him. And it had not been a pleasant experience. Pei Yuzhi's gaze shifted slightly, recalling the alluring sight from before. Xiao, having just completed intense aerobic exercise, was dripping wet, his chest and abs heaving dramatically. Unable to escape Pei Yuzhi's roguish gaze, Xiao bent down to grab a towel and instinctively turned his back to him. Yet he forgot that the rounded form of his rear, encased in swim trunks, was even more conspicuous. Pei Yuzhi licked his canine teeth, unusually refraining from approaching to tease him. Lazily, he spoke. Su visited Hawaii Hotel yesterday. You must be aware of this, right? That little potato beside you stirred up trouble with Xie Jinchuan to help you. Have you figured out how to deal with it? Hu Qiao paused, turning to ask, why do you care about this matter? Pei Yuzhi raised an eyebrow, feeling a secret thrill knowing that Hu Qiao was oblivious to his true identity. Cheng Yun has been keeping an eye on Su. I merely wish to collaborate with young Master Hua. Hu Qiao stared at the nonchalant smile on his face, unable to decipher Pei Yuzhi's true intentions. However, what Pei Yuzhi wishes to do is of no concern to me. The fact that the Zhong family's affairs have come to the attention of the Xie family and Chang Fengyuan is indeed troublesome. The Zhong family is far away in Xiangqing, and their influence over Dongsu is limited. Perhaps having Pei Yuzhi meddle in the middle is a blessing. Hearing his thoughts, Pei Yuzhi clicked his tongue. Hu Qiao's attitude changed swiftly. Now he acknowledges that he is useful? Pei Yuzhi felt a surge of anticipation, waiting for Hu Qiao to soften his tone. Hu Qiao, irritated by Pei Yuzhi's confident demeanor, retorted no need. It's not a big deal. Pei Yuzhi stood upright, perplexed by Hu Qiao's unexpected response. Not a big deal? The Zhong family conducts their affairs so clumsily. If I hadn't helped you clean up, not only would Chang Fengyuan be on your tail, but Xie Jinchuan would have discovered your whereabouts long ago. After all this, haven't Chang Fengyuan and Xie Jinchuan learned about it today? Hu Qiao, drying his hair, replied casually. Moreover, the current situation is different. Even if Chang Fengyuan knows I'm behind it, what can he say? He's merely a dog well fed by the Hua family. Pei Yuzhi clicked his tongue again. Young Master Hua is impressive. Surely you're not afraid of Chang Fengyuan and the Xie family teaming up against the Zhong family. They may not dare speak against you, but they would still resort to intimidation. Hu Qiao lifted his eyelids to glance at him. What do you know? Pei Yuzhi scoffed. You're trying to solicit my help again. Hu Qiao interrupted him. Well, young Master Pei, I beseech you, how does Chang Fengyuan plan to intimidate? Pei Yuzhi's lips twitched, realizing how cunning Hu Qiao truly was. Last time, as the heir of the Hua family, how could he so readily seek help? His cold yet beautiful eyes fixed earnestly on Pei Yuzhi, he could even catch a glimpse of his own reflection within. The provocative words he wished to utter faded away. Yet, as Hu Qiao had surmised, Pei Yuzhi was someone who responded better to gentleness than to force. By smoothing out the bristles, he effectively disarmed Hu Qiao's defenses. Pei Yuzhi, seemingly impatient, averted his gaze. The Zhong family involved in entertainment? In recent years, various projects they invested in have been shelved for numerous reasons. The largest, a 500 million investment film, is about to be released. Let the Zhong family investigate if there are any issues with the male lead. Hu Qiao's eyelids twitched, and Pei Yuzhi raised an eyebrow, slightly displeased. What's wrong? Don't you trust what I say? This was something he had gleaned from the storyline. Chang Fengyuan certainly wouldn't dare openly confront Hu Qiao. However, when it came to causing chaos in an entertainment company, there were countless methods. Moreover, regardless of whether the artist's scandals were true or false, the key was to release them at the opportune moment, catching everyone off guard. Even if the artist sought to clear their name, the blemish would linger. As for their upcoming film, it would merely become collateral damage in the ensuing conflict. Hu Qiao paused before adding, I will inform Zhonglin about this matter. Thank you. So, young Master Hua is willing to collaborate with me? Pei Yuzhi asked. Let us add each other on WeChat first. This time, it was Pei Yuzhi who fell silent. He had just greeted Hu Qiao on WeChat half an hour ago. Ahem. I didn't bring my phone. Let us arrange a meal instead? Or perhaps drinks. What do you think? Hu Qiao naturally pocketed his phone. I have no objections. You choose the place, and I'll call Zhonglin to thank you in person. Pei Yuzhi scoffed. What does that little potato Zhonglin have to do with this? I'm truly baffled. Who wants to dine or drink with that little potato? However, having already declined Hu Qiao's request to add him on WeChat, Pei Yuzhi had no choice but to endure it. Hu Qiao recited a series of numbers, and Pei Yuzhi casually nodded, indicating he had memorized them. The atmosphere between the two was unusually harmonious. Being amiable seems effective for this rascal Pei Yuzhi. He likely won't follow me to shower again today, right? Hu Qiao subtly raised his gaze, only to meet Pei Yuzhi's eyes. He frowned imperceptibly. Just then a warm, firm finger brushed against Hu Qiao's cheek. Hu Qiao's hand, which had been drying off, froze. There was still water that hadn't been wiped off. Hu Qiao typically wore a cold expression, yet his face was unexpectedly soft. This softness caused Pei Yuzhi to unconsciously swallow hard, and his finger pressed down suddenly, leaving a red mark on Hu Qiao's face, quite conspicuous. A flicker of annoyance crossed Pei Yuzhi's eyes. What was Hu Qiao thinking all day? His spontaneous urge to touch Hu Qiao's face was entirely unanticipated. Would Hu Qiao misunderstand his feelings? Pei Yuzhi's evident frustration made Hu Qiao misinterpret his intentions. He took a step back and turned toward the shower area. Pei Yuzhi opened his mouth, about to say something, when suddenly, the ringtone of a phone from a nearby lounge chair broke the silence. The ringing startled Hu Qiao, causing him to pause for 2 seconds. He then strode towards the shower, leaving Pei Yuzhi's expression darkened. He clenched his teeth and bent down to grab his phone, muttering resentfully, "Damn it. I just said I didn't bring my phone. I wonder which fool is calling me at this moment." As soon as he finished speaking, the name on the screen caught his eye.
It was Bai Shi.
Chapter 54. Defamed. Pei Yuzhi's anger momentarily froze. Bai Shi's name flickered on the screen for quite some time, and just as the ringing was about to end, Pei Yuzhi suddenly realized he should answer the call. And he pressed the button to connect. "Hello?
Senior?
Why did it take you so long to pick up? Am I interrupting you?" "No," Pei Yuzhi replied, still somewhat dazed, and casually asked, "Are you out of class?" The other end suddenly fell silent. Pei Yuzhi furrowed his brows, pulling the phone away. The screen still indicated that the call was ongoing. "Bai Shi? Senior, have you forgotten? We agreed to go watch a movie this afternoon." Bai Shi's tone was pitiful. "Do you have other plans?" "I don't mind." Pei Yuzhi closed his eyes and cursed inwardly. How could he have forgotten about this? Sorry. I lost track of time while swimming. Just wait for me a moment. I'll come pick you up." "Are you at the third swimming pool?" "Is that so? By the way, Senior, have you seen Hu Qiao? He isn't angry with us, is he?" Bai Shi's tone carried nod note, but Pei Yuzhi didn't catch it. To him, Hu Qiao had broken up with Bai Shi first, and then he pursued Bai Shi. They had gotten together. There was no question of stealing someone else's partner. Thus, Pei Yuzhi didn't feel indebted towards Hu Qiao. He scoffed lightly, saying, "He has plenty of admirers. He won't care about our business. Don't dwell on it." Bai Shi fell silent again. At this point, Pei Yuzhi also sensed that discussing Hu Qiao with Bai Shi was somewhat inappropriate. "Just wait for me in the dorm for a bit. I'll call you when I get to your school gate." "Hang up." Bai Shi responded softly. After hanging up, Pei Yuzhi let out a long sigh. Dating was exhausting. Discussing Hu Qiao with Bai Shi, was he losing his mind? Pei Yuzhi's expression darkened as his thoughts drifted elsewhere. Before picking up Bai Shi, he should first get a new phone card and add Hu Qiao on WeChat. Keeping this matter from Hu Qiao was far more intriguing. Officially acquainted? TSK. With a secret only he knew, Pei Yuzhi left the third swimming pool, feeling lighthearted. At the entrance of Dongsu Academy of Fine Arts, Bai Shi stood quietly under a tree. His expression was gloomy and somewhat irritable. After a week of conversations with Pei Yuzhi, he realized one thing. Pei Yuzhi was even more outrageous than Hu Qiao. When pursuing him, he professed his affection. Yet once they were together, there was not a shred of intimacy. What Bai Shi found most intolerable was that Pei Yuzhi never gave him money. Every time he came to pick him up, driving a luxury car to dine in high-end restaurants with a per capita cost in the five-figure range, buying him expensive clothes and shoes. Yet he never handed over any cash. Bai Shi took a deep breath as he scrolled through his phone. The last time Hu Qiao had given him 50,000 yuan was during their meeting at the castle with Chong Feng Yuan. Ever since he started dating Hu Qiao, he had become accustomed to spending lavishly, purchasing luxury items for the sake of vanity. That 50,000 yuan had dwindled to less than 5,000 by the beginning of the month after paying off his credit card. The barren state of his wallet reminded Bai Shi of something. Hu Qiao had initially only helped him pay off his outstanding tuition, and in a few months, he would need to pay for the next semester. Previously, when Hu Qiao was annoyed with him, he would transfer him money. He needed Bai Shi to cooperate in taking pictures to flaunt their relationship to people in Magic City, and he would also transfer substantial amounts. He had grown numb to the large transfers. He had forgotten that this money was not always available. In comparison to Hu Qiao, Pei Yuzhi seemed like a miserly, clumsy man. It was surprising that he was so wealthy, yet so stingy. Had he known Pei Yuzhi was this naive and only interested in a romantic relationship, he would not have agreed to break up with Hu Qiao when the latter wanted to. Perhaps if he had made a fuss, Hu Qiao would have found him troublesome enough not to break up. Or maybe, to rid himself of the nuisance, Hu Qiao would have given him some money. The thought of losing a significant amount of money pained Bai Shi like a wound. Yet it was too late. He could not appear before Hu Qiao again, and could only cling tightly to Pei Yuzhi. Beep beep.
Bai Shi?
What are you daydreaming about? Get in the car. Bai Shi lifted his eyes to see the handsome Pei Yuzhi inside the car. His heart felt a pang. Look at that, just a few days had passed, and Pei Yuzhi no longer got out of the car to open the door for him. Regardless of his inner thoughts, as soon as Pei Yuzhi spoke, Bai Shi immediately walked around the front of the car towards the passenger seat. Sorry, did you wait long?
Senior, don't worry about me.
You go ahead and do your thing. We can watch the movie anytime. Bai Shi was exceptionally obedient, so much so that it softened Pei Yuzhi's heart. He smiled as he started the car. That one do. We promised to watch a movie together. Bai Shi bit his lip, glancing at his profile, and tentatively asked, Senior, may I ask why you keep seeking out Hu Qiao? If it's because of me, I've already broken up with Hu Qiao, and I feel there's no need for us to be entangled with him anymore. Pei Yuzhi was puzzled. When have I been seeking him out? We've only run into each other a few times. Hu Qiao had always avoided him, and they had barely spoken. The car fell silent. At a red light, Pei Yuzhi turned to Bai Shi and asked, Do you think I'm always looking for him? Does it bother you? Bai Shi lowered his gaze, his expression despondent. It does bother me a little, Senior. You do like me, right? There are so many excellent guys around you. aside from that one night. I honestly don't know what you see in me. Pei Yuzhi reached out to ruffle his hair. That night was the beginning of our fate. It's precisely because of that night that we ended up together. Don't overthink it. The memory of that night at the hot spring hotel remained beautiful and mysterious in Pei Yuzhi's mind. Yet, there was an inexplicable awkwardness within him. The Bai Shi from that night at the hot spring hotel felt entirely different from the Bai Shi sitting beside him now. They seemed like two distinctly separate individuals. He wore an expression that concealed his thoughts, lost in contemplation, failing to notice the fleeting moment when Bai Shi's expression broke. It was Pei Yuzhi's phone call that shattered the silence in the car. Lung Ao. This call at this hour likely meant an invitation to the castle for drinks. Pei Yuzhi casually pressed the button for his Bluetooth headset, and a familiar laughter filled his ears. Bai Shi's tense body gradually relaxed. He listened as Pei Yuzhi casually addressed Brother Lung, and from their conversation, he caught mention of the winery. The secluded and grand castle, surrounded by lush greenery, was a place Bai Shi would never ordinarily encounter. His breath hitched for a moment. After a brief exchange, Pei Yuzhi hung up and turned to Bai Shi. Bored?
No.
Bai Shi blinked and suddenly smiled. You called him Brother Lung. He must be the owner of the castle winery, right? Senior, you probably don't know. But we met at the castle. You helped Su back then. You were quite the hero. Pei Yuzhi was taken aback. You were at the castle then? Bai Shi pursed his lips, his eyes curving into a smile. Yes, I happened to see you pick up Su around the corner of the corridor, saving him from the glass shards. His tone carried a hint of deliberate bitterness, hoping Pei Yuzhi would feel compelled to explain. At that moment, he could feign annoyance and smoothly bring up the topic of wanting Pei Yuzhi to take him to the castle, so he might meet Huaqiao there. Huaqiao took you to the castle? What? Huaqiao saw too? Bai Shi was astonished. Pei Yuzhi was still explaining. I wasn't he being a hero. There were other reasons for helping Su. He didn't say anything to you, did he? His expression was serious. And Bai Shi blurted out. Su said you're a good person who couldn't he bear to see him hurt. Pei Yuzhi's expression stiffened. It seemed he finally understood why Huaqiao often referred to him as a lustful dog in his heart. The protagonist, Su, possesses a remarkable talent for creating confusion, leading to a tarnished reputation. Bai Shi's soft voice echoed. Senior, don't you want to explain your relationship with Su? I'm your boyfriend, do you remember? A humble author clarifies. Bai Shi is the current partner, while Huaqiao is the former. Bai Shi serves as the driving force behind the plot, helping Pei Yuzhi gradually understand his feelings. He deserves an award for outstanding contribution. Chapter 55. Is romance truly this exhausting? Pei Yuzhi's thoughts were a chaotic whirlwind. It felt akin to a car racing at high speed, suddenly slamming on the brakes, causing his body to lurch forward uncontrollably. A sense of weightlessness and discomfort flooded his mind. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth, though it never reached his eyes. How could I forget such an important matter as you being my boyfriend? Bai Shi, oblivious to his unusual demeanor, feigned annoyance and replied. Pei Yuzhi felt disheartened. Hadn't he just stated that he had nothing to do with Su? He turned his gaze forward, signaled to the left, and smoothly maneuvered the steering wheel. Today, I'll take you to a castle that has a dedicated screening room showcasing the latest films. As for my relationship with Su, don't overthink it. We're merely acquaintances. Bai Shi parted his lips, his eyes flickering. He keenly sensed Pei Yuzhi's sudden loss of interest. From the side, Pei Yuzhi's eyelids drooped slightly, and his expression appeared weary. His lips were pressed tightly together, the line of his jaw tense. Even from Bai Shi's vantage point, his prominent nose was discernible. When he was not smiling, he exuded an aura of aloofness and superiority. Had Bai Shi not previously realized that Pei Yuzhi mistook him for the man from that night at the hot springs, they would have been complete strangers. Yet, fortune smiled upon him. Pei Yuzhi was now his boyfriend. Not a relationship born of utility or obligation, but a genuine romance, one that allowed for intimacy. As if bewitched, Bai Shi reached out to touch the corner of Pei Yuzhi's lips. In the next moment, his pupils widened as the car swayed. Squeal. The tires of the limited edition McLaren screeched against the pavement, filling the air with thick white smoke as they skidded over the white line. Bai Shi's mind blinked, and the sudden stop thrust him forward, restrained tightly by the seatbelt. He stared blankly at the traffic light, watching the countdown from 2 seconds to 0. Then shift to red. Beep beep beep. The green light that could have allowed them to pass turned red due to Pei Yuzhi's abrupt stop. The impatient honking of the cars behind them was incessant.
Damn.
Pei Yuzhi glanced at the long line of cars in the rearview mirror. The white smoke from the tires gradually dissipated, and the dashboard showed no tire anomalies. His expression darkened as he pressed against his palate. The corner of his mouth, touched by Bai Shi, still felt strangely foreign. After a moment, he composed himself and turned to Bai Shi. Are you alright? Did the sudden stop frighten you? Bai Shi shook his head, pressing against his rapidly beating heart. I'm fine, but it did scare me. Senior, feel my heart. It's racing. Pei Yuzhi hesitated, a peculiar expression crossing his face. His gaze fell to Bai Shi's chest. Bai Shi's expression was hopeful as Pei Yuzhi idly moved his hand. Just as his fingers were about to brush against Bai Shi, the sound of Pei Yuzhi's phone interrupted the moment. The joy froze on Bai Shi's face. Pei Yuzhi's right hand halted just a fist's distance from Bai Shi. I need to take this call, he said nonchalantly.
Hello?
Cold brother, I'll be there shortly. Pei Yuzhi stared ahead as the red light counted down to 0, turning green. He released the brake, and the McLaren began to move slowly. The two remained silent for the remainder of the journey, thankfully turning into the castle's internal road in less than 15 minutes. A massive iron gate loomed before them, flanked by 6 tall, robust men in black suits and sunglasses. As they came to a stop, the license plate of the McLaren appeared on a nearby screen, and the gate creaked open, the 6 men standing still, watching them depart. The McLaren drove into the shadowy path, where vibrant green lawns contrasted sharply with the yellow surroundings. Neatly trimmed, Bai Shi spotted white golf carts and players in the distance. The suffocating tension and gloom that had weighed on Bai Shi's chest began to dissipate. Wealth and power are indeed the best aphrodisiacs for men. Pei Yuzhi's unintentional display of affluence led Bai Shi to forgive him for his earlier avoidance at the traffic light. He gazed at the approaching castle, his voice barely above a whisper, as if afraid to disturb the surroundings.
Senior.
When you slammed the brakes earlier, why didn't you touch me? Didn't you notice I was upset? Aren't you going to comfort me? Pei Yuzhi glanced at Bai Shi, surprised. You're upset?
Why?
Bai Shi turned abruptly, incredulous. Are you seriously asking why I'm upset? Pei Yuzhi frowned. Did the sudden stop hurt you? Should I take you to the hospital? We can watch the movie another day. Bai Shi took a deep breath, turning his gaze towards the castle, now within reach. No, I'm not hurt. I refuse to forego watching the movie today. That infuriatingly oblivious man. All he wanted was for Pei Yuzhi to buy him a couple of expensive gifts to placate him. Why was that so difficult? It was maddening. Upon their arrival, Cold Ao Tian awaited them at the entrance. Cold brother, was it necessary for you to personally greet me? The doorman respectfully took the keys from Pei Yuzhi, with Bai Shi trailing behind. Cold Ao Tian seemed to smirk slightly, his gaze flitting over Bai Shi. Boyfriend? You move quickly. Cold Xiao, greetings, I am Bai Shi. He introduced himself. Pei Yuzhi smiled. I'd like to borrow your screening room. Cold Ao Tian pinched his cigarette, offering Bai Shi a slight smile. I'd like to borrow your boyfriend as well. I'll have someone take you upstairs to relax. Once I'm finished here.
Yuzhi will join you.
Bai Shi turned to Pei Yuzhi, biting his lip in agreement. After Bai Shi followed the staff inside. Cold Ao Tian pondered aloud. So quickly tired of him? You look as if you've been rescued now that he has gone. Pei Yuzhi lazily pulled a cigarette from the pack and lit it. After a couple of puffs, he asked, perplexed, is romance truly this exhausting? I always feel uncomfortable when I'm with Bai Shi, just like earlier. Cold Ao Tian casually inquired, what happened earlier? Recalling the moment, the strange sensation of Bai Shi's touch lingered on Pei Yuzhi's lips. He frowned and recounted the events at the traffic light. Cold Ao Tian chuckled. Now that's amusing. Your own boyfriend touches you, and you're displeased? TSK, do you really like him? Of course, I like him. Pei Yuzhi replied. Cold Ao Tian shrugged. What does that mean? To like someone you should at least want to. Well, you know. But you want to even let him touch you. Are you going for a platonic relationship? TSK, I had no idea you were so innocent. Pei Yuzhi lowered his gaze. I can discern my feelings. I do indeed like Bai Shi. However, I've never considered being intimate with him. Not even holding hands or touching his face. I can't bear it. That night at the hot springs, the intimacy shared was strictly compartmentalized in Pei Yuzhi's mind. Bai Shi was Bai Shi, and that night's Bai Shi was a separate entity. He took a deep drag from his cigarette, a cloud of gloom settling over him.
What was happening to him?
Before he began dating Bai Shi, he often dreamt of the man from that night. Though the man's features remained hazy, Pei Yuzhi was certain. It was he. TSK, how complicated. If one harbored no lust for another, could their feelings truly be classified as affection? Desire often manifests as a yearning for possession. Witnessing him in the company of others ignites a fierce jealousy, a tempestuous longing that drives one to seek his attention through desperate means. As he spoke, Lung Outyen could not help but chuckle, remarking that such sentiments were evident even to adolescents, who tease young girls and playfully bully each other. How could Pei Xiao, an esteemed scholar from Dongsu University, be oblivious to such trivialities? Pei Yuzhi smirked slightly, his gaze flickering with unspoken thoughts. He envisioned scenes of Qi Chong at the riverbank, asserting that he was always at odds with Hu Qiao, and recalled Bai Shi questioning why he frequently troubled Hu Qiao. With a parched throat, Pei Yuzhi furrowed his brows, wishing to end the conversation. Did you need something today? Lung Outyen adopted a serious demeanor. Come to my office. Upon returning home, he finally had a moment to check his phone. His newly registered WeChat account displayed only a single friend, Hu Qiao. The only message was a notification from 2 hours prior, indicating that the other party had sent a friend request. Pei Yuzhi typed a message, his finger hovering over the send button for 2 seconds. The queries from Qi Chong, the accusations from Bai Shi, and the jests from Lung Outyen all swirled in his mind like a fleeting carousel. With a stern expression, he tossed his phone aside. Such muddled emotions, desire, affection, how could these words ever be associated with him and Hu Qiao? According to the norms of the LGBTQ community, he and Hu Qiao had crossed paths. If any inappropriate imagery were to resurface between them, Pei Yuzhi swallowed hard, his face darkening as he stared at the ceiling. The sound of shifting on the bed broke the silence. Annoyed, he decided to sleep. The autumn sports meet proceeded as scheduled. After signing up for the swimming event, Pei Yuzhi was added to various group chats by his classmates. In one of these groups, he noticed the group owner had tagged him, and his gaze immediately fell upon Hu Qiao's WeChat name. His eyes widened, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Almost instinctively, he clicked to exit the chat. Damn it, I forgot that Hu Qiao knows this account. It was just a few seconds, surely he didn't see it? Yet soon enough, a message pinged in his WeChat. Hu Qiao, are you a student at Dongsi University? I just saw you join the group. Pei Yuzhi's eyes flickered. Just as he had begun to thaw the ice with Hu Qiao, if Hu Qiao discovered his true identity, and that Pei Yuzhi had created a new account to deceive him, their budding alliance would surely collapse. I'm not. A friend invited me by mistake. I thought it was a business group and left. Hu Qiao, what do you mean? A mere period. What could that signify? Did Hu Qiao suspect it was him? It seemed improbable. The account was flawless, more challenging to unravel than a complex mathematics problem in the Gaokao. A single period held Pei Yuzhi captive for half an hour. When Chongyun found him, Pei Yuzhi was still engrossed in his phone, a frown etched upon his face. Has Pei Xiao encountered an insurmountable dilemma? When sending a lengthy message, if the reply is just a single period, what does that mean? Pei Yuzhi raised an eyebrow. Are you saying he no longer wishes to converse? Chongyun stiffened, clearing his throat tactically. I was just guessing. Pei Yuzhi clicked his tongue and returned to his phone. Chongyun leaned in slightly, tentatively asking, by she? Not him.
Oh.
Chongyun was puzzled. He's not your boyfriend, yet he plays hard to get? Quite the ego, but Pei Xiao, you need not indulge him. Just block him. Pei Yuzhi shot him an impatient glare. What do you know? Chongyun smirked, recalling the rumors he had heard, his expression becoming suggestive. Pei Xiao, are you really infatuated with Bai Shi? I heard at the swimming pool you chatted intimately with a guy for quite a while. Many are saying you have a new flame. Are they out of their minds? That was Hu Qiao. Me. Intimate with Hu Qiao?
Ha.
Let Hu Qiao learn of your nonsense. Do you think he wouldn't break your legs? Hey, that esteemed young master may appear aloof, but he is actually quite amiable. Several new students from the Fine Arts Academy follow him around incessantly. Although he doesn't seem enthusiastic, he hasn't sent them away. Hey, Pei Xiao, where are you going? Enough chatter. No, I haven't even addressed the main issue. You have no relevant issues, just leave. There is. Didn't I mention someone is targeting the entertainment industry as Golden Boy, Zhongjia? I just checked his background. He indeed has secrets from Zhongjia. Should we inform the short potato about it? Pei Yuzhi halted mid-stride. Chongyun raised an eyebrow, sensing something was amiss. Pei Yuzhi seemed overly concerned about Hu Qiao.
Hey, what do you want from me?
A bothersome voice interrupted from behind. Chongyun turned around. Zhonglin, still remembering Chongyun's previous disregard, spoke sharply. Why are you dazed? Didn't you just say Shin Xingyi has dirt on him? That's why I'm here. Shin Xingyi was the entertainment industry star, backed by Zhong's company. By now, Pei Yuzhi must have taken Shin Xingyi's information to Hu Qiao. If Chongyun revealed this to Zhonglin, how could Pei Yuzhi maintain his composure around Hu Qiao? Chongyun replied lazily. I must have misremembered. Zhonglin's eyes widened. Are you playing me for a fool? Chongyun clicked his tongue, muttering. What a hassle. He silently resolved to gain something beneficial from Pei Yuzhi this time. Chapter 57. A true man never eats sweets in a CAF on the campus's commercial street. Hu Qiao sat quietly, engrossed in his phone. Opposite him, Pei Yuzhi absent-mindedly stirred his coffee with a spoon. As his gaze wandered, it occasionally flickered to Hu Qiao's face before drifting away. The autumn sun streamed through the glass, casting dappled light in the tranquil space. Pei Yuzhi raised his eyes slightly, catching sight of Hu Qiao's casually placed hand on the table. Long, elegant fingers tapped lightly against the surface. In the sunlit air, tiny particles floated gracefully, slowly descending. Pei Yuzhi instinctively softened his breathing. His gaze followed the delicate particles as they fell, eventually landing softly upon Hu Qiao's moving fingers. A sudden thump jolted him, and he looked up. He hadn't noticed when Hu Qiao had raised his eyes from the phone. What's wrong? The sound of Hu Qiao's voice startled Pei Yuzhi. It was husky and deep, as if he had just completed an arduous task. This document is quite well prepared. Did Chongyun compile it? I provided him with some ideas. Otherwise, I could summon Zhonglin over. You could also call Chongyun. We, as outsiders, could allow them to converse. What do you think? Pei Yuzhi took out his phone and casually said, I'll have Chongyun directly approach Zhonglin. Upon hearing Pei Yuzhi's phrasing, Hu Qiao's eyelids flickered slightly. The boy across from him wore a loose white sweatshirt, his short black hair neatly styled, with prominent brow bones. Pei Yuzhi's handsomeness was undeniable, and whenever he faced Hu Qiao, their interactions were typically contentious. He was notoriously sharp-tongued, and Hu Qiao often found himself at a loss for words, leaving their encounters fraught with tension. Pei Yuzhi, who typically left their exchanges feeling frustrated, had seldom scrutinized Hu Qiao's features. Born into privilege, his childhood friends were all from affluent families, their looks commendable. In contrast, Pei Yuzhi's appearance stood out even among these well-bred youths. Am I truly that handsome? Are you staring? Before calling Chungyun, Pei Yuzhi couldn't help but utter a remark. Hu Qiao's dark, penetrating gaze fell upon his face, causing a slight flush to rise in his ears, leaving him somewhat uneasy. The peculiar thoughts in his mind were interrupted as Hu Qiao silently mused. What a waste for Pei Yuzhi's striking visage to be paired with such a mouth. Pei Yuzhi clicked his tongue lightly, his brows arching in response. Though he feigned denial, he couldn't help but feel that Hu Qiao was undeniably handsome. All right. No need to say it, I know you secretly think I'm quite handsome. With a hint of triumph on his face, Pei Yuzhi cast a sidelong glance at Hu Qiao and dialed Chungyun's number. Hu Qiao lifted his coffee cup, the corners of his lips twitching ever so slightly. Chungyun answered the call promptly. As Pei Yuzhi conversed with him, his peripheral vision remained glued to Hu Qiao. The focal point was undeniably the slightly flushed corner of Hu Qiao's eyes and his lips, moistened by the coffee. This fellow had a certain allure. Whether it was jealousy or something else, Pei Yuzhi found himself stealing glances at him. Pei Xiao, did I offend you in some way? I just sent that little potato packing, and now you want me to seek him out? Chungyun's voice on the line sounded distorted. Yes. Go find him and give him the information about that film emperor. Let the Zhong family handle it themselves. That's exactly what I just said. With that, Hu Qiao set down his coffee cup, his tone lightening a bit. Consider this a favor owed to you. Feel free to ask if you need assistance. From rivals to this day, how unpredictable the world is. After a brief silence, Pei Yuzhi posed a question that wasn't even mentioned in the original narrative. You must suspect that Chang Fengyuan and Xie Jinchuan are the ones trying to manipulate the Zhong family. I mean, no offense. I'm just a bit perplexed. Given Xie Jinchuan's current status, whatever he does wouldn't affect your position. Why did you choose to come to Dongsu? If there's a buzzing fly hovering over the food on your table, it dares not land and nibble on what belongs to you, yet it lingers above, making you feel nauseated. Would you not swat it away? Pei Yuzhi raised an eyebrow, surprised by the answer he hadn't anticipated. Hu Qiao's tone remained indifferent, moreover. The Hu family is quite a complex clan. Its interpersonal dynamics are intricate, and human sentiments are even more convoluted. Whether it be my grandfather or my father, they both believe themselves to be in their prime. If I strive, they think I'm overreaching. If I do not, they deem me worthless. After speaking, Hu Qiao suddenly smiled. I've heard you're an only child. Your parents must have a strong relationship, so you wouldn't understand this.
Xie Jinchuan,
As a product of an extramarital affair, brings shame to the Hu family. Hu Qiao's brow furrowed slightly as he seemed puzzled by his own words. Are you implying that Xie Jinchuan would dare to harm me? Pei Yuzhi felt a jolt of surprise, unsure if this counted as a spoiler. He pressed his lips together, diverting his gaze. I merely speculate, especially since Xie Jinchuan had the audacity to cut the brake lines of my sports car. Hu Qiao appeared unconcerned. If he dares to act against me, he certainly wouldn't do it on his own accord. It would be at the behest of the Hu family. After all, it's the Hu father and son who truly wish for my disappearance. Pei Yuzhi's eyelids twitched violently at his unguarded thoughts. However, had it not been for you mentioning Chen Jian's financial dealings with Chang Fengyuan, I wouldn't have been able to persuade my uncle to apply pressure on the Hu family. Well, when you put it that way, I owe him my gratitude. But I'll save the thanks for later. Pei Yuzhi's tail is about to reach the top of his head. Hu Qiao's thoughts brimmed with disdain. Pei Yuzhi opened his mouth to respond, letting out a faint hum of discontent. Real men don't bicker with Hu Qiao. This CAF served afternoon tea, and the freshly baked, fragrant pastries and desserts were brought to their table by the server. Pei Yuzhi keenly noticed Hu Qiao's eyes momentarily light up. He discreetly followed Hu Qiao's gaze until it settled on a plate of exquisite, luscious soufflés. Pei Yuzhi failed to notice that at this moment, Hu Qiao resembled a stubborn mule. Even the unruly strands of hair atop his head appeared softened. With a hint of disdain, he nudged the plate of soufflés toward Hu Qiao. You should eat this. Real men don't indulge in sweets. Hu Qiao looked up abruptly. Are you suggesting that I am not a real man? Pei Yuzhi replied. When did I say that? Besides, while you may be slightly younger than me, you're still quite grown. Hu Qiao's expression became somewhat dazed. What was it? One moment he was younger, the next older. Chapter 58. Your boyfriend is watching, yet Pei Yuzhi wore a somewhat smug expression that suddenly reminded Hu Qiao of something. He ground his teeth, the remnants of gratitude toward Pei Yuzhi dissipating in an instant. Pei Yuzhi, you truly are a creature whose lower half controls the upper half, incapable of letting that matter go for even a moment. Pei Yuzhi remarked, all right, I'm not a creature. Young master Hu, please eat. Hu Qiao gritted his teeth, staring at Pei Yuzhi for a long while. Pei Yuzhi added, I was wrong. I spoke out of turn. Shall we eat? However, Hu Qiao's glare was rather amusing. His dark, bright eyes seemed to ignite with fervor, and where his gaze fell felt warm. Pei Yuzhi's face broke into a smile. Revealing such expressions during an argument would undoubtedly infuriate the other party further. Hu Qiao closed his eyes, lowering his eyelids to avoid looking at him. Out of sight. Out of mind. Yet he still refrained from touching the desserts. Pei Yuzhi moved his lips, several times attempting to say something. TSK. Chungyun said Hu Qiao had a good temper. He is clearly a proud and difficult-to-please young master. 2 plates of exquisite, aromatic desserts were left untouched in the corner. The 2 real men each downed a cup of bitter black coffee before finally exiting the CAF. At this moment, Pei Yuzhi felt a tinge of regret. Had he known that his quick tongue would provoke the proud young master, he would have refrained. Hey, this coffee outing doesn't count. Let us arrange a time for you to treat me to dinner again. How about tonight? Where shall we dine? Hu Qiao felt a surge of anger. Eat. 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 Just seeing you is enough to make one full. Pei Yuzhi lowered his gaze, feigning innocence. Hey, your expression seems off. Are you secretly cursing me? Wu Yao replied expressionlessly, no. Meanwhile, he continued to curse inwardly. What is wrong with cursing you? A mad dog whose lower half controls his upper half. TSK. So annoying. This souffle is only available on Thursdays. I finally managed to buy it and couldn't even enjoy it. Pei Yuzhi's eyes flickered slightly. I know place. Senior? A surprised voice interrupted their peculiar atmosphere. The 2 turned abruptly to see Bai Shi standing across the street, accompanied by several young male students carrying shopping bags. Likely fellow university students. Upon seeing Pei Yuzhi and Hu Qiao's appearances, the young men's eyes sparkled with excitement as they gathered to whisper among themselves. I'll take my leave. Whether out of anger or some other emotion, the moment they spotted Bai Shi, all feelings dissipated. Considering Pei Yuzhi's current status, Hu Qiao's lips curled downward, the glimmer in his eyes fading into silence. Even his inner thoughts vanished without a trace. Hey, Hu Qiao. Pei Yuzhi thoughtlessly grabbed Hu Qiao's wrist. Hu Qiao turned around, looking at him coolly. Let go, your boyfriend is watching. The term boyfriend struck him like a thunderbolt, causing Pei Yuzhi to release his grip as if burned. He ground his teeth in frustration. Why the rush? Afraid to see Bai Shi? TSK, you've clearly broken up. Does Hu Qiao have regrets post-breakup? Senior, aren't you supposed to be in class today? What brings you here? Bai Shi approached after crossing the street, casting a somewhat gloomy glance at Hu Qiao's back. Pei Yuzhi forced a smile. I'm discussing something with Hu Qiao. What brings you to our school? Bai Shi lifted his eyes, gazing at him with longing. I came to encounter you. Do you have time to join me for dinner today? The light in Bai Shi's eyes dimmed, and he spoke in a desolate yet obedient tone. All right then. Pei Yuzhi noticed a few boys in the distance and pondered. I'll have the manager contact you shortly. The winter collection has arrived. Perhaps your classmates could accompany you to select some items, all right? Bai Shi's eyes brightened. Is that possible? Pei Yuzhi nodded affirmatively. Of course, in addition to winter wear, the store also has bags. If you find one you like, you could take it along. Especially since you intend to go sketching, a new bag would be fitting. Bai Shi shyly pressed his lips together, but everything is quite expensive. One tea that be. Pei Yuzhi interrupted. It won't be an issue. As your boyfriend, it is only right for me to gift you things. At this thought, Pei Yuzhi's mind wandered to inexplicable places, feeling a pang of jealousy as he considered how Hu Qiao must have also showered Bai Shi with gifts during their time together. The East Sioux West City District was a newly developed area by the government, with pristine roads and modern architecture. On a resplendent street at the heart of West City, dazzling lights adorned the most prominent building, sparkling in the twilight and illuminating half the sky. Various sports cars were neatly parked in front of the building, their vibrant colors exuding an air of exclusivity. This establishment was a venture that Zhonglin had invested in with his pocket money during his freshman year. It officially opened this semester, and during his free time, he would bring friends along both to nurture the business and to enjoy himself. Chungyun raised an eyebrow at the luxurious decor and clientele of the establishment. This shop, surprisingly, appeared even more opulent than his own. Are you finding amusement in playing me for a fool? Outside the constraints of school, Zhonglin seemed transformed. With the collar of his shirt casually undone, he lounged on the sofa, casting a sardonic glance at Chungyun. Didn't you claim you had no desire to speak? Why are you now so eager to explain yourself? Are you perhaps a dog? Chungyun's eyes flickered as he observed the dark-skinned youth beside Zhonglin apologizing. Sorry. Young Master Zhong. The apology was laced with insincerity, a sideways glance at Chungyun revealing no remorse. Zhonglin relished in making Chungyun uncomfortable, recalling the disdainful expressions Chungyun wore during their previous encounters. Today, as Chungyun sought trouble on Zhonglin's territory, Zhonglin resolved to make him pay a price. Has Hu Qiao informed you of any matters? It seems he hasn't. Are you not concerned? I've heard numerous projects of yours are dependent on him. If he were to fail, well. Chungyun appeared unfazed by Zhonglin's hostility, sitting nonchalantly across from him, even casting his gaze towards the antics of nearby onlookers. Or, do you wish for me to voice it here? You seem unbothered by eavesdroppers, and I am certainly indifferent. Zhonglin suddenly stood, fixing Chungyun with a fierce glare. Everyone else, out. The others, sensing the tension, promptly made their exit. At that moment, the door swung open, and Chungyun's casual glance landed on a fleeting figure in the corridor, causing his eyelids to flicker. How could Su Su and Xie Jinchuan be at Zhong Lin's establishment? When Pei Yuzhi arrived, it was just past 9. Upon entering, the soothing melodies enveloped him, and he ascended directly to the second floor. It was quieter than the first. But soon he heard a ruckus coming from room 206, inducing a sense of foreboding. Each time he encountered such commotion in this narrative, it was invariably tied to Su Su. As anticipated, Su Su stumbled around the corner. Pei Yuzhi's brow furrowed. He quickly scanned the surroundings before heading in a specific direction. Vanishing from sight in an instant, through the fire escape door, he caught snippets of muffled conversation, realizing not only was Su Su present, but also Xie Jinchuan. Though Pei Yuzhi was aware of the general plot progression, he could not foresee every event unfolding among the protagonists, especially after the previous incident involving traditional medicine, which had left him wary of narrative implications. This establishment lay in the western suburbs, while East Su University was situated in the southern suburbs. A drive of approximately an hour. There was no plausible reason for Su Su and Xie Jinchuan to be here at this newly opened venue. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The protagonist, Su Su, born with a silver spoon, sailed smoothly to France to study art at the age of 18. However, just 2 years later, the Su family went bankrupt, leaving Su Su to fend for herself in Paris, working various jobs to continue her education. It was in Paris that Su Su encountered her destined partner, Xie Jinchuan, leading to a protracted emotional entanglement. While still juggling work, Su Su met a young man in a club who held a secret. This very man was the son of the one responsible for the Su family's downfall. Determined, Pei Yuzhi mused, if revenge is the goal, why must it intersect with me? Or is the original protagonist a key player in aiding Su Su's vengeance? According to the narrative, following the traditional medicine incident, Su Su and the original protagonist would inevitably share a close bond. Thus, it was plausible for the original protagonist to assist Su Su in her quest for revenge. However, now that Pei Yuzhi had entered the story, the plot had shifted, yet the theme of vengeance remained intact. It appeared that Xie Jinchuan was now filling in for the original protagonist's role. Thus, Su Su's target for revenge must be Zhong Lin. With a soft sigh, Pei Yuzhi often found this peculiar narrative devoid of logic, yet occasionally, he recognized patterns in the chaos. For instance, the antagonists, Hu Qiao and Zhong Lin, were also friends. The plot seemed to conspire to align Pei Yuzhi with Su Su. He could not afford to be careless. Pei Yuzhi's expression remained indifferent as he glanced at the time, pushing open the door and stepping into the darkness. TCH, this has nothing to do with me. Can I not escape the trouble? Meanwhile, Su Su closed the door behind him, the smile on his face dissipating instantly. As he glanced toward room 206, a hint of murderous intent surfaced amidst his typically warm demeanor. However, with Xie Jinchuan's unexpected arrival, today was not suitable for any schemes. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the rising fury and turned in the opposite direction. Hey, wait. Go downstairs and bring my wine up, quickly. Zhong Lin, I told you not to drink tonight. Don't open it. After all this effort, why not indulge a little? Why are you dawdling? Hurry up. Suddenly, Zhong Lin's had appeared at the door, his expression one of disbelief. Seeing Su Su's stunned face, Zhong Lin impatiently remarked, isn't it? How did you even get trained for this job? I said to go downstairs and fetch the wine. Did you not hear? Yes, young Master Zhong, I'll go right away. Inside the room, aside from Cheng Yun, Hu Qiao was also present. Cheng Yun has already informed you about the celebrity named Xinxingyi, right? He did mention it. I've sent the information to the general manager of the entertainment company. They are experienced in handling such matters. There's no need for concern. Hu Qiao gazed at him with disapproval. A shadow flitted across Zhong Lin's eyes, yet his smile widened. Don't worry. My family made its first fortune in the entertainment industry. Nothing will go awry. Cheng Yun felt a stir of intrigue. He hadn't anticipated this short-statured individual to possess such composure. Hu Qiao, sensing the awkwardness, refrained from further comments, as he was not well versed in the intricacies of the entertainment business and its public relations. Hu Qiao appeared disinterested. Lazily leaning on the sofa, while fiddling with his phone, Zhong Lin began to sing, enveloped in dim, colorful lighting, his heartfelt ballads surprisingly melodious. Yet the other two in the room had little inclination to listen. A soft ping of a WeChat notification sounded, only to be drowned out by the song. The glow of the screen illuminated the indifferent face of Hu Qiao. It was a message from Pei Yuzhi, who had recently added him. Pei Yuzhi, where are you? Pei Yuzhi, I saw your Rolls Royce.
Pei Yuzhi, Hu Qiao, speak.
Are you at Zhong Lin's club? Pei Yuzhi, I'm downstairs. Which room are you in? At that moment, as the music ceased and silence enveloped the room, Cheng Yun timely spoke up. Pei Xiao just messaged, saying he has something to attend to tonight. He must have been dragged away by Bai Shi again, right? TSK, Pei Yuzhi's taste is rather questionable. How could he not see that Bai Shi is a frivolous gold digger? Hu Qiao's eyelids flickered as he locked his phone and tossed it aside. Zhong Xiao. Bai Shi is now Pei Xiao's boyfriend. It's not quite appropriate for you to say that, is it? Are you going to report me? With just the three of us here, if Pei Yuzhi finds out what I've said, he will definitely blame you. You. Cheng Yun was left speechless by his retort. Zhong Xiao, your drinks have arrived. A young server pushed open the door to the private room, wheeling in a food cart. Cheng Yun turned his head cautiously. And upon seeing a stranger's face, his heart that had been hanging in the air finally settled. As long as it's not Su Su. The last time he delivered wine. Pei Yuzhi had taken medicine, leaving Cheng Yun with psychological scars. Zhonglin sent the server away, pouring the wine himself. The only sound in the room was that of liquid flowing, and Cheng Yun's racing heart gradually calmed. Try this. These bottles of wine are from my father's vineyard in France. We just took over the estate a few years ago, and the yield is low, with many trees having died. The red liquid splashed against the ice, exuding a refreshing chill. Zhonglin poured 2 glasses, handing one to Hu Qiao while raising the other for a toast. Cheng Yun, how petty. Does he think I drink just for him? I raise my glass to you, Hu Qiao, and thank you for your help with Xinxingi. You should be thanking Pei Yuzhi for this. Cheng Yun, it was he who went to great lengths to uncover this information. He poured himself a glass of wine, his expression tinged with indignation. Zhonglin cast him a sidelong glance, rolling his eyes in secret. Hu Qiao lowered his gaze, swirling the glass. The bright red liquid clung to the sides. He lifted his arm, bringing the glass to his lips.
Bang!
The door suddenly swung open with force, and all 3 men turned to look. A tall figure stood silhouetted against the light, nearly touching the doorframe. Not long ago, someone had been of no concern to him, but one must remain vigilant. If trouble arises, it's best to avoid it. Now, that person's wife. I have come to rescue you. Chapter 60. The bustling kitchen on the first floor of the club was alive with activity. In addition to wine and tea, they also offered late-night snacks. The kitchen primarily prepared Western cuisine, simple and quick. However, if a valuable guest ordered a specific dish, they would accommodate. Just like today. The guests in VIP room 208 requested Chinese cuisine. They had the ingredients, but it was a bit cumbersome. Several assistants were called by the chef to prepare the ingredients. Suddenly, the kitchen door swung open, and a young man in server attire peeked in, asking, "Is Su Su here?" The guest in 208 is asking for him to come up. Didn't he go to deliver wine to the boss? I helped him with room 206. He said he needed to hurry the meal for the guests in 208, but now the guests in 208 are saying the meal hasn't arrived. Where is he? I haven't seen him. The meal for 208 is still on the stove. Go away, this place has a strong odor. And if you get it on you, the guests will complain and you'll lose money. But the kitchen door slammed shut with a thud. The server scratched his head, puzzled. Just a moment ago, Su Su told him that the guests in 208 were hurrying their meal and asked him to help deliver wine to 206. Why did the kitchen say Su Su hasn't come over? Su Su has always taken his work seriously. He wouldn't be slacking off during work hours, would he?
Meanwhile,
the 3 guests in room 206 looked in confusion at the man who was panting at the door. Cheng Yun asked curiously, Pei Xiao? Didn't you say you had something to do tonight? Why did you suddenly run up here? Pei Yuzhi raised his hand and pressed it against the wall. The lights in the private room instantly brightened. Hu Qiao squinted from the sudden glare. Pei Yuzhi, are you okay? Due to Shun Xingyi's scandal. Zhonglin held back his angry words, but gritted his teeth in frustration. In such an environment, the dim and ambiguous lighting was the norm, but suddenly being illuminated by blinding white light made Zhonglin's scalp tingle. Upon seeing the 3 men in the room unscathed, the tension in Pei Yuzhi's heart eased. His gaze fell directly on Hu Qiao, who frowned uncomfortably, his thin lips pressed tightly together, his right hand resting on the wine glass. The tension returned as Pei Yuzhi abruptly turned and glared at Cheng Yun. Who brought the wine?
Shushu?
Cheng Yun was taken aback. It wasn't him. It was a regular server, and it was Zhonglin who opened the wine. I saw it with my own eyes. Zhonglin, confused, asked, What are you talking about? Who is Su Su? What's wrong with the wine? Hu Qiao's expression was cold. Pei Yuzhi, what happened? Pei Yuzhi strode towards Hu Qiao. The crimson wine in the glass glinting ominously. He took a deep breath and asked, How much have you drunk? Hu Qiao, you arrived before I even had a chance to drink. Su Su wouldn't be so reckless as to drug the wine again, would he? He likes Pei Yuzhi, so it would make sense to drug him. What would be the purpose of drugging me?
Xia, Jin Chuan?
Or something else? Pei Yuzhi's face hardened as he turned to Zhonglin. Find someone trustworthy to seal these bottles of wine and send them for testing. If you don't want to be implicated, this establishment should cease operations for a while. Zhonglin opened his mouth, but glanced at Hu Qiao instead. Hu Qiao stood up, asking, What exactly happened? Pei Yuzhi averted his gaze. It's nothing. Without testing, he would have no idea if the wine was problematic. Even if the wine was tainted. Since it wasn't delivered by Su Su, he still couldn't prove that Su Su was behind it. It had been the same last time. The man who had brazenly drugged him under surveillance had vanished without a trace. It felt as if unseen hands were aiding those who committed wrongs. Pei Yuzhi's eyelids drooped, his heart heavy. Although Zhonglin didn't expect this establishment to be profitable, there was no way to just close down for no reason. Yet he wasn't foolish. With Shun Xingyi's scandal recently surfacing, this place had become a target. A chill crept into his heart. The Zhong family was being watched. Just as he was thinking, a commotion erupted outside the door. Zhonglin abruptly turned. The club manager's face was pale, eyes wide with panic. He swallowed hard, struggling to speak. Zhong Xiao. Something has happened on the first floor. In the lobby on the first floor, a crowd had gathered, encircling a man lying on the ground, dressed in the club's red and black uniform, unconscious and possibly dead, with no blood beneath him. In the middle of the staircase, Pei Yuzhi turned to Zhonglin, his expression serious. Your troubles have arrived. You better be glad that the wine from earlier was fine. Hu Qiao suddenly interjected. Zhonglin, you are the boss here. You should handle the situation downstairs first. Zhonglin was calmed by his composed voice, but still cast a suspicious glance at Pei Yuzhi before heading downstairs. Hu Qiao fixed his gaze on Pei Yuzhi. Can you tell me what happened? Pei Yuzhi's eyes flickered. If the bottle of wine upstairs was indeed problematic and was a setup, how would you handle it? Hu Qiao stood on the steps behind him. The height difference between them negligible due to the stairs. This was the first time Hu Qiao stood eye to eye with Pei Yuzhi, his tone neutral. Of course. I would resolve the issue. The noise from downstairs grew louder. Thankfully, the man was still alive. Pei Yuzhi's gaze deepened, settling on a corner where Su Su stood, hidden in the shadows, lurking behind the crowd like a mouse that shouldn't be seen. Hu Qiao acted swiftly. The bottle of wine was poured down the toilet. All fingerprints wiped clean, but he managed to leave behind a cloth soaked in the wine. It soon became evident that Pei Yuzhi's suspicions were correct. Just as Hu Qiao finished these actions, the sound of wailing sirens echoed from outside. Unbeknownst to the source of the alarm, a guest reported a homicide at the establishment, prompting the police to arrive. The waiter, though unconscious, had not succumbed to death. Preliminary diagnosis revealed that he had suffered an adverse reaction due to an overdose on his first experience with drugs. Pei Yuzhi's gaze flitted to the police badge in the distance, a chill running down his spine. He had not been present in room 206 when the waiter delivered the wine, thus he would not be considered a suspect in the investigation. However, for Hu Qiao, Zhonglin, and Cheng Yun, fortune had not smiled upon them. Before long, several men clad in leather hurried in from outside. Their lawyers had arrived. Good day, Mr. Pei. I am Attorney Chu, representing Mr. Chung, said the man, a man in his 30s with a tense demeanor. Could you please clarify the events of today? Hu Qiao's and Cheng Yun's attorneys had also arrived, their gazes fixed intently upon him. Pei Yuzhi inhaled deeply. They were there before me, when I arrived. They had not yet tasted the wine, and then the incident occurred downstairs. Subsequently, before the police arrived, Hu Qiao disposed of the wine. Upon hearing this, the lawyers immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Thus, even if they undergo blood tests, nothing will be found. Indeed, this is a deliberate setup, Pei Yuzhi continued, his eyes coldly fixed on the attorneys. You understand their identities. None can be associated with drugs, you should comprehend that. Rest assured, Mr. Pei. Once the designated time arrives and I meet Mr. Chung, I shall know precisely what to convey. The lawyers, esteemed figures within the legal community of Dongsu City, exchanged knowing glances, understanding how to proceed with today's matter. Pei Yuzhi responded with a casual acknowledgement, his gaze shifting to the closed interrogation room. Whether today's incident was a vendetta from Su Su or a scheme by Xie Jinchuan to ruin Hu Qiao remained uncertain. However, it was evident that Hu Qiao and Zhonglin's troubles benefited both Su Su and Xie Jinchuan. He wished to evade the unfolding drama, yet trouble had befallen Hu Qiao. Chapter 61. A countenance of turmoil. The unconscious man was named Zhang Xiaoyu, a 20-year-old student from a nearby university. Su Su wept uncontrollably in the interrogation room, and the officers exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. Mr. Su, we hope you will cooperate with the investigation and clarify the events that transpired between you and Zhang Xiaoyu tonight, so that you may swiftly clear your name.
I'm
sorry, Su Su whispered, her voice breaking. The room fell silent save for her sobs. The officer's patience waned as the man at the center, his face darkened, was about to slam his hand on the table when suddenly, the door to the interrogation room swung open. All eyes turned towards the entrance. Even Su Su paused in her weeping. A newcomer leaned in to whisper to the man, who looked surprised as he turned to Su Su. With swollen eyelids, she blinked in confusion, stifling a sob. Once the newcomer left, the man rose, his expression grave. Su Su, Zhonglin, the owner of EG, has formally accused you of retaliating with drugs. Due to the grave nature of the Zhang Xiaoyu incident, these two cases are now being investigated together. Su Su's complexion drained of color. What do you mean, retaliating with drugs?
It wasn't me.
Zhonglin is making false accusations. I have no connection to Zhang Xiaoyu's situation. Isn't it possible to converse civilly? Another officer exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. You have been crying nonstop for nearly an hour. Do you think that will spare you from interrogation?
Xiao
Wang, indignant, took a seat. The man turned his attention back to Su Su, his voice taut. When the blood test results arrive, if Zhonglin's tests are clear, they will be free to leave. As for you, you are currently the primary suspect in tonight's case. He paused, closing the car door. Indeed, upon entering, he had faintly heard voices emanating from the living room. His parents sat on the sofa with their backs to him, turning simultaneously at the sound of his voice. Mrs. Sun immediately rose, her tone laced with concern. Is Xiao all right? How could you go to such a place? He is fine, Pei Yuzhi replied with a smile. Rest assured, I received a call on the way. Xiao tested negative for drugs at the police station and has since been released. Pei Xinyan furrowed his brows.
Who did this?
Has Xiao made enemies in Dongsu? Pei Yuzhi downplayed the matter. A close friend of Xiao's was set up. He merely got caught in the crossfire. Mrs. Sun pressed her lips together. No, I must see Xiao tomorrow. Pei Yuzhi's gaze flickered. Mother, please wait. Let us see how things unfold. This is not a matter of honor, and we cannot know how the media will react. Our haste may complicate matters for Xiao. You are right, Yuzhi. Please rest. I will keep an eye on this situation. Once she had retired for the night, Pei Yuzhi entered the study, where Pei Xinyan awaited his arrival. What have you been up to lately? Pei Xinyan, accustomed to holding a commanding presence, softened only in the presence of his wife. His face, bearing a striking resemblance to Pei Yuzhi's, was now etched with frost. You had Xiao Sun investigate a man named Su Su, who has transitioned from bystander to suspect in tonight's events. Pei Yuzhi, our family is in business. We cannot afford to engage in illegal activities. Father, what are you imagining? Pei Yuzhi retorted. I merely provided Su Su's true information to Zhonglin's attorney. The rest is not my concern. The two, one young and one in his prime, locked eyes for a moment before Pei Xinyan lowered his gaze. A drawer opened, revealing a stack of documents that abruptly caught Pei Yuzhi's attention. The Hu family is not as simple as they appear. Cui Xianyue is duplicitous and cunning, adept at manipulating hearts. Your mother is kind-hearted and often swayed by her. This collaboration with Chang Fengyuan was also facilitated by Cui Xianyue. The contents of the documents were familiar. This was the proposal Chang Fengyuan had brought to the family. This is the genuine collaboration plan for the Tan Shui Wan project. Due to Cui Xianyue's involvement, I initially intended to keep you distant from Xiao. However, since your relationship seems to have developed positively, I will entrust this project to you. Pei Yuzhi was momentarily stunned, then his expression shifted to one of uncertainty. The proposal given to Chang Fengyuan was false?
Why?
As he spoke, his pupils dilated. Father, were you never planning to collaborate with Chang Fengyuan? Pei Xinyan replied coolly. Not entirely foolish. Chang Fengyuan appears to be Cui Xianyue's confidant, yet he is, in fact, a pawn placed by Xiao's father before Cui Xianyue. It was as if a mountain had collapsed, clearing the obstacles that had stood before Pei Yuzhi. He finally understood why Chang Fengyuan had been covertly aiding Xie Jinchuan's ascent to power. As a trusted individual of the Hu family, besides surveilling Cui Xianyue, might he not be assigned other tasks? Perhaps liaising with Chen Fu, who secretly bore Xiao's father's child. Thus, was Chang Fengyuan's relationship with Chen Fu merely one of superior and subordinate? No, there was certainly more to it. Pei Yuzhi suddenly laughed. Pei Xinyan paused, frowning. What are you laughing at? Father, rest assured. I will handle this matter, Pei Yuzhi declared, picking up the documents with a smile. As for the Tan Shui Wan project, I will ensure Chang Fengyuan steps aside. 2 days later, Xiao received a phone call. It's me. Step out for a moment. I have matters to discuss with you. With that, the caller hung up. Xiao's eyes flickered. Pei Yuzhi's tone had been laced with a hint of arrogance, suggesting that today's conversation would be of great significance. You are smiling? What could possibly bring you joy at this moment? Su Jiang inquired, astonished. That night of trouble for Xiao, he had fortuitously called him, hastily resolving matters before heading to Dongsu. Knowing Xiao's temperament, he was certain that the issue would not be resolved so easily. Until it was addressed, Xiao would never be at ease.
Who was it? Who called you? No.
Xiao, you haven't started seeing another little green tea, have you? Xiao dismissed it lightly. I'm not smiling. Damn, you're enchanted by the caller. Just look at how your lips are curling upwards. Who is it?
Get lost.
Damn it, this place in Eastern Su is truly bizarre. Xiao, you are utterly finished. Just now your smile was so enchanting. Which seductive vixen is responsible for this? Xiao cast him a cold glance and icily remarked, Are you an idiot? Is he associated with Pei Yuzhi? Chapter 62. Madness. Xiao, unable to surpass Su Jiang, could only bring him along. Throughout the journey, Su Jiang appeared akin to a husband suspecting infidelity, his expression intense and his gaze darting about. Let us go. Xiao cast him a glance. I am here to discuss serious matters. Try not to lose your composure. Su Jiang flashed a toothy grin. How could that be? I am a person who values reason. Xiao, let us depart. To the gathering, Su would be the first to push open the door. He harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the man who had seduced Xiao in East Su, his teeth gnashing in frustration. A man as innocent as Xiao was certainly vulnerable to the incessant tricks of the alluring and unscrupulous women outside, and one could not afford to let their guard down. His gaze, sharp and penetrating, swept across the modest CAF, where the bitter aroma of coffee harmonized beautifully with the nutty scent of freshly baked bread. Suddenly, a man lounging by the floor-to-ceiling window caught his attention. After surveying the establishment, it became evident that this man was the only one whose appearance was somewhat appealing. With a stoic expression, he directed his gaze toward that direction. Sunlight streamed through the glass, casting a hazy silhouette, yet even from this distance, one could discern the elegance of his upright posture and elongated neck, hinting at a remarkably handsome face. Hu Qiao's eyelids drooped slightly, and Su Jiang instinctively took half a step forward. Abruptly, Su Jiang's pace faltered. Hu Qiao lifted his eyelids to see Pei Yuzhi's face emerging from the luminous backdrop. His prominent brow was evident, and from afar, one could see the arch of his eyebrow, indicative of a good mood. He had always been one to wear his emotions on his sleeve, whether it be anger or pride, joy or irritation. At that moment, Su Jiang turned his head in disbelief. Is that bastard? Pei Yuzhi, right? Hu Qiao, have you lost your mind? He still recalls the scene from last time when he found Hu Qiao pinned beneath that scoundrel on the sofa. In a fit of rage, he impulsively lifted Pei Yuzhi away from Hu Qiao without a second thought. They were engaged in something else entirely. An inexplicable dryness filled his mouth, and this sudden shift left Su Jiang at a loss. No, what on earth? Wasn't Hu Qiao fond of those delicate and charming young boys? How does one transform into a man as cold and sharp-tongued as Pei Yuzhi? Moreover, is it not Pei Yuzhi, that mad dog of a man, who has Hu Qiao under his domination? Is Hu Qiao the one beneath? Su Jiang gritted his teeth, his scalp tingling with tension. He fixed a piercing gaze on Hu Qiao and demanded, Hu Qiao, be honest with me. You haven't slept with Pei Yuzhi, have you? Please don't frighten me. Hu Qiao, the exalted prince who has been revered since childhood, boasts a physique adorned with 8 sculpted abdominal muscles and a body of pure sinew. How could he ever be subdued by another? Hu Qiao's pupils constricted sharply. Su Jiang, if you continue to spout nonsense, you may as well leave. Su Jiang opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. Having played together since they were toddlers, he understood Hu Qiao all too well. Oh no, it's over. His childhood friend had been taken by a wild man. Upon noticing Su Jiang's expression, Hu Qiao immediately realized that Su Jiang had guessed the truth. The shock of Su Jiang's accurate deduction caused him to reveal a flaw. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he stifled his shame, took a deep breath, and warned Su Jiang, whatever absurd thoughts you have in your mind, cast them aside immediately. Su Jiang, I am not joking. If you dare to speak out of turn, do not ever come to Dongsu to find me again. With that, he turned and strode forward, while Su Jiang, resembling a defeated rooster, completely lost the fierce demeanor he had arrived with. Pei Yuzhi glanced at the time several times, muttering to himself about whether Hu Qiao would stand him up. When a figure appeared within his line of sight, Pei Yuzhi's eyes brightened, and with a tone laced with amusement, he remarked, I thought you weren't coming. Soon, the smile on his face faded. Behind Hu Qiao stood a man with a clenched jaw, Su Jiang. Pei Yuzhi's smile gradually dissipated, and his profound gaze subtly shifted, leisurely resting upon Hu Qiao's arm. The striking contrast of his fair, slender fingers gripping Hu Qiao's wrist was both remarkable and eye-catching. The last trace of amusement in Pei Yuzhi's eyes vanished as he leaned back nonchalantly, remarking with indifference, Hu Qiao, do you really need to bring your boyfriend to discuss serious matters? Before Hu Qiao could speak, Su Jiang coldly remarked, not possible? I am curious to hear what legitimate matters you may have.
Su Jiang.
Humph. Su Jiang gritted his teeth, feeling a surge of indignation within. Yet he dared not utter another word for fear of truly provoking Hu Qiao. Pei Yuzhi wore a faint smile. Yet the mirth did not reach his eyes. The matters I discuss with Hu Qiao are of such significance that you likely lack the standing to be privy to them. Su Jiang's pupils dilated in shock. The implication of those words was unmistakable. He was deemed unworthy of an audience with Pei Yuzhi.
What the hell do you mean by that?
Pei Yuzhi, I must convey my intentions clearly. I wish to engage in discussions with Hu Qiao, and I have no desire to see you. Depart at once. That is enough. Hu Qiao's temples throbbed heavily for a few moments. How foolish it was to allow Su Jiang to bring him here. Next time, he would simply let him create a commotion, no matter how deafening it became. Pei Yuzhi's eyelids flickered, his cold and piercing gaze fixated upon Hu Qiao's face. In the presence of Hu Qiao, this was Pei Yuzhi's first encounter where he heard not a single thought regarding himself, not even a hint of sarcasm. Hu Qiao's inner voice, which seemed to express discontent towards Su Jiang, subtly revealed the closeness and indulgence he harbored for him.
No.
To describe it as indulgence would be an understatement. It would be more accurate to say that Hu Qiao doted on Su Jiang immensely. Thus, this frail and delicate young man boldly glared at Pei Yuzhi with an air of provocation. It felt akin to being submerged in a pool of sourness. The water enveloped him completely, saturating his mouth and heart with a tangy bitterness, rendering even a breath to be laden with an indescribable sour taste. Pei Yuzhi couldn't help but furrow his brow. What was happening to him? Su Jiang, please wait for me in the car.
Oh.
Su Jiang, adept at reading expressions, cast a pitiful glance at Hu Qiao. Hurry back to find me. After saying this, he willingly released Hu Qiao and, before departing, couldn't resist giving Pei Yuzhi a triumphant hum. Apologies, Su Jiang had been somewhat spoiled. Hu Qiao, seated across from Pei Yuzhi, gently lifted his gaze. However, Regarding the incident that transpired last time, it was understandable that he mistakenly perceived you as a man prone to volatility.
Is that so?
Pei Yuzhi replied with a lackluster interest, only catching the part about Su Jiang being somewhat spoiled. Who spoiled him? Isn't it true that it was Hu Qiao who spoiled him? He is your boyfriend, so naturally you indulge him. Su Jiang has been my childhood friend. It's inconsequential now. What is it that you wish to discuss with me today? Pei Yuzhi's gaze was frigid, yet Hu Qiao inexplicably perceived him as dangerously unpredictable at that moment. Instinctively, he tensed his body, the hairs on the back of his neck bristling. It was once again the sensation of being preyed upon by a ferocious beast. His heart tightened, thinking, Pei Yuzhi is about to lose control again. Every time he does, I am the one who suffers. Pei Yuzhi's eyelids fluttered, and in the next instant, the man across from him rose to his feet. If you choose not to speak, then so be it. I do not necessarily need to know. Hu Qiao turned to exit, his heart suspended high, when a scorching, powerful hand clamped down on his wrist. As anticipated, his heart was gripped tightly, unable to beat with the tension. Your expression just now was quite amusing. Pei Yuzhi's firm chest moved closer, accompanied by his haunting voice. Why do you feel that I might lose my sanity? Pei Yuzhi lowered his neck, his gaze settling upon the faintly flushed roots of his ears and the taut line of his jaw, his tone nonchalant.
Why?
Do you not realize that bringing Su here will drive me insane in the future? Why did you still choose to bring him? Chapter 63. A favor owed. Though his voice was gentle, a familiar shiver coursed through Hu Qiao's spine. Pei Yuzhi, are you ready to speak? Pei Yuzhi's breathing suddenly deepened. Despite not engaging in any overt actions, the atmosphere surrounding him and Hu Qiao grew increasingly ambiguous, causing a tension that tightened his scalp. Yet now, the mark of Pei Yuzhi's presence, the deep crimson imprint, had long since vanished from Hu Qiao's throat, as if Pei Yuzhi had never graced this place. It was genuinely frustrating. If you wish to have coffee splashed upon your face here, then do not move. Pei Yuzhi's madness indeed manifests as it did in the past. His thin lips pressed tightly together, a flicker of doubt passing through his eyes, compelling him to release the grip on his arm. Hu Qiao, holding a steaming cup of black coffee, suddenly took a step back. Pei Yuzhi smirked slightly. If you spill that coffee on my face, you shall no longer behold this handsome visage. Hu Qiao thought to himself. Had I known, I would have simply doused him with coffee to silence him. Familiar mockery and harmless threats filled the air. Young master, please take a seat. Let's discuss Chong Fengyuan. Hu Qiao raised an eyebrow. The matter concerning Zhonglin is orchestrated by Chong Fengyuan, is it not? Pei Yuzhi casually gestured to the table, his tone brooking no dissent. Sit down. He got straight to the point. The project in the Tanshui Bay area is backed by the He family, correct? Remove Chong Fengyuan from this project. Hu Qiao scoffed. Chong Fengyuan was promoted by my mother. Do you truly believe she would consent to oust her confidant from the He group? Pei Yuzhi's tone was cautious. Let it be understood that today's matter will count as a favor owed to me. Hu Qiao's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? Has Chong Fengyuan betrayed my mother? The young master is quite astute. Pei Yuzhi tugged at his lips, gesturing towards his phone. It's all here. Hu Qiao interrupted. Consider it a debt to you, as long as I can manage it.
Can we speak now?
What have you discovered? Pei Yuzhi moved his lips, surprised by Hu Qiao's swift agreement. Aren't you afraid I might make an unreasonable request? What would qualify as unreasonable? I hope it's not asking me to relinquish my boyfriend to you. Pei Yuzhi's expression turned icy. You have a boyfriend? Who? Su Jiang? Hu Qiao grew impatient. Pei Yuzhi, you are unbearably verbose. Can you not hasten? Pei Yuzhi, taken aback, replied, Why are you in such a rush? Men who are too eager are often scorned. Hu Qiao thought to himself that Pei Yuzhi had indeed made progress. Accustomed to Pei Yuzhi's flirtatious banter, he found himself unaffected by it at this moment. The two fell silent as Hu Qiao's phone vibrated, a series of WeChat notifications chiming in. You certainly recognize the man in the pictures, and the woman should be familiar to you as well. Chun Fu, the mother of Xie Jinchuan.
Indeed.
Isn't it strange that your mother's confidant meets with your father's mistress once or twice a month? Hu Qiao felt an inexplicable lightness in his breath. At the age of 10, he had just been brought back to the He family from the Cui family. His father was indifferent, and his mother only urged him to please his father. The young Hu Qiao found himself utterly perplexed in the He household, often questioning whether his inadequacies were the reason for his parents' lack of affection. By chance, after an early conclusion to a school sports event, he returned home to overhear a fierce argument between his parents. From their heated exchange, Hu Qiao realized that his father had an illegitimate son, and his mother was fully aware of it. At that time, he was only 10 years old, and Cui Xianyue's voice cracked. I have done as you asked, allowing Hu Qiao to remain in the Cui family to avoid your sight. Yet you allowed that wretched woman to bear that little bastard. Hu cheating, you deceived me. I will kill her and that little wretch. Xianyue, it was that woman who deceived me. I have spoken highly of you to the old master. He adores children. But after you bore Hu Qiao, you cannot have more. It was the old master who protected them. Hu Qiao bore a striking resemblance to the Cui family, and he was close to them. The second branch continually used this against him in front of the old master. Xianyue, be more sensible. Do you wish for the second branch to gain power because of Huiqiao? But Xianyue, you know that woman is merely a fleeting indulgence. My love is for you. However, Huiqiao is currently disfavored by his father, so please assist me. I cannot afford to lose the old master's trust at this time. Once I obtain control of the Heir family, I will ensure you become the most illustrious matron of the Heir family, alright? The seductive words of that man haunted Huiqiao for years. At that moment, he understood that his parents did not love him. However, as Hui Qiding's power within the Hui group grew, he became increasingly dismissive of Cui Xianyue. It was then that Cui Xianyue remembered she still had Huiqiao as a card to play. He continued to scrutinize the photos on his phone. His thin eyelids drooped, and the corners of his eyes slanted downwards. Pei Yuzhi noticed for the first time how impossibly long and thick his eyelashes were. His gaze drifted downwards to Huiqiao's slightly dry lips, which were pressed tightly together. Both the downturn of his mouth and the shadows cast by his lashes vividly expressed his displeasure. Pei Yuzhi averted his gaze in disdain, but soon found his eyes drawn back to Huiqiao's face. Why was Huiqiao not pleased, even after receiving such crucial information? Not a single word of gratitude escaped his lips. How to appease Pei Yuzhi? TSK, it was utterly perplexing. The fingers that had been tapping impatiently on the table suddenly froze midair. Thank you. The information on Chen Fu and Chang Fengyuan is tremendously valuable to me. Huiqiao abruptly lifted his head.
Oh.
Pei Yuzhi's fingers twitched slightly, curling up as he avoided Huiqiao's gaze. When I decide what favor to ask of you, ensure you acknowledge it. Chapter 64. Pei Yuzhi was utterly repulsed. Huiqiao set his phone aside, his fingers idly swirling around the coffee cup. The porcelain white wall and the honey-toned skin created a striking contrast. Although Huiqiao was not pale, his complexion exuded a refined quality. Especially when droplets of water rolled over his skin, it became exceedingly enticing. His expression shifted slightly, his gaze unfocused and seemingly absent-minded. Pei Yuzhi? Huiqiao frowned. If you have other matters, we can discuss them over WeChat. Pei Yuzhi replied. Oh, cough. What were you saying earlier? Huiqiao reiterated. The only way to remove Chang Fengyuan from the Tan Shui Bei project is to eliminate the Yuan Chun group from the project. So who will take over the Tan Shui Bei project? Pei Yuzhi replied casually. You. As far as I know, the Tan Shui Bei project is actually under the Cui family's purview, and your mother cannot fully dictate it. Huiqiao's expression turned slightly peculiar. These matters are secrets. Not even I was aware of them until I met with my uncle this time. Where did Pei Yuzhi obtain this information? Upon hearing his thoughts, Pei Yuzhi continued unperturbed. It's understandable for your uncle to dote on your sister, but she is outwardly inclined, and her actions detrimental to the Cui family's interests will, despite his affection, inevitably touch a nerve. I believe Chang Fengyuan's identity will prompt your uncle to reconsider. As he spoke, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to Huiqiao's fingers delicately caressing the porcelain cup. It felt as if a fine strand of fluff was teasing Pei Yuzhi's throat. He swallowed hard. Could you refrain from moving your fingers? After saying this, Pei Yuzhi's mind went blank for a moment. How did he express his thoughts so openly? Huiqiao paused, lifting his gaze from the dark liquid in the coffee cup. What did you say? Pei Yuzhi's lips were pressed straight as he cleared his throat and said, I was asking if the coffee is still hot. The autumn temperature was pleasant, and the CAF had no air conditioning. With the doors and several windows open, a gentle breeze flowed through, and the coffee had long since lost its warmth. Huiqiao was unaware that Pei Yuzhi's inquiry about the coffee's temperature was merely a casual cover. He moved his fingers away from the cup, shifting slightly, his hands quickly disappearing under the table, resting on his thighs. Pei Yuzhi hesitated, pressing against his gums. What do you think of my proposal? I'll give it a try. Huiqiao replied without taking on too much responsibility. Due to his disdain for the Heir family and Hui Qiding, he had always refrained from engaging with the family business. His uncle, a staunch believer in remaining unmarried and childless, was rumored to be planning for Huiqiao to inherit the Cui family. However, Huiqiao had no interest in inheriting the Cui family. His uncle doted on him and would naturally not force him into endeavors he did not enjoy.
Now,
observing the situation, my uncle finds himself besieged. Who would have thought that we could sit here calmly discussing matters? It has always been you seeking trouble. Whether it be due to Bai Shi or other reasons. I, along with Bai Shi and Huiqiao, am feeling quite hungry. May I indulge in some food here? Su Jiang has arrived once more, standing at a distance, his tone calmly interrupting Pei Yuzhi's words. Yet, his expression betrays a hint of anxiety. With his hand pitifully pressing against his left abdomen. The sight of this pale-faced young man makes Pei Yuzhi's teeth ache with irritation. Especially since Su Jiang just interrupted him. Meanwhile, Huiqiao furrows his brow at Su Jiang's utterance. Is Su Jiang's stomach hurting again? He must not have eaten properly these past few days, and has likely been drinking. Initially, Pei Yuzhi merely felt a pang of irritation, but now he is overcome with a desire to throw the pitiful, green tea-like Su Jiang out. What shall we eat? Here we have Western cuisine and cold dishes. Or, I could take you out for some noodle soup. I wish to have noodle soup. Su Zhang's voice brightens momentarily, then quickly diminishes. But have you finished your discussion? Hu Qiao pauses, glancing at Pei Yuzhi. Then it is settled. If there are any matters, notify me via WeChat. Pei Yuzhi is choked with anger, feeling utterly repulsed. He retorts, such significant matters should certainly be discussed face to face. Hu Qiao, not wishing to argue, rises and states, very well, we shall be in touch. With that, he strides out, and Su Zhang's dark, round eyes sparkle with delight. Hu Qiao, you are truly kind to me, he giggles. But I hope I haven't delayed your important business? Be quiet. Have you been drinking too much these past few days? Is your stomach rebelling?
How could that be?
I am very well behaved. Hu Qiao, please don't be angry. Su Zhang continues speaking while glancing back, and indeed, Pei Yuzhi, that scoundrel, is watching him and Hu Qiao. Su Zhang's expression shifts from pitiful to one of defiance as he bares his teeth at Pei Yuzhi. Pei Yuzhi's eyelids twitch, and he abruptly stands up. Even from a distance, Su Zhang is startled, quickly clutching Hu Qiao's arm. Hu Qiao turns to him, while Su Zhang, no longer looking at Pei Yuzhi, obediently walks away with Hu Qiao.
Ding.
The bell on the CAF door jingles. Their figures vanish, and the door closes tightly. The sunlight slants, casting half of Pei Yuzhi's tall silhouette into shadow, his face flickering between light and dark. The Dongsu Academy of Fine Arts has organized a sketching trip, which will last for over 10 days. He stands by the roadside, surrounded by withered yellow leaves, the cold wind rustling them, inexplicably darkening his mood. According to the agreed time, Pei Yuzhi is already 5 minutes late. Passers-by converse as they walk by, their voices reaching Bai Shi's ears. It turns out today is the last day of the Dongsu University Autumn Sports Meeting, with many finals taking place. At this very moment, the freestyle swimming finals in the 3rd Aquatic Center have just concluded. Bai Shi's eyelids inexplicably twitch. He had previously inquired about Pei Yuzhi, discovering that he is a typical wealthy heir, disinterested in collective school activities, whether for points or otherwise. In his freshman and sophomore years, aside from joining the tennis club and representing the school in a few friendly matches, he has hardly participated in any competitions. Moreover, Pei Yuzhi has previously criticized the Dongsu University swimming pool for being too dirty, all because of Hu Qiao. This thought sends a wave of panic through Bai Shi. Pei Yuzhi is pursuing him precisely because of that night at the Hot Spring Hotel. He needs to devise a plan. Is it you? Who are you waiting for? Bai Shi turns abruptly, finding Su Zhang. Su Xiao, what a coincidence. I'm waiting for my boyfriend. Oh, that fool Pei Yuzhi? Su Zhang scans Bai Shi from head to toe. You should direct more of that flamboyance towards him, lest he keeps gravitating towards Hu Qiao. Otherwise, I could give you some money. You might need to exert more effort. Bai Shi's face stiffens instantaneously. Su Zhang appears harmless and agreeable in front of Hu Qiao. But he is inherently capricious and ruthless. Bai Shi dares not offend Su Zhang. He suppresses his anger and replies, Su Xiao, you jest.
Yes?
You think you deserve my jest. Su Zhang glares at him fiercely. I want you to keep an eye on that dog Pei Yuzhi. You two are a match made in hell. Make sure to keep him locked down. If he dares to appear before Hu Qiao again, I will come looking for you. Bai Shi's complexion turns pale, his body trembling. It is not Su Zhang's threat that frightens him, but rather the implication of Su Zhang's words. During his absence from Dongsu, Pei Yuzhi has frequently been seen with Hu Qiao. What should he do? Has Pei Yuzhi discovered that the man he shared a bed with that night was Hu Qiao? What is Su Zhang planning? A clear male voice calls out from behind. Bai Shi and Su Zhang turn simultaneously, and not far away, the two figures approaching are none other than Pei Yuzhi and Hu Qiao. Bai Shi's pupils constrict, and the panic within him solidifies into something palpable. The instinctive posture of a person does not lie. Pei Yuzhi stands casually, leaning toward Hu Qiao, his proud neck bending toward Hu Qiao, his profile adorned with a smile. Meanwhile, Hu Qiao stands upright, gazing straight ahead toward Su Zhang. Su Zhang immediately straightens up, his demeanor turning submissive. I was just chatting casually with Pei Yuzhi's boyfriend. Chapter 65. Hot Springs Pei Yuzhi's boyfriend. At that moment, Bai Shi feels the air around him thins drastically, nearly suffocating him. This invisible pressure weighs heavily upon him. He instinctively turns his gaze toward Pei Yuzhi, hoping he might say something, at least to alleviate the awkwardness. To his surprise, Pei Yuzhi merely fixes his dark gaze upon Su Zhang. Bai Shi takes a deep breath and walks over. Hu Qiao gives Su Zhang a knowing glance, and Su Zhang promptly understands, turning to head to the car. Hu Qiao does not speak to Pei Yuzhi again, merely passing by Bai Shi as they exit. Senior, shall we go? Bai Shi pretends not to notice anything, his tone light and natural as he wraps his arm around Pei Yuzhi's. Pei Yuzhi hesitates, looking down at him. Bai Shi smiles and asks, what is wrong? Nothing. Let us go eat. Alright, can we have something light today? The short distance from the school gate to the car, not even 100 meters, feels like an eternity to Pei Yuzhi. At last, Bai Shi's arm releases him, allowing Pei Yuzhi to finally catch his breath. Throughout the journey, Bai Shi chatters incessantly. Senior, shall we go to the hot springs this weekend? The weather is cooler, making it more comfortable. What suddenly prompted the idea of going to the hot springs? That is where we first became close. Bai Shi's face flushes, his eyes sparkling. This weekend, Bai Shi softly interrupts Pei Yuzhi, his voice laced with temptation and insinuation. Shall we book that same room as last time? Pei Yuzhi purses his lips, his fingers tightening slightly on the steering wheel. Let me check this week's schedule. If nothing comes up at the company, I can accompany you. Really? Senior, you're so kind. Do you like it when I wear a collar? I'll wear it again this time, alright? As you wish. The dining venue is a newly opened restaurant, a 3-story villa designed in a Chinese style, complete with a quaint rockery and pavilion in the courtyard. Pei Yuzhi has reserved a room on the 2nd floor. Bai Shi chats the entire way, his throat parched. Pei Yuzhi pours him a glass of water. Drink this. Bai Shi suddenly feels extremely embarrassed. Senior, I'm sorry, it's been so long since I've seen you. And I missed you, so I ended up talking too much. Do you think I'm being too noisy? Pei Yuzhi smiles. Not at all. Bai Shi relashes. Yet he does not notice that Pei Yuzhi's smile does not reach his eyes. By the way, what were you discussing with Su Jiang earlier? Pei Yuzhi casually inquires. Bai Shi's face instantly shows signs of discomfort. Pei Yuzhi pauses. What's wrong? Did he make things difficult for you? Bai Shi bites his lower lip, his tone subdued. Senior, are you friends with Hu Qiao now? Is it related to Hu Qiao? He told me to keep an eye on you, preventing you from getting close to Hu Qiao. Bai Shi's voice trembles slightly. His possessiveness over Hu Qiao is quite strong, and of course, Hu Qiao has always indulged him. Pei Yuzhi let out a cold laugh. What sort of thing dares to give you orders? The relationship between Su Jiang and Hu Qiao, in Pei Yuzhi's eyes, was akin to a barrel of explosive powder that could ignite with just a spark. Yet, Bai Shi remained blissfully unaware, continuing to say, back in high school, Su Jiang was inseparable from Hu Qiao. Both are young masters from affluent families, so it's only natural for them to look down on someone like me, a poor person. Hu Qiao and Su Jiang were always targeting me, often displaying intimate gestures in front of me. The humiliation Su Jiang had inflicted earlier weighed heavily on Bai Shi's heart. However, he dared not confront Su Jiang openly. Instead, he sought to sow discord in front of Pei Yuzhi. Moreover, the atmosphere between Pei Yuzhi and Hu Qiao filled him with apprehension. Their familiarity was palpable, and Pei Yuzhi's indulgence toward Hu Qiao was evident. The scene at the school gate felt like a needle piercing Bai Shi's heart. Thus, when discussing the relationship between Hu Qiao and Su Jiang, he deliberately spoke ambiguously, eager to gauge Pei Yuzhi's feelings toward Hu Qiao. Bai Shi's heart raced as he lifted his eyes, murmuring, Senior? Pei Yuzhi was already stepping outside, saying, I'm going out for a smoke. As the last word fell, the door was tightly shut. In the shadowy corner of the courtyard, wisps of white smoke began to rise. Leaning against the wall, Pei Yuzhi listened to the clinking of glasses from upstairs, feeling as though his feet were weighed down by 1,000 pounds. The thought of dining with Bai Shi on the 2nd floor filled him with aversion. Yet, Bai Shi was his own pursued boyfriend. Could it be true, as Chung Yun suggested, that he had grown weary of him? No, perhaps it was worth another attempt. At least for that night, at the Hot Spring Hotel. Perhaps a weekend visit with Bai Shi could rekindle his interest. The final puff of smoke caused him to frown, discarding the cigarette butt at his feet, extinguishing the last flicker of light in the darkness. In Dongsu's west suburb, the club run by Zhonglin had yet to open. Only a handful of cars were parked at the entrance, and the signboard was dark, appearing quite lonely on the bustling street. The bar on the 1st floor was illuminated, and faint voices drifted from the 2nd floor. Room 206 was brightly lit. Su Jiang yawned wearily, his expression drained. Have you two finished your conversation? Zhonglin glanced at Su Jiang. Su Xiao, you've worked hard this time. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Su Jiang replied dismissively, enough. I'm not doing this for you. Zhonglin smirked slightly, all right. Suddenly, Hu Qiao, sitting in the middle, spoke up, tomorrow is the weekend. Let's go out and have some fun. Su Jiang's eyes lit up. Sounds good. Where to? Zhonglin, though silent, was clearly intrigued. Hu Qiao replied lazily. Let's go soak in the hot springs. Chapter 66. The hot spring hotel. The mountain was already adorned with the desolate beauty of autumn. Pei Yuzhi stood in the hotel lobby, gazing at the winding mountain path and the various steaming hot spring pools nestled halfway up the mountain. He leaned against a column, his expression vacant. This was the hotel where he spent his first night after entering the story, though that night had been fraught with chaos. Initially, as he left, his emotions had soared. Even amidst the tumult of adolescence, he had never encountered someone he liked at first sight until he arrived here. Memories of that night resurfaced vividly in his mind. The love at first sight through the mist, the joy of their reunion before the door after a night of drinking, and the soul-stirring intimacy they shared. Yet, the person from that night stood right before him, and Pei Yuzhi felt no trace of the excitement that once filled him. It was as if Bai Shi had shed the glow of that evening, leaving behind a bittersweet taste, neither worth discarding nor indulging in. Pei Xiao, are you still thinking about work while out having fun? Chung Yun had appeared at some point. Where's Bai Shi? Pei Yuzhi inquired, glancing at the emptiness behind him. He's checking in and unpacking, Chung Yun replied with an ambiguous expression. Tonight might hold a big surprise. Pei Yuzhi parted his lips, his expression mild. Chung Yun hesitated, pondering further. Normally, couples in love should not have a third wheel accompanying them on outings, but Chungyun did not pry further. Recently, many events had transpired in Dongsu. Su had been in custody as the prime suspect in the poisoning case from that night, with the prosecution finding traces of drugs in Su's locker. If Su failed to present credible evidence to absolve himself, the prosecution would list him as the primary suspect for indictment. This tactic was undeniably ruthless. Chungyun raised his gaze, slightly wary. Pei Yuzhi's profile was cold, his jawline sharp and taut. If it weren't for Xie Jinchuan's thorough cleanup, he too might have faced repercussions. Chungyun felt a chill run down his spine. Had Pei Yuzhi not found him in advance regarding the tampering of the racing car's brake lines, Chungyun might still be blissfully ignorant, unwittingly serving Xie Jinchuan. Knowing Xie Jinchuan's temperament, if Su were currently in custody, it would surely have been Chungyun instead. A brief few months had felt like traversing a tightrope. I just asked the manager. The best pool has been booked. The next available ones are 2 adjacent scenic hot spring pools, and I've reserved one. Pei Yuzhi replied disinterestedly. You decide. You can soak with Bai Shi. I'll go elsewhere. Chungyun added, you and Bai Shi have finally come out to enjoy yourselves. Me being a third wheel is already absurd. If I delay your intimate moments, I fear Bai Shi might hate me. Less chatter. There's south and indoor tennis court here.
Come play a couple of games with me.
Young master, I play basketball. Tennis isn't my forte. Guests passing by glanced at the two as they departed. The two young men were of similar height, both over 185 centimeters, with broad shoulders and slim waists. One of them was even more handsome than some popular stars. Their strong presence made the men and women around them hesitant to approach. Once they left, others felt a pang of regret. As their figures disappeared down the corridor, the lobby buzzed with life once more. Simultaneously, the revolving door of the lobby swung open. A refreshing autumn breeze swept in as 3 young men entered one after another. The leading young man was strikingly handsome and aloof, tall with long legs. The two behind him, one tall and one short, were equally attractive, enough to induce a sense of envy in any ordinary person. Just as 2 had left, 3 more arrived. What wind had blown through this hot spring hotel today? Is this the place? It looks rather shabby, Su Jiang remarked as he removed his sunglasses, surveying the surroundings with discontent. Zhonglin raised an eyebrow. It's not bad. It's been under construction for nearly 3 years, so it should have been renovated by now. Hu Qiao ignored them, walking directly to the front desk to check in. I've booked 3 adjacent rooms. The hot spring pool offers the best views here. Do you want to eat something first or head straight there? Let's eat first.
All right.
Then let's head upstairs. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Hu Qiao glanced his right as he exited the elevator. Zhonglin, puzzled, asked, Hu Qiao, where are you going?
Our rooms are this way.
Hu Qiao lowered his gaze and walked left. Zhonglin and Su Jiang, filled with excitement, neglected their own room and followed Hu Qiao into his. The sounds of laughter and chatter soon faded away in the corridor. After a brief moment, the door to the adjacent room swung open, revealing Bai Shi, who emerged enveloped in a fragrant aura, his bare face adorned with a subtle yet cunning makeup. In his right hand, he clutched a mobile phone and a key card, while his left hand grasped a small transparent vial containing a liquid resembling water. As his trembling hand moved, the liquid swayed within the bottle. This was the same substance he had purchased previously for Hu Qiao, colorless and odorless, requiring merely 2 drops to plunge a man into a frenzy of desire. The determination gleaming in his eyes was almost palpable. Pei Yuzhi's firm belief in love at first sight and his boundless fantasies about their first night were undoubtedly tied to this vial. Bai Shi was convinced that if he administered this potion to Pei Yuzhi once more, after they had shared a night together, Pei Yuzhi would undoubtedly crave more. Taking a deep breath, he slipped the vial into his pocket and dialed Pei Yuzhi's number, only to be met with an incessant ringing that went unanswered. Frustration darkened his expression as he tried calling Chungyun, yet still, no response came. What on earth was Pei Yuzhi up to? His previously buoyant mood soured once more. It was one thing to bring Chungyun along for the outing, but to vanish with him was utterly infuriating. Bai Shi gritted his teeth, determined to uncover Pei Yuzhi's south hiding place. Achoo! On the tennis court, Chungyun, helplessly retrieving balls, propped one hand on his waist while rubbing his nose with the other. Young master, enough is enough. My back feels like it's about to break. I know you have stamina, but could you not spend it all in Bai Shi's bed? He collapsed onto the ground, utterly defeated. Pei Yuzhi, panting heavily, had sweat cascading down his forehead, his shirt clinging tightly to his muscular physique, his chest robust and his abdominal muscles chiseled, exuding an unmistakable masculine aura. When Bai Shi arrived at the tennis court, he beheld the scene, and his body instinctively weakened. His gaze lingered unabashedly on Pei Yuzhi's abdomen. The well-defined muscles visible through his shirt were irresistibly alluring. His mouth felt parched, his heart raced. At that moment, Pei Yuzhi unexpectedly glanced in his direction. Bai Shi's heart skipped a beat, and almost instinctively, he managed to smile. However, Pei Yuzhi merely cast a casual glance before turning away without pause. Bai Shi stood frozen in place. Chapter 67. Hot Spring Hotel 2. Bai Shi, possessing a keen intellect from a young age, had learned to read the emotions of adults. It would not be an exaggeration to say he was akin to a model child. After the initial awkwardness wore off, he realized that Pei Yuzhi was not intentionally ignoring him but had simply glanced towards the door. This thought eased his heart somewhat. Since losing his virginity, he had encountered numerous boyfriends, many of whom were eccentric and laden with peculiarities, yet he had always managed to extricate himself unscathed. Even if Pei Yuzhi had deliberately overlooked him, Baishi would have feigned ignorance. He genuinely liked Pei Yuzhi, his appearance, physique, but even more so the wealth and resources that accompanied him. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted his smile to perfection before stepping forward. "Senior, so it's you here. No wonder you didn't answer my calls." Pei Yuzhi paused, his hand wiping sweat, and turned to look at him, his eyes flickering. Baishi's attire resembled how he had looked when they first met on the campus of Dongsu University, except this time, Huiqiao was absent. Upon recalling that name, Pei Yuzhi's eyelids twitched slightly. "Apologies, I was too focused, and forgot to inform you." Baishi responded with a sweet smile. "No worries, senior. You've already accompanied me on a nostalgic trip, so there's no need to mind other matters. Look, the best boyfriend has already been claimed by you, Pei Xiao. It's truly enviable. Cheng Xiao, please don't jest with me. Just call me by my name, no need for formalities. Or, my boyfriend might accuse me of being bullied. Cheng Yun, can't you keep your mouth shut for once? If you can, hurry and grab something to eat to quiet it." Baishi chuckled, causing the icy demeanor on Pei Yuzhi's face to soften somewhat. He silently concluded that bringing Cheng Yun along was the right choice. Otherwise, it would have been exceedingly awkward for just him and Baishi to face each other. After a quick rinse in their room, the three of them proceeded to the dining area on the first floor. The restaurant at the Hot Spring Hotel offered a plethora of choices, from cold dishes to Western cuisine, and even some traditional Chinese fare available for a price. After an intense workout, hunger struck, and both Pei Yuzhi and Cheng Yun opted for the quickest options, steak and pasta. As they devoured their meals like a tempest, the lights outside the floor-to-ceiling windows gradually illuminated the darkening sky. Nightfall descended, like an emblem of romance and intimacy. Watching the warm glow against the deep blue canvas of the evening sky, even the usually talkative Cheng Yun fell silent, contemplating when and how to excuse himself. Suddenly, a fleeting shadow outside the window made his pupils constrict.
Was that
Zhonglin? What a coincidence. The short potato was here tonight too? Baishi's eyelashes fluttered as he inquired with a smile. "What's wrong, Cheng Xiao? Have you encountered someone you know?" Caught off guard and unsure how to extricate himself, Cheng Yun quickly responded, "Yes, I just saw a friend, so Pei Yuzhi's indifferent gaze swept over. Cheng Yun found himself at a loss for words. He was thoroughly exasperated. Did he have to play the third wheel all night? Why couldn't he pursue a few handsome strangers instead of being stuck with Pei Yuzhi's frosty demeanor and Baishi's charming presence? "Are you going to find your friend?" He had misspoken. Baishi was not a little green tea. He was clearly an angel. Cheng Yun nodded emphatically. "I haven't seen him in ages. I'll go say hello. You two don't need to wait for me. Go on and enjoy the hot springs." He dared not glance at Pei Yuzhi's expression. After exchanging words with Baishi, he hurriedly made his way out of the dining area. Pei Yuzhi watched his departing figure with a cold snort. Baishi, feeling a twinge of anxiety, asked, "Senior, did I say something wrong?" Pei Yuzhi paused, his dark gaze settling on him. "Of course not." After a brief moment, he added, "You don't need to be overly anxious or keep apologizing. Other couples don't behave this way." Pei Yuzhi sensed a growing rift between himself and Baishi. After leaving the restaurant, he and Baishi strolled through the hotel's garden. The courtyard was nestled in the hills, the air fresh, filled with the sounds of chirping insects and birds. Pei Yuzhi momentarily set aside his chaotic thoughts, allowing tranquility to wash over him. At that moment, he felt a gentle warmth in his palm. Startled, he turned to see Baishi, head bowed, shyly gazing away. Baishi had taken the initiative to grasp Pei Yuzhi's hand. Pei Yuzhi felt a sense of discomfort wash over him. Baishi's hand was cool and soft, devoid of vitality. Unlike Huiqiao, who, despite his frosty exterior, always had warm hands. Whether it was the slap he had delivered to Pei Yuzhi or the intimate moments shared in the car, they were always imbued with warmth. Pei Yuzhi pressed his lips together, pushing away any unwelcome thoughts. Huiqiao. He must be with Su Jiang at this moment. In recent days, Huiqiao's social media had been filled with vibrant activities, each post showcasing Su Jiang's presence, racing, horseback riding, drinking, attending exhibitions, even jetting off to other cities at night. He seemed to be reveling in life. A familiar pang of jealousy surged within him. Pei Yuzhi furrowed his brow, striving to dispel this vexing emotion. He was subtly aware that his feelings towards Huiqiao were misaligned. With a soft exhale, he allowed himself to be led by Baishi down an even darker, more secluded path.
Bang!
Pei Yuzhi froze in place. Baishi had embraced him. In the dim light, or perhaps it was more accurate to say, in the absence of light, autumn had set in, yet Pei Yuzhi, accustomed to the cold, wore only a thin, soft sweater. The warmth of his body was only separated by a few layers of fabric, and the fragrance and heat emanating from Baishi enveloped him. "Yuzhi, I have a surprise for you inside. Can we not let Cheng Yun join us in the hot spring tonight?" I wish to spend time with you alone. The shy yet courageous voice drifted softly from his chest. Pei Yuzhi gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to push him away, and took a deep breath.
Bai Si.
Let go of me. Yuzhi, you said you liked me, didn't you? I will surrender myself to you tonight, allowing you to possess me completely while I am still lucid. Bai Shi, listen to me, Yuzhi, I love you. Please take me tonight. I am willing to do anything you ask. Not only did Bai Shi's words speak, but his hands were also restless, sliding down Pei Yuzhi's abs when he least expected it. Pei Yuzhi's back bristled with a strange and invasive sensation, prompting him to instinctively push Bai Shi away. However, before he could act, a cold scoff echoed in his ear. A lustful dog. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as Pei Yuzhi froze momentarily, suddenly gripping Bai Shi's misbehaving hand tightly. Chapter 68, Hot Spring Hotel. Ouch. Yuzhi, what are you doing? That hurts. Bai Shi cried out, the intimacy and ambiguity between them vanishing in an instant. Pei Yuzhi held his wrist firmly, and Bai Shi bent forward, gazing at him in panic. Senior, I told you to let go of me. Are you deaf? Beyond the feeling of violation, he was overwhelmed with embarrassment and panic at the thought of Huiqiao witnessing the scene. Yes, Pei Yuzhi's heart raced with fear and confusion. A chill from the cold sweat on his back made him shiver. He abruptly released Bai Shi's arm, causing him to stumble back. Senior? Why won't you let me touch you? Aren't you my boyfriend? The boy's sorrowful voice resonated painfully in Pei Yuzhi's ears, but this time, he had no time to explain. He strode past Bai Shi toward the brighter area. Bai Shi had not heard the earlier voice. It was Huiqiao's unspoken thoughts. Huiqiao was indeed in this hot spring hotel. What a coincidence. How could Huiqiao have seen him when Bai Shi suddenly acted as if he were possessed? What would Huiqiao think? Yes, Huiqiao must have already concluded that he was a lustful dog. Wasn't that evident? Pei Yuzhi stood in the lobby, his gaze intense, surrounded by a bustling crowd, yet none were Huiqiao. He ground his teeth and pulled out his phone to call Huiqiao. At the very least, he needed to make it clear that he was not a lustful dog. I'm sorry, the person you have called is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Huiqiao hung up on him. The pent-up frustration in his chest left Pei Yuzhi feeling despondent. He stood in the lobby, his tall figure slightly hunched, his proud neck lowered. He did not attempt to call Huiqiao again. The cacophony of the lobby finally penetrated his ears, and Bai Shi had already caught up to him. TSK. Being in a relationship is such a waste of time. Yuzhi, I'm sorry. I was in the wrong earlier.
Please don't be angry with me.
Bai Shi's eyes were red, standing awkwardly to the side, too afraid to touch him again. Pei Yuzhi suddenly felt a surge of irritation, as if a fire ignited within him. His mouth felt dry, and his voice was hoarse as he said, Can you stop apologizing? Bai Shi fell silent abruptly. Pei Yuzhi irritably raised his hand to loosen his tie, but when he realized he was wearing a round-necked sweater, his hand froze mid-air. Why did he feel as though the air around him was so thin and that there were so many constraints around his neck? Engrossed in his unusual bodily sensations, Pei Yuzhi failed to notice the delight in Bai Shi's eyes. Senior, may I accompany you upstairs? I told you, go have fun on your own. His words were brusque, leaving Bai Shi standing still, watching the elevator doors close before him. As the elevator ascended, Bai Shi's expression shifted dramatically. The timidity vanished, replaced by cold mockery and malice. He had not anticipated that Pei Yuzhi could push him away in such a situation. But that was of no consequence. He had never intended to have Pei Yuzhi in the garden. Judging by Pei Yuzhi's appearance, the drug he had slipped into his drink at the restaurant was already taking effect. Soon enough, Pei Yuzhi would be begging for mercy. Imagining Pei Yuzhi's robust form and his cold, unyielding expression, Bai Shi's cheeks flushed, his eyes brimming with longing and desire.
Oh.
I thought I could smell something foul from afar. It's you. A bothersome, sticky voice suddenly broke the silence beside him. Bai Shi turned abruptly to find a man of average height, slightly overweight, with a glistening face, staring at him with contempt. I heard you were flirting with the young master of the Pei family. How bold of you to come here. Does that young master know how pitiful you look, begging on the ground? Sun Shao, what are you doing here? Bai Shi felt as if he had fallen into an endless abyss of ice. The man before him was the wealthy second generation he had encountered the last time he was here with Huiqiao. To placate this inept person, Bai Shi had abandoned Huiqiao, only to end up losing control like a dog in front of him when the drug took effect. Of course, I'm here to have some fun with you, sweetheart. It's been a while, and I've missed your enticing body. Since I'm back, you should treat me well. Sun Shao's not-so-large eyes sparkled with mockery and disdain, as if Bai Shi had no choice but to comply. Indeed, Bai Shi felt he had no choice. Last time, in this very hotel, Sun Shao had recorded numerous videos and photos of Bai Shi in bed. Can it wait a moment? I just played some basketball and need to change into clean clothes. Sun Shao scoffed, his eyes filled with lewdness. No need. You won't be wearing anything when we get to the room anyway. Bai Shi's expression stiffened. On the 6th floor of the hotel, Pei Yuzhi shook his head, trying to dispel the chaos in his mind. He felt something was amiss. His body was hot, his chest tight, and something was blocking his ability to release his pent-up feelings. This sensation was familiar yet foreign. Yes, it was the same feeling as last time. His footsteps halted abruptly. His deep, cold gaze filled with frustration and wrath. Who had drugged him? Since entering this hotel, he had consumed several bottles of water on the court and had dinner in the restaurant. However, he had been in a gloomy mood and had not paid much attention to those around him. But he could guess. The one who had drugged him was Bai Shi. Damn it! The fire of desire burning within him ignited him entirely. This time, the drug was markedly different from the last. He did not feel weak or disoriented. His mind was clear. One hand awkwardly braced against the wall, the other rummaging through his pocket for his phone. Beep, beep, beep. Chungyun was always unresponsive. Gritting his teeth, Pei Yuzhi felt the drug's effects taking hold, his hand shaking violently. He could not rely on Chungyun. Pei Yuzhi's bright eyes scanned the distance. His room was just a few meters away. Yet after only 2 steps, he found himself unable to proceed due to the friction. Damn it! He gasped heavily, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Just the thought of the last time he had been drugged, when Hu Qiao had helped him in the car, sent waves of desire surging through him. He had underestimated Bai Shi's drug. The insidious nature of this drug was that the person under its influence would remain acutely aware of how they had become a puppet to their desires. Creak. The faint sound of a door opening was drowned out by the ringing in Pei Yuzhi's ears. He leaned against the wall, slowly making his way forward. Within mere seconds, sweat soaked his back. Just as he moved 2 more steps, breathing heavily, a cool hand rested on his arm. A shiver of anticipation coursed through him, and with an unexpected surge of strength, Pei Yuzhi suddenly sprang into action, gripping the intruder's hand with fierce determination. His other hand, filled with a palpable ferocity, pressed firmly against the assailant's throat, pinning him against the wall. In an instant, their eyes locked. Guess who it is?
Chapter 69, Bai Shi.
We are breaking up. Pei Yuzhi experienced a fleeting moment of confusion, almost as if he were in a dream. Hu Qiao? Pei Yuzhi, are you out of your mind? Let go of me. Hu Qiao's breath hitched for a moment, the air around him suddenly feeling scarce. His masculine form radiated a potent aura of testosterone, muscles taut with tension. Hu Qiao turned his head away, his tone icy. This is a corridor, there are cameras everywhere. Do you wish to embarrass yourself in front of everyone? Yet beneath his seemingly indifferent exterior, a flicker of vulnerability shone in his eyes, his lashes trembling ever so slightly, lips pressed tightly together. He widened his eyes, voice rising sharply. Pei Yuzhi, how dare you? His heightened tone faded, replaced by a heavy, suppressed groan. Pei Yuzhi pressed a furious kiss against Hu Qiao's neck, as if pouring all his pent-up frustration into that single act. You saw me with Bai Shi downstairs, didn't you? Why did you run away? What nonsense are you spouting? I don't know what you're talking about. Pei Yuzhi's deep-set eyes locked onto the blush blooming on Hu Qiao's ears, a cold smile curling at his lips. You're cursing me again, aren't you? Let me guess, you called me a lustful dog? Pei Yuzhi, I don't have time for your madness. Let me go. If you're sick, go see a doctor. The word dog felt like a dagger, igniting a fire within Pei Yuzhi. But Hu Qiao, I'm quite curious. If being with Bai Shi makes me a lustful dog, then what am I to you now? Why aren't you cursing me anymore? Hu Qiao's hands were firmly trapped by Pei Yuzhi, his head turned aside. If you want to hear me insult you, I could do it all night. But Pei Yuzhi, you have a boyfriend now. If you're feeling frisky, you should be with Bai Shi, not me. Pei Yuzhi, are you a dog? Hu Qiao, don't use Bai Shi against me. I'm breaking up with him today. Are you insane? Pei Yuzhi, shout it louder, so everyone can see what Hu Qiao has become. A sharp pain shot through his shoulder, but it was merely a fleeting discomfort. Pei Yuzhi's lips withdrew slightly from Hu Qiao's ear, the pain insignificant compared to the turmoil raging within him. Pei Yuzhi, I've asked Su Jiang to call a doctor for you. You're not in your right mind. Su Jiang? Hu Qiao, how dare you go on a honeymoon with Su Jiang? What are you planning to do together?
Huh.
Make love? Damn, what is so great about that pretty boy? You're a fool. Rage consumed Pei Yuzhi, obliterating the last remnants of his rationality. He felt an ache deep within, a bitter pang that devoured him from the inside out. Gritting his teeth, he seized Hu Qiao's chin, attempting to pry his lips apart. Speak, Hu Qiao. What do you plan to do here with Su Jiang? Hu Qiao's face flushed crimson, yet his gaze remained icy. He lazily lifted his eyelids, meeting Pei Yuzhi's stare with an unsettling calmness. It's none of your business. Isn't he here to sleep with Bai Shi too? TSK, if I hadn't witnessed that scene, I fear Pei Yuzhi's current state would have him stripped bare downstairs by Bai Shi. The contempt in his heart contrasted starkly with Hu Qiao's composed demeanor. Pei Yuzhi's pupils dilated suddenly. He abruptly released Hu Qiao, staggering back a step. Why did he suddenly let go? A moment of conscience? Or is he afraid Bai Shi will find out? Pei Yuzhi watched Hu Qiao silently, his heart churning like a tempest. So this is how Hu Qiao perceives him, a lustful dog, utterly defenseless against Bai Shi's allure. Yet Pei Yuzhi felt powerless to refute it. Even if he could articulate his feelings, they would only sound like desperate cries. After all, Bai Shi was still his boyfriend. The physical yearning was intense, but inside, a cold wind swept through him. Under Hu Qiao's uncertain gaze, Pei Yuzhi retrieved his phone. Hu Qiao lowered his eyes, and upon seeing the call to Bai Shi, his heart skipped a beat. As expected, the flush on his face gradually faded, leaving only paleness. Indeed, at a critical moment, Pei Yuzhi seeks out Bai Shi to satiate his desires. Pei Yuzhi's gaze grew colder. He was about to inform Bai Shi when he heard, "The number you dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later." Damn it, where had Bai Shi gone? Pei Yuzhi erupted in frustration. Hu Qiao's eyes flashed with a strange color, his lips moved as if to speak, yet he restrained himself. Bai Shi is upstairs with his ex. And Pei Yuzhi is so foolish to wear the green hat? Pei Yuzhi's finger hesitated, then struck the screen with force. The call went unanswered again. After hanging up, he dejectedly let his arm fall. Hu Qiao remarked, "Su Jiang has already called a doctor. They are coming upstairs now." Pei Yuzhi asked, "Did you talk to Su Jiang?" Hu Qiao replied, "This matter has nothing to do with you." Frustration boiled within him. Though unable to connect with Bai Shi, it paled in comparison to the indifference radiating from Hu Qiao. "I feel miserable. Can't you show me a shred of compassion? Warm me up a bit?" Pei Yuzhi stepped forward, feeling wronged. Hu Qiao lifted his gaze to him. "You have your boyfriend for warmth. And you? Who do you seek warmth from? That pretty boy Su Jiang? None of your business." The final thread snapped. Hu Qiao's pupils widened, and in the blink of an eye, Pei Yuzhi gripped his chin tightly, capturing his lips in a fervent kiss. Their mouths intertwined, as if Pei Yuzhi were trying to consume Hu Qiao whole. The sounds of their passionate embrace echoed, filled with heavy breaths and muffled moans. Su Jiang, witnessing from a distance, felt as if the sky had fallen. "Damn it, you fool, let go of Hu Qiao." Pei Yuzhi paused, yet rather than releasing him, he deepened the kiss. By the time Su Jiang reached them, Pei Yuzhi gasped against Hu Qiao's lips, defiantly meeting Su Jiang's gaze. "You better hurry and let go of Hu Qiao, or I swear I'll kill you." "Ha, you're the fool. My affair with Hu Qiao is none of your concern."
Ah.
Su Jiang seethed in impotent fury, while Pei Yuzhi's agitation dissipated. At that moment his phone rang, and he casually pulled it out. Bai Shi's name flickered on the screen. He glanced down at the still-breathing Hu Qiao, then answered the call.
Bai Shi.
"We are breaking up." Have you noticed Hu Qiao's attributes? Many parts were omitted, but it shouldn't affect the reading. Chapter 70. Hu Qiao deserves something good, senior.
What are you talking about?
"I'm coming upstairs to find you." Bai Shi's voice trembled with emotion. After declaring the breakup, Pei Yuzhi felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted, his tone lightening considerably. "Bai Shi, what you put in my drink tonight is forgotten. I won't trouble you about it." The sobs on the other end ceased abruptly. Pei Yuzhi's eyes revealed a hint of obscurity. He was unsure how he and Bai Shi had reached this point. The first night after entering the story, a night filled with beautiful memories that had long since faded into darkness. After dating Bai Shi, every time he saw Bai Shi's face, heard his words, or recalled that night spent together, Pei Yuzhi felt suffocated. He closed his eyes and uttered the final words, "What transpired here before school starts, I will make amends for." His expression was weary, completely oblivious to the man behind Su Jiang who had suddenly raised his face. Hu Qiao's expression was one of bewilderment and peculiarity. Before school starts? Pei Yuzhi and Bai Shi knew each other prior? What transpired between them at this hotel? Hearing Hu Qiao's puzzled thoughts, Pei Yuzhi's eyelid twitched. He suddenly realized he had spoken of that night in front of Hu Qiao. His face blanched, lips pressed tightly together, as if facing an imminent threat. This only deepened Hu Qiao's suspicions. "What do you mean by you? Your health is deteriorating. You should promptly seek medical attention instead of pestering Hu Qiao like a madman." "Su Jiang, be silent." Su Jiang's body stiffened, the weight of the world crashing down upon him. Had that mad dog just engaged in a bite, implying an unreciprocated affection between them?
Ah.
The mere thought rendered Su Jiang breathless. His face flushed, he appraised Pei Yuzhi, but held back, unable to utter insincere words, and turned away in frustration. Setting aside Pei Yuzhi's abrasive personality and sharp tongue, his physique was undeniably exquisite. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, the definition of his form was a challenging feat to achieve. As for that handsome visage, one need not elaborate. Even now, with labored breaths and furrowed brows, he exuded charm. Not to mention Hu Qiao, even Su Jiang, who harbored a profound dislike for him, felt a flutter in his heart at the sight of Pei Yuzhi's captivated demeanor. Hu Qiao deserved to indulge in the finer things. Yet, Su Jiang remained unsatisfied. He lowered his voice deliberately, addressing Hu Qiao. "He was kissing you while still entangled with Bai Shi. How unsavory." "Su Jiang, I have tolerated you for long enough." Pei Yuzhi's voice was as cold as water from a frozen stream. Su Jiang, taken aback, inadvertently locked eyes with Pei Yuzhi. Damn, that was unsettling. At that moment, the elevator chimed in the distance, and a procession of medical staff clad in white coats entered. Pei Yuzhi gritted his teeth, his gaze shifting from Su Jiang to Hu Qiao. These bothersome individuals were leaping around him, delaying the straightforward matter of clarifying things with Hu Qiao. More troubling was that he had just forgotten about Hu Qiao while speaking with Bai Shi. Hu Qiao's eyes were filled with suspicion. as if questioning him about what transpired between him and Bai Shi prior to the semester. Pei Yuzhi maintained his stoic expression, yet internally, he was unraveling. He quickly reassured himself that losing his virginity was not a grave sin.
Was it?
The farce concluded swiftly. Bai Shi must have been concerned. Hence the dosage of the drug administered to Pei Yuzhi was not substantial. He did not leave with the doctor. Instead, he retreated to his room for a prolonged cold bath. The events of the night were too chaotic to recount. It was only that night that Pei Yuzhi realized that physical discomfort could not overshadow the joy within his heart. He slowly opened his eyes, beyond the depths of desire. He felt a sense of relief. Had I been under the influence of a narrative all along? Was that why I pursued Bai Shi like a lunatic?
No.
As he recalled, his eyelids trembled. It was not Bai Shi he chased, but rather Hu Qiao, who was beside Bai Shi. A certain individual of decent intelligence finally groaned in frustration. He could not fathom how he had been so foolish previously, provoking Hu Qiao for no reason. Reacting like a dog at the mere mention of his name, unable to bear Hu Qiao's kindness towards Su Jiang, and inevitably gravitating toward Hu Qiao. Even in such a state, he had believed he merely viewed Hu Qiao as a rival. That night in the castle, the words of the aloof Tian resurfaced in his mind. His feelings toward Hu Qiao were indeed affectionate, were they not? He could not help but draw near Hu Qiao, constantly seeking to provoke him, to gain his attention, and to feel jealousy over Hu Qiao's intimacy with others. Meanwhile, his sentiment toward Bai Shi was entirely different. He only cherished that one night with Bai Shi. Surely, the intoxication from that evening had distorted his perceptions. Pei Yuzhi murmured to himself. The cold water in the bathtub enveloped him, yet the warmth still crept to his face. He sank deeper, the water gradually covering his shoulders and head. Soon, transparent bubbles began to form in the tub. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight graced the branches, a knock finally sounded from the adjacent door. Disheveled and bare-chested, with clothes cradled in his arms, Cheng-yun stealthily swiped his room card. Oh, off to steal someone away, only to be chased off by their husband? A mocking, frigid voice exploded in Cheng-yun's ears. Startled, he trembled, causing the room card to slip from his grasp. Pei Xiao, you nearly scared me to death. Cheng-yun awkwardly bent down to retrieve the card. Pei Yuzhi leaned against the door frame, disdainfully eyeing the scratches on Cheng-yun's back. Quite unsightly. Did you enjoy yourself last night? Do you have any idea how many calls I made to you? Pei Xiao, this isn't my fault. My phone fell into the hot spring, and by the time I retrieved it, it wouldn't turn on. Cheng-yun quickly professed his loyalty, presenting a black-screened phone under Pei Yuzhi's nose. You slept with Zhonglin. This was a declaration. Cheng-yun's back stiffened, cursing internally. How did Pei Yuzhi find out? Pei Yuzhi ground his teeth in discontent. Why hadn't Cheng-yun slept with Su Jiang? That way, Su Jiang would have no time to appear before Hu Qiao. Pei Xiao. This is ridiculous. Cheng-yun chuckled nervously. Last night, I don't know what happened. The mist in the hot spring must have clouded my judgment, which led to the connection with Zhonglin. Fool, Pei Yuzhi coldly retorted, that was the herbal medicine. Bai Shi slipped something into the coffee pot, and we each drank 2 large cups. What? Cheng-yun exclaimed, his eyes wide. No wonder I thought I had lost my touch. Pei Yuzhi fixed him with a steady gaze, a smile suddenly breaking across his face. Cheng-yun, puzzled, asked, Pei Xiao what?
Upon seeing this,
the frustrations and irritations of the previous night began to dissipate for Pei Yuzhi. He waved dismissively at the expressionless Zhonglin.
Zhongxiao.
Let us go out for drinks at your club sometime. He had endured a night in cold water, while Cheng-yun had played the role of the groom for the entire night. Casting a glance at Cheng-yun as if relishing the spectacle, he entered his room. Serves him right. Chapter 71, changes the hot spring hotel provided breakfast. Cheng-yun donned his clothes to conceal his multitude of scratches. But Pei Yuzhi still noticed a faint handprint on his left cheek and 2 fresh claw marks behind his ear. TSK, you've drawn blood. Pei Yuzhi felt a surge of amusement. So, you and Zhonglin have struck up a romance? Though killing does not erase the crime, given last night's events, my inquiries are bound to be pointed. You slept with Zhonglin, which means you and Xie Jinchuan have crossed paths. Did you not consider this when you fancied Xie Jinchuan? Surely, you did not think of overshadowing him? Cheng-yun replied, Pei Xiao. What have I ever done to offend you? My phone genuinely fell into the hot spring. Cheng-yun's expression darkened. It was not that he had offended Pei Yuzhi. Pei Yuzhi casually lounged in his seat, his gaze wandering around the vicinity. Perhaps it was too early. Hu Qiao had yet to rise. Glancing at the time, nearly 9 o'clock, he wondered why Hu Qiao had not appeared. Cheng-yun, sensing his expression, felt compelled to speak. Pei Xiao, you aren't searching for Hu Qiao, are you? He left early this morning. Pei Yuzhi's eyes snapped up, his voice low and intense. Left? How do you know? Just now. That brazen Zhonglin mentioned it while taunting me. Cheng-yun felt a sharp pain from the scratches on his right cheek. Pei Yuzhi's voice turned commanding. Then why didn't you tell me? I was still. He leaned against the doorframe, glancing through the peephole at the slightest noise, fearing Hu Qiao would leave and run into someone. Yet, Hu Qiao had already departed. What? You have something to discuss with Hu Qiao? Cheng-yun, still dazed, soon spotted two figures in the distance, their scalps prickling in alarm. Damn, Baishi is bold. She breaks up last night and brings someone to the dining area today? Pei Yuzhi turned to look, and indeed, Baishi was there with a somewhat overweight man. Upon realizing he had no feelings for Baishi, but rather for Huiqiao, Pei Yuzhi found no patience left for Baishi.
Down the mountain.
Pei Yuzhi coldly uttered those two words, striding outside. Cheng Yun's pupils flickered as he watched Pei Yuzhi pass by Baishi without a moment's pause. Though the distance was great, he could not hear their conversation. However, observing the gluttonous man's fierce demeanor made it evident that their exchange was far from pleasant. Yet, Cheng Yun recalled something. The proposal to visit the hot springs originated from Baishi. Why is Baishi's ex appearing here? Furthermore, how could Baishi abandon Pei Yuzhi for a man who pales in comparison to him? Has he been cursed? The descent down the mountain was relatively manageable. The morning air was refreshingly crisp. Huiqiao drove slowly, one window slightly ajar. The cool breeze mingled with the fragrant blossoms allowed him to exhale a breath of stale air. Su Jiang appeared fatigued, glancing at Huiqiao's relaxed profile, his expression listless. Do you have something to say? I know you wouldn't like to hear it. Well, then perhaps you should remain silent. Su Jiang. Hey, Huiqiao. What did that chubby fellow's son do to offend you? Don't tell me it's because he slept with Baishi. I'm well aware you've never had any feelings for her. So, what does son have to do with me? Su Jiang hesitated. His demeanor seemed indifferent, yet he bore grudges. He might not care about Baishi, yet he invited Sun while Baishi and Pei Yuzhi were enjoying their honeymoon phase. One of these three must have wronged Huiqiao. Besides, Baishi had long since ended her relationship with Huiqiao, who remained remarkably unperturbed. It was neither Sun nor Baishi, it could only be Pei Yuzhi. Su Jiang's expression shifted as Huiqiao stole a glance at him. A hint of a smile playing at his lips. Our esteemed young Master Su, your company accompanying me to Dongsu is truly commendable. My custom yacht is nearly ready to set sail. Shall we go for a little adventure together? Su Jiang instantly forgot about Pei Yuzhi. However, he hesitated. Can you actually access the assets under your name? Huiqiao chuckled. It's merely a yacht. How could that be a problem? Since birth, all descendants of the Hor family have held funds and properties. Su Jiang was unconcerned. Even if he couldn't drive away those who bullied Huiqiao. At the very least, he could instill a sense of caution in them, preventing them from being a nuisance before Huiqiao. His spirits lifted, dispelling the gloom of the past few days. Huiqiao smiled, finding Su Jiang's simplistic thoughts amusing. After discussing matters related to the Hu family, he forgot to inquire further about Sun and Bai. However, that Sun fellow was relatively reliable. He could be spared this time. Huiqiao's dark, enigmatic pupils flickered as the sleek black sports car gradually accelerated, swiftly racing down the mountain road. Pei Yuzhi received a phone call from his mother immediately after descending.
Ms.
Sun spoke gently, yet her words sent a chill down Pei Yuzhi's spine. Baby, I mentioned that Chang Fengyuan is a junior of mine. And he is also a junior of Aunt Chui. By brushing him off, aren't you making things difficult for Aunt Chui? Baby, I believe there is a reason for your actions. Could you share it with your mother? At least when Aunt Chui inquires about me, I can provide her with an explanation. It seemed that Chang Fengyuan had approached Chui Xianyue, who then, in a fit of anger, sought out his mother. Pei Yuzhi's eyes flickered as he softly replied, Mom, I was just worried that Aunt Chui would be too upset, and I wanted to inform you beforehand. So you wouldn't feel compelled to tell her. Although Chang Fengyuan is your and Aunt Chui's junior, he has long since become one of Hui Qiqing's people.
Ms.
Sun was taken aback. Baby, what are you saying? Considering the progress on Huiqiao's side, Pei Yuzhi thought it unnecessary to keep these matters from her any longer. So, he relayed the situation regarding Chang Fengyuan and Qin Fu. Indeed, after listening, Miss Sun remained silent for quite some time. I am truly happy that you can be friends with Huiqiao. I was planning to invite him over for dinner recently, but there have been some issues on the Hu family side, and I'm unsure if he'll return to Dongsu. Pei Yuzhi's temples throbbed. What do you mean by will he come back to Dongsu? He still has to study here. Huiqiao had agreed to change his major to finance at the behest of Chui as eldest son. It was merely a matter of whether he would choose a school abroad or domestically. Chapter 72. Engagement? Dongsu experienced its first winter overnight. Pei Yuzhi had been quite busy lately. Aside from his classes, he spent most of his time at Pei's group. Due to his performance, Pei Xinyan's perception of him had improved considerably. Nevertheless, most of the time, he still felt as if he were out of place. Sitting at his desk, Pei Yuzhi pressed his temples. Chang Fengyuan had deep connections, and the seemingly ambiguous evidence of his relationship with Qin Fu had not deterred Chui Xianyue from completely giving up on him. However, it was of little consequence. At least the Tanshui Bay project had eliminated Chang Fengyuan from the running. Thus, it would have the hidden support that Xie Jinchuan had from Chang Fengyuan at Hui Qiqing's end. Without Chang Fengyuan as assistance, could Qin Fu, the wife of Xie, manage it alone? That would be a fantasy. Ultimately, it was for the best that Huiqiao was not in Dongsu. At least it would help him avoid an unexpected mishap while there. Pei Yuzhi lowered his gaze, scrolling through his phone. Hu had been posting infrequently on social media lately, and the few posts were merely photos of him attending an exhibition. Moreover, Su Jiang, that insufferable pretty boy,
Was in those photos as well.
TSK. It was as if he were just an ordinary classmate of Hu. Unable to suppress his irritation, he slammed his phone down on the desk. The sun was absent outside. The sky was a dull gray, cold and bleak, mirroring Pei Yuzhi's mood. Knock, knock. Pei Yuzhi straightened up. Come in. Young Master Pei, the chairman requests your presence in his office. All right, I understand. After the secretary closed the door, Pei Yuzhi contemplated briefly before departing the office. The atmosphere in the chairman's office was quite stern. As Pei Yuzhi entered, several scrutinizing gazes suddenly fell upon him. He paused momentarily before stepping further in. Chairman, General Een, General Feng. He greeted each individual in the room until his gaze landed on the last person, whom he addressed as uncle. Pei Xinyan furrowed his brows, looking at him with curiosity. Pei Yuzhi raised an eyebrow. What's the matter? The middle-aged man sitting closest to Pei Xinyan was his mother's cousin, and also a shareholder in Pei's group. Upon recalling this individual's identity, Pei Yuzhi suddenly thought of a plot from a book. Uncle, I heard you've recently invested in the entertainment industry? Sun Ling's eyelids flickered as he replied amiably. Where did you hear that? Are you unhappy working under your uncle in Pei's? Pei Xinyan smiled faintly. Young people lack patience. The others were seasoned foxes and had naturally heard about Sun Ling's recent cash flow issues. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sought Pei Xinyan to borrow some funds.
So,
he was starting anew elsewhere. I happen to have a classmate whose family is involved in the entertainment business, and coincidentally, I know of a few projects. ISNT, they're an outstanding receivable listed in our floating city branch as reports. I was curious about where my uncle was making money. So I did a little digging and found out this person is in the entertainment industry. Sun Ling's expression darkened immediately, and he turned sharply to Pei Xinyan, saying sharply, Brother-in-law, are you auditing my accounts? If you don't trust me, just fire me. Uncle, let us stick to titles in the company. Calling you brother-in-law all the time makes it sound like the chairman ordered you to invest such a large sum of money. You. Sun Ling, infuriated, stormed out, and the other onlookers naturally followed suit. Before Pei Xinyan could speak, Pei Yuzhi smiled brightly at him. Dad, how did I do in saving the day? Pei Xinyan's expression was dark as he asked, how did you know he was here to borrow money? Naturally, it was from the plot. However, Pei Yuzhi certainly couldn't say that aloud. Sun Ling had long been dissatisfied with the Pei family, and this time he was pulled into investing in the entertainment industry by the Xie family. I suspected his shares might have even been mortgaged. The young man's nonchalant demeanor added an unusual glint to Pei Xinyan's eyes. His son had always held a high opinion of himself, never regarding others with much esteem. In the past, he wouldn't even have called Sun Ling uncle. He also wouldn't have bothered to investigate what investments Sun Ling had made, or why he had come today. While feeling some admiration for him, Pei Xinyan maintained a neutral expression. The second phase of the Tan Shui Bay project was about to begin bidding, and this time, the Cui family had set the investment department in the bustling metropolis. Pei Yuzhi's fingers twitched slightly as he discreetly raised his gaze to his father seated behind the mahogany desk. You will still be in charge of the second phase of the bidding, his father remarked. I heard from your mother that you and Hu have been getting along rather well. Am I to participate in the bidding under the name of my mother's son? Pei Yuzhi's tone carried a hint of incredulity. Pei Xinyan immediately furrowed his brow. What do you mean by that? Pei Yuzhi scratched his nose, stating, I just think that competing for business with the Cui family as an old friend of Cui Xianyue might not be entirely appropriate. The main issue is that Hu doesn't even realize it's me. If Pei Yuzhi were to go, wouldn't that expose the truth? Father, could you lend me Secretary Qian for a while? What are you scheming now? I have other plans for Secretary Qian. Pei Xinyan flatly refused.
Dad.
Pei Yuzhi's pupils glimmered with determination as he straightened his posture. I know you want to find an opportunity to send Secretary Qian to the branch office in Fuqing. Let him accompany me to Modu this time to handle the bidding, and it would make sense to send him to Fuqing afterwards. Pei Xinyan regarded him thoughtfully.
Dad.
You haven't had any issues with Hu, have you? Pei Xinyan suddenly inquired. Pei Yuzhi's fingers twitched again, surprised by his father's keen perception. What could possibly happen between us? Our interactions have been minimal. Pei Xinyan replied nonchalantly, as if casually stating, the youngest son of the Xie family in Modu is quite favored by the Cui family. If nothing changes, Hu will likely enter into a marriage alliance with him. During this trip to Modu, beyond the Tan Shui Bay project, you may also need to represent your mother and me at Hui's engagement banquet. Upon exiting Pei Xinyan's office, Pei Yuzhi made his way directly to the underground garage. The silver sports car sliced through the garage like a gleaming sword. With an impassive expression, he pressed the accelerator, the roar of the engine reverberating around him. It wasn't until the car ahead slowed down with 10 seconds left on the countdown that Pei Yuzhi had to slam on the brakes. The screeching of tires pierced the air, catching the attention of numerous passers-by, and the pent-up frustration within him erupted. Pei Yuzhi pounded the steering wheel in anger, cursing under his breath, unsure whether it was directed at the driver ahead or someone else. Taking a deep breath, he reached for his phone on the center console. He opened the chat with Hu Qiao, fingers flying over the screen as he typed swiftly. The message would only be seen by Hu Qiao after a day and a night had passed. He had just escaped the banquet hall at the Heir family's old residence, leaning against a pillar, his expression tinged with weariness when his phone buzzed. He sluggishly pulled it out, his screen filled with various notifications, which he lazily scrolled through until his fingers paused. It was a message from Pei Yuzhi. I heard you're getting engaged? When is it? Aren't you inviting me? After all, we have shared so many physical encounters. Chapter 73, An Enigmatic Yearning Second Brother? What are you doing here, hiding out? Is it because you find grandfather too talkative? A somewhat oily and provocative voice emerged from behind Hu Qiao. Hu Qiao calmly tucked his phone away, suppressing the smile that had threatened to surface. Huasheng, instead of wasting your time on me, why not go to grandfather and plead for him to clear up your overseas matters? You, Huasheng retorted, Hu Qiao. Enough with the sarcasm. Grandfather has indeed agreed to help me with that matter. After all, I have been by his side since childhood as the eldest grandson. Your grandfather must be losing his eyesight to have raised a useless brat like you. Hu Qiao showed no mercy. Huasheng's eyes glinted with malice as he stared intensely at him before breaking into a sudden smile. Hu Qiao, the Heir family will not be handed over to you. Perhaps you should revert to using your incapable uncle's surname. Thud. Huasheng's back collided with the wall, pain shooting through him, causing his pupils to constrict in disbelief. How dare Hu Qiao, this little beast, act so brazenly in the Heir family? Hu Qiao's expression remained impassive as he tightened his grip. Huasheng struggled to break free, shouting for help. Huasheng, also blessed with the Hu family's fine genes, bore a resemblance to Hu Qiao. However, he had been spoiled by the family since childhood, rendering him ineffectual. With a body weakened from indulgence and revelry, he was still a grown man, nearly 6 feet tall and weighing 180 pounds. Though he possessed some strength, he could not budge Hu Qiao. Before he reached adulthood, Hu Qiao had already been able to take down 4 bodyguards single-handedly. Was he preparing to kill Huasheng now? Fear gripped Huasheng. He had always known Hu Qiao to be unhinged. Had it not been for a passing gardener, Huasheng might well have met his end that day. Huasheng rolled his eyes, his grip on Hu Qiao's arm growing weaker. Hu Qiao, glancing down, exerted even more pressure. Huasheng, on the brink of suffocation, suddenly had a moment of clarity driven by survival instincts. I am sorry, your uncle. His desperate coughing finally drew the attention of those in the hall. Oh dear, son, what has happened to you? Hu Qiao, did you hit your elder brother again? Quick, call a doctor. The second madam glared at Hu Qiao with venomous eyes. You little wretch dare to bully your elder brother. I will not let you off. Feel free to raise your voice. Let everyone in the banquet hall witness Huasheng's wretched state. After experiencing near death, Huasheng was utterly terrified of Hu Qiao. He hung his head, coughing while clutching his mother's arm. Seeing this, the second madam's heart ached for her son. She spoke softly, don't be afraid. My son, I will go to your grandfather to seek justice for you. Hu Qiao regarded the affectionate pair with disdain, finding it exceedingly dull. Huasheng, this is my final warning. If you cannot keep your mouth clean next time, I will toss you into the sea to feed the fish. How dare you threaten to kill me, you little monster? Where is everyone? Mother, Huasheng cried out, gripping her arm fiercely. Please stop talking. The second madam, meeting her son's fearful gaze, was momentarily speechless. Her voice, devoid of any pretense, cut through the tension. The old master has already agreed to let Huasheng join the board. Not to mention your grandfather. Even your mother has consented to transfer 2% of the group's shares to Huasheng. Her tone was sharp, laced with delight. Do you know where this 2% of shares comes from? It's taken from your 8%. A cold-hearted wretch like you is despised even by your own parents. When the banquet commences, the old master will announce this news. Mother, please don't say any more. Huasheng exclaimed, eyes wide in shock. What nonsense are you spouting? How could she disclose such matters to Hu Qiao beforehand? Hu Qiao was unpredictable and had been concealing this for so long to catch him off guard when the time came. What is there to fear? The banquet is about to start. What could he possibly do? Hu Qiao stood with his back to them for a moment before striding directly into the banquet hall. Having lingered outside for too long, the sudden brightness and cacophony of music and socializing engulfed him, creating a deafening din. He closed his eyes, gradually allowing the sounds to return to normalcy. Wherever Hu Qiao went, he was the center of attention. As he entered the banquet hall, many gazes, some barely perceptible, fell upon him. Among them was Xia Linyuan, dressed in an immaculate white suit, proudly standing among a group of young elites, basking in compliments. Yet, upon Hu Qiao's entrance, his demeanor shifted to one of distraction. The experiences in Dongsu had left Xia Linyuan humiliated. Hu Qiao's disdain only fueled his resentment, intensifying his desire to possess Hu Qiao. He was determined to make Hu Qiao submit to him. Xia Xiao, Hu Qiao is rather peculiar and violent. Does Xia Zong truly wish for you to enter into a marriage with him? Indeed, raised by that cunning Cui family, Hu Qiao's temperament cannot be anything but unpleasant. Xia Linyuan, growing impatient, retorted, You know nothing. Hu Qiao will be my husband in the future. How dare you speak of him? The two conversing fell silent, their expressions stiffening. Get lost. I'm going to find him. As Xia Linyuan took a few steps, he suddenly halted, his gaze drawn to a fleeting figure that seemed vaguely familiar, as if he had encountered it before. At that moment, the music in the banquet hall ceased, and the crowd turned their attention to the staircase at the center of the hall. The staircase, which led to the second floor, was illuminated, revealing several silhouettes at the railing. It was the venerable patriarch of the Hua family making his descent. Rumor had it that his health had recently deteriorated, which explained the fierce power struggle between the first and second branches of the family. Could the second branch truly contend with the first? Indeed, they could. The second branch boasted 4 sons, each capable of charming the old man into delight. Just look at Hu Qiao. Could he do the same? What do you know? Hu Qiao's maternal grandfather is from the Cui family. With that formidable figure around, those inept sons of the second branch wouldn't dare stir. But where was Cui Xianqing today? Nowhere to be seen. Did the second branch truly possess a hidden card? In the dim corner, Pei Yuzhi raised his head, his gaze greedily fixated on the person he longed for. To the left of the old patriarch stood a middle-aged man with a sycophantic expression, while to his right was a striking couple, reminiscent of Hu Qiao, most likely Cui Xianyue and her husband. Hu Qiao appeared discontent, his expression colder than when he was in Dongsu. Naturally, he was surrounded by wolves, and not just any wolves. Pei Yuzhi lazily lifted his eyelids towards a certain direction, where a man dressed like a prince seemed intent on fixing his gaze on Hu Qiao. Quite bothersome. Here to claim his wife, who, in the presence of others, was flanked by 4 bodyguards, yet in front of her husband, she seemed utterly defenseless, subjected to all manner of treatment. At this moment, at the top of the staircase, the host of the banquet, the venerable Hu patriarch, cast his profound and aged gaze over the crowd below. Hu Qiao's amiable uncle, Hua Sheng's father, was chattering incessantly to the patriarch, but the old man paid him no mind, and instead turned his head slightly towards Hu Qiao. You've been away from Modo for a while. You may not be familiar with the people here. Follow your grandfather closely and speak less, he advised. Cui Xianyue frowned and glanced at Hu Qiao. Hu Qiting's voice was icy. Hu Qiao, where are your manners? Can't you hear when your grandfather speaks to you? Hu Qiao replied casually, if it doesn't concern me, I won't speak. However, if it does pertain to me, I cannot remain silent. Can I, grandfather? A flicker of sharpness flashed in the old man's somewhat clouded eyes. He said nothing, but Hu Qiting reprimanded, Hu Qiao, how can you speak to your grandfather like that? The patriarch gave him a fleeting glance, causing Hu Qiting's anger to wane slightly. Cui Xianyue interjected, rest assured, old sir. Hu Qiao knows what to say and what not to say, right, Hu Qiao? Hu Qiao smirked, indeed I know what to say. Hu's second uncle felt a peculiar unease, recalling the announcement the old man was about to make. Could it be that Hu Qiao had somehow learned of their plans in advance? No, that was impossible. With Cui Xianqing dismissed, Hu Qiao had been like a deaf mute in Modu. There was no way he could be privy to their schemes. With that thought, he slyly shifted his gaze. Father, the guests have nearly arrived. It's time to go down. The patriarch paused momentarily before redirecting his focus ahead. Let us proceed. The Hu family was vast, with many relatives. In Hu Qiao and Hua Sheng's generation, there was only one descendant, the son who had just been born to Hua Sheng. Consequently, the invited guests believed the purpose of today's banquet was to celebrate. Pei Yuzhi listened to the surrounding discussions, though his eyes remained fixed on Hu Qiting, who was the biological father of the protagonist, Xie Jin Chuan, from the novel. He was the one who supported the illegitimate son's rise and forced the second branch to flee overseas. Hu Qiao bore little resemblance to him. Hu Qiao exuded a cold demeanor and an exquisite appearance, marked by aloofness and arrogance, while Hu Qiting radiated warmth, his face adorned with a gentle smile when conversing with others. Yet, just by observing how he had ensnared the love-struck daughter of the Cui family and cast aside Hu Qiao, one could discern that he was a cunning fox with a fade of charm. Suddenly, Hu Qiting appeared to sense something and glanced in Pei Yuzhi's direction. Pei Yuzhi's eyelids flickered, and he instinctively retreated a step, seeking refuge in the shadows. Soon, Hu Qiting turned away. You're from Dongsu, aren't you? The boyfriend of that little white-faced spy. His tone was haughty and condescending. Pei Yuzhi paused, turning to face him. Xia Linyuan raised an eyebrow. Don't remember me? I'm Hu Qiao's fiancé. Pei Yuzhi suddenly smiled. Young Master Xia, with your striking presence and impeccable demeanor, one would never forget after a single encounter. The Dongsu native stood before him clad in a sleek black suit, his white shirt fastened meticulously, halting just above his pronounced Adam's apple. His previously arrogant expression had softened considerably, though a hint of nonchalance still lingered, especially as his voice seemed to bear a hook, tantalizing Xia Linyuan's ears. Xia Linyuan's gaze faltered slightly, and he unconsciously swallowed. He had not anticipated encountering such an intriguing man from the rustic Dongsu. Under normal circumstances, he might have deigned to indulge him. However, his current focus was Hu Qiao, which precluded any overt interactions with this man who had ties to Hu Qiao. He felt a twinge of regret, yet not substantially so. Last time I saw you, you were challenging the heavens and the earth. What's this? Have you learned to speak civilly in Modu? Pei Yuzhi's smile deepened. One must know the times, mustn't one? In such a short span, young Master Xie has already become engaged to Huiqiao. Xie Linyuan's expression stiffened, and he cast an irritable glance at Pei Yuzhi. Engagement is merely a formality. My union with Huiqiao represents the alliance of the Xie and Hu families. Even without an engagement, we would certainly wed. Pei Yuzhi's mirth faded entirely, a smirk forming on his lips. Young Master Xie, your allure is quite formidable. How could Huiqiao, so unconventional, compromise with his family for you? Xie Linyuan felt a surge of satisfaction from the compliment. Huiqiao deserves the best. As long as we marry, our families will collaborate, allowing the Hu family access to the maritime trade route valued at billions of dollars established by the Xie family. Pei Yuzhi retorted coolly. Did Huiqiao consent to this? Xie Linyuan regarded him with curiosity. The patriarch favors the second branch. Huiqiding and Cui Xianyue are eager for our union to strengthen their position. Pei Yuzhi fixed his gaze on Xie Linyuan. You speak of Huiqiao's parents. Does Huiqiao agree? Xie Linyuan paused, then chuckled softly, his eyes brimming with disdain. That maritime route is worth billions. It's not just a business transaction but a means for the Hu family to fully penetrate international markets. Huiqiao isn't foolish. Why would he disagree? I've heard of no one he holds dear. Am I not as good as any man outside? Would you refuse? Pei Yuzhi pressed his lips together, refraining from further inquiries. Although Xie Linyuan spoke with confidence, his mood had soured somewhat. He frowned at the man before him, who casually swirled his wine glass. He thought to himself that he shouldn't be divulging such matters to him. A trivial man's idle flattery had dulled his vigilance. Regardless of the maritime route or the Hu family's past, he ought not to discuss them so casually in this setting. Xie Linyuan quickly resumed his aloof demeanor. Scanning the venue, the Hu family was encircled in the center, with Huiqiao standing out among them, his handsome face still devoid of expression. Once the announcement of his engagement to Huiqiao was made, he was confident that Huiqiao would no longer ignore him. Pei Yuzhi cast a sidelong glance at Xie Linyuan, who wore a self-satisfied profile, his gaze darkening. Having heard from his father about the impending alliance between the Hu and Xie families, Pei Yuzhi had hurriedly wrapped up his work. After landing, he made his way to the Hu family as old residents in haste. Yet, had he arrived too late? Unbeknownst to him, Xie Linyuan had already left. The music in the hall gradually faded once more, and the guests surrounding the Hu family began to disperse. The elder of the Hu family appeared to have something to express. Observing the slightly weary old man, his voice resonated with vitality as he began to speak. I extend my gratitude to all of you for visiting the Hu family today. I have 3 joyous announcements to share with our esteemed friends and relatives. Firstly, my eldest grandson, Huisheng, has welcomed a great-grandson. Secondly, it pertains to the engagement between Huiqiao and Xie Linyuan. Pei Yuzhi felt a sudden jolt at his temples. All eyes in the hall turned towards Huiqiao and Xie Linyuan, their expressions markedly different. Huiqiao remained impassive, cold, and indifferent, as if the news just announced held no relevance to him. Meanwhile, Xie Linyuan's cheeks flushed, his watery gaze fixed on Huiqiao, brimming with affection. Pei Yuzhi felt as though a heavy stone lodged in his heart. He fixated on Huiqiao, striving to decipher his thoughts through his expression. However, he soon found himself disheartened, pursing his lips in frustration. Did Huiqiao truly wish to unite with Xie Linyuan? At last, the elder, having listened to the surrounding praises, turned his gaze toward Huiqiao with a hint of a smile fading from his stern face. Huiqiao, since Linyuan has arrived today, why not accompany him for a stroll? As soon as the words left his lips, an abrupt silence enveloped the room. The elder's smile gradually faded, and Xie Linyuan stared at Huiqiao in disbelief. How could he dare to humiliate him in front of such prominent figures in Modu? Huiqiao, what nonsense are you speaking? This is a matter of great significance for both families. How dare you create such a ruckus? It was Cui Xianyue who spoke first, her face pale and her eyes icy. Huiqiding turned to Xie Linyuan, smiling. Linyuan, Huiqiao has been your host during your stay in Dongsu. Let him show you around the garden shortly. Xie Linyuan glowered at Huiqiao, his voice sharp. Huiqiao, what do you mean by this? Huiqiao ignored him and instead looked earnestly at the elder, asking, Grandfather, what is the third matter? Is it to dismiss me so you can announce the third matter? I suspect it pertains to transferring my shares to Huisheng. Have you forgotten, Grandfather? Those shares were promised to me by her family long before I was born. His uncle merely left Modu for a business trip, and the contracts and agreements did not accompany him. Once again, the hall fell silent. The second madam rolled her eyes and nearly fainted, only to be swiftly supported by Huisheng. She could hardly believe that Huiqiao had the audacity to disregard propriety in front of everyone. Huisheng's heart raced uncontrollably. He regarded Huiqiao with apprehension, sensing that his 2% of shares might be in jeopardy. Realizing this, he cast a reproachful glance at his mother, thinking that had she not meddled, Huiqiao would have been dismissed long ago. Huiqiao, I have already discussed this matter with your uncle, Cui Xianyue's voice faltered. She had never encountered such a frosty gaze from Huiqiao, which felt more like that of an adversary than a son regarding his mother. Aside from her initial surprise, A wave of resentment surged within Cui Xianyue. How could Huiqiao look at her in such a manner? Everything she had done was for his benefit. Had it not been for the unexpected pregnancy with Huiqiao, she would not have had to marry Huiqiding while unmarried. If her health had not suffered during his birth, she would not have faced the ridicule of being unable to bear more children within her family. If not for Huiqiao's welfare, she would not have endured Huiqiding's infidelity and the existence of his illegitimate child. Everything she did was for Huiqiao. Yet Huiqiao could not even relinquish a mere 2% of shares. Why could he not consider her feelings? Her disappointment and anger were palpable. However, in her grievances against Huiqiao, she had forgotten that he had urged her to divorce since he was 10 years old. It was she who had been unwilling to admit Huiqiding's betrayal, enchanted by his sweet words, refusing to escape the whirlpool of the Hor family. The resentment and grievance on her face were familiar to Huiqiao. He smirked sarcastically, "Mother, your words hold little weight here. All present are businessmen and should understand the immense favor my maternal grandfather and uncle extended to the Hor family 21 years ago. Without the Cui family, the Hor family would have collapsed back then. I bear the Hor surname and cannot allow those with ulterior motives to drag our family into a position of betrayal and ingratitude. Mother, you are a Cui. This matter must be deliberated amongst the Hor family alone." His words dripped with derision, leaving Cui Xianyue pale with anger. "You insolent child! Silence yourself!" The elder's voice, filled with fury, echoed as his cane struck the ground. Huiqiao suppressed his smile, calmly regarding the treacherous elder before him. The atmosphere in the hall became exceedingly quiet, as everyone awaited the conclusion of this farce. The head of the Xie family attempted to ease the tension with a smile. Huiqiao truly demonstrates maturity. Today is a celebratory occasion. Huilao, why not allow us to step aside while the younger generation converses? Huiqiao's eyelids flickered slightly. Did Xie and that old fox intend to downplay the situation? That depended on whether he was willing to comply. No need, sir. Did you not hear Huiqiao say that he and Xie Linyuan would not develop any feelings for each other? A foreign voice interrupted, causing everyone to turn. Standing at the periphery of the crowd was a tall and handsome young man. Whispers filled the air as attendees speculated about the newcomer's identity. What is it to you? A mere outsider has no place here. Leave. Xie Linyuan exploded in fury. Xie Fu, witnessing his son's explosive reaction, coldly admonished Linyuan.
Calm down.
I have made my position clear in Dongsu. I am extending hospitality to you in light of my uncle's favor and our family's connections. Do not be ungrateful. Huiqiao's voice suddenly turned icy. He discreetly glanced at Pei Yuzhi, silently wondering, why has this person appeared at such a crucial moment before the elder has even revealed the third matter? Pei Yuzhi smirked inwardly. Even at this juncture, when the world seemed eager to devour Huiqiao, he still harbored thoughts of the Hor family's shares. This gentleman does not appear to be from Modu. You seem unfamiliar. Today concerns our Hor family, so please refrain from interjecting. Huiqiding scrutinized Pei Yuzhi with a discerning gaze. Pei Yuzhi smiled. I am a friend of Huiqiao. Had I not overheard young Master Xie discussing certain matters, I would not have been so audacious as to stand here. Many eyes suddenly shifted towards Xie Linyuan. His face drained of color as he realized he had confided too much to this outsider. Pei Yuzhi continued in a calm manner. Young Master Xie mentioned that the terms of the Huaxia alliance include the opening of a maritime trade route for her family's use. The smile on Huiqiding's face visibly waned. Xie Fu glared at Xie Linyuan, horrified that his son had revealed family secrets to an outsider. However, as I understand it, Mr. Cui Xianqing is also a major investor in this maritime route. Mr. Hua, is the Xie family attempting to deceive us? Mr. Cui Xianqing is Huiqiao's uncle. Even for Huiqiao's sake, this route should not be denied to the Hor family. Is not the Xie family intentionally sowing discord between the Cui and Hor families? Surrounding murmurs erupted. The Cui family had long been perceived as declining, struggling financially due to Cui Xianqing's excessive investments in overseas markets. The audience was uncertain about the specific route Pei Yuzhi referred to, but they sensed the authenticity of his claims, as the expressions of the Hor family and the Xie father-son duo darkened significantly. For a moment, no one responded, and Pei Yuzhi cast a heavy gaze toward Huiqiao. Huiqiao, you must inform your uncle about today's events. The Xie family, who pride themselves on being your uncle's friends, dared to sow discord at the moment Mr. Cui departed. Even Old Master Hua and Chairman Hua were deceived. If it weren't for Old Master Hua mentioning your potential union with the Xie family, I would have thought that all the maritime routes were merely fabrications spun by Xie Linyuan. Xie Linyuan trembled, pointing at Pei Yuzhi, nearly fainting from indignation. Grandfather, are you alright?
Ah.
Old Master, are you unwell? Someone, quickly summon the family doctor. The Old Master has fainted. The sharp voice of Hua's second son pierced the air as Old Master Hua slumped against Huasheng. Pei Yuzhi lowered his gaze to the two black gem eyes of the dragon-headed cane, feeling a mix of emotions. The old man can escape the consequences of his misdeeds by fainting. How pleasant it must be. He stirred chaos in the family, and yet, what schemes was he contemplating? Pei Yuzhi lifted his eyelids to steal a glance, only to meet Huiqiao's eyes. Amidst the panicked crowd, The surrounding chaos faded into a surreal haze as Pei Yuzhi's gaze caressed Huiqiao's face inch by inch. He infused his longing and affection into that very gaze. How he missed him. Pei Yuzhi felt a pang of regret for allowing his own insecurities about his identity to hold him back from confronting Huiqiao. If it weren't for Pei Xinyan mentioning it, he shuddered to think what he might have missed today. Huiqiao rarely witnessed Pei Yuzhi's earnestness. He resembled a blazing fire, purging the surrounding phantoms without scorching him. What is this young friend's name? You have rendered a great service to the Heir family. Let Huiqiao take you home for a meal another day. Huiqiting's face had lost its previous cheer, and he surprisingly did not follow old Master Hui's departure. Just as Huiqiao was about to speak, Pei Yuzhi smiled and interjected, "No need for formality, I am Qingyun." Huiqiao thought, what a needless worry. Pei Yuzhi's eyes suddenly sparkled. Had Huiqiao been concerned for him? Huiqiting's gaze deepened, as if contemplating. "Qingyun? Father, my uncle is calling." Huiqiao interrupted Huiqiting's train of thought, and Huiqiting paused before turning to face Huiqiao. His tone was as flat as if discussing dinner plans. "Your actions today were excessive. Go kneel before grandfather and await his awakening." Pei Yuzhi frowned sharply, only to hear Huiqiao assert, "On my 18th birthday, I declared that I would no longer adhere to such barbaric family customs. If anyone is to blame, it is not me but rather our parents who should consider how to explain this matter to our uncle." "Huiqiao, is your intent to disgrace the Heir family before so many witnesses?" Cui Xianyue could no longer contain her pent-up frustration. She struggled to mask her expression. Yet it betrayed her fury. What wrong did you find with an alliance with the Xie family? Xie Linyuan hails from a prestigious family with commendable education, character, and appearance. What discontent do you harbor? Must you humiliate everyone in public? Huiqiao, you truly are a calamity. Madam, be silent. Cui Xianyue abruptly turned, glaring venomously at Pei Yuzhi, who allowed this insignificant person to speak here.
Xianyue.
Huiqiting frowned slightly, his impatience evident. There are guests present. Cui Xianyue clutched her handbag tightly, her anger palpable, desperately wishing to throttle Pei Yuzhi. It was clear she had already swayed the Xie family. All of it was due to Huiqiao. Were it not for Huiqiao's reckless words to Cui Xianqing, the latter would not have expelled the Heir family from the maritime domain. She wouldn't have needed to toil to contact the Xie family. With Cui Xianqing dismissed, such a rare opportunity had been sabotaged by a mere upstart from Eastern Su. Huiqiting placed a hand on Cui Xianyue's shoulder, and they ascended the stairs together. Pei Yuzhi watched in disbelief. Suddenly, he had an epiphany. Cui Xianyue likely knew that Chang Fengyuan was Huiqiting's man. She was also undoubtedly aware of the connections between Chang Fengyuan, Chen Fu, and Xie Jinchuan, and his mother. What's wrong? Are you frightened? They've always been this way. You needn't concern yourself. You know? Know what? Your mother. Huiqiao understood, lowering his gaze and responding coolly. Pei Yuzhi's throat felt parched as he looked at Huiqiao, his eyes reflecting compassion and concern. Huiqiao hesitated, diverting his gaze. The completion of the Tanshui Bay project would significantly shorten maritime routes, allowing direct access to the sea. It was precisely because the Heir family had been ousted that Huiqiting was so eager to collaborate with the Xie family. Have you not asked her why she behaves this way? She has always been like this. She has her reasons. Asking is futile. Guests in the banquet hall began to depart one by one. The servants had started to clear away the remnants of the feast. Music faded, and harsh lights illuminated the room, creating a strangely orderly yet desolate atmosphere. Pei Yuzhi glanced upstairs, where no figures remained. It seemed the old gentleman was not gravely ill. "You haven't eaten anything tonight, have you? Shall we go out for a bite?" "I'm not hungry." "Come on, young master. Let South leave this ominous place." "Don't push me. I still haven't asked you where you got tonight's invitation. Why bother with that? Let us go. I'm unfamiliar with Magic City and will rely on young master Hui's hospitality." The two downstairs, bickering and clamoring, soon vanished from sight. Moments later, the car headlights illuminated, and the vehicle departed from the front yard. Huiqiting leaned against the railing, expressionless, staring into the darkness of the front yard. Cui Xianyue stood beside him, arms crossed, her earlier hysteria now absent. "You should not have pressed him. He despises that illegitimate child. You know he is in Eastern Su. Yet you still allowed Chang Fengyuan to liaise with that wretched woman and distribute assets. Huiqiting, you truly deserve this. Xianyue, it would be better if that son of yours bore the surname Cui." Cui Xianyue let out a cold laugh. "But you also heard it. Huiqiao explicitly stated that I am an outsider. He and you, along with the old gentleman, are the ones wishing for a better Heir family." Huiqiting's fingers twitched slightly. His heart brimmed with hatred for Huiqiao, yet his face betrayed none of his feelings. What is the background of that boy named Qingyun? Secretary Jiang, investigate him. Chapter 77. Direct approach. The Heir family's ancestral home nestled against the mountains and rivers. The descent down the winding mountain road was silent. "Do you know my uncle? Chairman Cui?" "No, I do not." How coincidental that he called during the banquet. The matter that could drive Cui Xianqing away was undoubtedly intricate and unexpected. Huiqiao had sensed something amiss after failing to contact Cui Xianqing for the past few days. After discussing shares with Huisheng and the second madam, Hu Qiao immediately suspected that Cui Xianqing's departure was premeditated. At that moment, he had already devised his countermeasures. However, he did not anticipate Pei Yuzhi's intervention. Who has brought joy to our esteemed young master Huo? Hu Qiao tilted his head slightly to glance at him. Hu cheating? Ever vengeful, warned, you provide a false name. He will soon discover it. Are you not worried he will target you? The car was dimly lit. Yet Pei Yuzhi's eyes sparkled like two ebony gems. He smiled languidly, voice deep. Why should I fear? Thus, I shall rely on young master Hua to safeguard me. Hu Qiao's fingers tightened around the steering wheel. TSK, is Pei Yuzhi flirting with me? The strange thought made Pei Yuzhi's heart flutter. For the first time, he felt a flush of heat. Was he that transparent? No, it wasn't that he was obvious. It must be that Hu Qiao also harbored feelings for him. Hence his acute awareness of Pei Yuzhi's affections. Pei Yuzhi, speak properly. Magic City is your territory. I truly require your protection. Then, did you not consider a fallback when you spoke so boldly before so many? Pei Yuzhi was certainly not reckless. He nodded. I did not think of a fallback. I was too busy playing the hero. Hu Qiao's expression darkened. If you continue to regard me as one of those pretty boys, I shall cut out your tongue. Pei Yuzhi chuckled. I was merely complimenting your handsome appearance. Hu Qiao chose to ignore him, turning the steering wheel to the left as the car finally departed the mountain road and merged onto the main road. Even though it was nearing 10 p.m., vehicles continued to crawl along, each making its way toward the bustling metropolis of Mo Du 40 minutes later. The two found themselves seated atop the tallest building in Mo Du before the expansive glass windows. The dim lights cast a soft glow over the breathtaking view of the city below. Pei Yuzhi's expression shifted as he took in the scene. It resembled the Mo Du of his previous life, a place brimming with opulence and indulgence. Several cruise ships floated on the river beneath them, their lights twinkling like stars, while the water shimmered in response. Is this your first time in Mo Du? No, Pei Yuzhi replied, turning his gaze toward Hu Qiao. Why did you leave Dong Su so abruptly? Hu Qiao responded, it wasn't he abrupt. Sculpture is my passion. 2 years of study is sufficient. Remaining at Dong Su University would only waste my time. Pei Yuzhi smirked. True. Just a mere diploma is of no use to the esteemed young master of the Hu family. The implication hung in the air, ambiguous and heavy. Hu Qiao lifted his eyes to meet Pei Yuzhi, who, for some reason, felt a pang of melancholy rise within him. What are you staring at? Am I mistaken? Did you come to Mo Du specifically to see me? Is there something you need? Not specifically. I came on business and thought I might check in on you. And how have I been? He scoffed, surrounded by wolves, and lecherous ones at that. I truly do not understand what allure Hu Qiao possesses that draws those pretty boys to him like moths to a flame. At that moment, the waiter arrived with their meal, a mist rising from the cart, chilling the air.
It was sashimi.
They exchanged a few sharp remarks, but the arrival of the waiter prompted an unspoken agreement to pause their conversation. Since their parting at the Hot Spring Hotel, Pei Yuzhi had felt a persistent gloom. His heart raced, reminiscent of a roller coaster ride. His peripheral vision caught sight of boats swaying on the river below, echoing the instability of his own heart. If you have something to do, then leave quickly, Pei Yuzhi said. What is it? The man across from him wore a puzzled expression. Hu Qiao frowned at the cold food on the table, feeling inexplicably irked. Eating sashimi at this hour, this restaurant is quite something. The man's impatience and mockery sent a chill down Pei Yuzhi's spine, as if Hu Qiao's disdain for the restaurant was also directed at him. After speaking, Hu Qiao lowered his gaze and sipped his coffee. Pei Yuzhi, momentarily perplexed, suddenly realized what Hu Qiao had meant. Why are you laughing? He asked, a teasing tone in his voice. Hu Qiao was momentarily taken aback as Pei Yuzhi scrutinized him, particularly his Adam's apple. What brought Pei Yuzhi to Mo Du so suddenly? Is it a mutual appreciation between former rivals? How navi? Leaning back, Pei Yuzhi allowed his arm to rest on the table. Hu Qiao's confusion only heightened Pei Yuzhi's sense of calm. The most significant reason for coming to Mo Du was you. I simply hadn't looked at my phone earlier. And those cruise ships on the river seemed quite charming. Cruise ships? I just mentioned a new one, Hu Qiao began but abruptly halted. Pei Yuzhi wondered what was so significant about the new cruise ship. Hu Qiao felt a twinge of guilt for his sudden hesitation. It's nothing, he replied. But Pei Yuzhi raised an eyebrow, sensing something was amiss. Unknown to Hu Qiao, Pei Yuzhi could hear his thoughts. Hu Qiao, you truly are something. Pei Yuzhi's innocence was shattered by Hu Qiao's lack of romantic finesse. Yet, having finally met, he was reluctant to spoil the moment. Besides, he was not the kind of man to cause a scene over the mention of a pretty boy's name. After consuming several pieces of sashimi, Hu Qiao felt his mood lighten. He ate quietly and quickly, and after half a glass of red wine, a faint blush crept onto his cheeks. Just as he began to relax, Pei Yuzhi suddenly spoke. Hu Qiao, what do you think about us being boyfriends? Hu Qiao's fingers curled slightly, and he slowly lifted his gaze. Pei Yuzhi's eyes drifted, his tone somewhat awkward yet clear. We are both single. Why not date?
Date?
The air fell silent. Even Hu Qiao's thoughts were muted. Unable to resist, Pei Yuzhi's gaze landed on Hu Qiao's face, just in time to catch a hint of a playful smile. Pei Yuzhi's heart raced. All right, if young Master Pei is willing to take on the subordinate role, I have no objections. Chapter 78. The first day together since Hu Qiao uttered those words, Pei Yuzhi fell silent. This time, Hu Qiao took a more aggressive stance. Did you not want to talk to me? What's wrong? Has the esteemed young Master Pei changed his mind? Pei Yuzhi regarded him with an inscrutable expression, taking a long moment before responding leisurely, but it seems that I am still the one leading the way. Hu Qiao scoffed, a flicker of something unusual passing through his eyes. How do you know I wouldn't be suitable? I regret not throwing that scoundrel out when he approached. Pei Yuzhi was taken aback. What did that mean? Could Hu Qiao actually throw him out? Yet, in their previous encounters, Hu Qiao had always been at a disadvantage. Completely outmatched. As he pondered this, he quickly dismissed Hu Qiao's thoughts. Why do you care so much about this? Don't you care? If you didn't care, you would just agree with me. Pei Yuzhi noticed how serious Hu Qiao appeared. Under Hu Qiao's intense gaze, Pei Yuzhi felt momentarily disoriented. In both reality and dreams, he had never envisioned the scenario Hu Qiao described. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. But facing Hu Qiao, Pei Yuzhi felt an irresistible itch within him. Then, today marks the first day we are together. Hu Qiao's hand trembled slightly as he held his wineglass, his eyes widening in surprise. He hadn't anticipated Pei Yuzhi would actually agree. The glasses clinked together, producing a crisp sound. Pei Yuzhi reveled in Hu Qiao's stunned expression, a triumphant smile returning to his face. Boyfriend, what? Are you backing out? Of course not. Hu Qiao's fingers moved lightly, clinking glasses with Pei Yuzhi. How about we stay downstairs tonight? Young Master Pei, you ought to freshen up. A few hours later, the lights and intoxicating scent of wine in Mo Du's night enveloped them. Hu Qiao, slightly flushed, stared dreamily at the lights reflected in the hotel window. The riverside room, depending on the floor and view, cost anywhere from tens of thousands to over 100,000 per night. This room offered the finest view. A grand floor-to-ceiling window stood proudly in the center of the room, and no matter which angle one lay in bed, the view was always of the shimmering river and twinkling lights. Suddenly, the sound of soft footsteps echoed in the room. Hu Qiao's gaze sharpened slightly, still tinged with the remnants of earlier exhilaration. He lazily stretched his arm over his eyes. Pei Yuzhi leaned against the bathroom door frame, silently observing him. It seemed only a trivial itch had passed, yet nearly 10 minutes had slipped by. Hu Qiao's posture delighted Pei Yuzhi, amplifying the satisfaction in his expression. It became clear that joy in the heart resonated with joy in the body. He has been standing there watching for almost 10 minutes. What on earth is he observing? He is laughing at me. Damn, why is it that whenever I'm with him, my limbs feel unresponsive? Did I drink counterfeit wine tonight? Hu Qiao was equally at a loss. With a resolute desire to redeem himself, after sharing a few glasses of red wine with Pei Yuzhi, the two descended to this room together. Initially, everything unfolded according to Hu Qiao's expectations. When did it begin to change?
Yes.
Hu Qiao felt his ears flush with heat as he slightly turned his head to the left. The floor-to-ceiling glass window. They had eagerly engaged in an intense kiss from the moment they entered, until they reached this very window. When Pei Yuzhi was abruptly pushed against the glass, Hu Qiao vividly recalled the expression on Pei Yuzhi's face, like a slumbering beast suddenly awakening. Fierce, invasive, dominant. Hu Qiao was momentarily stunned by the depth of Pei Yuzhi's dark, shining eyes. To this day, he still remembers the shivers that coursed through him, a tremor of his very soul. It seemed he had long awaited this moment, yearning for Pei Yuzhi to fix his gaze solely upon him. In the blink of an eye, Pei Yuzhi took the initiative. At that moment, Hu Qiao lost all semblance of control. Damn it! Cursing in frustration, he suddenly heard a low chuckle beside him. Boyfriend, where did I fall short just now? I would appreciate your guidance. Pei Yuzhi's husky voice was more disarming than anticipated. Hu Qiao abruptly dropped his arms, pushing against Pei Yuzhi's shoulder and twisting away. He almost embarrassed himself in front of Pei Yuzhi again. The low laughter reverberated, causing Hu Qiao's hands to tremble. He glared at Pei Yuzhi. What are you laughing at? Ignoring the arm pressed against him, Pei Yuzhi leaned in. It seems my boyfriend is not dissatisfied after all. Hu Qiao clenched his teeth tightly. You, however, ought to rest. After causing a scene at the Heir residence yesterday, I imagine you'll be quite busy tomorrow. Pei Yuzhi's expression was soft and languid. Boyfriend, may I cuddle with you to sleep? Hu Qiao's gaze flickered, torn. Tomorrow, no. Today, there was still a tough battle to fight. In the spacious suite, the lights dimmed. The following day, Pei Yuzhi awoke to the blinding sunlight. The sun glimmered on the river surface, reflecting onto the glass window, both dazzling and scorching. Impatiently, Pei Yuzhi raised his arm to shield his eyes. Just as he intended to turn over and sleep again, he suddenly caught a scent that did not belong in his bedroom. His hotel. Memories of the previous night surged into his mind. He bolted upright in bed. The expansive room was empty save for himself. Climbing out of bed, Pei Yuzhi headed directly for the bathroom, which was also devoid of life. A wave of loss and grievance enveloped him. His mouth felt dry. What Xiao had left, had he regretted it? His gaze grew dark as he surveyed the room. The luxurious presidential suite impeccably tidy except for the large bed. Were it not for his suit from the previous night crammed in the laundry basket, Pei Yuzhi might have thought the entire night a mere dream. Hu Xiao's disappearance momentarily clouded Pei Yuzhi's judgment.
Just then the doorbell rang.
He approached the door with a cold expression. Through the narrow crack, he saw a young, handsome man in a blue suit, smiling at him. Hello, Mr. Pei. Mr. Who has sent me to deliver today's clothing. Would you like me to come in and assist you? The young attendant could only glimpse half of Pei Yuzhi's face through the door. Yet, that half alone was enough to leave him astounded. This Mr. Who hailed from an affluent background, and many young heirs in the city admired him. He had overheard numerous conversations filled with envy regarding Mr. Hu's charm, speculating that his type was petite and adorable. Little did they know that merely seeing Pei Yuzhi's imposing height of at least 1.9 meters and his sharp jawline could reveal why those young men were unsuccessful in their pursuits. Pei Yuzhi, unaware of the attendant's thoughts, shifted his gaze and noticed the rack beside the man. Several suits of varying colors hung there, each paired with a meticulously chosen shirt and tie. Did you assemble these? Of course not. All of these were personally selected by Mr. Hu for you. Pei Yuzhi's mood suddenly brightened. The young man, perceptive enough to notice, promptly said his goodbyes and left. Once he departed, the rack soon vanished from the corridor. Pei Yuzhi felt he had stumbled upon a remarkable secret. Chapter 79. The 1.9-meter tall muscle model in the heart of the bustling metropolis stood a towering business office building belonging to the Hu Group. A mere 15-minute walk from the Hu Group's building led to the famed river. Over the years, the Hu Group's edifice had become a well-known landmark in the city. Tourists visiting the riverside would often capture the Hu Group building in their photographs to prove their presence in the metropolis. Pei Yuzhi stood on the polished marble floor, gazing up at the nearly skyscraping structure. The author had devoted considerable prose to describe the building's towering height, indirectly enhancing the grandiosity of the male protagonist, Xia Jinchuan. He couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, in a conference room situated several floors above ground, a scattering of attendees sat, with Hu Xiao sitting upright in the corner. Naturally, Hu Qiqing would insist he start from the ground up. Hu Xiao was unbothered by this. Were it not for his uncle's stern expression demanding he compete, he would still be leisurely sculpting in Dongsu. The thought of Dongsu inevitably led Hu Xiao's mind to wander. Pei Yuzhi should have awakened by now, given that the shopkeeper had messaged him half an hour ago to confirm the delivery of the clothing. Today's meeting at the Hu Group was to discuss a new investment proposal. The departments in attendance included the investment department, where Hu Xiao worked, the sales department, the finance department, and the public relations department. The aim was to deliberate on the feasibility and budget of the investment proposal. The involvement of the public relations department was due to the recent resurgence of a scandal surrounding Hu Sheng from 2 months prior. The glances of the attendees subtly drifted toward Hu Xiao. This enigmatic second young master of the Hu family was far more formidable than the empty-headed elder young master, Hu Sheng. Within less than a month of employment, he had disrupted several projects managed by the second branch. Those in the know had heard rumors that Hu Sheng's aspirations to acquire additional shares had fallen through. Although these matters had little bearing on the lower-level employees, who earned less than 5 figures before taxes, the Hu Group's standard salary represented only a fraction of the whole. Many employees in various departments were more eagerly anticipating their year-end bonuses and dividends. The head of the investment department passionately presented several new projects from the stage. The lower-level staff remained serious, eyes downcast, while secretly engaging in lively discussions within small groups. All participants in these groups used anonymous accounts. General Affairs Crab Boss. Latest news. The second young master's marriage alliance with the Xia family is completely off the table. Without the maritime project, I'm afraid your year-end bonuses will be reduced by 30. As year-end expert, the projects overseen by the elder young master have already drawn the attention of the tax authorities. I've heard that the current head of tax in the metropolis was once a junior of Xing Xing. Every day, 1 cent interest. Xing Xing is impressive. Even after being sent away, their influence remains. I'm betting on today as interest. The second young master is about to join the board. Gossip seeker. You've outdone yourself. I can't believe you're willing to wager 10 days interest, but you should win. General Affairs. A year-end expert. Every day, 1 cent interest. Gossip seeker. The elder young master as overseas money laundering is no longer under wraps. Xing Xing's strategy of feigning weakness is brilliant. Xing Xing was the nickname they had given to Cui Xianxing. As for money laundering, it naturally referred to Hu Sheng's activities. These tidbits were supposed to be well-guarded secrets among the second branch, especially since old Master Hu had promised to intervene and smooth things over. Yet in a single night, these revelations seemed to have emerged from every corner, becoming common knowledge even among the lower-level employees. The small group suddenly fell silent. After a few minutes, a message appeared out of nowhere. Gossip is here to find me. By the way, those who had dreams of being with the second young master should give up. Last night, the second young master spent the night with a muscular male model nearly 6 feet tall. Instantly, the previously quiet anonymous group erupted with messages. Ho Chiao furrowed his brow, glancing at the colleague from the investment department sitting beside him. This colleague, facing Ho Chiao across their desks, usually left an impression of diligence and intelligence, never shirking from work. Yet today, he seemed as if he were in a manic frenzy, glaring at his phone with a twisted expression.
Buzz.
It was a message from Pei Yuzhi. Pei Yuzhi, I have an engagement at noon and cannot join you for lunch. Boyfriend. Thank you for the clothes. Another message arrived. Ho Chiao's eyes flickered. It was a photograph. Without a moment to ponder, his finger had already tapped on the image. It was a selfie of Pei Yuzhi in a gray suit, taken in front of a mirror. The man in the photo posed casually, the angle even more so. While an ordinary person would be captured in a balanced manner, the man in the photograph, with his legs accentuated by the gray fabric, appeared even taller. The fabric, being silk, draped heavily, wrapping around his muscular thighs with an added touch of gentleness. Yet Ho Chiao knew that gentleness had nothing to do with Pei Yuzhi. Even in the circumstances of the previous night, Pei Yuzhi remained as domineering and in control as ever. What left Ho Chiao speechless was that he found himself attracted to this very side of Pei Yuzhi. His gaze momentarily shifted, filled with self-doubt. Was his plan for a counterattack doomed to fail? Like a statue carved from plaster, he stared intently at his phone. Ho Chiao's unusual demeanor was first noticed by the colleague beside him. After passionately cursing the 6-foot-tall male model in the group chat, he caught sight of the photo on his idol's phone. His world crumbled. Damn that male model. How dare he send a picture in gray pants to my idol? This is blatant seduction. The colleague's eyelashes twitched as if he were suffering from a stroke. Cautiously, he lifted his eyelids, only to find the idol's face cold and stern.
His ears flushed.
He pouted, nearly bursting into tears in the conference room. A sneeze. Pei Yuzhi, overwhelmed by the restaurant's aroma, sneezed. Secretary Qian had been waiting nearby. Young master, today you are meeting with 2 old friends of the chairman. They are very interested in the Tan Shui Bay project and possess abundant resources. The chairman intends for these 2 to be the primary focus for the second phase of the bidding. Pei Yuzhi rubbed his nose, pondering if perhaps Ho Chiao was thinking of him. An hour earlier, Pei Yuzhi adjusted his expression. Before meeting Cui Xianqing, all obstacles must be cleared. Secretary Qian, please bring me the project proposal. Chapter 80. Picking up the wife after work, Ho Chiao attended 3 meetings in one day. In the final meeting, he was not present as an ordinary employee of the investment department, but as a shareholder of the Hui Group. Also attending was the visibly dispirited Hu Sheng. Ho Chiao smiled faintly, recalling a message he had received not long ago. No wonder he looked like a wilted eggplant. The matters abroad must have even the old master at a loss. Meanwhile, Hu Qiding discreetly glanced at Ho Chiao, his expression filled with disdain. Ho Chiao was increasingly resembling Cui Xianqing, both in appearance and in that haughty demeanor that constantly overshadowed Hu Qiding. He could not help but think of that child from Dong Su. Well-behaved, gentle, with a hint of cleverness, yet easier to control. If that child had remained in the Hu family, he would undoubtedly have won the old master's favor more than Ho Chiao. At just 43 years of age, Hu Qiding was in his prime. He did not need a well-equipped cub who lacked loyalty to add to his troubles. Moreover, having given up sculpting to pursue studies in management and finance, Hu Qiding, despite his aversion to Ho Chiao, had to acknowledge his intellect. A 4-year course in management and finance could likely be completed by Ho Chiao within a year. By that time, Hu Qiding would have no reason to obstruct Ho Chiao's entry into the group's management. Suddenly, he felt his eyelids twitch. The conference room had fallen silent without him realizing it. Many eyes turned toward him. The secretary, catching Hu Qiding's gaze, immediately spoke. Chairman, following the recent board vote, the temporary shareholders meeting is scheduled for 3 days from now. Hu Qiding nodded lightly. Since it has been approved, please promptly notify all shareholders to participate and discuss alternative plans. Yes, Chairman. I have a few things I wish to address, Ho Chiao suddenly interjected. As a shareholder of the group, I demand to see the latest and most comprehensive shareholder list at the next meeting. Hu Sheng momentarily gasped. Hu Qiding frowned slightly, displeased. Ho Chiao, this is merely a temporary shareholders meeting. How much work will your words create for them? The number of shareholders in the Hui Group is vast, and their intricate networks complicate the task of untangling each shareholder's shares. Moreover, the shareholder list of a public company is not confidential and can be accessed during annual or semi-annual disclosures. Ho Chiao's sudden mention of it was nothing more than a ploy to claim the 8% of original shares that should rightfully belong to him but had not been approved. Chairman, your statement seems off. My request is within my rights. As for the workload, Ho Chiao responded coolly to the 2 unfriendly gazes. Those shareholders earn substantial sums to do their jobs. If they cannot fulfill their responsibilities, they should resign themselves. Hu Qiding, Ho Chiao, I have taught you that one must speak appropriately for the occasion. Ho Chiao suddenly let out a laugh. The smile vanished from Hu Qiding's face. The 2 were at odds, and the others naturally observed with bated breath. Just a few months ago, they never imagined that the Hu family's most low-profile grandchild would silently accomplish something significant. Now, Ho Qiao's shares had surpassed even Hu Cheating's. However, Hu Cheating had long held significant influence in the He family, consistently obstructing Ho Qiao's entry into the board, leaving Ho Qiao with little voice in the group's operations. Chairman, I have not expressed these thoughts elsewhere. I am making this request as the third largest shareholder of the group. As he spoke, he cast a calm glance at the two secretaries. You, as senior executives of the group, are compensated by the shareholders and should be able to complete even this small task. If you cannot, then please write your resignation letters promptly. I will vote in favor of your dismissal at the temporary shareholders meeting in 3 days. The meeting ended on a sour note. As Ho Qiao exited the He Group building, the sky had already darkened. The weather in the Magic City was always like this, with few sunny days. It often appeared shrouded in mist and rain. This was also why Ho Qiao preferred Dongsu, where the seasons were distinct and the sun shone brightly throughout the day. A few hours earlier, he had received several messages. The sender claimed to be the secretary of Aunt Sun from Dongsu, stating that they had arrived in the Magic City and wished for Ho Qiao to connect with the staff responsible for the Shui Bei project from the Cui family. Ho Qiao lowered his gaze, his expression inscrutable. Soon he sent them a contact number. Beep. It was now off-duty time, and many employees of the He Group streamed out of the building. Even the high-salaried workers appeared utterly drained, resembling individuals who had been drained of all vitality. Silent, they trudged toward the subway station. Just then, the sound of a car horn erupted beside them, as if awakened from a trance. Everyone instinctively turned to look in the direction of the sound. Pei Yuzhi inhaled sharply, sensing a thick air of resentment. What are you doing here? Ho Qiao tightened his grip on his phone, immediately straightening his posture as he walked toward Pei Yuzhi. Pei Yuzhi was driving a brand new black SUV, its paint glistening. Clearly just picked up, with a temporary license plate displayed behind the front windshield. I shall pick you up after work for dinner. Despite Pei Yuzhi's thick skin, he felt a twinge of discomfort, especially under the scrutiny of so many watchful eyes. Is the He Group mistreating its employees? He wondered, observing the peculiar expressions of those around him. Naturally, Pei Yuzhi opened the car door for Hu Qiao. You've been lecturing nonstop for a whole day and night since 6 a.m. You're even more frantic than they are, Hu Qiao remarked. Pei Yuzhi noticed several onlookers discreetly pointing their phones in their direction. Surely, within moments, their pictures would circulate through every group chat of the Pei family. A sense of pride swelled within him as the sleek black SUV sped away. Did you mean that you had something to do today just to refer to this car? Hu Qiao inquired. I merely mentioned it in passing. I met a few old friends of my father's at noon. What's the matter? Is your boyfriend missing you? Pei Yuzhi teased. Hu Qiao clicked his tongue and turned his gaze to the window. After hastily departing from the He Group, the two found themselves in an unexpectedly awkward situation. Fortunately, Pei Yuzhi was astute enough not to bring up last night's events. The 30-minute drive seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. The restaurant Pei Yuzhi chose was conveniently located below the place they had visited the previous evening. With a spacious terrace boasting a scenic river view, it was renowned as a romantic dining spot in the city. As they settled into their reserved seats, Pei Yuzhi impatiently tugged at his tie. Hu Qiao shot him a glance, his expression shifting slightly. If you dislike the outfit the manager picked for you, don't wear it, he advised. Pei Yuzhi smirked, his deep-set eyes glimmering with mirth. Whether I like it or not is inconsequential. What matters is that my boyfriend likes it, especially since I recall he quite enjoys seeing me in just a tie and no shirt. Hu Qiao's fingers twitched, nearly spilling the water in his glass. Internally, he cursed, this rascal is at it again. I should have just given him a dog leash instead of fussing over his clothing. Chapter 81. The Little Enchantress captivates Hu Qiao. Hearing Hu Qiao's familiar curses, Pei Yuzhi felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. He was immensely grateful for having initiated a conversation the previous day, and when Hu Qiao attempted to put him in a difficult position, he had smoothly acquiesced. Otherwise, he feared he wouldn't even be able to sit beside Hu Qiao now. A sense of triumph flickered within him. Hu Qiao lowered his eyelashes, concealing the smile that had unexpectedly surfaced in his eyes. Having skipped lunch, he was now acutely aware of his hunger as the tantalizing aroma of food wafted through the restaurant. Pei Yuzhi ordered 2 sets of meals for them. Although Hu Qiao felt hungry, he maintained a composed demeanor while eating. Pei Yuzhi leisurely watched Hu Qiao finish one meal, thinking, can I be satiated just by watching? You know, they say love can be as fulfilling as a meal, Pei Yuzhi quipped playfully. Hu Qiao paused, wiping his mouth before responding nonchalantly. You don't need to dwell on what happened last night. Pei Yuzhi's smile froze momentarily. Hu Qiao, I'm not joking. I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Please don't say it again. Am I merely a trivial episode in your life? Pei Yuzhi challenged. In Dongsu, you always overshadow me, but here in Mo City, do you think I still fear you? With that, he abruptly stood up, his chest heaving with emotion. Hu Qiao leaned back against a chair, his tone unbothered. I don't like you, nor have I ever considered a serious relationship. Hu Qiao, you. Hu Cheating has already uncovered Cheng Yun's information. Today, I want to spare him any dignity in public. He dares not confront me directly. But he will certainly target Pei Yuzhi, who is associated with me.
Troublesome.
Had I known, I wouldn't have been so obstinate last night. Hu Qiao's inner voice was laden with concern and worry, starkly contrasting with his outward indifference. Pei Yuzhi's eyelashes fluttered, a ray of warmth illuminating his otherwise dark heart. Hu Qiao didn't genuinely wish to part ways with him. A chill of sweat trickled down his back. Fortunately, he could hear Hu Qiao's thoughts. Had it not been for that, he might have misinterpreted Hu Qiao's intentions and stormed off in anger. The gazes of nearby patrons fell upon him, causing Pei Yuzhi to feel a twinge of embarrassment. Earlier, he had been incensed by Hu Qiao's attempt to distance himself, which had clouded his judgment. Hu Qiao, confused, wondered why Pei Yuzhi's anger had dissipated. I'm hungry. Let us eat first. Hu Qiao frowned. Pei Yuzhi. I'm not joking. Let us just pretend yesterday never happened. Pei Yuzhi cast his gaze down at his plate, nonchalantly replying, I seem to be a bit deaf at the moment. I can't quite hear what you're saying. Hu Qiao inhaled deeply, preparing to rise. Hu Qiao. Some patrons here likely know who you are. If you wish for them to witness my madness, you might as well leave now. Pei Yuzhi stuffed a bite of now-cold steak into his mouth, mumbling, You're so loud. You startled me. Hu Qiao gritted his teeth, but didn't he actually leave? He understood that Pei Yuzhi was utterly shameless. If he acted like this in Dongsu, in Mo City, where no one knew him, Pei Yuzhi would only become bolder. Hu Qiao suppressed his frustration and watched as Pei Yuzhi leisurely savored his meal. Gradually, his irritation morphed into resignation. Fine, I'll at least wait until he is full. Or perhaps I'll have a serious talk with him in the car later. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Pei Yuzhi's eyes. His boyfriend was still too soft-hearted towards him. Suddenly, an overly flamboyant male voice interrupted. Excuse me, who is this gentleman? Pei Yuzhi looked up to see a young man in casual attire, evidently a wealthy heir, accompanied by a shorter companion. He exchanged a glance with Hu Qiao. This is Chen Shu, a classmate of Su Jiang, Hu Qiao replied nonchalantly before falling silent. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow, his gaze toward Pei Yuzhi now tinged with intrigue. The man treated so dismissively by Hu Qiao must surely be someone of interest. Fortunately, he had striking looks and donned an expensive suit. I don't have time. Hu Qiao curtly declined. Are you done? Let us go. Hu Qiao frowned, puzzled by Pei Yuzhi's intentions. Darling, can you take me to the gathering? Pei Yuzhi's voice was low and husky, his affectionate address causing Chen Shu's companion to blush. Chen Shu was taken aback. The usually aloof and stoic Hu Qiao had a soft spot for this kind of playful banter. Truly, one should never judge a book by its cover. Hu Qiao thought. What is he up to now? Pei Yuzhi's eyes sparkled, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Is that agreeable, darling? Hu Qiao ground his teeth. He truly pushing his luck. Yet, under Pei Yuzhi's fervent gaze, he found himself involuntarily saying fine. After uttering those words, he was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to refuse. Pei Yuzhi immediately stood and addressed Chen Shu. Chen, do you know where the gathering is tonight? Chen Shu's pupils widened slightly. He craned his neck, but could only see Pei Yuzhi's jawline. Wow, he is even taller when standing up, with his long legs and striking features. Pei Yuzhi exuded charm. Hu Qiao thought. You must be out of your mind. I'm asking you a question. Chen Shu, at a loss for words, realized that this enchanting little devil had completely ensnared Hu Qiao's heart. Chapter 82. Flattery and Fawning. The gathering was held not far from the restaurant. A quaint little building stands resolutely in the heart of the city, obscured by a century-old tree, rendering the hurried passers-by unable to discern its full facade. Chen Shu was elated to have invited Hu Qiao. Disregarding the displeasure of his companion, he skipped dinner altogether and ushered Hu Qiao and Pei Yuzhi inside. Evidently, he was a regular patron, as their vehicle paused momentarily at the entrance, where a security guard approached the window for a brief exchange. Soon, Pei Yuzhi's unregistered car slipped past the threshold. However, nothing was amiss. Pei Yuzhi offered a cryptic smile, hinting that an entertaining evening might unfold. Hu Qiao felt an inexplicable headache brewing. His assertion was undoubtedly false. He was a few years older than the protagonists of the story and had long established his own network in the bustling metropolis. It could be said that his knack for networking surpassed his artistic talents. In the narrative, even when Xie Jinchuan's identity was acknowledged by Hu Qiqing, he could not immediately penetrate the upper echelons of the city. But circumstances had shifted. Su was in trouble. Hu Qiao tilted his head, observing the man whose demeanor had shifted from nonchalance to seriousness, jaw clenched as if confronted with a dilemma. Zhang Wucheng. The topic of their breakup was notably absent during their journey. Despite his ties to Xie Jinchuan, Hu Qiao felt a lingering discomfort. His fingers involuntarily twitched, but he quickly curled them inward, suppressing the unsettling sensation. When Pei Yuzhi parked the car and turned to speak with Hu Qiao, he was met with Hu Qiao's retreating figure. The sound of the car door closing startled Pei Yuzhi momentarily. Why the sudden change in mood? He called after Hu Qiao, quickening his pace to catch up. Don't ignore me. We still need to go together. Hu Qiao abruptly halted. Pei Yuzhi, beaming, lingered on the flush of his ear. This is Magic City. Don't embarrass me. Speak properly. Can I not call you husband? Pei Yuzhi leaned closer, whispering in a husky voice. Their exchange was interrupted as they both heard footsteps approaching. Young Master Hua, you seem to be in good spirits. Chen Shu mentioned you brought someone along. I thought he was jesting. The teasing tone lacked malice, yet it was evident that the speaker was somewhat familiar with Hu Qiao. Pei Yuzhi raised an eyebrow, detaching his gaze from Hu Qiao's lips. Four young men stood a few paces away, with the speaker exuding an air of elegance, framed by a pair of rimless glasses. The name Zhang Wuqing flashed in Pei Yuzhi's mind. Hu Qiao stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Pei Yuzhi. In the original storyline, Zhang Wuqing was a significant ally to Xie Jinchuan, with no suggested connection to Hu Qiao. The room fell silent. Hu Qiao's brow twitched slightly. Zhang Wuqing smirked. Oh? My artwork? Which piece? His eyes behind the lenses flickered momentarily. Have you attended Teacher Shin's class? Pei Yuzhi chuckled softly. Not at all. Old Master Shin's health is frail. Only a few senior students of traditional Chinese painting have had the honor to meet him. Understanding dawned on Zhang Wuqing. Yet, after Pei Yuzhi's honest revelation, his wariness towards him noticeably diminished. Shall we go inside? Hu Qiao suddenly interjected, just as he was about to speak further. Pei Yuzhi chimed in. Hu Qiao pressed his lips tightly, his eyelids drooping. When had he ever resorted to flattery? Every one of my guests is of utmost importance. A young man behind him leaned in to whisper something, and he hastily excused himself upstairs. Hu Qiao regarded Pei Yuzhi with an impassive expression. He managed a slight smile. Now that everyone has departed, would you like me to share as we chat with you? The atmosphere grew tense. Pei Yuzhi belatedly realized his misstep. Hu Qiao, let me explain. Never mind, I'll send you as we chat right away. You better get lost. Chapter 83. So, my wife is jealous. Zhang Wuqing's pace was unhurried. As he ascended to the second floor, he instructed, investigate the man beside Hu Qiao. A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed his eyes behind the lenses. Once, he had been the favored disciple of old Master Shin. Had he remained under Shun's tutelage, benefiting from his guidance and connections in the realm of domestic art, he surely would have reached new heights in his artistic journey. Returning to this tarnished city, he found himself contending with all manner of unscrupulous characters. The painting Mingxia was the last he created while studying under Shin. When he set down his brush, old Master Shin had erupted in fury, declaring he could not bear to have such a disciple. Presumably, Mingxia had long been relegated to obscurity or discarded in some filthy trash bin. Thus, Pei Yuzhi's claim of having seen Mingxia and heard old Master Shin mention him was utterly preposterous. Zhang Wuqing suddenly chuckled, his previously somber demeanor resurfacing with a familiar warmth. That young man truly possessed audacity, daring to flaunt himself before him without proper inquiry. Zhang Wuqing gazed toward the end of the corridor. The long-awaited guest had arrived in the city and was waiting in a nearby room. Yet, an unexpected weariness washed over him. It was all that young man's fault, stirring memories of a time before he became a recluse. However, after a month away from the city, traversing through England and France, he had met many people and ultimately secured a lucrative deal. The guest in a room at the corridor's end was the key to this significant business venture. Inform the manager to relocate Hu Qiao's room to the second floor. He was navigating a rather precarious situation. Hu Qiao seemed to be agitated. When upset, he became taciturn, even his innermost thoughts concealed. The room was bustling with people. Aside from Chen Shu, the others were all young men, their expressions curious yet hesitant to approach, while Chen Shu busied himself, exuding enthusiasm. Who would believe it? He had actually managed to invite Hu Qiao to the gathering. Young Master Hua, there are several esteemed artworks in the large private room on the second floor. Shall we go take a look?
Troublesome.
This is entirely my fault. I should have led you upstairs immediately. This room is a bit cramped. What do you think? Hu Qiao's expression remained neutral, yet his demeanor radiated displeasure. Pei Yuzhi sat on another sofa, awaiting the moment Chen Shu would cease his incessant chatter. Hu Qiao, growing increasingly irritated by Chen Shu's prattle, nodded impatiently. Only then did Chen Shu depart, pleased to address the room change. Silence lingered for mere moments before the sofa beside Hu Qiao sank, prompting him to glance over. A refreshing scent, distinct from the heavy perfume and liquor of the private room, wafted into his nostrils, momentarily alleviating his agitation. In the dim light, Pei Yuzhi leaned an arm against the back of Hu Qiao's sofa, his gaze fixed intently on him. As the light shifted, Hu Qiao's fingers shimmered with an array of colors, the friction against the glass bringing an unexpected intimacy to the scene. Pei Yuzhi raised his eyes to Hu Qiao, noting the distance between them, yet close enough to perceive Hu Qiao's discontent. His eyes drooped wearily, the small scarlet mole on his cheek obscured, lips pressed tightly, corners drawn straight. An epiphany struck him. Young Master Hua, the upstairs rooms are ready. Shall we proceed? Chen Shu, oblivious, burst through the door, exclaiming loudly. All eyes in the room turned to the sofa. There stood Hu Qiao's companion, indignantly covering half of Hu Qiao's body with his own. The two figures leaned closely together, undoubtedly engaged in a kiss. Chen Shu's lips curled slightly, his expression turning awkward. Pei Yuzhi's gentle breath brushed against Huiqiao's face, causing his lashes to flutter as he finally met Pei Yuzhi's gaze. Step aside. Yet, Pei Yuzhi remained unmoved, his eyes glowing with a fervent surprise as he regarded Huiqiao. A shiver ran through Huiqiao's heart. Has Pei Yuzhi discovered my feelings? With no time for further contemplation, Huiqiao abruptly pushed Pei Yuzhi away and stood up. The onlookers in the room showed no signs of surprise. Such was the treatment afforded to the little paramour. However, just as Huiqiao took a step, the little paramour stood as well, grasping Huiqiao and pulling him back. A loud thud echoed, leaving the room's occupants dumbfounded. The aloof and proud young Master Hua, who rarely offered a smile, was now being embraced by this little paramour, who gently pressed a kiss to his lips. What was happening? Was this a film shoot? In mere seconds, without even the chance to extend his tongue, he had turned the entire room of seasoned players crimson with embarrassment. It was astonishingly innocent. Soon, the atmosphere in the room became palpably quiet. Chen Shu, perceptive as ever, shot a glance at the onlookers, signaling for them to discreetly exit. Huiqiao, his face darkened, forcefully pulled his arm away from Pei Yuzhi, giving him a cold glare before striding out of the room. This time, Pei Yuzhi made no attempt to stop him. Chen Shu lingered at the end, a complex expression on his face as he queried Pei Yuzhi. You seem quite capable. How did you come to know young Master Hua? In this circle of Shanghai, secrets are scarce. Be cautious, as Xie Linyuan is quite possessive of young Master Hua. Pei Yuzhi cast a sidelong glance at the blonde beside him, saying, Thank you for the warning. Come on, young Master Hua is notoriously indifferent. Back in school, he once fed a dog some meat, and after that, he never touched it again. Am I to be compared to a dog? Chen Shu shot him an exasperated look, unwilling to engage further. Instead, Pei Yuzhi fell into deep thought, the fleeting spark of inspiration from earlier now crystallizing. After washing his face, the warmth in Huiqiao's ears finally subsided. Disposing of the paper towel, he slowly made his way outside. Just as he descended the steps, a familiar masculine fragrance wafted toward him. So, that was why my wife was upset. It was jealousy. Huiqiao's heart jolted heavily. Chapter 84. Huiqiao. I like you. The individuals in the private room had all moved to the second floor, and they could even hear the footsteps resonating from above. For a fleeting moment, Huiqiao felt disoriented, unable to discern whether the sounds were footsteps or the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Pei Yuzhi leaned against the wall, possessively wrapping his arm around Huiqiao's waist. His heart bubbled with a simmering heat, akin to water reaching a boil. The thought that Huiqiao was jealous made Pei Yuzhi's palms sweat. Huiqiao's waist was cool, a stark contrast to the damp chill of autumn in Shanghai. And he wore only a white shirt, having long discarded his suit jacket in the private room. This fortunate circumstance allowed Pei Yuzhi's warm hands to feel as though they were resting on a cool jade stone, which was gradually becoming heated. As his fingers moved slightly, the muscles beneath his palm quivered, taut yet yielding, devoid of any resistance. It has nothing to do with me. I won't be jealous. Huiqiao lifted his gaze from Pei Yuzhi's embrace, his tone cool and detached. I mentioned in the restaurant that last night was merely a game. Pei Yuzhi chuckled softly. Game with me? I'm fine with that, but breaking up is out of the question. Pei Yuzhi placed a finger against Huiqiao's lips. Huiqiao, I'm in a good mood right now. Can you refrain from your arrogance? You think I'm in a good mood because you're jealous? Your jealousy is my responsibility. Huiqiao took a deep breath, his tone neither too light nor too heavy. Let go of me. With a flick of his wrist, Huiqiao pulled away from Pei Yuzhi's grasp, striding toward the exit in silence. Yet Pei Yuzhi, employing the same tactic, once again pulled him back into his embrace. This time, however, Pei Yuzhi did not merely place a gentle kiss upon his lips like before. He plunged deeper, entwining their tongues. Pei Yuzhi immediately sensed Huiqiao's change, a low chuckle escaping him. The sound was muffled between their locked lips, causing Huiqiao's face to flush a deep crimson. Pei Yuzhi tightened his hold, as though wishing to meld Huiqiao into himself. The atmosphere was charged, yet Pei Yuzhi's movements were deliberate, tenderly soothing. Huiqiao's breath quickened, realizing that whether it was Pei Yuzhi's domineering possession or his gentle tenderness, he had no means of resistance. When their lips finally parted, Huiqiao lowered his gaze and caught sight of a delicate, transparent thread. His lashes trembled more violently, and Pei Yuzhi could not resist leaning closer to press a soft kiss against them. Huiqiao's heart quivered, a tingling sensation coursing through him, as though a drumbeat echoed incessantly within his chest. Thump, thump. The intimacy was more unbearable than the kiss itself. Huiqiao, I like you. Please, let us not speak of separation again, shall we? The typically audacious young man now leaned against Huiqiao's shoulder, his voice languid and slightly petulant. Huiqiao's breath became frantic, taking a while to steady himself. Though his expression remained cold, a flush adorned his cheeks, particularly as his lips glistened with moisture, betraying their recent activities. Pei Yuzhi did not anticipate Huiqiao's response. He was aware that Huiqiao harbored feelings for him as well. Or else he wouldn't be donning a stern facade and threatening to break up at this moment. That was sufficient for him. Pei Yuzhi's unspoken feelings prevented him from voicing any complaints. The two fell into a comfortable silence, their breaths gradually evening out. Just as Hu Qiao contemplated extricating himself from Pei Yuzhi's embrace, the latter spoke up. You know him so well. Couldn't you have guessed? How could I possibly know him? I merely speculated that his guest was Xie Jinchuan, given that he is aware of Xie Jinchuan's ties to the Hu family. Why would he brazenly invite you upstairs, unafraid of you witnessing their interactions? Hu Qiao pushed Pei Yuzhi away, taking a step back. Pei Yuzhi leaned lazily against the wall, watching him adjust his clothing. His gaze soon fell upon Hu Qiao's waist. Noticing that one side of his shirt had already been tugged out of his pants by Pei Yuzhi, facilitating his mischief. Pei Yuzhi's eyes darkened, his voice husky. You seem to have lost weight. When I held you earlier, your waist felt slimmer. Hu Qiao's fingers faltered momentarily, a hint of displeasure rising within him. With all the recent chaos surrounding the Hu family, I have had no time to exercise, and my muscles have dwindled. Why do you blame him for everything? Pei Yuzhi straightened his posture, a hint of grievance in his tone. Hu Qiao, I didn't mean to imply dissatisfaction with your physique. I merely feel sorry that you've lost weight. I've seen your muscles. Finally tucking his shirt back into his pants, Hu Qiao inhaled deeply. Be quiet. They arrived on the second floor 5 minutes later. The upstairs had only 4 rooms, and the hallway was lavishly decorated, adorned with numerous paintings. Pei Yuzhi casually scanned the artwork, unfamiliar with the names of the artists and unable to gauge their worth. It was only when Hu Qiao casually explained a few details that he learned these pieces were indeed originals, associated with art exhibitions and auctions, closely linked with the so-called elite. This was also why Xie Jinchuan, as a love child, quickly integrated into the upper echelons of Shanghai society. As they ventured deeper, the sounds of conversation and laughter grew increasingly pronounced. Suddenly, the door to one of the rooms swung open. Hu Qiao, you brought your little friend over. He had shed his overcoat, revealing a half-turtleneck white sweater and black trousers that accentuated his tall, well-proportioned figure. The soft lighting from the hallway cast a gentle glow upon him. Especially at this moment, a hint of rosy intoxication graced his features. And his eyes behind the glasses appeared particularly gentle, resembling a charming and amiable older brother next door, cheerfully greeting them. Hu Qiao, for reasons unknown, instinctively shifted his gaze to Pei Yuzhi's face, only to find Pei Yuzhi gazing back at him. Pei Yuzhi's eyes seemed to reflect a hint of concern and anxiety. Noticing Hu Qiao glance over, Pei Yuzhi furrowed his brow and leaned closer to Hu Qiao's ear, saying, I truly had no knowledge of today's matter. If I had known. Before he could finish, Hu Qiao's pupils flickered. Chapter 85. Disruption. Upon seeing the newcomer, the lightness and jest in Pei Yuzhi's gaze vanished entirely. The smooth progress he had with Hu Qiao had inadvertently dulled his vigilance. The insidious plot would not remain dormant. They would retaliate. Bai Shi, who was currently studying at Dongsu, was in the same cohort as Hu Qiao. How is your relationship with him? Zhang Wuqing inquired, even bearing a smile. His eyes betrayed no hint of unease. Bai Shi's pupils widened in shock. How could this be? The premonition he had suppressed in his mind, one he had once considered, had indeed come true. The one with whom Pei Yuzhi had shared a night at the Hot Spring Hotel was, without a doubt, Hu Qiao. Every detail, from the timing to the black attire Pei Yuzhi had mentioned, and Hu Qiao's disappearance the following day, all corroborated this. That evening, while Bai Shi endured humiliation alongside Sun Xiao, Hu Qiao had been in bed with Pei Yuzhi. A wave of fury, astonishment, and loathing washed over Bai Shi, ultimately culminating in a chilling silence. He hastily lowered his gaze, fearful that Hu Qiao might perceive the hatred in his eyes. Compared to Pei Yuzhi, he dreaded Hu Qiao even more. Sun Xiao, who had driven a wedge between him and Pei Yuzhi, had coincidentally appeared at the Hot Spring Hotel. Bai Shi had never doubted Hu Qiao, yet he lacked evidence. He despised Hu Qiao for treating him like refuse, summoning him only to discard him carelessly. More so, he loathed him for undermining any possibility of a relationship with Pei Yuzhi. Had it not been for Hu Qiao, Pei Yuzhi would still be his boyfriend. Pei Yuzhi would never have allowed Sun Xiao to humiliate or threaten him. It was all Hu Qiao's fault. Hu Qiao deserved to suffer. Zhang Wuqing's gaze flickered downwards as he observed the expression on Bai Shi's face, a smirk escaping him. His efforts to uncover this little trinket were not in vain. Zhang Wuqing's amusement momentarily waned. For instance, Pei Yuzhi's demeanor was far from that of someone who would sell their body for money. Pei Yuzhi turned his gaze towards Bai Shi, a flicker of complexity crossing his features, yet primarily cold indifference prevailed. Bai Shi, do you recall how you agreed to my request back then? Bai Shi's face turned pale as he whispered, Senior, I truly had no idea you and Hu Qiao would be here. I merely came with friends. That's enough, Pei Yuzhi interrupted coldly. As long as you do not appear before Hu Qiao again, the rest is irrelevant to me. With a slight curl of his lips, Pei Yuzhi fell silent, while Hu Qiao's right hand was caught in his warm and intimate grasp. The unpleasantness of Bai Shi's sudden appearance gradually faded. There is no need for conversation. We have nothing to discuss with him, Hu Qiao stated coolly, causing Bai Shi to instinctively shrink back, prompting Hu Qiao's eyelids to twitch. This little green tea is indeed adept at feigning weakness before Pei Yuzhi. TSK, Pei Yuzhi will surely be heartbroken. Pei Yuzhi remarked, an unwarranted disaster. I was somewhat fatigued earlier, but now I am not. A few minutes later, several individuals entered the private room. Pei Yuzhi felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles due to Bai Shi's presence. Regardless of the circumstances, he had spent a night with Bai Shi and had conversed for several days, though he continually reassured himself that the one-night stand occurred after he had been intoxicated. Yet, he dared not gamble on whether Hu Qiao might harbor resentment. It was best that Hu Qiao remained unaware of this matter. His gaze darkened as he looked at Bai Shi, the coldness within it was chilling. Aside from this, what kept Pei Yuzhi on high alert was the unfolding plot. His phone vibrated slightly. A new message had arrived on WeChat. Hu Qiao turned to glance at it. Pei Yuzhi's profile was serious, as if he were facing a dilemma. Here, take a look. Suddenly, the phone was thrust in front of Hu Qiao, revealing a chat window. The sender stated that Xie Jinchuan and Pei Yuzhi had arrived in Modu one after the other and were currently staying at a hotel. During the 2 days following their arrival, Xie Jinchuan had left the hotel for 4 hours, during which Pei Yuzhi's whereabouts were lost. He had spent the remaining time in the hotel. Hu Qiao's expression remained indifferent. Pei Yuzhi leaned closer and whispered, you see, I was right, it was indeed Xie Jinchuan. I suspect Bai Shi's appearance here is also orchestrated by him. That man is treacherous and malicious. He cannot stand to see us together and has deliberately sent Bai Shi to cause trouble. We must not fall for his ploy. Hu Qiao chuckled, raising his eyes to glance at him. I fear someone might be heartbroken. Pei Yuzhi fixed his gaze on him, declaring, after our breakup, I have nothing to do with him. Zhang Wuqing swirled his drink, occasionally casting his gaze upon the affectionate couple across from him. Did you truly date Hu Qiao? He tilted his head slightly. His tone was leisurely and unhurried, yet it made Bai Shi's heart leap. What? Can't you say it? No, we did date. Bai Shi felt trapped, regret coursing through him. Life became difficult after he broke up with Pei Yuzhi. Not only was he being watched by the wretched Sun Xiao, but he also lacked even a moment to secretly contact Pei Yuzhi. With the new year approaching and the subsequent tuition fees looming, he had also promised a significant sum of money. Moreover, he harbored resentment toward Hu Qiao. Even if it was just to irritate Hu Qiao, it would suffice. However, he had not anticipated encountering Pei Yuzhi here. He cast a dark glance towards the two men sharing affectionate gestures, his jealousy intensifying. At that moment, Hu Qiao lifted his eyelids and fixed his gaze directly upon him. Bai Shi shuddered, terror and reluctance flooding his being. Let's create some trouble for Hu Qiao. He's been working too hard lately, and it's been quite bothersome for me, Zhang Wuqing remarked before taking a sip of his drink. I will handle the money, and the one surnamed Sunday, Bai Shi ground his teeth, swallowing his hatred. These wealthy individuals only toyed with him. He could not allow them to rid themselves of him so easily. Pei Yuzhi and Hu Qiao were engaged in conversation. Suddenly, Bai Shi stood up and said, Senior, may I speak with you privately? Zhang Wuqing glanced at Hu Qiao, only to find him focused on Pei Yuzhi beside him. Senior, I know you do not wish to see me, but our breakup was hasty. Regarding our first meeting, Bai Shi. Pei Yuzhi's face darkened. Do not overstep. With his heart finally at ease, Bai Shi felt a surge of joy. Pei Yuzhi was still unaware that Hu Qiao had been the one he had shared a bed with that night. Chapter 86. There is no need for us to remain in contact. The room fell silent. This private room was spacious, with their quartet seated far from Chen Shu and his companions by the window. Although the words exchanged here were inaudible, their attention remained fixed on the four of them. At this moment, Bai Shi was mumbling something about their first meeting, and it was evident to any discerning observer that something was amiss. Suddenly, Zhang Wuqing laughed. So, Bai Shi is acquainted with the gentleman beside you. By the way, I didn't get a chance to ask downstairs, what should I call you? Pei Yuzhi coldly curled his lips. Zhang Wuqing narrowed his eyes. Pei Yuzhi addressed Bai Shi, saying, I have nothing to discuss with you. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Hu Qiao rose from the sofa beside Pei Yuzhi. Zhang Wuqing immediately stood up. Hu Qiao, let me explain. Hu Qiao interrupted him coldly. Enough. With that, he walked directly past the sofa and out the door. Pei Yuzhi's heart felt heavy, and he had no choice but to follow closely. The door slammed shut with a thud. Zhang Wuqing's usually warm demeanor turned frosty, while Bai Shi stood nearby, trembling like a clown. From the second floor to the parking lot, Hu Qiao and Pei Yuzhi exchanged not a single word. As a man resembling a chauffeur opened the door to a Rolls-Royce, Pei Yuzhi began to panic. He tightly grasped Hu Qiao's wrist and whispered, Please do not be angry. I truly had no idea Bai Shi would appear here. Hu Qiao paused, turning his head to glare coldly at him. Isn't this your first meeting with Bai Shi at school? He queried. Why, after the breakup, does he still want to discuss the details of your initial encounter? Pei Yuzhi found himself at a loss for words, the retort lodged in his throat. Hu Qiao evidently harbored suspicions regarding any lingering ties between him and Bai Shi. Should he dare to mention a one-night stand at this moment, Hu Qiao would undoubtedly never forgive him. Witnessing the flicker of uncertainty in his eyes, disappointment surged within Hu Qiao. Senior, a delicate voice called softly from behind. It was Bai Shi, having caught up with them. Pei Yuzhi's heart tightened, gripping Hu Qiao's wrist with increased fervor. I can explain what transpired between Bai Shi and me. His appearance here today is clearly intended to disrupt us. He is not involved. Hu Qiao straightened his lips, his expression weary. I have already afforded him an opportunity. It is he who failed to explain. I should not have allowed that son to meddle during our last encounter at the Hot Spring Hotel, otherwise, he and Bai Shi would still be together. I was foolish enough to believe he would part ways with Bai Shi upon realizing who she was. I feel like a complete fool. Fortunately, he is unaware of the incident involving Xiao Sunday. These inner thoughts were tinged with bitter jealousy, yet Pei Yuzhi felt no thrill from them anymore. Only a profound sympathy for Hu Qiao and a deep-seated anger towards himself. Bai Shi stood just behind them, regardless of how he attempted to explain to Hu Qiao. Bai Shi would undoubtedly intervene. Pei Yuzhi, we needn't keep in touch anymore. With that, Hu Qiao shrugged off Pei Yuzhi's grasp and strode directly towards the Rolls-Royce. Pei Yuzhi stood rooted to the spot, exhaling deeply. Enough, Bai Shi, come out. Bai Shi timidly emerged from around the corner, tears brimming in his eyes. Pei Yuzhi felt a wave of irritation. He lowered his eyelids and replied coolly. Bai Shi's eyes widened suddenly, tears streaming down his face. Pei Yuzhi interrupted impatiently, enough. Just shut up. His connection with Bai Shi stemmed from a one-night affair on the night he realized his feelings for Hu Qiao, which he had until now regarded as sacred and beautiful. However, now, envisioning Bai Shi as the person from that night made him feel utterly disgusted. He did not believe himself to be the despicable one. It was the drunkenness of that night or the narrative itself that had forced him into this association with Bai Shi. Perhaps this was all orchestrated to position him in opposition to Hu Qiao, purposefully romanticizing his memories. Bai Shi had begun to sob, quietly explaining, Senior, you must believe me. I have never straddled two boats. It was Hu Qiao who deliberately sent Xiao Sun to the Hot Spring Hotel. He despises me and cannot bear to see me happy. But I have never wronged Hu Qiao. He does not care for me yet exploits me. He is entangled with Su Jiang, sharing beds and clothes. Pei Yuzhi scolded sharply. Bai Shi, are you seeking your own demise? Bai Shi shivered at the reprimand. Tears poured down his face as he pitifully stammered, Senior, I speak the truth. Hu Qiao aims to ruin me. You must trust me. Bai Shi, spare me your nonsense. I know better than you what kind of person Hu Qiao is. Your issues are irrelevant. Pei Yuzhi's frustration peaked. Bai Shi unexpectedly lunged to embrace him, but Pei Yuzhi, quick-witted, evaded the advance. Bai Shi stumbled, falling to the ground in disbelief, looking up at him with anguish. Senior, why can't you understand? Hu Qiao's actions are all a deception. He feigns kindness to provoke you into conflict, intending to sever my ties with you. If it weren't for his deliberate arrangements with Xiao Sun, we would still be in love, and you would still be my boyfriend. Pei Yuzhi's anger gradually froze in the face of Bai Shi's outcry. The man seated on the floor exuded an air of disdain, his face marred with unusual dark circles, a mask of jealousy and hatred. Pei Yuzhi closed his eyes momentarily, a mocking smile creeping onto his lips. How blind he had been to have once thought highly of Bai Shi. Bai Shi, breathless from his tirade, was met with Pei Yuzhi's scornful laughter. What I am saying is the truth. Hu Qiao has long known about your discord with Xie Jinchuan. He is deliberately showing you favor. You are openly vying for someone who belongs to him. That is a foolish endeavor. Pei Yuzhi leaned back languidly against the sofa. Xie Jinchuan is not like you. He could have comfortably remained in the Xie family as a pampered young master. Even if he had no standing in the family, he could still carve out his own path if he had the will. Yet, he is consumed by jealousy and lacks self-awareness. Pei Yuzhi shrugged, lazily raising his wineglass. Not to mention fear. His fingers instinctively recoiled before he lowered his eyelids to observe. Amidst the white smoke, his fingers curled unnaturally, the smoke falling onto his thigh. The gray suit pants quickly began to char, a small black hole forming on the fabric. The high-end custom suit, crafted with meticulous care, was ruined. Zhang Buqing observed without a word, then pressed the cigarette into the ashtray, the faint sound of sizzling filling the air as the white smoke dissipated. I do not wish to make you my enemy, but this is Magic City, where many matters are beyond your control. Pei Yuzhi, should you persist in meddling in the affairs of the Heir family, you will surely regret it. The Heir family is Hu Qiao's family. Naturally, I must intervene. Pei Yuzhi replied, pausing mid-sentence as he frowned. Zhang Buqing raised his gaze to him. Pei Yuzhi suddenly relaxed his brow, smiling warmly at him. In truth, I find Xie Jinchuan utterly repugnant. He tampered with my racing car, and that is something I cannot overlook. I suspect he is using your mother's insecurities to manipulate you. Their gazes collided abruptly in midair. Pei Yuzhi continued, if I could assist you, would you be willing to sever ties with Xie Jinchuan? By the time they departed the club, it was already late at night. When Secretary Qian arrived to escort his young master, he noticed the latter's grim expression. The core of the Pei family's business had always resided in East Su. Several months have passed since the young master joined the company, proposing various development plans. The chairman, though stern with his son, holds him in high regard. He even consented to gradually reduce investments in certain declining industries of the Pei family, reallocating the retrieved funds towards the exploration of new ventures. Although only a few months have elapsed, Secretary Qian observes that the effects are already becoming apparent. If the Tan Shui Wan project is secured, not only will the construction yield substantial profits for the Pei family, but it will also open up overseas markets for their new industries. Have we made contact with the Cui family? We have already reached out to Secretary Cui Xianqing, and they have agreed to grant us an hour tomorrow morning. His schedule is rather clandestine. Cui Xianqing possesses an eccentric personality, making it difficult for anyone to discern his intentions, which may actually be beneficial. Has the chairman's negotiation with his old friends been finalized? Can we proceed with the next steps of collaboration? Pei Yuzhi slowly opened his eyes. Even in the depths of night, the bustling thoroughfares of the magical city remained alive with traffic. As the Rolls-Royce moved in sync with the flow of vehicles, he caught sight of a massive display screen by the roadside. An advertisement featured a handsome man seemingly stepping out from the screen. Pei Yuzhi's eyes flickered as he read the accompanying introduction. The renowned movie star Xin Xingyi.
Please instruct, he said.
Yes, young master. After concluding the business discussions, the car fell into silence. Pei Yuzhi gazed quietly at his phone, where messages from Huiqiao lingered from several hours prior. He quickly typed a few lines but hesitated to press send. Soon, he stowed away his phone and exhaled a deep sigh of frustration. First, he needed to eliminate the dangers surrounding Huiqiao, resolve the matter with Bai Shi, and then explain everything to Huiqiao. In that moment, Pei Yuzhi comprehended the meaning of fear born from love. He closed his eyes in contemplation, then gradually opened them again, unlocking his phone once more. In the ancient residence located in the heart of the magical city, on the third floor, the window was ajar, the breeze rustling the leaves. As the grandfather clock struck the hour, the man seated behind the desk finally lifted his head from a pile of documents. He appeared to be in his 40s. With a cold expression and a gloomy demeanor, he casually tossed his gold-rimmed glasses onto the mahogany desk, the sound startling Huiqiao, who was lazily fiddling with his phone by the window. Exiting and entering WeChat repeatedly, he seemed to be engaged in a futile game. Have you tired of playing with that boy from Dongsu? Why involve the Pei family in the second phase of the Tan Shui Wan project? Are you worried I might undermine him? The Pei family lacks expertise in maritime development and freight, which could lead to complications.
Hui Xiangxing scoffed,
Yet could not conceal his admiration. That boy may appear flamboyant, but he possesses some intellect. Huiqiao frowned as he noticed his uncle tossing a document onto the table. It was the project proposal he had crafted, forecasting which relationships would need to be navigated once the maritime construction was completed. Huiqiao gazed down at the file, without making a move. However, collaboration is collaboration. You and he are not suited for each other, Cui Xianqing asserted, shifting the topic with an undeniable tone. Chapter 88. The abandoned child Cui Xianqing did not believe that Huiqiao was irrevocably tied to Pei Yuzhi. He had raised Huiqiao himself, and their relationship was closer than that of an ordinary father and son. However, considering the young man's privacy and pride, Cui Xianqing chose to tread lightly. Since you've played enough, it's time to appease that child from the Xie family. Though spoiled, he is simple and easily placated. Your mother was classmates with his mother. Being together will only bind you more tightly under her influence. It was unclear whether Huiqiao heard this. He responded absent-mindedly. Yet his eyes remained fixed on his phone, scrolling with a distracted thumb. At that moment, the phone vibrated lightly. Huiqiao swiped down and saw a new message from someone he had not been in contact with for a long time. His expression, obscured by his eyelids, was inscrutable as he stared at the text, contemplating Pei Yuzhi's ability to feign madness. Cui Xianqing was pleased with Huiqiao's growing concern. Yet, upon glancing back, he finally noticed Huiqiao's unusual demeanor. Huiqiao, you seem somewhat distracted. Uncle, I have no chance with Xie Linyuan. Please do not bring up any marriage talks with the Xie family again. Just a moment ago, you were agreeable. Suddenly, it is impossible, Huiqiao replied lazily, a hint of a smirk on his lips. I am not only indifferent to him, I find him repulsive. I cannot endure you tormenting me, uncle. Cui Xianqing opened his mouth to respond but remained silent. Huiqiao had always been precocious, seemingly devoid of the rebellious nature typical of adolescence. This led Cui Xianqing to regard him as a mature adult. Hearing Huiqiao mention matters of intimacy for the first time, Cui Xianqing realized they had never broached such topics. Upon reflection, it occurred to him that Huiqiao had never had anyone close to him in that regard. Cui Xianqing himself was an avowed non-marriage advocate, showing little interest in procreation, adhering to a philosophy of savoring the moment. Thus, this was indeed a significant matter. After several days of relentless work, Cui Xianqing finally exhibited signs of fatigue. Huiqiao noticed him pressing his temples and stood up. Uncle, you should rest. Tomorrow morning, I have an early meeting and I will spend the night at the company. Leaving Cui Xianqing's office, Huiqiao walked through the dimly lit corridor, where only half the lights were illuminated. It was already deep into the night, and ordinary employees had long since departed. The 17th floor executive office was left with only Cui Xianqing and his secretary. Young master, the president is furious about their departure from the magical city. Please try to temper him. What has my uncle done? In the morning, the president will personally meet a new business partner, an old friend of the president and your mother from Dongsu. Hu Qiao paused in his steps. Is it the Pei family from Dongsu? The chairman is Pei Xinyan? Secretary Qi was taken aback. Yes, do you know him? I do not. Who is coming tomorrow? Hu Qiao continued walking, casually inquiring.
Ha.
Young master? Is there something amiss? Nothing at all, Hu Qiao replied enigmatically. I will bring breakfast for my uncle tomorrow morning. Secretary Qi hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. It seemed that Pei Xinyan's son indeed harbored significant issues. Otherwise, how could this pair, who only discussed work and eschewed emotions, suddenly adopt a more affectionate approach? It appeared that tomorrow's collaboration would require greater caution on his part. Unbeknownst to Hu Qiao, his casual demeanor had led Secretary Qi to form such a considerable misunderstanding. The spacious backseat of the extended limousine felt empty, and Hu Qiao, fatigued, stretched out his legs. So much had transpired in recent days, with numerous individuals crossing his path. They intertwined like a tangled mess, and Hu Qiao endeavored to unravel them one by one. Yet no matter how he strategized, he could not escape the presence of Pei Yuzhi. In the darkness, Hu Qiao slowly opened his eyes, his dim gaze seemingly too bright. That night, Pei Yuzhi remained at the original hotel. As he pushed open the door to the presidential suite, a luxurious and sophisticated fragrance enveloped him. With the lights on, Pei Yuzhi surveyed the surroundings, suddenly feeling that the suite was excessively spacious, perhaps because it lacked the presence of another. After a brief wash, Pei Yuzhi found himself wide awake and revisited the project proposal entrusted to him by Secretary Qian, finally succumbing to a vague sense of drowsiness as dawn approached. That night, perhaps due to his encounter with Bai Shi and the memories of that fateful evening, Pei Yuzhi found himself revisiting a long-forgotten dream. Initially, upon entering the narrative, he had dreamt of that night almost every day for a month. At that time, Pei Yuzhi was utterly captivated, convinced that the man from that evening would be his future partner. However, after pursuing Bai Shi, those dreams ceased to visit him. Occasionally, in his leisure, he speculated that his lack of dreams was due to having achieved his desires. Now once again, he dreamt of that modest room, and Pei Yuzhi's heart remained as still as water, even as he furrowed his brow. His affections lay with Hu Qiao. I truly wish to avert my gaze from the scene of him and Bai Shi in bed. An urgency swells within him, compelling him to awaken. However, reality does not align with his desires. The two on the bed mirror his memories, with Pei Yuzhi experiencing passion for the first time, exuding excitement. Suddenly, a crisp sound rings out, akin to a latch snapping shut. Pei Yuzhi furrows his brow, contemplating the collar. So, this is how it breaks. It was never meant for me. Did you intend to suffocate me? A muffled voice lingers in the air, causing Pei Yuzhi's brows to knit together. What did he say? What is that incessant ringing? Abruptly, Pei Yuzhi's eyes snap open, gasping for breath. For a while, the jarring sound persists, and Pei Yuzhi, with a furrowed brow, reaches for his phone on the bedside table. Hello? He murmurs, shielding his eyes with one hand, his voice hoarse. A sheen of cold sweat coats his forehead. This dream lacked tenderness and ambiguity. It felt more like a harrowing experience. He seems to have forgotten something vital. Slowly opening his eyes, he appears momentarily dazed, until the voice on the phone rouses him. Young master, are you listening? Pei Yuzhi's eyelids droop wearily.
Speak.
A boy was born, but the father passed away when the child was less than a year old. Pei Yuzhi chuckles lightly. Young master? Yes, young master. After hanging up, Pei Yuzhi lets out a derisive snort. How utterly mundane the plot is. Let me hazard a guess, considering the author's minuscule intellect. The Abandoned Child by Zhang Guoqing's mother. Could it be Su Su? But what now? Su Su has already been incarcerated by Pei Yuzhi.
TSK.
When he opens his eyes again, a chill pervades Pei Yuzhi's gaze. Devoid of any mirth. An unchallenged guessing game. Who is the abandoned child? Chapter 89. Support by 8:30 a.m. The Chui group is bustling with activity. Meanwhile, the ambitious yet workaholic chairman has hastily advanced the routine morning meeting by an hour. Senior and mid-level executives rush to the 17th floor. Listening to the incessant footsteps outside the door, Pei Yuzhi merely raises an eyebrow. The young and attractive female secretary once again apologizes. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Pei. The chairman's schedule has changed unexpectedly, and your meeting has been cancelled. Please reschedule at your convenience. Pei Yuzhi glances at her name tag. Miss Liu, our company has communicated with Secretary Qi numerous times. Where is Secretary Qi? The secretary, sporting a polite yet feigned smile, replies. Secretary Qi's work arrangements are confidential to the group. My apologies. After the heavily perfumed secretary leaves, Pei Yuzhi massages his temples. Having only slept for 2 hours, and those hours spent in a dream, his head feels like a large drum, incessantly pounding. After a moment, he exhales heavily. Cui Xianqing's sudden cancellation of the meeting surely cannot be attributed to Hu Qiao, can it? He licks his palate, the pain in his head intensifying. Missing Cui Xianqing today is inconsequential. From his understanding, Cui Xianqing is not one to conflate personal and professional matters. It is merely a matter of time, especially now. As Pei Yuzhi's temples throb ominously, besides business matters, he is also troubled by the abruptly halted dream from last night.
Damn it.
What did Bai Shi say in the dream? Mr. Pei, please hold on. Just as Secretary Liu exits, her demeanor shifts from polite detachment to one of panic and urgency. Pei Yuzhi turns around. Secretary Liu approaches in a hurried manner, about to speak when she suddenly notices Pei Yuzhi's darkened expression and gasps. What is it? Pei Yuzhi's smile has vanished, replaced by indifference. I sincerely apologize for my oversight regarding the chairman's schedule. I've created a significant inconvenience for you. Secretary Liu's face flushes with embarrassment, her eyes brimming with anxious tears as she bows deeply. Pei Yuzhi pauses. Mr. Pei, please follow me. Chairman Cui is waiting for you. Isn't Chairman Cui supposed to be in a morning meeting? Secretary Liu's beautiful eyes are filled with trepidation. Chairman Cui's schedule has changed. Just a moment ago, Pei Yuzhi had lost any desire to meet Cui Xianqing. Nevertheless, he has no wish to make things difficult for a secretary. His temples pulse with increasing urgency, and he lets out a barely perceptible sigh. Let's go. Secretary Liu, visibly relieved, smiles and leads the way. As they pass the conference room, the solid mahogany doors are firmly shut, with no sound escaping. Mr. Pei, please enter. The chairman is already waiting for you. Secretary Liu gently pushes the door open, revealing a hint of the reddish-brown wooden floor inside. Pei Yuzhi nods, murmuring his thanks before stepping inside. The door closes behind him, allowing Secretary Liu to finally relax. Sister Liu, President Xi has asked you to go to the conference room to take minutes. Secretary Liu's expression shifts slightly. Understood. Inside the stifling conference room, the mid and senior level executives resemble wilted eggplants. None expected the young man seated at the head to possess such a venomous temper. Every word he utters seems laced with poison, far more intimidating than the tyrannical Cui Xianqing. It is at this moment that Secretary Liu enters. Hu Qiao glances up, and Secretary Liu suddenly shivers, nearly dropping the documents she holds. Secretary Qi leans in close to Hu Qiao. Young master, you know how temperamental madam can be. If she doesn't comply, she might lose her job today. Cui Xianyue has indeed always been so willful. Since her marriage, she has been indulged by Cui Xianqing, treating the Cui group as her own possession. Minor matters rarely concern Cui Xianqing. Yet, Cui Xianyue's cleverness lies in her understanding of Cui Xianqing, as she never oversteps her bounds. Today, she called Secretary Liu to have Pei Yuzhi sent away, intending to sabotage the collaboration between the Cui and Pei groups. Had it not been for Hu Qiao delivering breakfast to Cui Xianqing early this morning, she would have succeeded. Do not alert her about this. Understood, young master. Hu Qiao's furrowed brow remains tense. His uncle has entrusted him with today's morning meeting to speak with Pei Yuzhi privately. However, what could his uncle possibly discuss with Pei Yuzhi? He exhales coldly, interrupting a manager who is rambling incoherently. Even I, an art student, know that unprofitable ventures should not be pursued. Are you trying to persuade me to endorse a business that has incurred losses for 3 consecutive quarters? Mr. Hua, you said you are an art student. In addition to being an art student, I am also a shareholder and director of the Cui Group. What you are saying is utter nonsense, leading me to question whether the 7-figure annual salary the group pays you is wasted. Hu Qiao's pent-up frustration bursts forth with these words. Furthermore, he casts a cold gaze around the conference room. This is the Cui Group. Anyone who betrays us should consider their position carefully. Secretary Liu bows her head to her chest, while the other leaders in the room, the youngest of whom is twice Hu Qiao's age, stand silently, unable to retaliate against being scolded by a junior. A loud thud reverberates through the air. Pei Yuzhi tilts his head, intrigued. The heavy wooden door slamming shut is audible even through the thick barrier, a clear indication of the anger of the person who closed it. It is Hu Qiao. The man behind the mahogany desk suddenly speaks. Pei Yuzhi's eyes brighten slightly. Hu Qiao is here as well? Cui Xianqing smiles, and what of it? He does not wish to see you. After saying this, Cui Xianqing smirks inwardly. He has raised his nephew as a son, believing him to be an emotionally detached highborn. Little did he know he is quite the romantic. His gaze drifts past Pei Yuzhi to the tea table in the distance, where a food box rests. Were it not for this infuriating young man before him, he might never have tasted the breakfast Hu Qiao delivered. Last night ended on an unpleasurable note. Hu Qiao could not endure for even 12 hours, hastily coming to support others. His elbow was turning outward. Inside, Cui Xianqing felt both sour and angry, his head almost smoking. Yet, he did not reveal it on his face, his fingers tapping leisurely on the table. I have high hopes for the boy from the Xie family. He will eventually marry Hu Qiao. Regardless of the Tanshui Bay project or other collaborations, I can entrust them to the Pei Group, but you must not meet with Hu Qiao again. A weakling, relying on his wife for support. Chapter 90. Refusal. The office was enveloped in silence. Cui Xianqing did not rush him, waiting patiently for a nod of agreement. The overall construction project of Tanshui Bay had an investment nearing 10 billion, with considerable profits. Even if it were divided into 3 phases for various reasons, the second phase alone would be enticing. Moreover, once the Tanshui Bay project was completed, there would be subsequent maritime transport routes involving funds that even Cui Xianqing had to take seriously. He did not regard a young man lightly. At this moment, he was even pondering other matters. For instance, how to teach Hu Qiqing, who had been provoking him, a lesson. Only by inflicting pain would he become obedient. Of course, there was also his foolish sister, who, in her ignorance, had dragged the Pei group into trouble to force Hu Qiqing to back down, showing no mercy when it came to hindering the Pei group. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to face Pei Yuzhi. At that moment, Cui Xianqing's vision darkened as Pei Yuzhi stood up, blocking the light. Cui Xianqing's brow furrowed. "Thank you for your kind intentions, Mr. Cui." Cui Xianqing thought to himself. Just as expected, it seems the Pei group has no chance of collaborating with the Cui family now. The first phase of the Tanshui Bay project had just signed the contract. Fortunately, they had not yet entered the site, so the losses for our Pei group would not be too great. Please prepare the termination contract and breach penalties, and I bid you farewell. His expression remained unchanged, as if discussing a project worth billions was an everyday matter. Cui Xianqing stared in shock for a moment, then scoffed, dismissively saying, "Young man, I advise you not to act impulsively. For such a significant matter, have you consulted Pei Xinyan? Do you think you hold the final say in the Pei family?" Pei Yuzhi smiled as if engaging in casual conversation. "My father has high expectations of me, but from the moment I entered the family business, he made it clear that Pei Yuzhi's pay is the same as Pei Xinyan's pay. I do not require a marriage alliance or any particular achievements. I will spend generously when I earn, and when I lose, I will spend less. In any case, everything in the Pei family will eventually belong to me." Cui Xianqing's cold gaze held steady on him. Pei Yuzhi smiled, "Farewell." He left without a backward glance, striding towards the door in one fluid motion. The office fell silent. After a while, a man's low voice broke the stillness. So young, yet with such a temper. Damn, was that boy just now speaking in riddles? Making me seem like an insensitive parent aiming to arrange marriages. He had endured so much frustration that morning, all from the same impudent young man. It had been many years since anyone had dared to speak to Cui Xianqing in such a manner. Upon leaving the Cui family, Pei Yuzhi pressed his brow, his expression cold. "Pei Xiao, is there truly no hope for collaboration with the Cui family?" Pei Yuzhi let out a light sigh. The Cui family would soon consult their legal team about the termination contract. They needed to communicate and resolve this matter swiftly. Assistant Cheng, somewhat reluctant, had been closely following Secretary Qian, contributing significantly to the Tanshui Bay project. Sitting in the passenger seat, he twisted around slightly and spoke softly. "Pei Xiao, since the contract has already been signed and the personnel have begun work, even if the Cui family wishes to terminate, as long as our people continue working, I believe the Cui family will not truly take drastic measures for the sake of progress. Moreover, the work from the Cui group was genuinely procured through a bidding process. Although the Pei group took over the project from the Zhong family, the contract is legally protected." He spoke at length, but Pei Yuzhi remained silent, listening from the back. Assistant Cheng, unwilling to give up, added, "This isn't a movie or a novel. Can the CEO just decide not to cooperate?" Pei Yuzhi felt his brow twitch in irritation. "Assistant Cheng, I just overheard the secretary of the Cui family discussing that the one who doesn't want us to collaborate with the Cui family is Hu Qiqing's wife. Thanks to that young master from the Hor family, if it weren't for him, you probably wouldn't even have seen Cui Xianqing today. Cui Xianqing holds this nephew in high regard. Perhaps we should start from the young master of the Hor family?" Pei Yuzhi's eyes widened suddenly. "Are you saying that Hu Qiao helped me?" "Yes. It seems your female secretary was acting on the orders of Hu Qiqing's wife. And that secretary has already been demoted and removed from the secretary's office by the young master of the Hor family." Assistant Cheng felt something was amiss after speaking. Why did it seem like his young master was familiar with the young master of the Hor family?
Call the legal team now.
If the Cui group sends someone to discuss termination, leave them hanging. Assistant Cheng's eyes lit up.
Got it.
He was glad he had shared all this. These damned capitalists, indifferent to the lives of their subordinates. They want to cooperate when it suits them but terminate when it doesn't. Do they even know how much groundwork he put into the Tanshui Bay water development? If this project falls through, his bonuses would be significantly impacted. Not to mention, his resume at the Pei group would lack a major highlight. This would affect his ultimate promotion. He would do anything to prevent these domineering CEOs from recklessly bankrupting others. Assistant Cheng finally sat up straight, eagerly typing out messages, while Pei Yuzhi's ears finally felt peaceful. It turned out that Hu Qiao had been the one presiding over the meeting in the conference room earlier. Pei Yuzhi did not feel any better despite Hu Qiao's assistance. Instead, his gloomy mood deepened. Initially, he had only wanted to change his fate of being a pawn, but he had inadvertently saved Hu Qiao's life. After pondering for a moment, Pei Yuzhi dialed a number. The Magic City lies adjacent to the coastline, having flourished for many years. Today, Zhang Guiqing was in no better mood. He languidly sat on a yacht, staring blankly at the gray sea. The weather in the Magic City was perpetually overcast. It was starkly different from the city where he had grown up. "Brother Guiqing, sorry to have kept you waiting." He slightly adjusted his posture to face the newcomer. Xie Jinchuan was dressed differently than usual, resembling an inexperienced student today. A black windbreaker zipped up to the top, paired with black sports pants and white sneakers. Come sit. Zhang Buqing's demeanor shifted, a hint of tenderness flickering in his eyes as he waved him over. Have you seen him since coming to the Magic City? No. Brother Buqing. You know he doesn't lack a son like me. Xie Jinchuan's tone held no resentment, only resignation. Zhang Buqing poured tea, the light brew steaming lightly before dissipating. Xie Jinchuan watched him lift a cup and present it to him, momentarily pausing. He naturally raised his hand to accept it, uttering a soft thank you. Zhang Buqing found it odd. What's with you today? The teacup drew closer, the bitter yet fragrant aroma wafting into Xie Jinchuan's nostrils. He reassured himself not to rush. He had already taken the first step. Hu Qiqing Old Fox had likely backed out at the last minute due to some upheaval in the Cui family. Xie Jinchuan took a sip of tea, revealing a wry smile. Brother Buqing, I heard you and Pei Yuzhi. Suddenly, the ringtone of a phone call rang out, interrupting Xie Jinchuan's words. Zhang Buqing calmly glanced at the screen without raising his eyelids, casually saying, I'll take this call. Xie Jinchuan paused. All right. Zhang Buqing did not take the call in front of Xie Jinchuan. Instead, he stepped out of the yacht's cabin. Watching his silhouette through the glass, Xie Jinchuan's expression darkened. He noticed. When did those two become so close? Chapter 91. Collaboration. Pei Yuzhi, have you figured it out so quickly? Zhang Buqing leaned against the railing, gazing down at the tranquil sea. I am a person of utmost honesty, never prone to deceit. Conversely, the one who deceives you is presently on the yacht, looking at you with tender affection. Zhang Buqing's eyelids fluttered slightly. Hu Qiqing, cornered by Cui Xinqing, had made a foolish decision the previous day. What was it? As expected, a low, self-satisfied chuckle came from the young man on the other end of the line. Zhang Buqing ground his teeth in warning. Pei Yuzhi. Brother Buqing? Suddenly, Su Jinchuan's voice echoed from the receiver. Zhang Buqing turned around to see Su Jinchuan smiling behind him. I checked the menu, and there's no fishy like today. How about we venture further out for some sea fishing? Beep, beep, beep. I have a grand opening ceremony to attend this afternoon. I'll just have a light meal. He tossed aside his windbreaker in annoyance and instructed, take me to Binjiang Road. Mr. Su, the master requests your presence at the old residence. Su Jinchuan's eyelid shot up. Now, the old man wants to see you. After the driver spoke, silence enveloped the car. Yet Su Jinchuan was devoid of any leverage. Merely a pawn in the hands of the Hu family. He felt unwilling. A flash of malice flickered in his eyes. Soon, a message pinged on Su Jinchuan's phone. The Pei Group's branch in Shanghai had rented a 3-story business building. When Pei Yuzhi arrived, he unexpectedly encountered someone who should not have been there. Qingyun? Pei Yuzhi slammed the car door shut. What are you doing here? Qingyun's expression was grim as he restrained his anger. Have you provoked Hu Qiqing? Pei Yuzhi's gaze shifted slightly. I merely mentioned a name casually that day. Rest assured, Hu Qiqing now knows it wasn't you. Qingyun gritted his teeth. Young master. My father found out that Hu Qiqing was investigating me in Dongsu. He nearly beat me to a pulp. Pei Yuzhi finally showed a hint of embarrassment. Uncle Chung is still as vigorous as ever. Pei Yuzhi. Last night, Pei Yuzhi had only slept for 2 hours and was now suffering from a splitting headache. Buddy. I feel like I'm on the verge of collapse. Let me rest for a moment. I'll treat you to drinks later. On the brink of collapse? Perhaps death would be preferable to being a nuisance. Pei Yuzhi mused. It seems Qingyun is truly furious. He no longer even addresses him as young Master Pei. Pei Yuzhi had no choice. He had to invite Qingyun to dinner today. After all, he was in the wrong. Despite his exhaustion, his spirits were unusually high. The venue was a posh hotel S-bar, chosen by Qingyun. It boasted a small terrace, dim lights, and a singer strumming a guitar. Pei Yuzhi felt the tension in his body gradually ease. As for Qingyun, after downing 2 glasses of whiskey, the pent-up frustration of recent days finally began to dissipate. He raised his eyes, intending to speak, only to catch sight of Pei Yuzhi's calm demeanor, causing him to pause and avert his gaze. This establishment was one he had frequented during previous visits to Shanghai, brought by a few friends. It was said to be opened by a wealthy second-generation heir to satisfy his nostalgic cravings. Thus, the clientele was sparse, comprising mainly affluent individuals. Had it not been for Qingyun's access card, he wouldn't have been able to enter. In the center of the room, a raspy male voice filled the air, creating an otherwise pleasant atmosphere that was marred by the raucous laughter of a nearby table of young men. Qingyun frowned and glanced over. 3 young men sat together, their flamboyant attire revealing their ostentatious nature. This was bound to be an entertaining spectacle. The Hu family had endured the Cui family for years, and Hu Qiqing had played the submissive for far too long. This time, he would no longer pretend. Rumor had it that the illegitimate child outside was even a few months older than Hu Chang. TSKS, Cui Xianyue was particularly concerned with appearances. Wouldn't she be infuriated enough to jump off a building this time? The more the merrier. At that point, our cold-faced young master, Hu would be motherless.
Ha ha ha.
As Chongyun listened to their unabashed malicious laughter, his expression grew cold. Unbeknownst to him, Pei Yuzhi, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them. What the hell? Are you talking about childhood memories? Huachang was always clinging to Cui Xianyue, only for her to publicly scold him like a dog at the banquet. I'm truly astounded. How can a woman be so love-struck as to raise an illegitimate child for her husband and belittle her own son? She must be enjoying herself. Have you heard? This afternoon on the outer ring road, that illegitimate child was hit by a truck. Huachang did it. No way, really? Did he die?
Died?
Not a chance. Yes, lucky. I heard Hua Laotai was furious and wants to settle the score with Huachang.
Goodness.
The Hor family and the Cui family have completely severed ties. Enough of that, come on, let us have a toast. The three young masters spoke brazenly, their glasses clinking together when a tall figure strode past them with purpose, heading straight for the exit. Chapter 92, A Fight at this moment. The atmosphere in the Hua family estate was peculiar. Huachang languidly lounged on the sofa, while the other family members either reveled in schadenfreude or remained silent, intimidated. The butler and bodyguards hurried past them. Soon, Huachang grew impatient. He stood up, causing everyone else to nervously glance his way. He casually remarked, "It's getting late. Let grandfather rest. I'll return tomorrow."
Stop.
It was Cui Xianyue. Her face was grim as she stood at the top of the staircase, coldly commanding, "Come up." At this moment, those around them were even more eager to witness the unfolding drama. Huachang had a fatal weakness. Cui Xianyue, whenever she spoke, he would never defy her. Sure enough, Huachang stood rooted to the spot, and every member of the Hor family secretly relished the scene. No matter how formidable the Cui family was, or how well Cui Xianqing trained Huachang, what did it matter? They were merely sewing garments for the Hua family. Whether it was Cui Xianqing, the older brother, or Huachang, the son, they could never let go of the foolish woman, Cui Xianyue. Meanwhile, Cui Xianyue felt completely under Hua Cheating's thumb. She stood high above, gazing down at the boy's back, which had grown too tall for her to reach. Regardless, he was still her son, Huachang. He should have been throwing a tantrum, yet he stood there motionless. She emphasized her words, growing increasingly impatient. That illegitimate child had an accident in Shanghai, right on the way to the old residence. This was too much to ponder. The only ones who knew he was in Shanghai and were aware of his movements were the Hor family. No matter who was responsible, at this moment, the old man was placing the blame squarely on Huachang. Cui Xianyue clenched her fists tightly, harboring resentment toward Huachang. This son of hers had never been particularly clever. While Huasheng and the others flattered the old man, Huachang stood there, dazed and oblivious. Even when opportunities arose, such as the banquet yesterday, where an alliance with the Xie family could have secured their shipping line, Huachang chose that moment to embarrass her. It was always like this. He never allowed her to have her way. Cui Xianyue's expression twisted with rage. "Huachang, your friends are at the door," banging on it. Just then, a flustered servant rushed in to report. As he entered the hall, the fresh air rushed in from outside. Huachang snapped out of his stupor, slowly exhaling. Cui Xianyue's interrupted words lodged in her throat. Her earlier screams had exhausted her composure. She took a deep breath and demanded, "Who is banging on the door? Hurry, get them out. If you can't, call the police. Huachang, come up immediately." Upon hearing her command, Huachang finally moved. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Cui Xianyue's eyes, but it quickly turned to shock. Huachang merely turned halfway, his gaze meeting hers across the vast, empty living room. After nearly an hour of waiting, it appeared grandfather had fallen asleep. Cui Xianyue widened her eyes.
Huachang.
"I told you to come up." Huachang lowered his gaze, concealing the annoyance in his eyes. "I'll come back tomorrow." With that, he turned without hesitation and walked away. Even as he reached the courtyard, the lights from the Manor-S living room still flickered, and it seemed he could hear Cui Xianyue's voice trailing behind him. Huaqiao let out a long sigh, feeling an indescribable sense of relaxation wash over him. He turned to the doorman beside him and said, "All right, you can clock out now. Take a paid leave for the next couple of days to avoid any trouble." Little did he know, the doorman wore a troubled expression and replied, "Young master, there truly is a friend of yours outside. You should go take a look. Several members of the security team have been taken down by him." Huaqiao's eyes flickered. "Who is it?" The doorman responded, "It's your friend Qingyun from last night's banquet." Outside the Hor residence, the atmosphere was particularly tense under the porcelain white lights. Two men clad in black suits struggled to rise from the ground, glaring menacingly at Pei Yuzhi and Qingyun. "I said I'm looking for Huaqiao." Pei Yuzhi gasped, wiping his chin with his hand. He had been inadvertently ambushed by a security guard who had struck him with a baton, leaving a significant cut. He pressed his tongue against his cheek. It was not too serious. Glancing at the four security guards who were on high alert, Pei Yuzhi spoke in a detached tone. "Inform the Hua family that I wish to see Huaqiao." "This gentleman," the leading man replied, "we have already informed you, without an invitation from the master. You cannot enter. Moreover, the master issued a decree hours ago that no guests are to be received tonight." The leader appeared quite flustered. his gaze towards Pei Yuzhi filled with trepidation. It was important to note that these security guards were not to be underestimated. They were all skilled fighters.
Yet,
The two young men before them, akin to wealthy heirs, had fought with such ferocity. Had they not been armed, they might not have fared well.
Pei Xiao.
Cheng Yun is practically losing it. Cheng Yun's eyes were fixed on the security guards, seemingly on the verge of launching himself at them. However, the words that came out of his mouth were filled with trepidation. Brother, taking on 4 by ourselves is impressive enough. I'm only 21, and I don't want to die just yet. Can we please retreat? Pei Yuzhi chuckled. Did you not hear what they said? The Hor family is not receiving guests. Hu Qiao will not fare well here. Cheng Yun was at a loss for words. But we can't cause a scene at the Hor family's doorstep, can we? What if they genuinely call the police, and we end up spending the night in jail for public disorder? Suddenly, Cheng Yun's gaze froze. Pei Xiao, do you see someone coming out from inside? Pei Yuzhi furrowed his brow, looking past the 4 security guards. The Hor family's entrance featured intricate carvings, and through the gaps, he could discern some light from within. It seemed someone was driving out of the Hua estate. No, it was not merely a light. A vehicle was indeed emerging from inside. A thought struck him, and he slightly turned his head back, calmly advising, protect yourself well. Don't get killed. Cheng Yun asked, what are you talking about? Without waiting for a response, Pei Yuzhi rolled his neck and strode toward the main gate. What are you doing? The 4 security guards exchanged startled glances, unsure of what had pushed this man to act recklessly. Pei Yuzhi quickened his pace, and the 4 guards shared a look, their expressions turning hostile. In the blink of an eye, Pei Yuzhi was once again embroiled in a scuffle with them. This time, it was evident that Pei Yuzhi's fighting capability was lacking as he was struck multiple times by the guards' batons. The sounds of flesh meeting flesh and muffled groans made Cheng Yun's eyes blaze with anger. Damn it! How dare you use batons? I'll kill you! He roared and charged forward. The 2 against 4 resumed their brawl, and no one noticed the voices crackling through the walkie-talkies or the iron gate slowly opening behind them. The Hua estate was vast. It took 3 minutes to drive from the main building to the gate. The lights drew closer, and the figures entwined began to come into view. Hu Qiao's eyes immediately caught sight of Pei Yuzhi, who was surrounded. His heart skipped a beat as he witnessed a baton strike Pei Yuzhi hard across the waist. Chapter 93, a plea for sympathy. Fighting could easily incite a fervor, especially when one felt cornered. At this moment, the wealthy young men had become quite vicious, targeting the most vulnerable spots. They claimed to be security guards, yet in reality, they were a cadre of bodyguards and enforcers employed by the Hu family. Although we live in a society governed by law, the Hu family's wealth made them a target for envy, and thus, they found it prudent to keep such personnel for peace of mind. However, this did not mean they were devoid of actual skill. One young guard, blinded by rage, swung his baton down upon Pei Yuzhi's back. At that moment, the headlights of a vehicle illuminated the courtyard. Pei Yuzhi instinctively began to dodge, but the sudden brightness froze him in place.
Ugh.
He grunted as he collapsed to the ground. Pei Xiao, damn it, are you alright? Pei Yuzhi. He lay motionless on the ground, sending the previously enraged guards into a panic. Brother, I didn't mean to. What do we do? The young guard dropped his baton, his companions' faces turning pale. They had made a grave mistake. It's the young master's car. Seeing a glimmer of hope, they hurried towards Hu Qiao's vehicle. Young master, this man is causing trouble, he insisted on barging in. Mr. Hu instructed that no guests are to be received today. They were terrified. Although they had not encountered Pei Yuzhi before, the car he arrived in, and his claim to know Hu Qiao indicated that his status was anything but ordinary. If they had injured Pei Yuzhi, the Hu family might well fear the repercussions and throw them under the bus to deflect blame. As they stood there, anxious, Hu Qiao inquired, who struck him? The young guard's face went pale. Hu Qiao's expression turned icy as he approached the guard and delivered a punch without uttering a word. Without a glance back at them, Hu Qiao took a deep breath and headed straight for where Pei Yuzhi lay. Hu Qiao, we need to get him to the hospital. He is unconscious. Cheng Yun had parked his car outside the Hu residence. The driver took the wheel, while he occupied the passenger seat, with Hu Qiao and Pei Yuzhi in the back. Hu Qiao, is he alright? Why hasn't he moved at all? This shouldn't be the case. Did that little bastard hit him on the head? Cheng Yun turned, only to see Pei Yuzhi lying limp in Hu Qiao's embrace, his eyes widening in horror. What the hell? Is Pei Yuzhi okay? Old phone, drive faster. Hu Qiao's voice was chilling, and Cheng Yun's words were caught in his throat. He awkwardly turned to gaze out the window. The car fell into an uneasy silence, and the rhythm of Pei Yuzhi's breathing did not resemble that of someone unconscious. It was only then that Hu Qiao's racing heart began to settle, akin to soaking in a tart juice. Even with the suspicion that Pei Yuzhi had deceived him, he still felt a lingering unease. He has deceived me again. In the darkness, Pei Yuzhi finally mustered the courage to open his eyes. Hu Qiao had realized he was pretending, but chose not to expose him. His heart raced uncontrollably. Just one day, without seeing Hu Qiao made him yearn for him intensely. The blow to his back must have hurt, yet suffering that pain for the chance to be held by Hu Qiao felt worth it. From the anxiety of parting the night before to the sleeplessness, facing the pressure from Cui Xianqing, and finally hearing the words at the bar, Pei Yuzhi now just wanted to lean against Hu Qiao. The two seemed to share an unspoken understanding, sitting silently together. Before long, a heavy breathing sound emanated from the front seat. Cheng Yun had unexpectedly fallen asleep. Hu Qiao's side grew numb, and just as he contemplated moving, the one feigning unconsciousness stirred first.
Click.
Pei Yuzhi swiftly pressed the partition button and whispered, "I'm sorry, Hu Qiao." The back seat was dim, obscuring the faces of those present. "I was very worried about you. I heard that Xie Jinchuan was in an accident, that your grandfather was looking for trouble, and your phone was unreachable, so I came directly to find you. I just got hit with a baton and fainted for a bit." "Stop pretending," Hu Qiao interrupted. "That blow didn't hit your head. How could you faint?" Pei Yuzhi replied, "I was wrong. I was pretending. I actually saw the headlights earlier. I was just hoping the person coming out was you." Hu Qiao fell silent. "Pei Yuzhi, enough." Pei Yuzhi suddenly seemed drained of energy. He didn't want to hear Hu Qiao say that they had nothing to do with each other. "I only slept for 2 hours last night. Was troubled all day by your uncle, heard you were in trouble at night, and then got into a fight. Hu Qiao, I think I'm about to die." His voice was languid as he curled up on Hu Qiao's lap. Hu Qiao pondered over how to articulate his thoughts, but after a moment of silence, he realized Pei Yuzhi had fallen asleep. Hu Qiao lowered his gaze, observing Pei Yuzhi's stiff short hair brushing against his thigh through the fabric of his trousers. It was hard to tell whether the warmth emanating from his leg or the heat rising from Pei Yuzhi's face was the cause of the gentle steam curling upwards. Hu Qiao's expression remained impassive, though his thoughts wandered far away. Perhaps he should grant Pei Yuzhi another chance, lest he repeat today's foolishness. Suddenly, the dim back seat lit up momentarily. It was Pei Yuzhi's phone, which had slipped from his grasp after he got into the car, partially exposed beneath him. Hu Qiao glanced at it, and as if pricked by a needle, he abruptly pushed Pei Yuzhi's head away. A muffled grunt escaped Pei Yuzhi's lips. But Hu Qiao paid him no mind. The glass of the car window reflected the glow of the streetlights, casting Hu Qiao's face in and out of view. His brows furrowed in displeasure. When Pei Yuzhi awoke, his body felt as though it had been dismantled. He let out a groan, struggling to lift his arms. What a bother. However, was this Hu Qiao's home? As he sat up, he inadvertently tugged at the injury on his back, shaking off the last remnants of sleep and becoming fully alert. The bedroom was spacious, minimally decorated, clearly uninhabited, likely a guest room in Hu Qiao's residence. He lazily rose, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he stepped out. Hu Qiao was indeed soft-hearted toward him. The previous day's act had not been in vain. Wasn't this a sign of his affection? Pei Yuzhi mused to himself, deciding to linger by Hu Qiao's side a little longer and seek an opportunity to gauge Hu Qiao's views on non-virgins before revealing the events of that night. He believed Hu Qiao would not be overly upset. Exiting the guest room led him to a corridor, where faint sounds from the living room could be heard.
It was Hu Qiao.
Pei Yuzhi's smile widened as he quickened his pace, calling out, "Hu Qiao, I'm in so much pain. Please take a look." The two individuals conversing in the living room turned abruptly. Just then, Pei Yuzhi rounded the corner into the living room, locking eyes with two individuals who bore a striking resemblance to each other. "Why aren't you helping me with my wounds?" Pei Yuzhi whined in a high-pitched tone, the last syllable warping into an unexpected pitch. His previously cheerful demeanor faltered, his expression becoming quite comical. Cui Xianqing scoffed coldly, "Hu Qiao, you have some nerve. How can you endure having such a battered individual around?" Pei Yuzhi had never felt so humiliated in his life, particularly as it was a matter of great concern for him. Was Cui Xianqing's tongue truly so venomous, or was his face genuinely swollen like that of a pig? He had expected to sweetly coax Hu Qiao, but instead, he was unexpectedly confronted by Cui Xianqing's biting remarks. Yet, he could say nothing in return. Cui Xianqing was seething, having just told Pei Yuzhi to stay away from Hu Qiao during the day, only to find them together that evening. However, after his outburst, he noticed something was amiss. The sharp-tongued young man who had argued with him in the office now sat quietly on the sofa, head bowed, as if bearing a tremendous grievance. Cui Xianqing suddenly became alert. This boy dared to play tricks on him. Indeed, his cold-hearted, unfeeling nephew looked at him with dissatisfaction. "Uncle, are you going through a midlife crisis?" Cui Xianqing, who had always felt like he was in the prime of his life at 30, felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His lips quivered as he attempted to respond. At that moment, Pei Yuzhi cautiously glanced at Hu Qiao. The two young men were openly exchanging glances in front of him. Cui Xianqing found it amusing. Hu Qiao, perplexed, wondered, "I thought their business negotiation went smoothly yesterday. Why is the atmosphere so strange?" Pei Yuzhi's eyes darted, and he quietly said, "Hu Qiao, please don't be angry with President Cui. I know he has reservations about me. Yesterday, in my haste to find you, I neglected to inform my team. When President Cui's representative arrives to terminate the contract, I will ensure they proceed without delay." Cui Xianqing's fingers froze mid-motion. Hu Qiao frowned. "What termination?" Pei Yuzhi replied, "The contract for the first phase of the Tanchuan project." He spoke vaguely, and indeed, Hu Qiao seemed unaware of the details. Why terminated? Aren't we in discussions for the second phase? He queried, addressing his uncle. Cui Xianqing observed the boy's antics with a detached demeanor. Pei Yuzhi offered him a subtle smile. Cui Xianqing turned to Huiqiao and stated flatly, Huiqiao, you are questioning my decision. Huiqiao hesitated. It was not a matter of doubt but curiosity. The Tanchuan project has been on hold for quite some time, and uncle is eager to get it underway. Why would we suddenly consider changing partners? Pei Yuzhi's eyes flickered as he leaned closer to Huiqiao, whispering, my back hurts. Huiqiao's thoughts momentarily stalled. Pei Yuzhi's breath brushed against his ear. Cui Xianqing retorted coldly, since when did you become a medical expert? Back pain can be treated. Both men froze. I'll take him to the hospital, Huiqiao declared as he stood. Uncle, I'll meet you at the company shortly. Ultimately, Pei Yuzhi was left on the street as the black Rolls Royce drove away. He had slept heavily the previous night and found numerous messages on his phone. Soon, Chengyan arrived in a sports car to pick him up. You fell asleep in the car. How could I intrude on your time together?
So,
I found a nearby hotel. But wait, are you and Huiqiao together now? Chengyan's curiosity was piqued. If they were together, it hardly seemed that way. Following Pei Yuzhi to stir up trouble at the Heir residence had been so sudden that he had not had time to think it through. However, upon waking and reflecting, everything fell off. If they were truly together, Pei Yuzhi would not have allowed himself to be caught off guard. Even Cheng, with his limited intellect, could grasp this notion. Or perhaps they had been together, and then separated. Otherwise, he wouldn't be unable to reach Huiqiao by phone. Pei Yuzhi scoffed, shut up. Cheng chuckled, it seems so. But your change in preferences is rather drastic. From Bai Shi to Huiqiao, one a delicate little green tea. The other a stoic figure, who can only be described as a one. What a change. He had been interested in Huiqiao since the first time they met. Captivated by the sight of Huiqiao, and Bai Shi standing beneath that tree. Yet, back then, Pei Yuzhi had been muddled and insincere, mistakenly believing his interest in Huiqiao was merely a concern for a rival. Reflecting on his past antics, where he sought attention from Huiqiao for trivial reasons. A smile crept across his face. Changyan shivered at the sight of that smile. Did you just get together with Huiqiao? Why do you still look so lovesick? You, a single dog, understand nothing. Chengyan replied, speaking of which, how is Xie Jinchuan doing? Chengyan paused, his smile fading slightly, still in the hospital. With a mild concussion and some abrasions on his face. What did the traffic police say? Who was the driver that hit him? It was just a regular cement truck. The driver was fatigued and blinded by the high beams of oncoming traffic. Pei Yuzhi suddenly chuckled. Xie Jinchuan is quite bold. Chengyan turned, puzzled. Are you suggesting this was orchestrated by Xie Jinchuan himself? Chengyan tightened his grip on the steering wheel. Pei Yuzhi remarked nonchalantly. You've long since parted ways with him. He is ruthless, much like Hui cheating. You should consider yourself fortunate to have distanced yourself. Otherwise, Su would be a cautionary tale for you. Chengyan exhaled. I know all too well. Speaking of Su reminded Pei Yuzhi of something. By the way, you mentioned you had some spare cash? There is some truth to that, but did you not say that sum was rather insignificant? Since reaching adulthood and starting a family, Chengyan has intentionally increased his allowance. Furthermore, he possesses a modest stake in some shares and funds, yielding quite substantial returns. He intended to invest alongside Pei Yuzhi. But Pei Yuzhi dismissed the amount as trivial, and thus the matter fell through. I have recently established a company in the bustling metropolis. Transfer your funds to me, and I shall grant you equity. Chengyan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What is the venture? A shipping? Pei Yuzhi scoffed. With our paltry funds, are we to engage in shipping? Purchase a mere scrap of metal for a cargo ship? Chengyan awkwardly retorted. It still amounts to tens of millions. Pei Yuzhi turned his gaze to the street outside and casually inquired, do you maintain a good relationship with Zhonglin? Ask him if he has plans to visit the metropolis soon. Chengyan's expression stiffened at the mention of him. Pei Yuzhi pointed to the enormous screen facing the street. Did you not inquire about investment opportunities? Invest in him. Chapter 95. Accusations in the office of the president of the Chui Corporation. Still vexed, all because of that insufferable brat? No. I simply do not comprehend why you abruptly wish to change partners. A few moments prior, Secretary Qi had briefed Huiqiao on the situation. Upon learning that the intention to terminate the contract was merely a consideration and that the process had not yet begun, he breathed a sigh of relief. His uncle is commendable in many respects, but he holds one flaw. He insists on following through with his words. As long as the termination has not commenced, there remains room for reconciliation. Disgust flickered in Huiqiao's eyes. Has she approached you? She called me. Cui Xianqing's tone was measured. Rest assured. I have personally contacted Hui cheating and they will reach out to you shortly. Huiqiao paused. Uncle. You know Cui Xianqing raised a hand to interrupt him. That illegitimate child is as cunning, treacherous, and self-serving as Hui cheating. Well, Laozi wishes to abandon him as a pawn to curry favor with me, but who knew this brat would go so far as to orchestrate a car accident? Nevertheless, these matters do not alter the facts. The shares of the Hui family rightfully belong to you, once you acquire them. Whether you wish to join the Hui board or liquidate the shares is entirely your prerogative. After hearing this, Hu Qiao fell silent for a long time. Cui Xianxing glanced at him before shifting the topic. In a few days, it will be your grandfather's birthday. You and Xiaolin Yuan. Uncle. What did you and Pei Yuzhi discuss yesterday? Why did the topic of contract termination suddenly arise? Cui Xianxing was rendered speechless. Anger simmered within him, and his face betrayed a hint of coldness. Hu Qiao. Hu Qiao fixed his gaze on Cui Xianxing and said, Uncle, do not bully him. That business was initiated by Cui Xianyue without your knowledge. Had it not been for his reminder, the Tanshui Bay project would have been entirely mishandled by Chang Fengyuan. Cui Xianxing admonished sharply. Are you accusing me now? Hu Qiao pressed his lips together. If it were not for Pei Yuzhi, Tanshui Bay would now be a complete disaster. I know you do not care about this but enough. Cui Xianxing sneered. What a fine accusation from you. Hu Qiao. Hu Qiao fell silent. He genuinely believed Cui Xianxing needed a moment of clarity. Cui Xianxing's indulgence towards Cui Xianyue had gone too far. He felt a sense of absurdity and helplessness regarding Cui Xianxing's actions. It was reminiscent of when Cui Xianyue, in her childhood, sent him to the Cui family to ensnare Hu cheating, and Cui Xianxing had acquiesced. Even when Hu Qiao was 10 years old and needed his mother less, Cui Xianxing still agreed. Now that he had grown, their dynamic remained unchanged. Cui Xianxing strictly adhered to the promise made upon their grandmother's passing to care for his sister, forming a closed loop that Hu Qiao could not alter. Let it be, whoever uncle wishes to assign Tanshui Bay to can have it. The Hu shares are what Cui Xianyue desires, so give them to her to spare her the trouble of always seeking you out. With that, he turned and walked away. Cui Xianxing felt a surge of suppressed anger. This brat has learned to throw tantrums, undoubtedly influenced by that scoundrel Pei Yuzhi. But how should Cui Xianxing address the contract termination? Should he inform Hu Qiao that he threatened Pei Yuzhi into a breakup, and Pei Yuzhi refused, thus leading to the termination? Pei Yuzhi is likely waiting for him to say just that. Having navigated the business world for so long, he never expected to be outmaneuvered by a mere youth. Stop right there, Cui Xianxing said coldly. I have already issued an order within the corporation. From today onward, the Tanshui Bay project is under your management. Who says I intended to hand it over to Cui Xianyue? Also, I am not some antiquated traditionalist who insists on arranged marriages without reason. Even if you and Xiaolin Yuan do not come to terms, the Xie family remains a long-standing acquaintance. That day, in front of so many people, you embarrass Xiaolin Yuan. You should personally invite him to dinner. And we shall consider the matter settled. Hu Qiao stood still for a moment, then replied, understood. As he reached the door, Cui Xianxing's voice echoed. I reiterate, that Pei Yuzhi is not suitable for you. Hu Qiao opened the door and left. 10 minutes after departing from the Cui Corporation, Hu Qiao received a call from Hu Cheating. Pei Yuzhi indeed made a trip to the hospital. He sustained only superficial injuries, with the most severe blow to his back, but no damage to his bones. The doctor advised a few days of rest and application of some medicinal liquor, and he would be fine. Where to next? Shall we check out the new company? Chungyun asked eagerly. I truly did not anticipate your investment in the entertainment industry. Is there a promising project on the way? He pointed out the celebrities. Him? Shen Xingyi? Chungyun recalled this individual, a talent recently promoted by the Zhong family company. What about his scandals? Chungyun hesitated. What does having dated someone even amount to in terms of scandal? Pei Yuzhi scoffed. His selection of Shen Xingyi stemmed from an intuition regarding the plot. In the original narrative, Shen Xingyi faced ruin early on due to scandals, swiftly vanishing from the entertainment scene. Pei Yuzhi initially believed Shen Xingyi's disappearance was linked to his affiliation with the Zhong family's entertainment company, considering Zhonglin a friend of Hu Qiao. However, he later perceived that the situation was not so simple. After all, Zhonglin was merely a classmate of Hu Qiao, who had dedicated a segment to an inconsequential artist, rendering Shen Xingyi a transient pawn. There must be other underlying reasons. Ever since Pei Yuzhi uncovered this, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. It merely required some capital to test the waters. Since Shen Xingyi is an artist of the Zhong family, does that not imply frequent dealings with Zhonglin? Are you afraid of Zhonglin? Chungyun instantly felt uneasy. What do I have to fear from him? Pei Yuzhi replied, then you shall handle all business dealings with the Zhong family. All right. Pei Yuzhi's brow furrowed slightly. Closing the car door, he walked towards the hotel lobby. His gait appeared somewhat stiff, seemingly wary of aggravating his back injury. Ding ding ding. Chungyun did not think much of it and pressed the button on his Bluetooth headset. Hello? Chungyun, it's me, Xie Jinchuan. Chungyun's pupils dilated, and he instinctively slammed on the brakes. The screeching sound of tires against the pavement echoed in the hotel courtyard. Pei Yuzhi stepped out of the revolving door and squinted slightly in the direction of the sound. Chapter 96. The new company assistant Chung meticulously briefed him on recent happenings in the metropolis. You have performed admirably. The young master is the project leader, responsible for decision-making. And as an employee, the first rule is to never question the boss's decisions. Assistant Cheng's expression stiffened. He recalled attempting to subtly prevent the contract termination while in the car. Secretary Qian had many matters to report to Pei Yuzhi and was oblivious to Assistant Cheng's unease. The branch of the Pei Corporation had been particularly busy lately. In the metropolis, even the average employee was aware of what collaborating with the Chui Corporation entailed. Thus, the atmosphere in the company had been especially vibrant in recent days. Pei Yuzhi's office was at the end of the corridor. By the time Secretary Qian arrived, Pei Yuzhi had just finished a phone call. Closing the door, he entered and spoke. Secretary Qian stood before Pei Yuzhi's desk and said, "The individual you asked me to investigate has very little information. It seems someone has deliberately erased traces, so I can only approach it from other angles." Pei Yuzhi opened the documents he had been handed, his gaze sharpening as he read a particular section. Secretary Qian explained, "You mentioned that Xie Jinchuan might also be investigating. I managed to trace some of the information channels he frequently uses, and that's how I uncovered this." He glanced up slightly at his young superior. Recently, the company had undergone significant changes, and as a senior secretary, he was aware of the shifts. The young boss had always been a carefree scion, indulging in racing and drinking, far more restrained than the other wealthy heirs in Dongsu. Moreover, Pei's parents had doted on him. Pei Xinyan had once mentioned that if his son was reluctant to join the company, he would hand over Pei Corporation to professional managers. However, after a car accident during the summer, it seemed to have awakened him. Not only was he willing to join the company, but he had also collaborated with Pei Xinyan on several major decisions. Dealing with a few treacherous shareholders was nothing. Yet, the idea of investing in the entertainment industry in the bustling metropolis was unexpected for Secretary Qian. After all, the Pei Group had previously shown little interest in the entertainment sector, and any hasty involvement could potentially lead to financial losses. "Yes, President Pei," Secretary Qian adjusted his glasses. "What are your instructions?" Pei Yuzhi smiled, tapping the table. "You have done well this time. Would you be interested in following me in the future? With my father in Dongsu, I hardly need to be there. I will focus my energies on the metropolis. How would you like to be the general manager of my company?" Secretary Qian was taken aback. "Why do you refer to it as your company and not a branch?" "President, I comply with the company's arrangements and decisions. If I were to take over the branch, it would only require your directive."
No.
"I'm not speaking of the branch. I'm referring to my newly established company." Secretary Qian furrowed his brow, and after a moment, he responded. "You mean the entertainment company?"
Precisely.
"Are you interested? My focus will undoubtedly be there, a company independent from the Pei family. Of course. You may take your time to consider. I can offer you some initial shares in the new company, though not too many, as there are other shareholders." At that moment, Pei Yuzhi spoke with a devilish allure, exuding a sweet temptation. Secretary Qian found himself intrigued, not for any other reason, but for the shares Pei Yuzhi had mentioned. He was aware that the initial funding for this venture had begun the moment Pei Yuzhi arrived in the metropolis, 300 million. Not a penny less. But how much would the shares be worth? And who might the other shareholders partnering with Pei Yuzhi be? Wealthy heirs from Dongsu? Influential figures from the metropolis? Or perhaps members of the influential Chui family who navigated both the legitimate and underworld? "President Pei, I need to think it over," Secretary Qian admitted, caught off guard by this unexpected opportunity. He had graduated from Dongsu University and subsequently obtained a top business master's degree in the United States, earning dual degrees in finance and management. After 5 years with the Pei Corporation, he had only reached the position of secretary to the chairman. With an annual income and bonuses totaling no more than 5 million, the path to financial freedom still felt distant. However, if he could acquire shares, everything would change. "Of course, take your time to consider. I have high hopes for you. As my father's only son, being with me is essentially no different from being at Pei Corporation. The shares are a bonus, and your salary will remain the same as at Pei." Pei Yuzhi smiled, playfully undermining his father. "Rest assured, I will shield you." Having secured a valuable ally, Pei Yuzhi confidently entrusted the new company to Secretary Qian. The initial capital for the new enterprise exceeded 300 million. While it sounded substantial, the entertainment industry was notorious for its lavish spending. The protagonist, Su Su, was considered an artist, and aside from his romantic entanglements with Xie Jinchuan, his career was also noteworthy. Art and entertainment intertwine. After exacting revenge on the Zhong family, Xie Jinchuan assisted Su Su in acquiring a portion of their shares. It was as if the halo of the protagonist illuminated all his investments, which consistently yielded high returns. Among them, the most famous was a slow-paced variety show that initially faced skepticism. The most prominent star for its promotion was Shen Xingyi. The show quickly soared in popularity, and as a participant from outside the spotlight, Su Su's background as a young painter with study abroad experience added to his allure, propelling him to fame. Furthermore, his unexpected chemistry with the seasoned film emperor heightened Xie Jinchuan's jealousy, adding intrigue for readers. Pei Yuzhi assigned Life in a Manor as the inaugural project for the new company to Secretary Qian. Although Shen Xingyi expressed interest in participating, he had yet to finalize his contract for his previous drama.
Contact the production team.
"I want to invest in and become their primary financier and sponsor." As winter approached, the nights in the metropolis grew darker earlier. After a day of silence, Cheng Yun called. Pei Yuzhi's eyes flickered momentarily as he answered. "What's up, young Master Pei? Would you like to join me for dinner?" I have a few matters to discuss with you. Pei Yuzhi chuckled lightly. Alright, I'll choose the place. Forget that. Come to my place. I'll send you the address. Cheng Yun hesitated. Just remember not to get too excited when you arrive. Pei Yuzhi stood, picking up his car keys, and joked, as long as it's not you betraying me, I won't lose my temper. Besides, I don't have manic episodes to the point of flipping tables. Let us see how it goes when you arrive. Chapter 97. A farewell. The restaurant served Italian cuisine, with a genuine Italian chef, high prices, and reservations required. Upon arrival, Pei Yuzhi was momentarily taken aback by the decor, thinking he had entered the wrong establishment. After all, Cheng Yun, despite his affluent background, preferred street-side barbecues and humble eateries. In his words, fine wines belonged in upscale venues, while dishes should be freshly prepared. Thus, Pei Yuzhi found it peculiar that he had chosen such a place. This isn't your usual style. Pei Yuzhi lounged in his chair, careful to avoid a bruise on his back, shifting several times until he found a comfortable position. Cheng Yun chuckled. Young Master Pei. We agreed not to get overly excited about anything we see tonight. Pei Yuzhi raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Cheng Yun averted his gaze. This is the metropolis. We are outsiders. It's said that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake cough. Pei Yuzhi's carefree smile faded, replaced by a cold demeanor.
Cheng Yun.
Cheng Yun felt a chill run down his spine and quickly pointed upward. When I called you, I saw Hu Qiao going upstairs with a man. With whom? We've encountered Hu Qiao before in Dongsu. Her fiancé is surnamed Xia.
Bang.
Pei Yuzhi abruptly stood up. Cheng Yun's gaze flickered as he added, Young Master Pei. Please don't be hasty. Hu Qiao and he didn't appear overly intimate. It might just be a meal. Pei Yuzhi's eyes turned icy as he stared at the second floor. Cheng Yun's expression wavered, uncertain whether to feel relieved or disappointed. Young Master Pei. Are you no longer angry? Cheng Yun, do you want me to be furious and confront Xia Linyuan or not? Cheng Yun's expression stiffened. Why would I want you to be angry? Pei Yuzhi's anger subsided as he lowered his gaze, casually lifting his teacup. Yesterday, Xia Jinchuan contacted you. Merely to relay a message? To incite enmity between me and Xia Linyuan? How did you know? TSK, I've mentioned before. You tend to be foolish when you play clever. After a brief silence, Cheng Yun murmured, I apologize. Does this suffice for you to appease Xia Jinchuan? Sort of. He only asked me to bring you here. Cheng Yun's situation contrasted with Pei Yuzhi's. Many of the Cheng family's businesses relied on the Xia family in Dongsu. Xia Jinchuan could indeed create obstacles for the Cheng family's ventures. There is no such thing as a free lunch. If Xia Jinchuan wanted Cheng Yun's assistance, he could not jeopardize Cheng Yun's fundamental interests. The Cheng family's business was Cheng Yun's bottom line. Moreover, today's performance by Cheng Yun was deliberately clumsy. Pei Yuzhi, with a sense of inevitability, decided to indulge him in a charade. Thank you, Xiao, he said, though Cheng Yun's expression was far from pleasant, as the feeling of being constrained by another was never enjoyable. In the past, he had harbored affection for Xia Jinchuan, who shone like a moonlight in his heart. He relished whatever the other did. Moreover, the Cheng family's business indeed required the support of the Xia family. Yet, at some point, he began to feel a sense of resentment, unwilling to be merely a pawn for Xia Jinchuan's convenience, like a worthless piece of refuse easily discarded. He recalled a remark Pei Yuzhi had made once. Perhaps he did not cherish Xia Jinchuan enough. Pei Yuzhi calmly stated, I should be thanking you. Otherwise, I would remain oblivious to the fact that Hu Qiao had met with Xia Linyuan right under my nose. Cheng Yun was puzzled. Thank you? Pei Yuzhi lifted his chin, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Of course, otherwise I would have been unaware that Xia Linyuan is still persistent in trying to undermine me. The meal was a source of trepidation for Cheng Yun. It was a desperate measure to summon Pei Yuzhi here. He truly did not wish to witness the deterioration of Pei Yuzhi's relations with the influential Xia family, especially after several million had just been deposited into Pei Yuzhi's new company account. How troublesome. Fortunately, Pei Yuzhi maintained a semblance of composure and managed to finish the meal. Then, Hu Qiao and Xia Linyuan descended from the second floor. Pei Yuzhi's expression was indifferent as he glanced at his watch. They arrived earlier than we did, and we have been dining for nearly 40 minutes, which means Hu Qiao and that pretty boy have been alone together for over an hour. Cheng Yun remarked. You seem to have calculated that quite well. What do you think? Pei Yuzhi retorted, bitterness lacing his tone. What does it matter to me? Just look at whether Hu Qiao even acknowledges my presence. His eyes blazed with anger and jealousy as they fixated on the two men exiting. The blow he had received had yielded little effect. Even the messages sent to Hu Qiao were met with indifference. Pei Xiao, what have you done to provoke Hu Qiao? Pei Yuzhi abruptly fell silent, his expression softening slightly. It was because of Bai Shi and the night of passion he could not bring himself to mention. I'll head over first. Tomorrow morning, you can go directly to the office to see Secretary Qian. Hu Qiao released Xia Linyuan into a car and exhaled softly, relieved that the meal had finally concluded. However, Xia Linyuan's demeanor suggested he was far from giving up. Hu Qiao furrowed his brows in annoyance. The Xia family was indeed connected to the Cui family, but the last time Cui Xianxing was sent away from the city, it was undoubtedly orchestrated by the Xia family. Hu Qiao could not comprehend why Cui Xianxing had not confronted the Xia family, but instead insisted on placating Xia Linyuan. Regardless of his confusion, he had been granted full authority over the Tan Shui Bay project, and at Cui Xianxing's request, treating Xia Linyuan to a meal and listening to his inconsequential chatter was still a worthwhile endeavor. Just as he turned to leave, someone appeared behind him, catching him by surprise and causing him to instinctively step back. Surprised to see me? A familiar, strong arm suddenly wrapped around his waist, pulling him firmly into an embrace. It was Pei Yuzhi. What could you possibly have to discuss with that pretty boy for an hour? Doesn't it bore you? The words, tinged with grievance, struck Hu Qiao's heart heavily. Pei Yuzhi's unique presence filled his senses, and as his heart settled, it felt as though it was being tightly grasped. It seems his back injury no longer pains him. Pei Yuzhi had not anticipated that Hu Qiao would be the first to express concern for his injury. A bittersweet sensation bubbled within him, and he quickly lowered his gaze, adopting an even more pitiful tone. You left me downstairs that day, and I had to go to the hospital myself. The doctor said I nearly fractured a bone. Hu Qiao, feel it. It's still swollen. He took Hu Qiao's hand and guided it beneath his clothing. Caught off guard, Hu Qiao's fingers brushed against warm skin, and Pei Yuzhi instinctively recoiled, letting out a soft hiss of pain. Yet Pei Yuzhi pressed Hu Qiao's hand firmly against the injury. Hu Qiao felt Pei Yuzhi's back tense suddenly, and his heart softened, losing all desire to resist. Pei Yuzhi rested his chin atop Hu Qiao's head and sighed, please give me another chance. Once I gather the truth, I will tell you everything about Bai Shi and me. Chapter 98. He is truly handsome. The upscale restaurant was not bustling with patrons, yet anyone passing by could see two striking men embracing beneath the dim, enchanting lights. The taller man held the other tightly, swaying slightly, while the shorter man squirmed slightly. The taller one appeared almost boneless, burying his head in the crook of the other's neck, exuding an air of charm. Standing beside a pillar outside the restaurant, the shadow cast upon him made him feel even more solitary compared to the entwined figures illuminated by the lights. He cast his eyes down, letting out a derisive smile. Unexpectedly reminded of Xie Jinchuan. Recently, he felt an inexplicable sensation. Discarding the cigarette butt onto the ground, he crushed it underfoot, extinguishing the last ember. Emerging from the shadows, he smiled and greeted, what a coincidence, Hu Qiao. You're dining here as well? Hu Qiao's body, which had just relaxed, became tense. Pei Yuzhi's eyelids twitched, his impatience flickering. Zhang Buqing, what was he doing here? How troublesome. Upon hearing the unexpected comment, Hu Qiao's ears perked up. Pei Yuzhi, sensing his thoughts, wished he could shout in protest. Lazily rising from Hu Qiao's neck, Pei Yuzhi turned, his arms skillfully wrapping around him. Zhang Buqing observed Pei Yuzhi's unabashed display of intimacy with a flicker of surprise. In a world that appeared to embrace openness, families with stature still regarded homosexuality as a taboo. As an only son burdened with the responsibilities of inheriting the family business, Pei Yuzhi's brazen affection for Hu Qiao was puzzling. Did he not fear the wrath of his elders? Or did he believe that such matters would not reach Dong Su, allowing him to act with impunity? Pei Yuzhi's tone was unapologetic. Hu Qiao's eyelids fluttered as he glanced up at him. Though not short, his privileged upbringing seldom required him to look up at others. Yet Pei Yuzhi stood a half-head taller, and now, in Hu Qiao's embrace, he could see Pei Yuzhi's striking profile up close. He is truly handsome. A sigh of admiration slipped from Hu Qiao's heart, causing Pei Yuzhi's veins to subtly stand out, and the fingers around Hu Qiao's waist tightened unconsciously. He inclined his head slightly, locking eyes with Hu Qiao's fleeting, captivating gaze. Pei Yuzhi felt as if a soft feather had brushed against his heart. He admonished himself internally, do not display such an expression that might tempt me. Realizing Hu Qiao had stiffened at his words, he mused, what expression did I just show? Is he being overly self-absorbed, thinking I am drawn to him? Ha! Observing Hu Qiao's vividly changing complexion, the frustration he had felt in recent days dissipated. The lively Hu Qiao was far more appealing. Gentlemen, I am still here. Shall we find a place to sit together? Last time was too rushed, and today we have the time.
Pei Yuzhi.
Hu Qiao interrupted sharply, his face cold. He should not be afforded even a modicum of kindness. He thinks he can just leap into bed with me without clarifying his situation with Bai Shi? Men are truly despicable beings. The chilling thoughts sent a shiver down Pei Yuzhi's spine. Zhang Buqing, oblivious to the underlying tension between the two, found Pei Yuzhi's unusually docile demeanor before Hu Qiao rather displeasing. Pei Yuzhi was an eccentric, unpredictable, and highly intelligent man. Yet now he seemed entranced, akin to a husband chastised by an irate wife, prompting Zhang Buqing to instinctively frown. Zhang Buqing remarked, you misunderstand. I was unaware of the relationship between Xie Jinchuan and the Hu family. Pei Yuzhi smirked, and the last remnants of humor faded from Zhang Buqing's expression. The evening's enchantment had grown cold, and Hu Qiao was clad only in a thin shirt, while Pei Yuzhi was becoming increasingly impatient. Initially, he felt indifferent. Pei Yuzhi spoke without courtesy, reiterating his stance. If you choose to release your involvement, I assure you I will help you find the person you seek. Zhang Wuqing's eyelids flickered, and after a moment, his tone turned indifferent. In that case, I shall await good news from young Master Pei. Pei Yuzhi scoffed. Very well. You shall wait. However, be cautious of Xie Jinchuan, for he is a harbinger of disaster. It would be wise to avoid him while you await news, lest he brings misfortune upon you. The expression on Zhang Wuqing's face gradually shifted from indifference to a bemused incredulity. Hu Qiao tugged at the corner of his lips, finally extricating himself from Pei Yuzhi's embrace. Zhang Wuqing's father's position was likely to advance further during the upcoming end-of-year reshuffle. He was confident that being an illegitimate child and having an outsider as a mother would not trouble him. Yet, every situation possesses its duality. Zhang Wuqing's father was arrogant and would not tolerate insubordination from his subordinates. All of Zhang Wuqing's power was contingent upon his father's approval. He understood that Pei Yuzhi could easily remain uninvolved in the chaos of the Magic City. Everything Pei Yuzhi did was for Hu Qiao. He was not a fool. To hear such words from Hu Qiao's lips would be exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, Pei Yuzhi had an advantage. Fragmented murmurs seeped through Hu Qiao's heart and into Pei Yuzhi's ears. Like being submerged in a beguiling pool of wine, Pei Yuzhi wore a rather foolish smile, one that was strikingly bright. Zhang Wuqing suddenly cast his gaze downward, his lips straightening, as a peculiar emotion, one he had not felt in many years, surged within him. It was jealousy. My wife thinks I am handsome, he chuckled. Chapter 99. I love you. Pei Yuzhi had grown clever. On the return trip, he clung to Hu Qiao like a sloth. Hu Qiao's driver was horrified, glancing at the rearview mirror several times at the traffic lights. Yet, out of professional decorum, he restrained himself. The two tall men were huddled in the back seat. Fortunately, the space was ample, or else Hu Qiao would have nowhere to stretch his legs. He deeply regretted giving Pei Yuzhi the opportunity to assert himself. I know you are cursing me in your heart again. Pei Yuzhi's tone was languid, his breath warm against Hu Qiao's neck, making it exceedingly unbearable.
Hu Qiao protested.
I can scarcely breathe. Get off me. Can't breathe? Pei Yuzhi's voice rang clear. I'll help you. Hu Qiao felt an ominous premonition. Hey, don't, before he could finish. Pei Yuzhi slightly rose, swiftly kissing him. Hu Qiao's eyes widened in surprise at Pei Yuzhi's boldness. Pei Yuzhi's eyes sparkled with mirth as he gazed directly into Hu Qiao's, as if the myriad stars had manifested into form. His presence enveloped Hu Qiao entirely. Though they had only been apart for 2 days, it felt like an eternity. Hu Qiao's heart trembled, secretly thinking, even if I am reluctant to admit it, I indeed miss him. Their lips and tongues intertwined, momentarily pausing as Pei Yuzhi's eyelids fluttered, his breath quickening. Hu Qiao was bewildered by his sudden halt and instinctively drew closer, while Pei Yuzhi, sensing his softness, eagerly took the lead. The contact between the two adult men ignited a spark akin to thunder striking fire. Hu Qiao had always been restrained and aloof. But that was only when the other party was not Pei Yuzhi. What a disaster. Pei Yuzhi's kissing technique is too good. He maintained an air of indifference. His eyelids lowered, occasionally engaging Pei Yuzhi, while for the rest of the time, he behaved like a pampered little prince. Yet, deep down, Hu Qiao was bubbling with affectionate thoughts. This feels delightful, as long as Pei Yuzhi ceases contact with that little vixen by she. Pei Yuzhi suddenly withdrew from his lips. With a mere fingertips distance between them, Hu Qiao lifted his eyelids, his eyes filled with pure confusion and dissatisfaction.
Why?
Why did you stop? Whether it was the desire in his gaze or the melodious whisper of his heart, it pierced through Pei Yuzhi's veins like an antidote. Hu Qiao liked him. In fact, it was because of this affection that he was willing to forgive him. This only highlighted Pei Yuzhi's wickedness.
What?
Hu Qiao's voice was hoarse, unwilling to part. His breath was heated, sending shivers down Pei Yuzhi's spine. I love you, Hu Qiao, Pei Yuzhi sighed, leaning closer to Hu Qiao, gently pecking his lips. Once, twice. As for Hu Qiao, he found himself in a state of bewilderment. Did Pei Yuzhi just say something? His expression was far too comprehensible, eliciting Pei Yuzhi's muffled laughter. Yes, I said I love you, Hu Qiao. With a resounding thud, warmth surged to Hu Qiao's head. His entire face flushed crimson. Pei Yuzhi, cease your flowery words. Do you think I would fall for such tricks? Damn it, a klitsch love confession has stirred me so. I must not let him discover my feelings. Pei Yuzhi's eyes sparkled with slyness, like a cunning fox. Hu Qiao dared not meet his gaze. He always felt a peculiar sensation, as if Pei Yuzhi could read his thoughts. Pei Yuzhi, the shrewd businessman, was now calculating his dues. In these few days, due to your mention of a breakup, we have lost precious time together, including moments of intimacy. You owe me. Hu Qiao suddenly raised his eyes in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? I have yet to forgive you. Had he not heard Hu Qiao's thoughts, Pei Yuzhi would have been taken aback. He leaned closer to Hu Qiao, who momentarily caught his breath. It must be because I've been too busy lately. And now you're this agitated? Their breaths mingled, Hu Qiao's gaze fixated on Pei Yuzhi's lips, pondering that if Pei Yuzhi leaned in to kiss him once more, he would definitely bite him fiercely. Yet, Pei Yuzhi's lips moved, uttering a multitude of words, his breath hot and near, yet he did not kiss him. Waiting is the most torturous ordeal. Hu Qiao reached his limit, forgetting everything else. He raised his arm to encircle Pei Yuzhi's neck and yanked him down. Thud. The driver up front finally, in a daze, took the initiative to open the partition between the front and back seats. As the partitions separated the areas, the driver couldn't help but glance in the rearview mirror. Sure enough, his young master had pinned the outsider from Dongsu down in the seat.
Click.
The partitions sealed tightly. The driver's heart, which had been suspended, finally settled. He could now report to Director Cui that his young master had not brought shame, but rather had found himself a lovely partner. Such a beautiful misunderstanding spread forth. The Cui family's old residence was situated in the new city of the magic metropolis. A fair distance from the city center, yet still along the coastline. The resemblance between the Cui father and son was striking, if Hu Qiao were present. The 3 generations of Cui men would appear to have been sculpted from the same mold. This was also the reason Hu Qiao was not favored by the Ho family. Having lost his wife early on, after Cui Xinqing came of age, he had relinquished control to him. Though Cui Xinqing was young and had led the Cui family through numerous trials, with the elder Cui present, no significant disasters had arisen. Now he devoted himself to piety, appearing indifferent to whether his descendants would have heirs. Had Hu Qiao's affair with the Xie family's boy not materialized? He has taken a liking to a rogue from Dongsu, TSK. Because of that rogue, Hu Qiao has even turned against me. The elder Cui's murky eyes lifted slightly. His tone warning. That girl Xianyue is rather muddled. Thankfully, Hu Qiao is not foolish. Do not indulge her too much. It would be a disservice to Hu Qiao. Being criticized consecutively by his nephew and father, even the thick-skinned Cui Xianqing felt somewhat uncomfortable. He pursed his lips and poured a cup of tea for the elder. I am aware of everything. What do you know? Though Hu Qiao does not bear the Cui surname, he protects the Cui family more fiercely than you 2 siblings. As an elder, do not make things difficult for that child. Father, why do you side with that boy? Do you not know Hu Qiao is utterly bewitched? What? Are you not bewitched as well? I have told you not to lose your composure. Even if the Xie family allows Xie Linyuan to marry Hu Qiao, they will not let him partake in the Xie family's business. Cui Xianqing furrowed his brows, falling silent. He indeed harbored intentions of devouring the Xie family, but little did he know that they anticipated his schemes and preemptively maneuvered to forge an alliance with the Hor family. Despite the misstep, there remained opportunities ahead. The elderly Mr. Hua, observing his ambitious son, sighed deeply. Do you know who informed you back then? Father, are you aware? Mr. Hua scoffed, naturally. It was that Eastern Sioux lad you disdain. Chapter 100. Reconciliation. How could it be him? Why not? I have watched Hu Qiao grow since childhood. His judgment is not lacking. It is your preconceived notions that cloud your perspective. Elder Cui spoke pointedly. Cui Xianqing tugged at the corner of his lips. Father, you haven't even met him yet and you are already defending him? Humph. Elder Cui seemed to mock him. You treat him like a child, but he is now an adult. Since you turned 18, have I ever told you not to mingle with those women outside? Have I ever urged you to settle down quickly? Cui Xianqing fell silent. Indeed, he had not. His father, having engaged in dubious business dealings in his youth, had many enemies. Everyone who knew him considered him a rigid and feudal man. Yet, in truth, he held great respect for his children. Otherwise, he would not have remained childless for so many years, nor would Cui Xianyue be aimlessly entangled with Hu cheating. His father allowed them to pursue their desires. For their family, money was merely a number, and happiness did not require concern for others. Elder Cui spoke with an air of indifference. Yet Cui Xianqing suddenly chuckled upon hearing him. Father, perhaps it would be best if you refrained from such comments in the future. Cui Xianyue has indeed never cared for others. She is preparing to help Hu cheating raise an illegitimate child. Preposterous. Elder Cui's murky eyes narrowed suddenly, and he rose from his wooden chair in a fit of rage. Father, did you not say that her happiness was all that mattered? Happiness? I shall put an end to this immediately. Let her seek joy with your mother. How can she be so foolish and you, as her brother, dare to condone her? The servants downstairs, still awake, peeked in with horrified expressions. Having worked for their master for years, they had known him as a pious man with a kind demeanor. How could he ever raise his voice? How terrifying! Before long, the usually moody and unsmiling young master descended the stairs with a grin. What could have transpired? Once outside,
Cui Xianqing's smile gradually faded.
With the old man's incessant chatter absent, he pressed his fingers to his temples, feeling a twinge of regret. How could he have succumbed to impulse and revealed Xianyue's situation to his father? For years, he had been the one to keep it hidden. His father, devoted to piety, was largely unaware of the tumultuous affairs of the Hor family. This truly put Hu Qiao in an awkward position. But what could be done? Xianyue was a delicate woman, and the Hor family merely sought financial gain. He might as well consider it a means to bring joy to Xianyue. Yet, he wondered why Hu Qiao had reacted so strongly over a mere illegitimate child, allowing his frustrations to spill over onto him. Ultimately, The revelation of Xianyue's situation to the old man, while agitating, also brought him an unexpected sense of relief, as if a long-held burden had loosened its grip. The car was quiet as he casually inquired, "Has Huixiao's call gone through?" "The driver seems somewhat hesitant," replied the driver. Cui Xianqing frowned. "Speak plainly." The driver's tone was taut, speaking rapidly as if the words burned his tongue. "Old Feng said that young Master Chiao was in the car getting cozy with his boyfriend and has gone straight to the hotel." Cui Xianqing replied, "Very well." Their home had been invaded. The scene in the hotel was not as sordid as Cui Xianqing had imagined. These days, Pei Yuzhi had been severely sleep-deprived. His back injury had not healed, though it had not affected his bones. It occasionally caused stiffness. He certainly did not wish for discomfort while being intimate with Huixiao. Today, Huixiao was unusually accommodating, allowing Pei Yuzhi to embrace him after a massage. Pei Yuzhi felt his mood lighten, and sleepiness began to wash over him. Listening to Huixiao's gradually steadying breaths, he too felt drowsy. This seemed to be the first time they lay together in such tranquility. Devoid of Bai Shi and Xie Jinchuan, Pei Yuzhi turned to his side, holding Huixiao tightly in his embrace. The rhythmic sound of Pei Yuzhi's heartbeat filled Huixiao's ears. His muscles relaxed, yet the strength encircling Huixiao did not waver. Perhaps he was simply too fatigued. His breaths came out slightly labored, or perhaps the room was too quiet, leading Huixiao to misinterpret the sounds. It is peculiar how, in times of busyness and separation, Huixiao rarely thought of Pei Yuzhi. Yet, outside the dining hall, when Pei Yuzhi embraced him, that deep-seated longing emerged, haunting him. He felt somewhat distressed. Had he inherited Cui Xianyue's romantic folly? Lost in such thoughts, weariness engulfed him, and as he slipped into slumber, Huixiao resolved to investigate the nature of Pei Yuzhi's past connections with Bai Shi. To claim indifference would be disingenuous. When he spotted Bai Shi at the club, it was the first time he felt a surge of hostility. If only Bai Shi would never appear before Pei Yuzhi again. In the extravagant and raucous private room, the music had become mere background noise. Bai Shi choked on a sip of alcohol, his ears ringing as he struggled to catch his breath. "Bai Shi, what happened? Can you no longer hold your liquor?" "TSK, what's so great about Eastern Su? Staying in Magic City for school is so much better. What do you know? I heard Bai Shi is dating a wealthy heir there." "Who? No one could be wealthier than the heirs here in Magic City." Laughter erupted in the room. They were all high school classmates. Except for Bai Shi, the rest came from families with moderate wealth and attended university in Magic City. Bai Shi frowned, asking one of them, "Weren't you the one who helped me investigate? Who is the young master of the Hui family, Huisheng? What is Huixiao's background?" The classmate clicked his tongue. "Why are you still clinging to this? After graduation, none of us have seen Huixiao in Magic City. Back then, it was rumored he was the heir of a prominent family. Perhaps it was merely the naive admiration of classmates for a top student." "Top student? He missed an exam during the college entrance exams. If it weren't for his household registration in Magic City and the lower admission scores, would he even have gotten into Eastern Su University? If his family were truly impressive, why not study in Magic City or abroad?" The others scoffed. This ridicule extended to Bai Shi as well. Bai Shi came from a family without a strong background and had only gained admission to Eastern Su's Fine Arts Academy due to his Magic City household registration after repeating a year. He exhaled softly, lowering his gaze to conceal the envy in his eyes. They exchanged a few more words before steering the conversation back to Bai Shi. It felt as though he were submerged in venom, his fingers curling slightly. He feigned nonchalance and looked up. "It's just Huixiao, you all know him. He is quite generous with me, not only buying me many luxury items but also taking me on trips. So when you say he doesn't exist among the elite in Magic City, I simply do not believe it." The smiles on the faces of the others gradually faded.
Damn.
Bai Shi's expression at that moment was so odious. How could this loathsome person have slept with Huixiao? In high school, during their adolescent years, everyone admired Huixiao. The aloof, handsome, academically gifted, and wealthy boy. Yet, Huixiao maintained only superficial connections with everyone. Thus, their feelings toward him were a mix of love and resentment. Moreover, with their financial means, they could not access the true upper echelons of Magic City society, leaving them oblivious to Huixiao's true identity. After all, Huixiao was like the moon in the sky. Few in the class had his WeChat, yet Bai Shi had actually slept with him. Huixiao had even lavished Bai Shi with so many gifts.
How could this be?
In the corner stood a quiet young man who happened to have Huixiao's WeChat. For the past few years, he had been blocking Huixiao from seeing his moments on social media, fearing that if Huixiao discovered his presence, he might delete him. At this moment, under the influence of alcohol, he impulsively sent the video he had just recorded to Huixiao. Chapter 101. The broken collar Pei Yuzhi had a good night's sleep, devoid of dreams, awakening naturally. He lazily made his way to the bathroom, where sounds indicated that Huixiao was brushing his teeth. The injury on his back had improved significantly. Perhaps it was due to sufficient rest or the efficacy of Huixiao's assistance in alleviating the bruise yesterday. The bathroom door was tightly shut and he gently knocked twice, asking, "Darling, may I come in?" The sound of water splashing was followed by Huixiao's cold voice. "No." Pei Yuzhi bit his lip, embarrassed, and withdrew his hand. The sounds in the bathroom shifted, clearly more hurried than before. Hu Xiao had simply washed his hair, and just as he rinsed the foam, a cool body enveloped him from behind. His arm stiffened. Pei Yuzhi had entered. Warm water cascaded over Hu Xiao's head, reddening his complexion, his eyes glistening with moisture. I missed you, Pei Yuzhi said, akin to a dog, hunched over with drooling anticipation. Hu Xiao took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain composed. Stop it. I have a meeting soon. But I miss you. We didn't get intimate yesterday, Pei Yuzhi retorted, his hands growing mischievous. A man awakened in the morning is not easily provoked. In just a few moments, Hu Xiao tilted his neck back against Pei Yuzhi's shoulder, inhaling deeply. Pei Yuzhi chuckled softly. Don't rush. I'll make it comfortable for you. Hu Xiao bit his lip, impatiently retorting, be quiet. They had awakened late. And after some playful antics, it was almost 3 o'clock. Wasting a day in bed was an unthinkable act for Hu Xiao, especially with several important meetings scheduled. Don't go, Pei Yuzhi said lazily. Chui's company won't be affected by your absence. Hu Xiao rubbed his sore neck. Irritable, just be quiet. He truly is a mad dog. Why does he always bite my neck? I wonder if it's swollen. Pei Yuzhi raised an eyebrow. Hu Xiao's neck was indeed covered with numerous bite marks. While it hadn't seemed significant during the act, it was now quite alarming to behold. What to do? I can't wear a collar, Pei Yuzhi murmured, distressed. Hu Xiao's fingers stiffened. Pei Yuzhi was taken aback. What's wrong? Why the sudden coldness? It's nothing. I'm going to the office, he replied, clearly displeased. Pei Yuzhi followed him, out of bed. Did I say something wrong, Hu Xiao? You're quite bothersome. Ha? A collar? This fool Pei Yuzhi is such a scoundrel who refuses to acknowledge his actions. Just finished sleeping with me, and he thinks of a collar. Isn't it because Bai Shi used to wear one?
Damn fool.
Pei Yuzhi protested. No, you're mistaken. He wasn't thinking of Bai Shi. It was merely a scene that involuntarily flashed in his mind when he saw Hu Xiao's neck. Yes, he had dreamt last time about the collar being torn apart. In the dream, someone had said something. What was it? His gaze momentarily lost focus, and Hu Xiao, catching sight of his expression, grew even more furious. Hu Xiao dressed with a cold demeanor, reflecting, I shouldn't have worn that black, tattered collar just to appease Bai Shi. Pei Yuzhi suddenly looked up. Hu Xiao glanced at him. What are you looking at? I would never wear something as disgusting as a collar. Thank heavens that collar was lost back then, otherwise. Just seeing it would make me want to vomit.
Damn.
You've worn a black collar, haven't you? Pei Yuzhi asserted. And Hu Xiao scolded him word by word. You really are a fool. Just then, the phone rang, cutting through the tension. Hu Xiao quickly grabbed his shirt and phone, heading outside. Hello, uncle. His voice faded as he walked away, followed by the sound of a door slamming shut. Pei Yuzhi grabbed a quick bite at the hotel, while Chungyun came to fetch him. Qian's secretary is quite impressive, at first. I thought he was a local from the Magic City. He seems well acquainted with the local affairs and has extensive connections. Chungyun was thoroughly impressed with Qian's secretary. He had been praising him since they met. However, Pei Yuzhi remained unusually silent. Chungyun found his demeanor strange and glanced at him again. Why so quiet? I thought you were contemplating something significant, and didn't he want to interrupt you? Pei Yuzhi casually replied, what has Bai Shi been up to these past few days? Bai Shi? He has been attending gatherings with some classmates, but hasn't he done anything else? Nor has he bothered Hu Xiao, so don't worry, Chungyun replied casually. Pei Yuzhi inquired, what kind of person do you think Bai Shi is? Chungyun paused, taking a moment before cautiously responding, Pei Xiao, what do you mean? Pei Yuzhi chuckled, where are you taking this? Chungyun sighed in relief. You've finally reconciled with Hu Xiao. Don't get entangled with Bai Shi again. I'm telling you, don't take offense, but many people have been deceived into thinking he is pure. Remember the incident at the hot springs with that guy named Sun? Pei Yuzhi paused, recalling that name from Hu Xiao's previous remarks. It was Hu Xiao who had taken him to the hot springs. That Sun fellow had previously dated Bai Shi? Chungyun was animated. You can't simply call their relationship dating. I overheard them talking in the elevator that day. Guess what? Bai Shi had also gone to that hot springs hotel when he was still with Hu Xiao. That night, he actually slept with that guy named Sun. You hadn't even broken up with him then, and it infuriated me. Stop the car. Pei Yuzhi commanded sharply. Chungyun, startled by his outburst, stammered. Don't get worked up. He not only cheated on you, but also on Hu Xiao. That's a crime.